Star Odyssey Chapter 2030 to Chapter 2080. The five looked at the ancient god in disbelief. What does she mean, Pathmaster? That person's expression turned ugly as he stared at the ancient god. Actually, he had noticed that something was amiss at first glance. Although those scarlet eyes were hidden, they were still there, and they were the symbol of the Eternals. The ancient god coldly said, "You're just ants. Even if Xianxia broke through to the progenitor realm, you're still an ant in my eyes. There's no need to explain things to ants." He then pressed down on the five. "Let's end this. You should have disappeared from history long ago." The five did not move, and they simply watched the ancient god's palm descend, still immersed in their shock. Seeing that they were about to die at the ancient god's hands, Elder Chan's final aura appeared in front of him. He took human form and similarly raised his hand to meet the ancient god's palm. Bang! The void exploded, and the ancient god was stunned. His palm had actually been blocked? Elder Chan panted heavily, but he still had to ask the ancient god to come out. In front of the five, the final person formed by Elder Chan's three sons' ancestral chi appeared. It was a spirited middle-aged man, and although he looked handsome and mighty, he still looked a little sluggish because of the three sons' ancestral chi. This man's appearance surprised the ancient god. "Lutani?" The forgotten ruin god exclaimed, "Lutani?" The final person formed by Elder Chan's three sons' ancestral chi was the Lu family's Lutani, one of 9 mountains and 8 seas. The forgotten ruin god was puzzled. How can you use battle techniques to imitate Lutani? He didn't die back then, and he was still alive when the four-way scales banished the Lu family. The ancient god was curious as well. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen Lutani when he saw the other five. Elder Chan looked at Lutani's back and said respectfully, "When the Daosor sect was destroyed, I was ordered by the Lu family to establish the Hall of Honor, and the three sons' ancestral chi came from Senior Lutani. Senior not only taught me the three sons' ancestral chi, but he was also willing to become one of the three sons' ancestral chi that I transformed into. For many years, I was unwilling to use this ancestral chi because I did not want to blaspheme Senior, but now, I have no other choice." The green bamboo marquis sighed in admiration. One of the reasons why the Lu family was exiled was because many people were dissatisfied with the general appointment platform. They believed that the general appointment platform of the Lu family would not even let off a dead person and humiliate many people. However, the Lu family did not even let off themselves. A dignified ancestor was willing to be used by an ant from back then. This is the Lu family. Elder Chan was a half-progenitor, and the three ancestral chis had all transformed into half-progenitors. One of them was the 6th mainland's Xue Wuqing, who was a very ordinary progenitor. He had died during the battle at the Daosor sect, and he had coincidentally been used by Elder Chan's battle technique. The second half-progenitor had transformed into progenitor Hui, but unfortunately, progenitor Hui was not proficient in battle. As for the third half-progenitor, even the ancient gods feared him. No one in the Lu clan could be underestimated, and Lutani was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Although he might not have acquired the legacy of the mountains and seas when he was half a step into the ancestor realm, he still had the various techniques of the Lu clan, as well as the general appointment platform. This was Old Chan's final strength. When the ancestral chi of the three sons worked together, half-martial ancestors were absolutely invincible. Not even Emperor Ni could have been a match for Lu Tian when he was a half-martial ancestor, let alone Ancestor Hui and Xue Wuqing. For many years, the Eternals had forbidden the Hall of Honor from having any inheritors of the three sons' ancestral chi because they wanted to prevent this from happening. Now, Elder Chan was using it. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people. "I don't know who you are, but the Tao Master you speak of is an Eternals monster. Perhaps he betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. What he wants to do now is to exterminate the humans of the 5th mainland and enslave them." "Impossible. The Tao Master is the Tao Master. How could he betray the humans?" "He betrayed the progenitors," one of them shouted. The other 4 glared at Elder Chan, unwilling to believe what they had just heard. Elder Chan shook his head helplessly. It was fine if he could not convince them, but these 5 people would not be of much help anyway. The ancestral chi of the 3 sons is very powerful, but how long can you last without astral sources? The ancient god asked. Elder Chan's eyes flickered, as this was his greatest weakness. Even if he could fight against the ancient god, he would not be able to last for long. The ancestral chi of the three suns could not be used endlessly. But I don't want to fight anymore. I'll give you all some time to catch your breath and gather more experts. We don't want to search the entire fifth mainland, the ancient god said, then turned and walked towards the home of the gods. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and glanced at Elder Chan and the others before leaving as well. The departure of the Eternals allowed Elder Gong and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Chan was puzzled, as the ancient god should not be afraid of the ancestral chi of the three suns. He thought about it and looked at the 5 people. Could it be them? Outside the home of the gods, the ancient god stopped and looked at Marquis Qingzhu. When did this happen? Just now. In an instant, a thread took its life, Marquis Qingzhu said solemnly. The Forgotten Ruins god was puzzled. What's wrong? Marquis Qingzhu said, I just received news that a thread took the life of a half-ancestor beast. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. A thread? The ancient god looked to the west. The power of destiny. The Forgotten Ruins god's expression changed. When destiny was mentioned, even the ancient god became more serious. Destiny still exists? The ancient god replied, I don't know, but who can easily kill a half-ancestor with just a thread? Destiny girl, the Forgotten Ruins god blurted out. She's one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates. Destiny girl is a chess piece of destiny, and she controls a thread of destiny. One side lives and the other dies. I never expected her to appear. That war ended a generation of the Above Heaven sect, and I thought that the entire generation had died. Now that she's appeared, she'll bring about a huge change to the current situation. The ancient god said, it doesn't matter. It won't affect the overall situation. He then looked up. As long as Ancestor Huey's power disappears, this continent will be under our control. Think of a way to force that rat to leave. The place he's in right now is not suitable. Luin did not care about the war in the Neoverse. He stood outside Earth and looked at the middle-aged man in outer space. This person had suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. His power was vast and boundless, and he carried an incomparably sharp blade chi. He had almost shattered Earth when he appeared, but fortunately, Kue Luo had stepped in to block him. The middle-aged man looked around blankly. Where is this? Luin frowned and asked softly, is he a half-ancestor? Kue Luo replied cautiously, definitely, and he's not an ordinary half-ancestor. His strength is unfathomable. Look. He then opened his hand, revealing a trace of blood. With Kue Luo's abilities, there were not many half-ancestors who could harm him. Since he had not recovered, it was either because he did not want to or because he could not. This guy is quite troublesome. Be careful. With your physique, 1 slash is enough to kill you, Kue Luo warned. In the distance, Heavenly Master Xianxia walked out, followed by Anai Huang and the other half-ancestors. They did not want anything to happen to Luin, as they still hoped to follow him to the astral tree realm. The middle-aged man looked at the ancestral turtle and was shocked. What a huge turtle. When did such a huge turtle appear? Senior, may I know your name? Luin asked. The middle-aged man looked at Luin but did not answer. He looked around and then looked up. Progenitor's power covers this place. What's wrong with this astral source universe? Luin saw that the man did not answer, so he asked again, may I ask where Senior is from? The middle-aged man looked at Luin a second time and said in a hoarse voice, I also want to know where I came from and where this place is. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had guessed that this person must have come from that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a half-ancestor to appear out of nowhere and be so powerful. Senior, have you heard of the Daosor sect? The middle-aged man looked at Luin. You're just a mere envoy, and you're surrounded by half-ancestors, yet you're allowed to speak. It seems like you can make decisions. Luin smiled. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the seniors are being courteous. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Courteous? Wang Si and the others can't wait to kill you. Wang Si glanced at Luin coldly. What a hypocritical brat. The middle-aged man slowly retracted his aura. You just asked me about the Dowsor sect? Wrong. Since it's a human, it should be called the Heavenly Sect. Luin was confused. Heavenly Sect? The middle-aged man raised his brows. You don't know? Then why do you know about the Dowsor sect? Hold on. He looked around, and his expression changed. Where's the mother tree? Why don't I see the mother tree? Senior, this is the fifth mainland, and the mother tree has long since migrated. You might not be a cultivator from the fifth mainland, but the other 5 mainlands are all gone, Luin said. The middle-aged man stared at Luin in shock, but then he sneered. Brat, you dare lie to me? Gone? The 5 mainlands are gone? How is that possible? Who can do that? The Eternals, said the High Elysium Heavenly Master. The middle-aged man sneered. They're just a bunch of failed monsters, and you call them the Everlasting Tribe? They're just trash. His gaze became extremely sharp. You can't be the lackeys of that trash, right? Right, I remember now. I felt that something was off even before that battle started. That trash actually dared to provoke us. What are you scheming? Luin shook his head. Senior, please calm down. We will explain everything to you. The heavens have changed. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that he did not know how many more ancient characters would appear later. They did not even know that the 5 mainlands had disappeared, which meant that they had existed for too long. Who knew how long it would take to explain everything to them? Luin felt a headache coming on, and he looked at Old White Ghost. Had the second Night King come out and explain? Old White Ghost raised his brows. Say it yourself. Luin coldly replied, he experienced the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands during the Dowsor sect's era. I didn't. Old White Ghost sneered and ignored Luin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, the only person who can explain this to you is someone called the Second Night King. He experienced the 5th mainland's Dowsor sect from its peak to its decline. People like us are too far away from his era, so we can't explain it to you. The middle-aged man looked at Old White Ghost. I don't care who you are. Had that Second Night King come out first. Old White Ghost looked at the middle-aged man. Explain your identity first. The middle-aged man's gaze trembled, and his aura changed once again. It was like a sharp blade that pierced through the heavens before spreading out and enveloping Anai Huang and the other half-ancestors. At that moment, the wound on Kue Luo's palm throbbed with pain, and the sharpness that should have been suppressed reappeared. He stared at the middle-aged man. This person was quite terrifying. Henshin, sect master of the 3 ultimates, the middle-aged man said. Most people were confused. Only Anai Huang exclaimed, one of the 12 gates? Henshin looked over. It seems like only you know. Your reactions prove that there's a problem with the Heaven sect. As humans, you don't understand the 12 gates or the Heaven sect. Explain yourself. Anai Huang looked at Whitehead. Had the Second Night King come out? Whitehead did not understand. 12 gates? I seem to have read some ancient texts. The 12 gates no longer existed in the era of the Dowsor sect. There were only a few of them. Had the Second Night King come out and explained to him, Anai Huang said. She had also come from the era of the Dowsor sect, so her understanding far surpassed that of the Second Night King. However, she could not explain everything to Henshin. Whitehead could not refuse, so he immediately had the Second Night King come out. The Second Night King looked around blankly, and when he saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, he became even more fearful. He had followed Luin for some time now and understood this person. He was not a threat to Luin in terms of strength, but when it came to scheming, even 10 of him would not be enough. He was worried that Luin had set up a trap for him. Second Night King, tell me everything you know about human history, Anai Huang said calmly. The Second Night King was stunned. History? Just do as I say, Whitehead said impatiently. Faced with so many half-ancestors, especially that strange man in the distance, the Second Night King felt immense pressure. This pressure far exceeded that of Whitehead and the others, and this was another half-ancestor. He had many questions, but he did not have the right to ask them right now. What I know of history starts from the 5th mainland's frigid immortal sect. back then. As he listened to the second Night King's narration, Luin had someone record it. There would definitely be others from the same era as Henshin, and it would be too troublesome to explain everything one by one. It was better to record it and let them see it for themselves. This was the first time Luin had heard the second Night King talk about history, and he did not know much about that period either. He only knew that the 5th and 6th mainlands had gone to war, and that progenitor Chen had started the war. He only knew that when progenitor Chen's cultivation, he had been hunted down by the Daosor sect because of the giant's clone. The second Night King spent half a day before he was finally able to recount the history that he knew. Of course, given his status, what he knew was not the core of the story. Who was the Daosor sect? Is he still the former Dao Lord? Xianxia asked. The second Night King was at a loss, he did not know. Does the primogenitor exist? Xianxia asked again. The second Night King was still at a loss. Even the Neon Emperor was at a loss. Wasn't the primogenitor a legend? Primogenitors have always been legends. Do they really exist? Luin asked. Xianxia didn't answer. According to what you said, the 5th mainland is going to be finished as well? The Eternals have already invaded. Can't you stop them? Everyone fell silent. They could tell that in Xianxia's time, the Eternals were far inferior to the humans. But why did the humans lose in the end? What in the world had happened? Who else appeared in this era with you? If we have enough experts, we might be able to defeat the Eternals, said the Heavenly Master. Xianxia looked to the south. I'm going to verify what you said. If it's true, I'll think of a way to destroy those monsters. After saying that, he turned to leave. Luin hurriedly threw out the wireless goo. Senior, use this to contact me. Xianxia did not refuse, he took the wireless goo away. Luin wanted him to stay, but he couldn't do so. This person had to go and verify something. This person was too reckless. In his time, the Eternals might have been suppressed by the humans, which was why he looked down on those monsters. However, those monsters had been able to slowly destroy the 5 mainlands, destroy the Daosor sect, and turn the primogenitor into a legend. Their strength was not something a half-ancestor like him could imagine. Senior Neon Emperor, what are the 12 heavenly gates? Luin asked Neon Emperor. She had no intention of speaking. I know that Senior doesn't want to talk to me, but no one knows who will appear next. It's best if everyone knows, Luin said. Neon Emperor muttered to herself for a moment before slowly answering, the humans once had a golden age. At that time, the Daosor sect was also known as the Heavenly Sect. It had the 3 realms, 6 Daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas, and 12 heavenly gates. The 12 heavenly gates represented the top powerhouses of humanity's half-ancestors, and they were all destined to break through to the progenitor realm. Each of them had strength that was infinitely close to the progenitor realm, and they were the representatives of humanity's next era. Luin was shocked. The 3 realms, 6 Daos? Wasn't that the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? How was it related to the Daosor sect? The noble that you encountered earlier was also one of the 12 heavenly gates, the sect master of the Yuhua heavenly gate. However, she wasn't from the same era as that person. Even though they were from different eras, you've all experienced noble strength, and that person was at least on the same level as her. What are the 3 realms, 6 Daos? Luin hurriedly asked. Neon Emperor retracted her gaze, and her expression relaxed. The 3 realms, 6 Daos are legends, and I've only read about them in ancient texts. In the era that I was born, the 3 realms, 6 Daos had long since ceased to exist. The Daosor sect master that he spoke of should be the Daosor sect's sect master. Of course, it could also be someone else. That's right, Luin suddenly remembered. He had always known about the Daosor sect, but he had never heard of its sect master. How could a sect not have a sect master? He had never heard of the 5th mainland's Daosor sect or the 6th mainland's Daosor sect. The Daosor sect still existed in Senior's era. Then, who was the sect master? Luin asked. Neon Emperor, Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Xiada all looked at Luin. Wang Si sneered. Sect master? A remnant of the Lu family is indeed a remnant of the Lu family. Even if you've lost your memories, you still want to rely on your ancestor's name to take advantage of others. Luin did not understand. Neon Emperor and the others left without saying anything else. Kue Luo coughed a few times. About that, it's rumored that the 5th mainland's Daosor sect master is your Lu family's ancestor. Lu Yin's eyes widened. My Lu family's ancestor? Kue Luo nodded. Didn't I tell you before that your Lu family has several progenitors, including Lu Tianyi from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? There's also an even more ancient legendary existence, which is the Lu family's ancestor who might be the Daosor sect master. However, this legend has never been proven. In any case, this old man has never seen the Daosor sect master since I was born. Luin understood now. It was no wonder that Neon Emperor and the others had such strange expressions and looked so unhappy. According to Kue Luo, the Lu family had always dominated the 5th mainland. Besides the Lu family's own strength, they also relied on the legend of their ancestor to dominate the 5th mainland. The Daosor sect master was a terrifying legend. Unfortunately, Luin should have asked Xianxia who the 5th mainland sect master was. Then, he would have been able to confirm whether or not the Lu family's ancestor was the Lu family's ancestor. Fortunately, someone else would have appeared soon. Why hasn't the sect master appeared before? Luin was puzzled. Kue Luo shrugged. Who knows? Whether it's the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, the Daosor sect master has never appeared before. He then rubbed his chin. If the Daosor sect master is the so-called Dao Lord of the 6 Daos, then he must have become a legend even longer ago and must be related to the Eternals. Luin left. He wanted to contact the Astral Combat Academy and ask about the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The fact that the 3 realms and 6 Daos had existed during Xianxia's era meant that the Astral Combat Academy's 3 realms and 6 Daos might be related to that era. However, that era was so far away that there were even gaps in history. Why would the Astral Combat Academy have records of the 3 realms and 6 Daos? Could it be because of an inheritance? Luin recalled the crazy headmaster's words. The Astral Combat Academy existed because of inheritances, and humans needed inheritances. Could this be an inheritance? Even if the 3 realms and 6 Daos had become a legend, the Astral Combat Academy's name? Xianxia appeared in front of Luin and the others. At the same time, in the central weaves of the outerverse, one figure after another emerged from the void. Some fell off planets and were heavily injured, some drifted through space, and some were reduced to skeletons. A man walked out from outer space with a black aura around his body. He seemed to be searching for something, but after a long time, he frowned. Why isn't there anything? As he spoke, a strangely shaped spacecraft slowly approached them. Inside the spacecraft were cultivators from the 6th mainland Yungu. Yungu's Sword Valley master had died in the previous battle, and even his sword attendant, Jianru, had perished. Yungu had originally had an imprinter, but after Sword Valley master's death, he had left. The various great powers of the 6th mainland had gathered in the central weaves, but Yungu had no one to lead him, so they could only slowly make their way over. The strongest person in the spacecraft was an enlighter with a power level of 400,000, and they nervously looked out into space, afraid that they would encounter the Eternals and be annihilated. Yungu had been glorious during its heyday, and Sword Valley Master had been an elder of the Daosor sect with 4 imprinters under his command. There had also been a Realmling and Jianru among the younger generation, and they had been the leader of the martial immortal realm Sword Dao. Everyone envied them, but now, they had been abandoned. The enlighter sighed and turned to leave, but his expression suddenly changed. A man had appeared behind him at some point and was staring at him coldly. Yungu had hundreds of thousands of disciples, but only a few tens of thousands had come from the 6th mainland to the 5th mainland's outerverse. Now, there were only a few hundred who had the qualifications to follow him out, and this man was definitely not among them. Furthermore, he had not sensed when this person had appeared behind him. Who are you? The enlighter was on guard, and his eyes were filled with fear. The man looked at him. Are you very afraid? The enlighter gulped. Senior, may I know who you are? I want to know what era we are in right now, the man slowly said. Not long after, the man clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. The enlighter was just standing there. Although this person had only spoken 2 sentences, not even 20 words, the enlighter understood that this person had definitely lived for a very long time, and he did not even know what era he was in. Either he had sealed himself in ice, or he did not dare to imagine. Regardless of the situation, this person's appearance was likely to be Yungu's backer. When he thought of this, the enlighter grew excited. Senior, I, Yungu, am willing to serve you with all my might. Please lead us through this calamity. The man was astonished. A race of ants from back then actually managed to destroy 5 continents. I've really wronged those fellows. What was once a joke has now become reality. After a pause, the man asked, do you know about Death Aura? The enlighter was stunned. Death Aura? Yes, it's the power that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Luin, uses. Tell me about it. The enlighter thought for a moment and then said, the 5th mainland once held a supreme tournament to select the strongest member of the younger generation to become the paragon of their generation. My 6th mainland was originally determined to win, and the Dowsource 3 skies all participated. However, in the end, we were still defeated by Death Aura. Before that, this junior had never even heard of Death Aura. After that, I, Yungu, specially investigated and found that Death Aura is the Spectre clan's power, and it comes from the legendary Death God. However, legends are just legends, and the Death God definitely did not exist. It should have been fabricated by the Spectre clan. The man listened quietly with a mocking expression. The Death God did not exist? What a joke. But if the Death God had already become a legend, then how long had it been? Did anyone still remember them in this era? When that Luin uses Death Aura, his body will. Before he could finish, the man interrupted him. Alright, there's no need to continue. The man did not care about what would happen to Luin when he used Death Aura. In this era, no one could compare to him when it came to using Death Aura. Even in his own era, there were very few people who could compare to him. After all, he was the Death God's disciple. Where is that Luin? The enlighter respectfully replied, I don't know. There was a decisive battle just now, so he might be in the Innerverse. As soon as he said those words, the man in front of him vanished. The enlighter hurriedly searched for him, but he could not find him. He regretted it now, as if he had known earlier, he would not have said anything. This person was definitely a powerhouse. What a pity. In the cosmic sea, a scream exploded through the void and caused the seawater to boil. On a deserted island, a woman trembled as she looked at herself in a mirror. Her face was deathly pale. How can this be? How can this be? My face has aged, and my skin has dried up, what's going on? Ah! Another scream rang out. Wrinkles, they're actually wrinkles. How could this be? No, I have to recover my looks. I can't lose to that slut. Where's the face picker? What about the face pickers? You have to find it. After saying that, the island shattered, and the woman tore through the starry sky to move. In the new universe, a ferocious-looking beast with a wingspan spanning tens of millions of kilometers was flying northward. The giant beast's aura swayed in the starry sky. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators were terrified. And on the back of the giant beast, there was a bearded man with his legs crossed and shaking leisurely. He was humming an unknown tune and was in a good mood. TSK TSK, so much time has passed, but I'm still alive. Ha 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 ha, life is truly wonderful. The bearded man laughed heartily. There was a group of cultivators squatting in front of him, and one of them was Prince Qing. He was an emissary, but he was now half squatting on the ground and looking at the bearded man in fear. The bearded man kept flipping through his gadget. This thing is quite interesting, haha. He then looked at Prince Qing. Kid, what are you looking at? I've never seen anything so valiant. I'm a warrior. Prince Qing forced a smile, but he didn't dare to answer. He was speechless. He had been forcibly conscripted to participate in the Innerverse Starfall Sea campaign, but after being defeated and brought back to the Neoverse, he was supposed to take Sky-bearing City's resources and hide in the Glory Realm. Unfortunately, he had encountered an emissary-level Corpse King and had fought for a long time before settling it. Just as he was about to head to the glory realm, the bearded man had fallen out of the void. From that moment onwards, he had been reduced from a high and mighty emissary to a servant. Not only did he have to answer the bearded man's random questions, but he also had to cater to him. Fortunately, the bearded man wasn't too much of a bully. The only reason he was so obedient was because he could sense the bearded man's terrifying strength. Even the beast beneath his feet made it hard for him to breathe. It's good to leave that broken era. There were too many powerhouses. This era is much better, but the 5 continents have been destroyed by the Eternals. Just how powerful have those monsters become? This is a bit troublesome, the bearded man muttered to himself. He then turned to look in a certain direction. Hey, say something. Why are you pretending? You must be in a state of shock. The bearded man looked over and saw a young man standing at the edge of the beast's wings. Although the young man's back was facing the bearded man, King Qing could sense the young man's unfathomable aura. He had only felt such a feeling from Luin before. It was a kind of boundless strength that was filled with vitality. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years and could erupt with destructive power at any moment. The young man was dressed in a white robe that was trimmed with gold. This kind of clothing was nothing special in this era, and there were other clothing that was far more extravagant than what he was wearing. However, in the ancient times, such clothing only represented one identity, a Tao disciple. What's there to say? Since we're here, we're destined to restore the human race to its peak in this era, the young man said slowly as his lips curled up. Restore the era of the above heaven sect. The bearded man rolled his eyes. You're as arrogant as ever. You should know very well how powerful our era was. Even so, we were still defeated by the Eternals and ended up in such a miserable state. Do you really think that you can turn the tables on your own? The Eternals will win because they broke the human race's 2 eras. No matter how prosperous the human race was, without a successor, it would still decline. Just like this astral source universe, where the envoys cannot replenish their astral sources. In such an environment, you can definitely defeat Sect Master Lung. The bearded man disdainfully replied, even if they can replenish their astral sources, I'll still win. The young man raised his head. The 2 eras were broken and ended the human race's future. However, we've reappeared, and we'll continue this period of history. Or perhaps, creating history is the same. That depends on whether you have the opportunity or not. Do you really think that the Eternals will give you a chance? They're not stupid, the bearded man said, and then he grinned. I wonder what would happen if you ran into a Lu family Tao disciple now. You're definitely a progenitor if you're still alive. The young man laughed. That's right. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely be a progenitor. The bearded man's expression changed slightly. He had read the history of this era, and the Daosaur sect had long since become a thing of the past. The Lu family had become a primeval surname that everyone loathed. The people in front of him did not know what had happened in between, and he had to find someone to make a decision. However, he then looked at his gadget and saw a person's image. Was this young man related to the Lu family? Lu Yin's image appeared on his gadget. In the western flow zone of the Innerverse, which was far away from Chaos God Mountain. Outside of Hing Country, which was separated by 2 astral tributaries, there was a strange white cloud drifting through space. Clouds should not exist in outer space, but this white cloud distorted the void and seemed to connect to a certain region, embellishing the darkness of space with white. Suddenly, a smear of black appeared within the white cloud, followed by a pleasant voice. There's one in several directions. After that, the black disappeared and was replaced by a red color that resembled blood. No, is it too far away? Or did it really disappear? The red color disappeared as well, and a hand stretched out from within the white cloud. It was as white as jade and had slender fingers. It was an extremely beautiful hand. When the hand reached out with its palm facing up, a strange fluctuation appeared that constantly changed. I've got it. The hand then casually dissipated the fluctuating power in its palm. At that moment, a green bamboo shot towards the white cloud from afar. The white cloud did not move, but the bamboo turned to dust as it approached. Marquis Qingzhu walked out from outer space and looked at the white cloud with a serious expression. Who are you? The white cloud did not move, nor did it answer. A half-ancestor corpse king walked out from the other side, its scarlet eyes staring at the white cloud. It suddenly clasped its hands together and a huge phantom appeared behind it, transforming into a towering giant that slammed its palm towards the white cloud. This was a half-ancestor battle technique that froze the void and the stars. From top to bottom, space seemed to be compressed and distorted. The white cloud still did not move. This palm directly scattered the white cloud, and apart from the void shattering, there was nothing left. Marquis Xianxia's expression changed. How could this be? He had clearly confirmed that there was someone here. Suddenly, a string appeared behind the corpse king and wrapped around his wrist. The other end of the string was pulled into the void, revealing a beautiful white palm. "Cut off your arm!" Marquis Xianxia shouted. The corpse king immediately cut off his wrist, thinking that he would be able to sever the string. However, he discovered that the string had mysteriously appeared above his severed arm, causing blood to splatter across space. The corpse king attacked again, severing his entire arm. However, the string appeared above his heart. Fate is a string, and it's not something that you can sever just because you want to. A pleasant voice rang out, but Marquis Xianxia was horrified. Although he had lived for a long time, he had not experienced humanity's most prosperous era. During that era, the Tao Source sect was also known as the Above Heavens sect, and all races had worshipped it. During that era, humanity's cultivation had blossomed, and astral sources were not the only source of power. During that era, many cultivation methods had been encouraged. During that era, so what if there was no astral source? Just like now, this string had nothing to do with astral sources. The Eternals had used the universe to devour astral sources in an attempt to enslave humanity. This method was useful to current cultivators, but it was practically useless to the cultivators of that era. They had walked their own paths, and the power they cultivated belonged solely to them. The corpse king grabbed at the other end of the string, but the closer his body got to the end, the more it began to crumble. The moment the corpse king touched the void, his body disappeared. Has cultivation declined? Did you use such methods to destroy the 5 continents? The pleasant voice rang out once more, and the string disappeared. Marquis Xianxia's inner universe suddenly erupted, and countless green bamboos pierced through the void. Above his head, the mind web wrapped around him and dragged him up, trapping him within. He had done this on purpose, as he had no way of protecting himself under that string. Although he did not know how long he would be trapped for, it was better than dying. The void returned to its original state. Marquis Xianxia felt bitter. According to the ancient gods' instructions, the half-ancestors had formed a team to search for and kill those ancient people, but they had been killed the moment they encountered them. How laughable. This was a powerhouse from the era of Tianzong when the humans were at their peak. If he wasn't wrong, then she was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates. How terrifying. The ancient god had tried to eliminate those ancient powerhouses one by one before they joined forces, but he had overestimated the strength of his subordinates. Even Marquis Xianxia could only choose to protect himself against the leader of the Elysium gates. On the other side, Luin planned to roll his die to see if there was a chance for him to merge with these ancient powerhouses and examine their memories. The 5th mainland was huge, and it might not be easy to run into these ancient powerhouses. If they really had the ability, then Luin hoped to contact them as soon as possible so that they could join forces to deal with the Eternals. What would truly decide the 5th mainland's fate was the battle between the half-ancestors. Currently, the humans' half-ancestors were concentrated in a few strongholds, and the internet was cut off. It was very difficult to find out what was happening in the outside world, so this was the only method Luin could think of. Although the chances weren't high, he still had to try. Rolling the die depended on luck. Several months had passed since his last roll, so it should be easy for him to roll 6 pips. Luin tapped out with his finger, and the die slowly spun until it stopped at 3 pips. There was nothing to improve, and even if he wanted to, he didn't have the money to do so. He only had around 70 billion star essence, which wasn't enough. Once again, the die stopped at 4 pips. Time stop space. After arriving at the time stop space, Luin wanted to cultivate the serious art the most. This time, however, he took out the wisdom root, and he wasn't too far away from the 5th layer. With the support of the primogenitor scripture, Lu Yin could cultivate the serious art by about 4,000 stars a year. This time, with the wisdom root T, he didn't know if his comprehension of the art had deepened or if his realm had increased. When he walked out of the time-stop space, his serious art's revolving stars had reached 75,000, and he wasn't too far away from the 99,000 stars needed to reach the 5th layer. He raised his hand, and the die appeared once more as he tapped out. This time, it stopped at 5 pips. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It was useless. Wait, wasn't Kue Luo outside? He immediately walked out of his seclusion. His place of seclusion was in Jinling, and Kue Luo was also in Jinling. He had asked Kue Luo to help guard him. So far, only Kue Luo knew that he had a talent for dice, but he hadn't told Kue Luo the specifics. The moment he stepped out of seclusion, Lu Yin's domain swept across the entirety of Nanjing, and he found Kue Luo in a roast duck restaurant. The old man stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared and was still chewing on a duck leg. Lu Yin patted Kue Luo's shoulder and said seriously, "Eat slowly." With that, he left. From beginning to end, Kue Luo was in a daze. He even thought he was hallucinating. It was only when people around him started talking that he was sure that the Lu brat had really been there and even patted him. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yin returned to his seclusion grounds with a gloomy expression. That old bastard Kue Luo had no innate gift at all. No wonder he hadn't used it. It was a waste of his energy. Again. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and watched it slowly come to a stop. 4 pips, time stop space again. This time, he did not plan to use the root of wisdom. There was only one root of wisdom left, so he had to use it sparingly. By the time he left the time stop space, Lu Yin's art of Sirius could already circulate 80,000 stars. A total of 80,000 stars. He just needed to enter the time stop space a few more times to reach the peak of the 5th level. Kid, what's the meaning of this? Kue Luo asked. Lu Yin didn't understand. What do you mean? This old man is eating roast duck. Why did you pat me? Kue Luo asked. As an old monster who had survived the 4 cardinal scales pursuit, he was very vigilant. If not for Lu Yin, even an Huang wouldn't have been able to pat him. However, it was precisely because of Lu Yin that he had acted strangely. The more abnormal a person's actions were, the more suspicious they were. This was Kue Luo's life principle. Lu Yin had forgotten that to Kue Luo, it had only been a few seconds since he had patted him, but to Lu Yin, almost a year had passed. I told you to eat slowly, Lu Yin said. Kue Luo fell silent. What do you mean? Eat slowly, don't choke. Kid, are you crazy? Keep eating. In the roast duck restaurant, Kue Luo stared at the duck leg in his hand, unable to eat it. Lu Yin took a deep breath and ignored Kue Luo. Again. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he walked out of space. Within the solar system, countless cultivators looked towards the south. One of the astral beasts let out a howl as it tried to ram into the stars. A figure on its back shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to resist? Stop." The figure exerted force with one foot, causing the astral beast to howl again. It spat out blood, and its ferocious eyes dimmed. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. It was Wang Si. He didn't know where that old bitch had found this astral beast, but if he wasn't mistaken, it was from the same era as Xianxia. She wanted to learn more about that era through this astral beast. It didn't take long for the beast to be captured by Wang Si. Lu Yin was envious, he wanted it too. The reason he had rolled the die was because he wanted to enter the body of a primordial powerhouse and examine their memories. He hadn't expected Wang Si to capture an ancient beast. Senior, go listen, Lu Yin said to Kue Luo, who had just walked out. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. I don't want to get beaten up. Don't you want to know what happened in the primordial era? Back then, the humans were known as the Heavenly School, and even the Eternals looked down on them. How did it become like this? There's also the Tao Master and the 12 Heavenly Gates. Don't you want to know? Lu Yin tempted him, he knew that Kue Luo couldn't stand gossip. Kue Luo sneered. You're too inexperienced to trick me. Let me tell you, the more you want to know, the more you can't rush it. Take your time. He then let out a strange laugh and glanced at Xianxia and the others. Luin understood, the old man had set his sights on Xianxia. He returned to his seclusion grounds and rested for 10 days before continuing to roll the die. This time, he was lucky and rolled 6 pips. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space with anticipation, and he was surprised to see several bright orbs around him. Was his luck that good? He casually picked one and merged his consciousness with it. A fierce roar rang out, and before he could react, a huge shadow appeared beside him and sent him flying. He could vaguely hear the screams of many people. Lu Yin crashed into the ground and coughed a few times. He endured the pain and looked up, only to see a familiar starry sky. He looked back and saw the mother tree connecting the heavens and the earth. Was this the battlefield on the other side? Order Master Chen, are you all right? Someone shouted. Order Master Chen? Lu Yin was confused, but the next moment, memories flooded in. His expression changed, he had actually merged with the body of the second formation. He knew of this Order Master Chen, and he had even seen him before. Back at the second formation base, it had been him who had controlled the giant corpse king, which had prevented the source cone array from being completely destroyed. This person was a fourth tribulation expert, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin had merged with him. Be careful, Order Master Chen, someone shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw a giant corpse king descend from the sky, viciously stomping on him. He hurriedly dodged, but the ground shook as the giant corpse king pressed down with a terrifying force that distorted the void. Lu Yin continuously dodged as he looked around. This was still the second formation base, so where was the source box array? Memories continued to flood in, and Lu Yin focused on this period of time. His expression changed again. How could it have been so intense? Roughly 3 months ago, a rare and intense battle had broken out on the other side of the battlefield. From the sovereign realm to the new continent, battles had broken out everywhere. The Eternal Race's 12 marquises had all been mobilized, and the Cosmic Tree Domain had also sent several half-progenitors as reinforcements. The battle had already been going on for 3 months without pause. The humans had started this war, and on the surface, their goal was to seize control of the new continent. Order Master Chen had only received this order, but in reality, Lu Yin knew that their goal was to delay the Eternals. It was no wonder why the Eternals had remained so quiet even after 2 months had passed since that battle. They had probably not sent any reinforcements. The Cosmic Tree Domain had been frantically attacking, but the second formation base had not made much progress. Beneath the new continent, Lu Yin had learned from Order Master Chen's memories that the myriad Dao ancestor had led the remaining troops to break through Xiang City and head towards the center of the new continent. Occasionally, progenitor shockwaves would descend from above. Of the original 5 Order Masters, 3 had died, including Lu Yin, who was the hidden 6th. They had all been 4th or 5th tribulation experts. The other formation bases had also suffered heavy losses. As for when this war would end, even Order Master Chen had no idea. Lu Yin controlled Order Master Chen's body to continuously retreat before withdrawing from the fusion. He could not control Order Master Chen any longer, or the bastard would be beaten to death. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he hurriedly left his seclusion to look for the Elysian Heavenly Master. He had previously guessed that once the 5th mainland was in trouble, the Cosmic Tree Domain would likely take action to delay the Eternals and prevent them from sending more experts. However, that was just a guess without any evidence. Now that he knew the situation at the Cosmic Tree Domain, the Eternals probably did not have the energy to send reinforcements here. He had to unite with the Primordial Era's powerhouses and force the Eternals out. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. On the battlefield at the back of the Cosmic Tree Domain, the humans had always been on the defensive. They had been able to suppress the Eternals because the progenitors had been delayed by the 5th mainland. However, this situation would not last for long. The humans were different from the Corpse Kings, and they were not as resilient. Once the Eternals turned around and suppressed the humans and sent reinforcements to the 5th mainland, the humans would have no hope at all. Senior, how is the sourcebox array coming along? Lu Yin asked. Only the Elysian Heavenly Master could set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation sourcebox array that would allow him to contact Elder Chan and the others. The Elysian Heavenly Master replied, "It's done, but this type of array can only be used in one direction. After all, the time it takes to set it up is too short. Once you go to the Neoverse, you'll have to run back on your own if you want to come back." Louis nodded and looked towards a corner of the solar system. That was where the Wen family was. "Thank you. Faraway 1985. Thanks for all your support. I've been saving up for the past few days, and I'll be releasing more chapters in a few days." "Thank you." The previous battle had shown Xianxia, the Wen family, and the other powers how terrifying the Eternals were, and they no longer insisted on defending. That spirit of wanting to die at home was only because they had not seen the desperate situation. Once they lost all hope, their thoughts would change. Now, they had all followed Luin to the solar system. Humanity was united against the Eternals, and Luin did not reject the Wen family, who had refused to join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, there were still some things that they needed to do. Wen Zizai's expression turned ugly. "Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to follow you through life and death. Please don't take the past to heart." Luin replied, "I've already assigned this mission to you, so you have to go. There's no need to say anything else." Wen Zizai hesitated. Luin had just found him and asked him to bring something called a wireless goo to the Neoverse and find Elder Chan. Luin had also told him how to use it so that it would be easier to contact him. How could he return to the Neoverse? Wen Zizai knew that even if the fifth mainland was destroyed by the Eternals, they would still be able to survive. Luin had a way to take them away, but now, he wanted to take Wen Zizai away. "Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to contribute all of our resources and obey your every command from now on. Please give us a way out," Wen Zizai said respectfully and bowed deeply to Luin. Luin frowned. He was not looking for Wen Zizai for revenge, and now was not the time to do so. This mission required an expert, or else they might not be able to find Elder Chan. Furthermore, if they were not emissaries and could not keep up, when would they be able to find him? Luin was reluctant to let his emissaries go, but Wen Zizai was more suitable. The old man had always competed with Luin, and he was strong enough to be sent. "Senior Wen, I'm not denying you a way out. This mission must be completed by an emissary. Who else do you think is suitable besides you?" Luin retorted. Wen Zizai did not want to go, as he might not be able to return. No one knew what the situation was with the Eternals outside. Perhaps the Neoverse had already been taken over by the Eternals. "Can you let me think about it?" Wen Zizai asked. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. "There's no time." At that moment, President Han arrived. "Alliance Master Lu, I have something to discuss with Brother Wen. Could you make it convenient?" Luin waved a hand. Wen Zizai and President Han stood far away from Luin. "It's a good thing that you're here. Luin told me to go to the Neoverse and deliver a letter to the Hall of Honor." President Han was surprised. "You're going?" Wen Zizai sighed. "Other than me, do you think he would use his own people?" President Han could not help but look at Luin. The situation in the outside world was complicated, and they had 4 half-progenitors and 1 ancestral tortoise, but they were still worried that the Eternals would attack them. Once they left, it would be hard to say if they would survive. It'll be very difficult to return from the Neoverse. What do you plan to do? Wen Zizai looked at President Han. Do you still remember that stone? President Han's gaze darkened. You want to use that stone to protect you? Brother Han, when your Han family was in trouble, it was my Wen family that saved you and even opened Yihuang Academy for you. My Wen family hasn't asked for anything from you for a long time. Previously, in exchange for first place in the Wen family, I said that you would hand over the rock with the landscape painting on it as repaying the kindness that my Wen family has shown you over the years. But in the end, I only showed it to Luin and didn't hand it over, so I returned it to you. This time, can you hand it over in exchange for my life? President Han smiled bitterly. Are we still going to give it to him in the end? If even that stone is there. If you can't exchange it for me, then that's fate, Wen Zizai said helplessly. President Han looked at Luin and stepped forward to appear in front of him. He raised his hand, and in his palm was the stone with the landscape painting engraved on it. Alliance Master Lu, can you use this to switch with someone else to complete the mission? Lu Ying looked at the stone in President Han's hand. It's useless even if you give it to me. But it's very useful to the Eternals, President Han said. Lu Ying looked at President Han. I want to know its origins. President Han shook his head. We didn't lie to Alliance Master Lu back then. We really don't know anything about it. We only know that our Han family has been protecting this stone for generations. We don't know anything about its uses or origins. If Alliance Master Lu doesn't believe me, I can swear another oath. In the past, Lu Ying might not have had any thoughts about this stone, but ever since he had fused with Master Haoyu's body, he had learned about that place. He had also learned that the star chart that Jeffrey had lost in Jeffrey's secret room had led to that place. The Eternals had a purpose in everything they did. They had stolen the star chart from Jeffrey's secret room and found the place that the Hall of Honor was taking seriously. In the end, they had even brought hope to the Fifth Mainland. They had set up a black crystal that contained a liquid that could devour the astral source universe and bring disaster to humanity. They had a strong purpose in everything they did, and there was a high chance that they would succeed. So what about this stone? The Eternals had sent a Corpse King to keep an eye on it, and the Corpse King didn't dare to act recklessly. They were even more cautious than when they had faced Jeffrey's secret room. This stone represented a completely different meaning. Lu Ying stared at the stone for a long time before finally sighing. Looks like I'll have to find someone else. President Han watched as Lu Ying took the stone away, and he was in so much pain that he almost suffocated. This was something that his Han family had protected for countless years, and he could only hand it over to repay the Wen family's kindness. The Elysian Heavenly Master watched this scene quietly, and he finally understood why Lu Ying had succeeded. Lu Yin's goal had been too clear. He had not sought revenge for this mission, nor had he sought out Wen Zizai in order to obtain something. He truly wanted to use this person, and the Elysian Heavenly Master was certain of this. Lu Ying had a good grasp of the big picture. However, Lu Ying had once revealed his goal to Wen Zizai and the others because he wanted to obtain something. These people were always able to think of ways to save their lives at critical moments. In the end, Lu Ying had gained a lot from being passive. Every step he took had paved the way for him, and even if he did not use Wen Zizai, he knew who to use. Perhaps this was a tactic, but the Elysian Heavenly Master shook his head. This person would never become an absolute lockbreaker. His heart was too complicated. Wen Zizai and President Han left. From now on, the Eternals would be like the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan. They could only follow Lu Ying and peacefully join the Great Eastern Alliance, unless an even stronger powerhouse replaced Lu Ying. Lu Ying put away the stone and called for Kuei Luo. Come with me to find Wang Si. Why are you looking for that old slut? Kuei Luo was puzzled. Lu Ying smiled. Don't you want to know what that ancient beast told her? Kuei Luo shook his head. I told you not to rush. There's always a way. I'll keep an eye on her and take it one step at a time. I can't wait. Lu Ying walked towards the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force and tore through the void to vanish. Kuei Luo hurriedly followed. Don't act recklessly, or they'll really kill you. Although he was confident that he could use the path to the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force to prevent Wang Si and the others from attacking him, Lu Ying still wanted to be safe. He had trapped himself in the egg, and Kuei Luo was disgusted. He felt more and more like this brat's bodyguard, following him wherever he went. Old slut, come out and meet me. Lu Ying shouted. A vast pressure descended in front of him, but it was blocked by Kuei Luo. Lu Ying sneered. The pressure of a half-ancestor is useless against me. How many half-ancestors have appeared? Little bastard, what are you trying to do? Wang Si walked out and stared at Lu Ying coldly, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Lu Ying grinned. Let's make a deal. With you. Wang Si was disdainful. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back. What, you don't want Wang Su and Wang Yi anymore? Wang Si stared at Lu Ying. You're willing to let them out? Lu Ying sighed. Actually, I'm very troubled. There's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I don't know if I should do it. He then looked at Wang Xi seriously. Wang Su is pretty. Wang Xi was stunned, as if she hadn't heard him clearly and hadn't reacted. Kue Luo tilted his head and stared at Luyin in shock. What did you say? Luyin smiled. I think Wang Su is pretty. You know what men are like. Wang Xi was furious and charged at Luyin, pressing down with a palm. At the same time, a black rope appeared in the void to bind Luyin. Kue Luo yelped and hurriedly blocked Wang Xi, his spiritual force exploding as he forced Wang Xi back. Luyin didn't resist and allowed the forbidden technique to bind him. In any case, Wang Xi couldn't hurt him. However, this secret technique was truly impossible to guard against, as it couldn't even protect one's egg. As expected of a technique created by a progenitor. Get lost, you old thing. Wang Xi bellowed, glaring at Luyin as if she had gone mad. Her current state was beyond Lu Yin's expectations, and it was even more intense than he had imagined. It was as if she was the one being captured instead of Wang Su. Kue Luo was shocked as well. Wang Xi's attacks were becoming more and more intense, and it looked like she was about to use her inner world to perish together with Luyin. Kue Luo hurriedly shouted, Kid, don't spout nonsense. This old bitch is crazy. At this point, Anai Huang, Whitehead, Xiada, and the Sage Heavenly Master all came out. Luyin saw that the situation was getting out of hand and immediately said, It's just a compliment. What's the rush? Wang Xi panted heavily as she glared at Luyin, her eyes filled with malevolence and hatred. My Wang family can't have anything to do with the Lu family. Not a single one of them. Release Wang Su. What's going on? Anai Huang stood between the two and looked at Luyin. Luyin hadn't expected Wang Xi to be so agitated, and he helplessly replied, Let's make a deal. She's gone crazy. What kind of deal? Anai Huang asked in a low voice. Wang Xi was a half-progenitor, and it was impossible for her to lose control of her emotions so easily. This brat had actually caused her to go crazy, and even Anai Huang was curious. Even further away, the envoys looked over. This was a half-progenitor's territory, and even though they didn't dare to approach, they still wanted to. Luyin looked at Wang Xi. She was still very agitated, as if she wanted to eat someone. The more agitated she was, the more likely this deal would succeed. Only tell Wang Xi about this deal, Luyin said. Anai Huang frowned and looked at Wang Xi. Wang Xi took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. Alright, I'll listen. Anai Huang, Whitehead, and Xiaode exchanged glances and slowly retreated. Only Kue Luo was left standing between Luyin and Wang Xi. Luyin said, I want to exchange Wang Su and Wang Yi for the second Night King. Wang Xi was shocked. The second Night King? He's currently from the Frigid Immortal sect. Luyin didn't mind Wang Xi's words and replied, That's your business. In any case, I want the second Night King to complete a mission for me. You can negotiate with Old White Ghost. Wang Xi gritted her teeth and replied coldly, No junior has ever dared to speak to me like that. Even when you were still Lu Xiaoxian, you had to be respectful to me. Cut the crap, it's your business whether you agree or not. Wang Su is so pretty, and I'm even considering having a child with her. Someone needs to inherit the Lu bloodline, so don't worry, I'll be responsible for her. I heard that my father did the same back then, Luyin casually replied. Kue Luo grinned, they were indeed the same. Wang Xi's eyes were bloodshot, and she spoke in a hoarse voice, Lu bastards are all the same. Fine, I'll make a deal with you. Release Wang Su and Wang Yi after this, or I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. She then turned and walked towards Old White Ghost. Kue Luo moved closer to Luyin with a strange expression, Kid, do you really want something to happen between you and Wang Su? Luyin rolled his eyes, Of course not, I have a wife. I'm just scaring her. I'm not that despicable. You really are the same as your father, Kue Luo praised, though it wasn't clear whether it was praise or disdain. Luyin smiled, I use different methods to deal with different people. For a mortal enemy like Wang Xi, nothing is too much. But I have my limits, and I know what to do and what not to do. On the other side, Old White Ghost looked over with deep suspicion. Wang Xi seemed to be talking to him about something. Luyin didn't care what Wang Xi did, they were all part of the four sides of the scale. To Old White Ghost, the second Night King was strong, but he was still a slave, and the Wang family had plenty of ways to make him agree. Not long after, Wang Si and Old White Ghost approached. "What mission do you want the second Night King to complete?" Old White Ghost asked. Luin replied, "It's none of your business." "You." Old White Ghost was displeased. Wang Si snorted, "Old man, we had a deal." Old White Ghost waved his hand and barked, "Second Night King, come here." In the distance, the second Night King's heart sank when he heard Old White Ghost's voice. It was him again. He had been the one to explain the mysterious person's appearance, and now it was him. He knew that Luin wouldn't let him off. Luin looked over. He naturally wouldn't let a traitor off the hook. Ever since his identity had been exposed, Luin had tried to use the caged cage technique to control the second Night King, but it had failed and the second Night King had been controlled by Old White Ghost. With Old Ghost Bai's strength, he easily dispelled the caged spell. After all, the caged spell was created by the Bai family, so it was more suitable for them to use. It was also because Old White Ghost had controlled the second Night King that the second Night King had told them about Luin, allowing them to find this place. It was not accurate to say that it was a betrayal. No one wanted to die. "Can you speak now?" Old White Ghost asked Luin when he saw that the second Night King had arrived. The second Night King looked at Luin, and his eyes were filled with apprehension. He was a peerless powerhouse, but after escaping from the ruins of the frigid immortal sect, his life had been miserable. First, he had been locked up in Kuan Swamp by the head judge, and then he had been controlled by Luin. After that, it was Old White Ghost, and now, it was Luin. He felt as if he had lost all of his dignity. The more they understood Luin, the more they realized how troublesome it was to be targeted by him. Even though Luin was just an emissary, the matters that he was involved with might not even be settled by a half-martial ancestor. Luin looked at the second Night King's wary and apprehensive expression and found it funny. "Don't worry, it's not a suicide mission." Luin raised his hand and a wireless goo appeared. "You know about this. Your mission is to bring it to Elder Chan." The second Night King's eyes widened. "Go to the Neoverse?" Luin nodded and tossed a few wireless goo to the second Night King. "It's simple, right?" The second Night King was not stupid, and if Wenzai could think of it, so could he. If he stayed here, he could follow the frigid immortal sect to the astral trees. Although he would still be controlled by the frigid immortal sects by family, it was better than waiting for death. If he left, he might encounter the Eternals. If he could not replenish his astral source, he would die if he left. He could not help but look at Old White Ghost. Old White Ghost frowned and turned to leave. He had clearly agreed. "What are you hesitating for? Isn't it better to fight for your freedom than to follow the frigid immortal sect and become a slave to the Bai family? If you go to the Neoverse, Old White Ghost will go to another part of the universe, and he won't be able to control you." The second Night King was helpless. "I understand. Senior, I'll have to trouble you," Luin said to the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master nodded and left with the second Night King's sourcebox formation. On the other side, Wang Si was staring at Luin. Luin took out Mount Supreme and released Wang Su and Wang Yi. The two were at a loss when they came out. "What are you waiting for? What a disgrace!" Wang Si shouted. The two hurried behind Wang Si and looked up to see Luin. Wang Yi's gaze was filled with unwillingness. He was a cold person, and this experience had clearly affected him. Wang Su looked at Luin deeply, as if he wanted to engrave him in his heart. Wang Si had nothing to say to Luin, so she left with them. What a pity. Luin was disappointed. "I let go of such a good hostage. I don't know if it was worth it." "It doesn't matter if it was worth it or not," Kue Luo said, sizing up Luin. "Speaking of which, your mouth is quite annoying sometimes." Luin pursed his lips. "It's a misunderstanding. How would I know that she'd go crazy?" "That's true ability." Kue Luo sighed and smiled. "Being annoying is the way of the king." Luin didn't want to talk about this, as he felt like he was being dragged down. "There's something I forgot to tell you. I once met someone who's quite suitable to be your disciple." Kue Luo straightened his back and waved a hand. "I'm all alone in this world and don't need any disciples." There's no one qualified to be my disciple. Luin casually replied, I think that person is alright. There's a secret technique called keeping one's word. People will believe what they say. Kue Luo was puzzled. I wasn't encouraging you when I praised you. It was just a casual compliment. Don't use that on me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could there be such a boring secret technique? Luin looked at Kue Luo seriously. I didn't believe it either until I saw it with my own eyes. If we meet in the future, I'll introduce you to him. He's not bad. He then left. Kue Luo was at a loss. Was there really such a secret technique? Secret techniques were created by Ancestor Realm experts. With such a secret technique, how bored was the Ancestor Realm expert that created it? Suddenly, Kue Luo looked towards the south. At the same time, Enai Huang and the other half-ancestors also looked towards the south. They could feel the aftermath of a battle between half-ancestors. At the edge of the cosmic sea, the astral beast was about to head towards the Innerverse's eastern flow zone when Lu Bujing, who was leisurely sipping his tea, suddenly looked towards the west. Suddenly, he looked to the west and immediately had the astral beast turn around. It's Xianxia. It looks like he's met a strong enemy. Not long after, the astral beast arrived at the edge of the Gu flow zone. Under the surging poisonous gas, a figure stood in space, fresh blood flowing down his back. When the astral beast arrived, that person calmly turned around and met Lu Bujing's gaze. Lu Bujing was shocked. You're injured? The person at the edge of the Gu flow zone was Xianxia. On the astral beast's back, the youth in white robes with golden embroidery was also shocked. Although he wasn't a half-ancestor, he was well aware of the strength of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders. Xianxia was an ordinary person with no innate talent or background, but he had cultivated to the peak as an ordinary person and cultivated 3 ultimates. People like that were even more difficult to deal with. None of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders were easy to deal with. However, Xianxia had actually been injured by a half-ancestor of this era. In Lu Bujing's opinion, this should be impossible. Although they had only been in this era for a short period of time, they understood that this era could not compare to the era when the humans were at their peak. The difference in cultivation was more than just an era. Otherwise, the Eternals would not have been able to invade and destroy the 5 mainlands. However, the person who had been injured was not a half-ancestor of this era, but one of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders from the era of above heaven. Xianxia took a step forward and landed on the astral beast's back. His expression was solemn. We encountered 2 Eternals, but one of them is human. Her innate talent is strange, and she's quite strong. If I'm not mistaken, the technique she used should be from the Wang family. Lu Bujing frowned. My 5th mainland's Wang family? Xianxia solemnly replied, not only that. The technique she used came from the Wang family, but her movement technique came from the tablet protector. Senior Wuxing Lu Bujing was shocked. Xianxia solemnly said, many things have changed since our era. Some people have died, and others have betrayed us. We need to re-evaluate this era. He then took out the wireless goo. Before that, let's deal with the Eternals first. They can only use the strength of a half-ancestor under the progenitor realm, so they have an advantage over us. However, we might not be able to do it with just the 2 of us. We need to contact the half-ancestors of this era. The wireless goo could ignore distance, but unfortunately, it could not be used for video calls or conversations. With a cultivator's learning ability, they could easily control the wireless goo. Xianxia quickly used the goo to contact Luin. Luin looked at the information sent by the wireless goo and immediately went to find Kue Luo and Heavenly Master Xianxia. It's that ancient powerhouse from before. He fought with the Eternals. The Corpse King and Wang Ho should have been injured. You encountered Wang Ho? Heavenly Master Xianxia was shocked. It seems that these people from the primordial era are more powerful than we thought. Wang Ho is not simple. Someone who could escape from her must be at least at the level of Elder Chan or Enai Huang. Luin shook his head. He was the one who defeated Wang Ho and heavily injured the Corpse King. If Wang Ho hadn't used his innate gift to injure him, then at least one of the 2 half-ancestors would have been left behind. Heavenly Master Xianxia fell silent. They had always believed that the people of this era were not inferior to the ancients. In the past, there had been Progenitor Chen, Talisman Progenitor, and Progenitor Wushang. These progenitors were all shockingly talented, but they were only progenitors. At the level of half-ancestor, they were far inferior to these ancient powerhouses. Wang Ho had been able to hold back 5 half-ancestors by himself, but that person had been able to defeat Wang Ho. This was the strength of one of the 12 Heavenly Gates leaders. The wireless goo continued to transmit information. Luin looked at it and suddenly became overjoyed. He hurriedly sent a message. Just now, Xianxia had sent him a message saying that there was a leader of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates by his side. That person was called Lu Bujing, and his surname was Lu. Luin immediately thought of him as someone from the Lu family. Who else could become the leader of Heaven's Gate? In the Innerverse, at the edge of Gu Flow Zone, Xianxia was shocked. His surname is Lu too. Lu Bujing looked up. What surname? Xianxia replied, the young man who contacted me is also surnamed Lu. Lu Bujing was pleasantly surprised. Luin? Quick, let me contact him. He should be a member of the Lu family. Not far away, the young man in white robes looked at the wireless goo. He knew about Luin as well, but how should he put it? He was probably the most famous person in this era. He was the leader of his generation and had unified almost half of the Fifth Mainland. Furthermore, he had just become an envoy. Whenever this person was mentioned, it was always about being invincible among his peers and controlling power. Perhaps this person's battle strength was not weak, but he was obsessed with power and had flaws in his heart. It was impossible for him to reach the peak. His status in this era was equivalent to that of a Tao disciple of Heaven's sect. However, the young man shook his head. This person could not be compared to them. They were Tao disciples of Heaven's sect, and they were far beyond the imagination of this era's people, even the Lu family. Comparing him to a Tao disciple was overestimating him. According to their understanding of cultivation in this era and the fact that the astral source universe had been devoured, this person could not be compared to a Tao disciple. What? This thing has 3,279 passwords? That many? Lu Bujing exclaimed. Xianxia replied indifferently, that's easy. Lu Bujing rolled his eyes. Hurry up and teach me. On the other side, Luin was also very nervous. He was a member of the Lu family, and for as long as he could remember, he had been alone without any family. Although Big Sis and the others were closer than family, they were not related by blood. He had always wanted to find someone who was related to him by blood. Now, he had finally met one. Although it had been a long time, they still shared the same blood. As he waited, the wireless goo transmitted the first sentence that Lu Bujing had spoken to Luin. It was also a conversation between members of the Lu family. My name is Lu Bujing. Luin was excited and quickly replied, my name is Luin. Haha, are you from the Lu family? Direct or branch? Lu Bujing used the password to ask through the wireless goo. Luin sighed. This question meant that Lu Bujing was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu family. A little bit of a platform? Yes. No matter how many years have passed, the Lu family will always produce geniuses. I know you, Luin. Ever since I arrived in this era, I've heard of you from the first person I asked around about you. You're pretty good, as expected of a direct descendant of the Lu family. I'm from a side branch, and even though I don't have the general appointment platform and can't learn the visualization method, I'm not bad. Either. It could be seen that Lu Bujing was a cheerful person, unlike Xianxia. I'm in the Outerverse. Come and meet me. Of course, but not now. Let's deal with those trash from the eternal race first. I'll go with Henshin first. I heard that you have a few half-martial ancestors with you. Let's go together, Lu Bujing said. Luin was startled, and he hurriedly sent a message over. Don't panic. Contact the other half-martial ancestors and plan to attack together. The Eternals are not simple, especially the 7 sky gods. What 7 heavenly gods? That title didn't exist in our era. Alright, there's no need for others. Don't you have a few half-martial ancestors with you? Just come together. We'll let the people of your era see the true strength of the 12 sect masters from our era. Luin frowned. The Eternals can't be underestimated. Let's meet up first. I, Lu Bujing, don't like to compete with others, but I'm also a member of the Lu family, and the Lu family has always been at the front lines. We'll go first, and you guys can follow behind. Don't worry, I'm confident that I can win even against 5 or 6 half-martial ancestors. Luin frowned as he watched the wireless goo return to its normal state. Even though they were both members of the Lu family and Lu Bujing was straightforward, it was not hard to see that he was arrogant. Xianxia, for example, had also gone to investigate on his own. They claimed to be cultivators from the above heaven era and looked down on the current era. No matter what, since they were going, the reinforcements had to follow. Kue Luo and Heavenly Master Xianxia could understand the wireless goo's message. The people of that era are too arrogant and underestimate the Eternals, Heavenly Master Xianxia said. Luin said, let's go. We can't just let the two of them deal with the ancient gods. He especially remembered how Mr. Mu had exposed the undying god's identity in the Neoverse. He had actually been adopted by Wu Tian, and his name was Wu Xing. This Wu Xing had come from the legendary era, which was the above heaven era. What about the ancient gods? These people should be similar. Although Lu Bujing and the others were also from the above heaven era, they were only half-martial ancestors. Wu Tian, on the other hand, was a legendary ancient ancestor, and the child he had adopted was definitely a powerhouse in that era. They were not facing enemies from this era, but rather powerful enemies from their own era. Luin, Kue Luo, and Heavenly Master Xianxia boarded the ancestral turtle and had the Mavis family control it to head towards the inner verse. At the same time, they informed Ni Huang and the others that they hoped that they would join the war in the inner verse. Ni Huang and the other 3 half-martial ancestors blocked the ancestral turtle's path. Just 2 half-martial ancestors from the primordial era won't be able to defeat the Eternals. You've seen how powerful the 7 sky gods are. Elder Chan and the others have already left, Luin said. Ni Huang was stunned. They've already left? So soon? Heavenly Master Xianxia glanced at Luin. This kid didn't even bat an eye when he lied. How could they be so fast? Heavenly Master Xianxia's sourcebox array could not have accurately sent the second Night King to Elder Chan's side. The second Night King should have reached Elder Chan and the others by now, but he had yet to contact them. Luin took out the wireless goo. I just contacted them. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the others have all left. We'll also have Xian and the other ancient powerhouses on our side. As for the 6th mainland, I've already contacted them. How did you contact the 6th mainland? We've been keeping an eye on them, and no one has left this solar system, Wang Si questioned sternly. Luin replied, I've formed an alliance with Ibn City, and Ibn City has a wireless goo connection with the Genesis Academy and the 6th mainland. I told them to inform the 6th mainland, and they should be setting off soon. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't, the Eternals will destroy us one by one. Ni Huang and the others exchanged glances, not knowing whether Luin was telling the truth or not. Let's go. Luin shouted. Up ahead, Cloud Shadow Mavis was personally controlling the ancestral turtle with a glowing fruit and heading towards the inner verse. Ni Huang and the others had no choice but to follow. They also wanted to destroy the Eternals, and they didn't care whether the abandoned lands lived or died. However, Luin couldn't die. They still hoped that he would find a way to the Astral Tree Galaxy. The ancestral turtle headed towards the inner verse. At the same time, a man arrived outside the solar system. It was the same person who had appeared on Cloud Valley's spacecraft. He saw the ancestral turtle's departing figure, and his eyes flashed as he followed. The ancestral turtle was very fast, and it reached the edge of the Astral River in the blink of an eye. It then passed through the Astral River and headed towards Chaos Flow Zone. At that moment, a wireless goo sent a message. Luin was pleasantly surprised, as it was the wireless goo that the second Night King had brought. I'm Elder Chan. Luin immediately replied, Senior, 2 of the 12 ancient Heavenly Gates sect masters have already headed towards the Starfall Sea to deal with the Eternals. We've already set off. Stop immediately, don't go. Elder Chan was shocked and quickly stopped him. Luin was puzzled. Why? The ancient god's true identity is the Tao Master of the above heaven sect's third mainland, one of the six paths. His original name was Guizhi, and he's a true legendary powerhouse. Anyone who goes will die. Lu Yin's expression changed, and Kui Luo and Heavenly Master Xianxia's expressions changed as well. Tao Master? In the past, they wouldn't have understood what a Tao Master was, but with Han Xian's appearance, the events of the above heaven sect's era had gradually become clearer. They gradually understood that a Tao Master might be the Daosaur sect's sect master. The six mainlands had six sect masters, and they were the Tao Masters of the six paths. Lu Yin's heart sank. What kind of concept was a Tao Master? He didn't understand, but there was one thing that he was absolutely certain of: no matter what level one was at, a Tao Master was the absolute pinnacle. Only a Tao Master could rival a Tao Master. In the past, Lu Yin had naively believed that any half-ancestor could rival the seven sky gods. At that time, the seven sky gods had indeed been suppressed by the fifth mainland's half-ancestors and had remained hidden. However, after the battle with the undying god, Lu Yin realized that the seven sky gods' true strength was only the tip of the iceberg. The undying god was Wu Xing, and he hadn't reached the level of a Tao Master. One could only imagine how powerful the ancient gods were. The worst-case scenario was that the ancient gods might have the ability to surpass realms and defeat half-ancestors with their envoys' abilities. In the mind net, the strongest power that anyone could display was only at the peak of the envoys' abilities, and they couldn't display the abilities of a half-ancestor. If an ancient god could do that, then he would be invincible. Hurry up and tell them to retreat. Even the drunkard's inner world couldn't do anything to the ancient gods. He's trapped, and no one is a match for the ancient gods. Elder Chan anxiously sent a message. Lu Yin's guess was right, and he immediately sent a message to Lu Buzheng. He believed that as long as he told them the ancient gods' true identities, they would definitely not attack. The people of their era were more aware of how powerful a Tao Master was. However, even after sending a few messages, it was useless, as the wireless Gu didn't respond at all. Hurry up. No matter how powerful the ancient gods are, they can't do anything to the ancestral turtle with their half-ancestor bodies, Lu Yin urged, as he was very confident in the ancestral turtle's defenses. In the Innerverse, Chaos God Mountain was constructing the Kingdom of Eternity. In the distance, astral beasts flew over. The young man in a white robe with golden embroidery looked at the countless corpse kings and frowned. Back then, someone suggested that the Eternals be completely wiped out, but the progenitor rejected it. After that, we could only control the number of these monsters and limit their discovery. Who would have thought that with the passage of time, they would become the masters of this starry sky? Lu Buzheng's expression turned solemn. There are so many of them. He then looked up at the starry sky. The progenitor's strength has been devoured, so my battle strength has been limited. However, it's not a big problem. If Lu Yin and Elder Chan had seen this, they would have been astonished. Lu Buzheng also knew this ancestral aura. Han Xian glanced at Lu Buzheng. Every time I see this, I'm worried for you. You're too bold to try and scheme against fate, and you even succeeded. Lu Buzheng grinned and raised his head proudly. It's all thanks to the Pathmaster's help, but I'm being hunted down by the Fate's disciples. That crazy Fate's daughter beats me up every time she sees me. Hee, once I break through to the progenitor realm, I'll see how far I'm from the real Fate. In the distance, the young man in white robes reminded, they're here. In the distance, countless scarlet eyes looked over. There were many emissaries among them, and there were two familiar auras. They were the kings and half-ancestor corpse kings who had attacked Han Xian. There are only 3 half-ancestors. I alone am enough. Lu Buzheng stepped forward. He was known as Buzheng, but in reality, he was the most competitive and the one who wanted to compete the most. The pride in his bones made him not weaker than others, and he even dared to compete against the direct descendants of the Lu family. This was why he had been bestowed with the ancestral aura of the 3 sons. Countless corpse kings surged forward like a tide. Han Xian clenched his fists, causing the void to distort. With a wave of his hand, layers of the void spread out like a collapsing building. If no one blocked him, this attack would be enough to destroy all the corpse kings in sight. This was the power of space. The young man in white robes was shocked. Hen Xian, the leader of the three ultimates, had cultivated three ultimates despite being immortal. They were his domain, spiritual force, and battle force, which allowed him to touch upon the power of space. The Pathmaster had once said that if Hen Xian broke through to the progenitor realm, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 9 mountains and 8 seas and become one of them. This was a person with great willpower. In the distance, in front of the countless corpse kings, the ancient god stepped out of the void and faced Hen Xian's control of space. He raised a hand and easily suppressed it. In the entire above heaven, there aren't many who can reach your level of understanding of space. You did not disappoint me. Hen Xian's expression changed. The ancient god had not forcefully dispelled his power, but had instead used space to suppress it. This meant that the ancient god's understanding of space was at least on par with his. Who was this person? How could his control of space be on par with his? When Henshin saw the ancient god's appearance, his body trembled. His originally cold expression turned into one of shock and disbelief. You, Tao Lord? Lu Bujing and the young man in the gold-trimmed white robe stared blankly at the ancient god, as if they had seen the sky collapse and the earth collapse. Perhaps at this moment, their hearts felt that the sky had collapsed and the earth had collapsed, as if it was the end of the world. The third continent's Tao Lord. Lu Bujing's lips were dry as he spoke slowly. He couldn't believe it. Hen Xian's eyes twinkled as he stared at the ancient god. His entire body was trembling. The ancient god calmly looked at Hen Xian. We meet again. To you, it hasn't been that long. Hen Xian stared at the ancient god and took a few steps forward. Tao Lord, it's really you. Impossible. How did you turn into such a monster? The ancient god's scarlet eyes revealed neither joy nor anger. If I could live forever, why wouldn't I? Hen Xian couldn't believe it. Impossible. You must be a fake. You're impersonating the Tao Lord. You're a fake. He then charged forward, his body streaking through the void. He had clearly left an afterimage in space, but it was as if he didn't exist in this space. He appeared in front of the ancient god and struck out with a palm. A purplish-black substance appeared on his arm, and the void was like air to him. The ancient god shook his head. I was the one who taught you your battle force. He then raised his hand as well, and the purplish-black substance covered Hen Xian. Bang! The void exploded, and Hen Xian retreated a few steps. He casually waved his hand, causing black strips to appear in the void and then fly towards the ancient god. The ancient god sighed. It's not easy for an ordinary person to reach your level. Playing with the void and peeling it off. You've already reached the limit of what an ordinary person can do. Unfortunately, you're not facing an ordinary person. He then reached out and crushed the strips of void that had been peeled off. Each of the fragments caused the surrounding space to tremble. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth, and his expression turned ugly. This was going to be troublesome. The ancient god was actually a Tao Lord. He had never dreamed that he would one day face a Tao Lord. What kind of concept was a Tao Lord? Wasn't he on the same level as his own ancestor? Just the thought of fighting such a monster caused his legs to tremble. Lu Bujing had 2 streams of energy around him. One transformed into an astral beast while the other transformed into a middle-aged man. They both charged towards the ancient god. The void collapsed wherever the ancient god looked. I'll leave you here today. Since the everlasting race has entered, we won't leave. He then punched out, causing a black hole to appear in the void and swallow the astral beast. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, dodged it and moved around like Hen Xian. He had a unique understanding of space. However, compared to Hen Xian's casualness, the middle-aged man wasn't as smooth. I remember that you have destiny. You can transform into a 3rd strand of ancestral qi. Try it. The ancient god didn't care about Hen Xian's terrifying spiritual energy bombardment and looked at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth. This was too difficult to deal with. Both he and Hen Xian were invincible half-ancestors, yet they were suppressed by this ancient god. What exactly did these Tao Lords eat to grow up? Even though they were from the era of the above heavens, they didn't know the history of the Tao Lord's growth. It was as if they had always existed. I'll show you if you want to. The third stream of energy around Lu Bujing's body twisted and then stopped. He stared at the ancient god. I'll show you later. The ancient god's eyes widened. You won't have the chance. His body suddenly grew larger and continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had become a giant and was still growing. The young man in the white robe was shocked. Legend has it that the giant bloodline of the third continent was created by the ancient Tao Lord. It seems like it's true. It was true to begin with. Lu Bujing's tone was bitter. He watched as the ancient god's body continued to expand and entered the mind net in the blink of an eye. Then, with a tug, the mind net distorted and couldn't trap him. Lu Bujing cried out, "The power of an ancestor." He used the power of a half-ancestor to forcefully unleash the power of an ancestor. Run! Xianxia was shocked. He had been taught by a Tao Lord, but he had never fought with one because he didn't have the qualifications. The difference was too great. Now, even though he was also a half-ancestor, the difference was still too great. A half-ancestor could unleash the power of an ancestor. No one could defeat him. Who could fight against an ancestor as a half-ancestor? The ancient god became incomparably huge and slapped down at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing hurriedly grabbed the young man in the white robe and fled. King Qing was pulled away by the man he had transformed from the ancestral qi of the three sons. The astral beast wasn't so lucky. It was crushed to death by a single slap as if it was an ant. Xianxia looked up at the sky and hugged it. He directly cut the void and threw it at the ancient god. However, facing the current ancient god, he only needed to crush it with one hand. Under the mind net, the ancient god's power was not just half. It was the power of an ancestor. The third airflow on the surface of Lu Bujing's body was constantly changing. He was helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to transform destiny, but that he had no choice. That was destiny. Even with the help of the ancestor, he had the possibility of transforming destiny, but it was only a possibility. With his current cultivation, the price he had to pay to transform destiny was a bit high. Puff! Lu Bujing spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bang, Xianxia was sent flying by the ancient god. The purplish-black substance on the surface of his body cracked. It was extremely miserable. Lu Bujing's eyes were red. He roared. The third airflow still didn't succeed, but he felt something and rushed to the north. Xianxia was sent to the east. The ancestral turtle was also in the east. The young man in the white robe didn't understand why he was going to the north, but now was not the time to ask. The ancient god looked at Xianxia and then at Lu Bujing. He then chased toward the north, but his speed wasn't very fast. What he could use was not the true power of a progenitor, but merely the resistance of a progenitor to the mind net. Furthermore, he was only using the body of a progenitor to resist the mind net. He had already reached his limit, and the body was on the verge of collapse. However, before that happened, he had to deal with Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing had the ability to transform destiny. This ability wasn't very strong, but it could turn the situation around at a critical moment. The ancient god was also afraid of destiny. He had to deal with Lu Bujing first before dealing with the others. Even a disciple of destiny was only a disciple, while Lu Bujing had transformed into the true destiny. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth and looked back. The ancient god's huge body gradually approached, and in front of him was the astral river. He circled around it, brushing past it as he headed north. This distance was only a few steps for the ancient god, but he still couldn't catch up to Lu Bujing. However, the distance between them was closing. The ancient god watched as Lu Bujing fled east, and he saw the ancestral turtle rushing over. On the turtle's back, Lu Yin and the rest saw the ancient god. That enormous body that could toy with a planet was too eye-catching, and it wasn't much different from the turtle. That aura caused the mental network to distort, and even An Huang trembled. Stop. We're not his match. Stop. Lu Yin saw Lu Bujing in front of him. Although they had never met before, he felt a sense of familiarity. He had to be from the Lu family. At that moment, the ancient god stopped, raised his hand, and clenched his fist. The void trembled, and the mental network boiled as it was constantly being pulled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient god's body, and it was about to collapse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he used a battle technique to prepare for an attack. Although this attack might not be able to injure the ancestral turtle, it could definitely deal with Lu Bujing. The ancestral turtle was still some distance away from Lu Bujing, and the ancient god wouldn't be able to reach him in time. Even if Lu Yin used the secret art of plan, it would be useless. Besides, no matter what power he used, it would definitely collapse in an instant. There was an unimaginably terrifying power between the ancient god and Lu Bujing, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could interfere with. Lu Bujing turned back, his face deathly pale. It was over. Had he been one step too slow? Destiny had miscalculated. The youth in the white robes with golden embroidery was also deathly pale. He had yet to shine in this part of the universe, and he wanted to become a Tao Lord and rebuild the above heaven. How could he die here? No, he definitely couldn't. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do against the ancient god's power that even the mental network couldn't control. The ancient god's body gradually crumbled as he punched out, causing the entire fifth mainland to tremble. In the outerverse, the blood progenitor opened his eyes and looked towards the south in shock. This power? Lu Bujing stared at the power that covered the heavens. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the heavens were torn apart horizontally, tearing apart the astral river, the innerverse, and even the cosmic sea. If the fifth mainland was a pond, then at this moment, half of it had been torn apart. Enai Huang and the others hid on the ancestral turtle's back the moment they saw the ancient god preparing to attack. Many of the Mavis family members were shocked, as they had never experienced such a terrifying power before. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan and the others suddenly looked up. Whose power was this? Was it the Eternals, or one of those ancient powerhouses? Lu Yin lay on the ancestral turtle's back and only looked up after a few breaths of time. He did not see the ancient god, but rather a giant mountain. It was Realm Mountain, which was also the pillar that had supported the Daosaur sect in the past. Elder Chan had once said that the Sky Pillar supported the Daosaur sect, and it had the ability to block the gap in the Starfall Sea and prevent ordinary progenitors from breaking through. At the critical moment, Lu Yin took out the Sky Pillar and used the secret art to move behind Lu Bujing, helping him block the ancient god's attack. Reality proved that Elder Chan was right, as the Sky Pillar was indeed able to block an attack from an ordinary progenitor. Although the ancient god possessed a power that was close to a progenitor's, it was still not a true progenitor. It was only a half-ancestor's body, and the power it could display was not enough to destroy the Sky Pillar. On the ancestral turtle's back, the crowd finally saw the Sky Pillar clearly. Lu Bujing was currently hiding behind the Sky Pillar, and as he watched it block the ancient god's attack, his heart was filled with gratitude. He had almost died, and he had to thank the ancestor for helping him trick fate, allowing the three young ancestral chi to manifest fate and guide him. Come over here. Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand, and the Sky Pillar shrank again as he used the secret art to take it away. Lu Bujing hurriedly rushed towards the ancestral turtle, as he now had the time to come up. In the distance, the ancient god's body continued to shrink as the mind net continued to pull at him, trying to trap him. His scarlet eyes stared at the ancestral turtle, or more accurately, at Lu Yin, who was on the turtle's back. I didn't care about an ant like you, but you ruined my plans in the end. No matter how strong you were in the past, you're just a monster that betrayed humanity now. Compared to you, you're just an ant. No, you're a worm that everyone wants to beat up. The ancient god was calm, but the surface of his body was still cracking and gradually collapsing. Little ant, do you know how powerful above heaven was during the ancient era? Do you know how powerful the 3 realms and 6 Daos were in ancient times? Do you know how powerful the clans were in the ancient times? You don't know anything. Even such a powerful human race was defeated by the Eternals in the end. This is an irresistible trend, and the ultimate goal of evolution is eternal life. Humans will never be able to achieve this, and not even the progenitors can. Only the Eternals can achieve this. This is the limit of life, and whether it's humans, astral beasts, or any other life form, all life must evolve. Once life stops evolving, it will die. I don't want to die, and neither do you. It's a pity that you're limited by your own bodies. So what if you're a human? so what if you're a monster? Eternal life is the only thing. Lu Bujing climbed onto the ancestral turtle and looked back at the ancient god with a complicated expression. Is this why you betrayed humanity? Lu Yin stepped forward and stared at the ancient god. The ancient god replied, the greatest difference between humans and other life forms is their intelligence. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they are bound by countless emotions. Humans are never alone, and every life has its own meaning. If all life forms had eternal life, would this universe be able to endure it? The ancient god replied, survival of the fittest. Eternal life is not something that everyone has the right to. I have it, but you don't. You and I are both life forms born from the universe, so what's the difference? If you can think things through one day, I can become your guide and lead you in your pursuit of eternal life. Didn't you say that I don't have the right? Lu Yin mocked. The ancient god replied indifferently, I can let you have it because I'm the Tao Master. You're no longer the Tao Master. Lu Bujing shouted. More than half of the ancient god's body fell off. The sect above heaven has already disappeared, and it will never appear again. Without the sect above heaven, the humans have no guidance, and they will never be able to defeat the Eternals. They will only end up in captivity. There is only one progenitor, and without him, you are nothing. Lu Bujing was furious and wanted to retort, but the ancient god was already gone. Lu Yin didn't feel much about the ancient god's betrayal, as he wasn't from that era. However, Lu Bujing felt it deeply. The Tao Master was the symbol of that era, and they had never imagined that he would betray them. Back in that era, they had looked down on the Eternals. Who would have thought that the Tao Master would side with them and even become a monster? The Third Mainland's ancient Tao Master walked the path of the limits of the human body. He created the giant race and developed the strongest power system of the human race. Who would have thought that he would betray them? The youth in the white robe sighed. Lu Yin was astonished. He was the one who created the giant race? The youth looked at Lu Yin. The giant race originated from him. He used the body of an ordinary person to create a race. This is the Tao Master. Although I don't want to admit it, if we humans don't have the power to contend with the Tao Master, then we will never be able to win. Lu Bujing frowned. I don't believe that the 6 Taos of the 3 realms have all died. Even if the others died, my Lu family's ancestor wouldn't have died. Fate can't die either. These legendary existences will lead us to rebuild the above heaven and completely destroy the Eternals. Rebuilding the above heaven doesn't necessarily require them. The youth clasped his hands behind his back. My goal has always been to become a Tao Master, and I will definitely become one in the future. Lu Bujing snorted. That's a matter for the future. Live until then. Lu Yin looked at the youth in shock. Lu Bujing hadn't refuted his words, which meant that even Lu Bujing believed that this person could become a Tao Master. The youth looked at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Let's get to know each other. I'm Sky-Piercing Jialan, the 6th Mainland's Tao disciple. Lu Yin was confused. Jialan? Tao disciple? Sky-Piercing Jialan's eyes flashed. You've never heard of Jialan? Lu Yin shook his head. Sky-Piercing Jialan's face sank. He understood Lu Yin, and he knew that this person was one of the most powerful people in the 5th Mainland. If he didn't know Jialan, then what about the Jialan bloodline? Sky-Piercing Jialan had assumed that he hadn't heard of Jialan's name recently because his status was too high, just like the primogenitors. Ordinary people wouldn't have heard of him, but if even Lu Yin didn't know him, then there was a problem. You've never heard of Jialan? Lu Bujing was shocked. The Jialan family is the ruler of the 6th Mainland, just like how the Lu family controls the 5th Mainland. Right, where's the Lu family? At that moment, Xianxia arrived. The Heavenly Master hurriedly said, now's not the time to reminisce. Let's expel the Eternals first. The ancient gods have been destroyed, so now is the best time. Lu Yin reacted as well. Let's take this opportunity to deal with the Eternals. We'll talk about this later. He then seemed to recall something and looked behind him to find Anai Huang and the other half-ancestors. He discovered that they were all looking at Lu Bujing with a complicated expression. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 4 cardinal scales had originally submitted to the Lu family, but now that they saw someone from the Lu family, their attitude was obvious. This person was also rather powerful, the leader of one of the 12 gates of heaven. Luin didn't have time to think about these things, nor was it the time for internal strife. He had Cloud Shadow control the ancestral turtle to head towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea and use the sky-piercing pillar to push the corpse god away. This was the second attempt. When the ancestral turtle approached the entrance, it saw the same endless scarlet vertical eyes that sent chills down one's spine. In front of these monsters were the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Ho, the Corpse King, and a half-ancestor beast. In terms of numbers, the Eternals were at a disadvantage. Smash through! Luin shouted, but the ancestral turtle stopped in its tracks and looked at the corpse god in the distance. There was a hint of fear in its eyes. Alliance Master Lu, don't count on the ancestral turtle, Cloud Shadow said helplessly. Luin looked at Lu Bujing. Who can use the sky-piercing pillar to block the entrance? Lu Bujing looked at the corpse god in the distance with a serious expression. Right now, I just want to know who he is. The ancient god was a Downlord, and this identity frightened him. They were both members of the 7 sky gods, and even if the corpse god wasn't as powerful as the ancient god, it might not be too far off. Luin replied, I don't know the corpse god's identity, but there's an undying god in the 7 sky gods. His real name is Wuxing Wuxing? Lu Bujing, Xianxia, and Sky Salon all cried out in surprise. They obviously knew who this person was. Luin said, looks like he's quite famous. The 7 sky gods are existences that are second only to the legendary true god, so their identities are extraordinary. We can talk about these things later. Right now, we just need to push the sky-piercing pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Then how do we push the corpse god away? Xianxia asked. No one was confident that they could push away a progenitor, especially one from the 7 sky gods. So far, the corpse god was the only one from the 7 sky gods who had revealed their true strength. Luin explained, inside the sky-piercing pillar is a source box array left behind by progenitor Hui. It's similar to the cosmic tree's limitless power source. The source box array there was also evolved from this foundation. As long as we push it to the entrance of the Starfall Sea and activate it, we should be able to push the corpse god away with the power of progenitor Hui's sourcebox array. Are you sure? That's a progenitor. Lu Bujing was suspicious. Kue Luo was speechless. Where's your arrogance from before? Lu Bujing glanced at Kue Luo. This old man's mouth was quite cheap. Luin replied, it should be possible. Progenitor Hui set up a sourcebox array in the cosmic tree that forcefully blocked the entire Eternals. Lu Bujing was shocked. There's such a person? Even in our era, there's no one with such high lock-breaking attainments. The Daelord's strength is unfathomable, Xianxia said. The Heavenly Master spoke up. This is the only way. If we don't try it, the 5th mainland will belong to the Eternals. They can send an endless stream of monsters over, and even the ancient god might come again. The Holy Heavenly Master's words shocked Lu Bujing. Henshin, go ahead. With your attainments in space, you can definitely reach the entrance. As for the half-ancestors, leave them to us. Xianxia nodded and asked, how do you activate the sky pillar? Luin took out Realm Mountain. Let's not talk about the first method since we don't have it. The second method is. He then looked at Lu Bujing. 3 Yang ancestral qi. To be honest, Luin was very surprised that Lu Bujing had the 3 sons' ancestral qi. How could someone from the Lu family have it? This was also why he had the confidence to use the sky-propping pillar to push the zombie goddess away. Otherwise, they would have had to wait for Elder Chan to arrive. He had not come here to deal with the Eternals, but to save Lu Bujing and the others. Who would have thought that by chance, he would be able to block the ancient god's attack with the World Mountain, causing the ancient god to self-destruct? If that had not happened, no one would have been a match for the ancient god. Lu Bujing was shocked. 3 sons' ancestral qi? What's going on? Now isn't the time for explanations. Attack. You guys should work together to break through. As for these half-ancestors, leave them to them. Luin looked back at Enai Huang and the others. It's your turn to attack. Only now did Lu Bujing and Xianxia notice Enai Huang and the others. It wasn't that they didn't notice them, but that they didn't care. Enai Huang and the other three stepped forward and gave Lu Bujing a complicated look. Then, they looked at each other. We'll do our best. The Sage Heavenly Master and Kue Luo stepped forward. 6 against 4. There shouldn't be any problems. As long as someone at the level of Ancient Tao Master doesn't appear, Lu Bujing said. Then, he saw an incomparably huge wolf head appear in the starry sky in front of him. It was enough to cover the sky. It was a wolf's head that emitted a bloodthirsty and berserk aura. It surged over like a tsunami, causing even the ancestral tortoise to feel apprehensive. Just like the ancient gods, it actually caused the web of consciousness to distort. Lu Bujing was stunned. Hen Xian, Kue Luo, Enai Huang, and the others were stunned. Again? Jiao Lan of the sky was shocked. Were there that many half-martial ancestors who could resist the ancestor realm? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had forgotten that there was still the god of forgotten ruins in front of him. They were both members of the 7 sky gods, and the ancient god's unrivaled strength had left them helpless. How could the god of forgotten ruins be any weaker? Even if she couldn't compare to the ancient gods in the ancestor realm, she was still an incomparably ancient existence. The god of forgetful ruins' voice rang out as she giggled. You guys seem to think that. You've won for sure. Hee hee, how interesting. The 7 sky gods are like 7 treasures, and if you uncover them one by one, you'll definitely be pleasantly surprised. Lu Yin and the others had ugly expressions. The corner of Lu Bujing's eyes twitched. Who is this? Wang Xi's body trembled as she stared at the gigantic wolf head. 9 wolves devouring the heavens. It's the 9 wolves devouring the heavens phenomenon. She's the ancestor. 9 wolves devouring the heavens? Lu Bujing was surprised. Hen Xian's expression turned ugly. That's the innate gift of the 5th mainland's Wang clan's great ancestor. She's the Wang clan's great ancestor. Lu Bujing was speechless. Is this the era of the celestial sect? Why were there so many experts who were unlikely to appear even in that era? Wasn't the Wang clan's grand ancestor in seclusion? Why did you betray humanity? At this point, he suddenly reacted and looked at Wang Xi. You're from the Wang clan? Wang Xi's face paled, as she had no idea that the great ancestor of her clan had sided with the Eternals. She only knew that a senior from the Wang clan's Daosaur sect era had betrayed humanity, and he had been the greatest redback of that era. She had never thought that there would be an even more ancient senior who had betrayed humanity. Hee hee, it looks like there's a descendant of mine here. Little girl, come over to me. I can help you break through to the progenitor realm, the Forgotten Ruins god beamed as he looked at Wang Xi. Lu Yin felt strange, as Wang Xi looked like an old woman. He had seen the Forgotten Ruins god before, and she was Wang Miao Miao, a beautiful woman who did not look like an old monster who had lived for that long. She had even called Wang Xi a little girl. Lu Yin, what are you going to do now? The ancestral turtle has stopped advancing. You can't pass through me, the Forgotten Ruins god asked with a smile. Lu Yin's heart sank, as the strength of an ancient god was sufficient proof that ordinary half-ancestors could not defeat them. Even these ancient powerhouses could not do so. I say, haven't there been any freaks in your generation? I don't expect them to be comparable to a Tao master, but they should at least be comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. For example, where is that ancestor Hui? Lu Bujing spoke with great difficulty, his tone bitter. Lu Yin raised his brows. There were, but they're all gone. That's as good as not saying anything. Lu Bujing felt aggrieved. Hen Xian raised his foot. No matter what, let's give it a try. She's not a Tao master, so it's not that exaggerated. Lu Bujing sighed and looked around. We'll think of a way to break through. You guys, try to delay the Wang ancestor as much as possible. If you can't, then try to hold him back. Just as he finished speaking, a royal scepter mysteriously appeared in his hand. Lu Bujing was confused. Throw it away. Hen Xian barked. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the scepter, wanting to see if he could affect it. However, he was too naive. The scepter shattered and turned into a ray of light that pierced through Lu Bujing's shoulder. Lu Bujing's eyes widened as his body flew backwards and crashed into the Mavis divine tree. He stared at his bleeding shoulder in disbelief. What the hell? Luin looked at Wang Ho in the distance. This innate gift was truly unbreakable. Lu Bujing was one of the leaders of the 12 Gates of Heaven, but even he couldn't break through it. Xianxia, who had been about to attack, suddenly stopped. She was the one who injured me. Lu Bujing clutched his shoulder and stood up, the pain causing him to sweat profusely. Blood dripped down his face. If it wasn't for my strong body, I would have been heavily injured. That half-ancestor isn't easy to deal with. Wang Ho stood behind the god of Forgotten Ruins. If the god of Forgotten Ruins had displayed unimaginable battle prowess, then Wang Ho's power was even more unbelievable. The god of Forgotten Ruins had no intention of attacking. First, they couldn't break through the ancestral turtle's defenses, and second, only Luin knew that they were waiting for the battle on the other side of the astral tree to end. Only then would they be able to reinforce this place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the god of Forgotten Ruins to deal with Lu Bujing and the others. The ancient god's explosive power was incomparably tyrannical, but it would only be able to destroy Lu Bujing at most. Lu Yin's half-ancestor body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The fifth mainland had to expel the Eternals before the battle on the other side of the astral tree stopped. Otherwise, they would be met with endless reinforcements from the 12 Marquises and even the 7 Sky Gods. As they looked at Wang Ho, who was standing behind the god of Forgotten Ruins, everyone felt troubled. Luin could ignore her innate gift, but he wasn't a half-ancestor. He didn't have the qualifications to fight against Wang Ho, and Wang Ho wouldn't be affected by him. There is no unbreakable power in the universe. We have to find a way to break through that half-ancestor's innate gift. Otherwise, no one will be able to withstand it from time to time, Xianxia said in a low voice. Wang Xi's expression turned ugly. The god of Forgotten Ruins was the Wang family's ancestor, and Wang Ho was also from the Wang family. She was the biggest redback from the era of the Daosaur sect. After the decisive battle between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, her name was Wang Xiaoyu. She had been the sect master of the 5th mainland's Yuhua Gate during the era of the Daosaur sect and the lover of progenitor Xianxia Shang. The god of Forgotten Ruins and Wang Ho were like 2 heavenly pillars that blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea. I have a way to deal with her, Skyblue, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he slowly said, I have an innate gift that allows me to redirect the attacks of anyone. Regardless of whether it's a spiritual attack or an innate gift, I can redirect them all. Once one of us is touched by that scepter, I can redirect it to that person. You can redirect a half-ancestor's innate gift? Luin was astonished. He also had the Yu secret art, but he wasn't confident that he could redirect Wang Ho's innate gift. His secret technique might not even be able to deal with a progenitor's battle technique. Although it was mystical, it still had its limits. Cultivators who had reached the half-ancestor realm rarely used secret techniques, as they weren't very useful at that level. So Wang Tian had only created the planned secret art to reverse his moves. Skyblue smiled. This is a competition of innate gifts. So what if she's a half-ancestor? I'm a Daozi. Luin looked at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing nodded. We can try, but aside from us half-ancestors, anyone who is touched by that scepter will die. Redirect it to me, Luin said. Skyblue and the others were astonished. Redirect it to you? As a Daozi, Skyblue had never had the chance to interfere in this competition between half-ancestors. Even the Wang family's ancestor, the Forgotten Ruins god, treated Luin favorably while ignoring him. This made him very uncomfortable, as a Daozi was much stronger than the cultivators of the same generation in this era. He had proposed to redirect the noble innate gift because of his pride as a Daozi. He would not lose to Luin, as he had come from the Above Heaven sect, which was not something that people of this era could imagine. Originally, he should have been able to suppress Luin. As long as he redirected the noble innate gift, he would be the most dazzling. So what if this person was a paragon of the same generation? He would quickly be suppressed by Skyblue. In the end, strength spoke louder than words. However, Skyblue had never expected Luin to interfere. Would he be able to withstand it? You can block a half-ancestor's attack? That's an innate gift, and external items are useless, Skyblue said calmly as he looked at Luin with a scrutinizing gaze. Luin had already sensed that Sky Blue had some enmity towards him, or rather, that Sky Blue looked down on his arrogance. Sky Blue's tone now confirmed his suspicions. Do you know who she is, what her innate gift is, and how to break it? Luin asked as he looked at Sky Blue. Sky Blue remained indifferent, and his expression was one of indifference. I don't need to know that. I can redirect it. You mean to use someone else to die in the half-ancestor's place? Luin frowned, and his voice grew gloomy. Sky Blue clasped his hands behind his back. The cultivation world is like this. Is your era more benevolent? No wonder you're suppressed by the Eternals. Since you don't care about the lives of others, then you don't have to care about me either. Just redirect it to me, Luin said, looking at Sky Blue with displeasure. This guy's arrogance was ingrained in his bones. Even though Lu Bujing and the others had their own arrogance, that was something that originated from their era. Sky Blue might have been just as arrogant in his own era. Lu Bujing hurriedly stopped him. I can't transfer it to you. You won't be able to withstand it. Luin replied, don't worry, I've already tried. Lu Bujing, Xianxia, and Sky Blue all looked at Luin in astonishment. You've already tried? It's fine. Luin raised his head. It's just a small trick. He then glanced at Sky Blue. Sky Blue was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. Jialan's eyes flashed. In that case, Senior Lu, please make your move. Lu Bujing was not one to procrastinate. If the one to receive the scepter wasn't Luin, he wouldn't have even asked. Just like Sky Jialan, once a cultivator stepped onto this path, they had to be prepared for death. No one had any special privileges. On the battlefield of quasi-ancestors, those envoys and even more ordinary cultivators might become cannon fodder, but on the battlefield of Ancestor Realm, how could they not? Attack! Lu Bujing shouted and stepped forward. Next to him, Xianxia, Enai Huang, Xiade, Kui Luo, Xianxia Heavenly Master, Old White Ghost, and Wang Si all rushed out of the ancestral turtle and towards the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes were cold. Although he was smiling, his face was filled with an eerie coldness. He took a step forward and wolf head soared into the sky, covering the sky. The first wolf head opened its mouth, covering Lu Bujing and the other half-martial ancestors, biting them. Wang Si shouted, Grand Ancestors 9 wolves devour the heavens is extremely tyrannical, and there are ancient records of it. Records my ass. You're just stubbornly holding on. Lu Bujing interrupted her. Hennepin attacked, slicing through the void as he pushed forward. Celestial Master Heizage waved his hand, causing numerous sourceboxes to fly out and form a sourcebox array that collided with the wolf head. Enai Huang's entire body was covered in sinister barbs, and she displayed a strength that was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. Regardless of whether it was Enai Huang or Elder Chan, they were both powerhouses who were the closest to the progenitor realm in this era. If the Daosor sect had still been around, then they would have also been ranked among the 12 Elysian Gates sect masters. This was equivalent to the 12 Elysian Gates sect masters joining forces against the Wang family's esteemed old ancestor. The starry skies collapsed. Even though he did not use the full power of a half-martial ancestor, the terrifying power of this collision still affected the mind network. Luin was afraid that the thought net would drag one of them away. The Forgotten Ruins deity might be able to withstand it, but Lu Bujing and the others might not be able to. No, it was absolutely impossible for them to withstand it since they were not progenitors. At this moment, Xianxia, who was closest to the god of Forgotten Ruins, inexplicably took out a royal scepter. Sky Jialan's eyes widened. She stared at the scepter, wanting to move it away. But in the next moment, her expression changed. How could she not be able to move it? The scepter shattered, turning into a beam of light that pierced through Xianxia's body. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared and did not place all of his hopes on Sky Blue Jialan. Otherwise, this strike would have severely wounded him once again. Even so, he was still heavily injured. What's going on? Luin barked, glaring at Jialan in the sky. Sky Calvary's expression turned ugly. We were one step too late. The scepter was already fixed in Sect Master Scarheart's hand the moment it appeared. Unless we were able to determine the scepter's position a step earlier, we wouldn't be able to move it. If I knew the location, would I have needed you to move me? Luine shouted angrily. Skyblue felt sullen, and he stared at Luine. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't. The main reason was that he didn't understand the Void King Staff's innate gift, and he had assumed that there weren't any experts in this era. If this innate gift had come from the Forgotten Ruins deity, then he wouldn't have been so confident. Luine watched as the half-martial ancestors charged towards the wolf head with all their might. His gaze moved past the Forgotten Ruins god and landed on Wang Ho. If he did not deal with her, then all of the half-martial ancestors would be killed one by one. Even Lu Bujing would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks. To a certain extent, Noble Plane was more threatening than the God of Oblivion. Let's do it again. Do we just need to know where we'll appear in advance? Lu Bujing shouted. Skygem clenched her fists. Not bad. Lu Bujing kept retreating while Enai Huang took over. Air currents appeared on the surface of his body and kept changing. It was the air currents that could transform into fate. He wanted to use fate to capture Wang Ho's movements and predict where the scepter would appear. Because of Lu Bujing, the ancient god had been able to transform into fate. Even if his own half-martial ancestor body had collapsed, he would still be able to destroy Luine. Fate could reverse the universe. It's me again. Lu Bujing shrieked. He turned around and shouted at Skygem, "It's me." Skygem's eyes widened as she stared at Lu Bujing's hands. The next moment, the space in Lu Bujing's hands distorted, and his heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely see the scepter appear, but it suddenly disappeared and reappeared in Lu Yin's hands. He had succeeded. Skygem heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, Wang Ho was astonished. Her innate gift had actually been transferred? Lu Bujing looked at Luine nervously. Clouding, Mavis, and the rest also stared at Luine. Only Kue Luo and the rest knew that Luine was fine. The scepter covered everyone's thoughts within a certain range, and the Mavis family was the closest to Luine. Anyone who understood Lu Yin's life would admit that he had the potential to become a king. He was the absolute nemesis of Wang Ho's innate gift. The scepter suddenly shone brightly, and it turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Yin's body. Lu Bujing stared at it closely. The scepter had not shattered, but instead shone brightly. What did this mean? Skygem also stared at Luine. Even a half-martial ancestor could not withstand this innate gift, so how could Luine break it? When she saw that Luine was still standing in his original spot, she was at a loss. What had he done? What had Luine done? He had not done anything and had allowed the scepter to transform into a force that entered his body. This feeling was very good. The last time he had felt this way, he had said that he could kill Xia Ji with a single punch. Now, he looked at Skygem and realized that he could kill her with a single punch even without this force. Skygem had finally found a sense of participation in the half-martial ancestor battlefield, but compared to Luine at this moment, she felt that she was still several levels behind. Lu Bujing laughed maniacally. As expected of a descendant of my Lu family, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his face changed, and he pointed. Over there. He was pointing at Enai Huang. Lu Bujing retreated, and Enai Huang and Han Xian became the ones charging at the front. Enai Huang's aura was at its peak among the half-martial ancestors present, so it was not strange for Wang Ho to target her. Skygem hurriedly moved away, and another scepter landed in Lu Yin's hands. Luine pursed his lips and allowed the scepter to transform into a ray of light that flowed into his body. This power was a bit too much. He thought about it and struck out with a palm that crossed the void to attack the wolf head. This was Wang Ho's power, and it far surpassed any attack he had ever used before. With Lu Bujing, Skygem, and Luine working together, Wang Ho's innate gift was completely broken, and she no longer used her innate gift to attack. The Void King Staff's innate gift was so dazzling that Luine and the rest had forgotten that Wang Ho did not only have the innate gift of the Void King Staff, but also the 9 clones technique and the inverse step. Wang Ho split into 2, then 3, then 5. She charged into the battlefield and easily stalled Heavenly Master Xianxia, Wang Si, and the other half-martial ancestors. The Forgotten Ruins god snorted. I don't need you to interfere. These people can't get past me. Wang Ho's clones immediately disappeared one by one. I already said that I don't need you to interfere. The Forgotten Ruins god was displeased, as there was another Wang Ho clone behind her. Wang Ho's tone was indifferent and emotionless. That's not my clone. The Forgotten Ruins god was stunned and suddenly turned around. She saw that the fake Wang Ho clone had already passed her and was rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho had no intention of stopping him. Only the half-martial ancestor Corpse King and the half-martial ancestor Beast tried to stop him. How dare you? The Forgotten Ruins god was furious, and countless black ropes appeared in the void to bind the fake Wang Ho clone. This was a forbidden secret technique of the Wang family that she had created. It was a secret technique that she had created. Luin stared blankly at the fake Wang Ho clone. Who was this? All the half-martial ancestors were present, and if he could deceive the Forgotten Ruins god, then he was definitely a half-martial ancestor powerhouse. The fake Wang Ho clone was bound by countless black ropes, and his body passed through them without any resistance. He left behind a black stream of energy, which was death energy. As the death energy passed through, the person's true appearance was revealed. It was the ancient powerhouse that had followed the ancestral turtle all the way here. Zenith? Henshin and Lu Bujing were astonished. Luin was astonished. It was death energy? Was this person also from the Spectre clan? Perhaps this person was from the oldest generation of the Spectre clan. Even he's here, Skyblue exclaimed. Luin was curious. Who is he? Skyblue replied, Zenith, one of the leaders of the First Mainland's Tianmen sect. He's the Grim Reaper's disciple. The Grim Reaper's disciple? Luin was truly shocked. This was the first time that the Grim Reaper's existence had been proven to be from this ancient era. The Grim Reaper has a disciple? Skyblue continued, if not for his disciple, how could he have learned Death Face and deceived the Wang family's ancestor? In the distance, Zenith had not only deceived the Forgotten Ruins god, but he had also evaded her secret technique. He had used a strange posture to rush towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea, but the question was, what was the point of him rushing over? Luin was still puzzled when a voice rang out. Henshin had taken out the Realm Mountain, and Luin waved his hand to activate the U secret art. The Realm Mountain disappeared and reappeared in Zenith's hands. Zenith charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea while the Forgotten Ruins god was held back by Henshin and the others. Wang Ho still did not make a move. Luin watched Zenith charge over and suddenly thought of something. Be careful, there's still one of the 7 sky gods. Lu Bujing, Henshin, and Skyblue all looked at him with expressions of despair. There was still one more? They were now traumatized by the 7 sky gods. In particular, the Forgotten Ruins god's words kept echoing in their minds. The 7 sky gods are 7 treasures, and they will always surprise us. This was not a surprise, but a shock. The people of this era could not understand how they felt when facing the 7 sky gods. For them, not much time had passed. They had only closed their eyes and then opened them again, yet everything had changed. The originally high and mighty, revered Dao masters and their clan's ancestral ancestors had all become traitors. This was something they couldn't accept. What's her identity? Skyblue could not help but ask. Luin shook his head. This 7 sky gods is called by Wushan. She's the most mysterious, and no one knows her identity. However, she's definitely difficult to deal with. As he spoke, a sourcebox array appeared in front of Zenith, and he avoided it using a strange death chi technique. Then, a second sourcebox array appeared, and he was still able to avoid it. Following that, a third, fourth, fifth, and even an 8th sourcebox array appeared, and Zenith was still unable to avoid it. By Wushan's speed in setting up sourcebox arrays made even the Elysium Heavenly Master feel inferior. Luin did not understand how powerful Zenith was, but he was still only a half-progenitor. How could he break through by Wushan's blockade? Luin was anxious, as he had already lost one chance. If this continued, then Ni Huang and the others would run out of astral sources and be useless. At that time, not only would they be able to delay the Forgotten Ruins god, but they might not even be able to protect themselves. Was he going to lose a second chance? The 3 leaders of the ancient 12 Elysium Heavenly Gates had taken action. The ancient god had been destroyed, and the innate gift of a noble had been broken. If they still failed in this situation, then there was really no chance of victory. Suddenly, Lu Yin's gaze swept past by Wushan and Ju Yi's battle and landed on the countless scarlet eyes in the distance. There was something strange in the middle of the scarlet eyes, and if he wasn't mistaken, that was a ghost monkey? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he rubbed his eyes. Yes, it was the ghost monkey. It was hiding among the countless corpse kings. Why was it there? At that moment, the monkey and Lu Yin exchanged glances. The monkey had noticed Lu Yin a long time ago, and not just this time. During the previous battle, Lu Yin had tried to break through the seal and approach the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The monkey had been watching him from the start. Because it had followed the witch spirit god, the monkey had been seen as her pet. However, not too long ago, the 7 sky gods had all been destroyed except for Bai Wuxian, and even the kingdom of eternity had been destroyed. This had caused the monkey to suffer for a period of time, and it had continued to hide. It had wanted to find Lu Yin, but it was also afraid of being punished. That was until the Eternals had invaded, and it had come looking for Lu Yin. Since it was the pet of the 7 sky gods, the Eternals naturally wouldn't attack it, nor would they ask it to do anything. Thus, after the Eternals' invasion, the monkey had become carefree again. It had been hiding among the countless scarlet eyes, watching the humans and the Eternals fight as if it was a play. It had especially enjoyed seeing Lu Yin fail. If not for the fact that it was afraid of being destroyed, it would have jumped out and taunted little Lu. Fortunately, it had restrained itself. There were so many half-martial ancestors around little Lu, and if any of them attacked it, it would be done for. It was better to just watch the show quietly. Little Lu's expression was truly satisfying. It had been waiting for little Lu to fail again, and then it would laugh for 3 days. Suddenly, it met little Lu's gaze. The monkey blinked. That's right, it had met little Lu's gaze. Little Lu had seen it? Ghost monkey, it's you, right? Lu Yin's voice traveled through space to the monkey's ears. The monkey subconsciously denied it. It's not me. Lu Yin stared at the monkey blankly. He had never imagined that this fellow, who had been missing for so long, would appear here. Furthermore, it was so close to the Starfall Sea's entrance. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he thought about this. The monkey saw Lu Yin's lips curl up, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He had followed Lu Yin for a very long time, and it could be said that he had witnessed Lu Yin's rise from a nobody to a famous figure in the universe. He had also witnessed Lu Yin unifying the Outerverse, so he was all too familiar with Lu Yin's expression. If Lu Yin smiled like that, nothing good would come out of it. Ghost Monkey subconsciously fled deeper into the forest. If you keep running, I'll take over the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan and make them my harem. Lu Yin's vicious voice traveled into the monkey's ears, which was like a bolt from the blue. To the monkey, nothing was important except for the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, as that was a taboo. The monkey suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Yin. Little Lu, don't go too far. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What did you call me? Good, good, good. It seems that you've become wilder after not seeing you for a while. You're the one who's wild. Your entire family is wild, the monkey roared. Lu Yin sneered. We fought with the Astral Beast domain some time ago. Do you know why we suddenly stopped? Ghost Monkey was confused. Because I've taken a fancy to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. I told the Yao Emperor that if he gave me the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, I would stop. The Yao Emperor agreed, and that's why my Great Eastern Alliance ended the battle halfway through. Sizzle, the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is truly beautiful. Ghost Monkey was infuriated. His rationality was drowned out, and he was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. Little Lu, I'll fight you to the death. Either you die or I live. If you have the ability, then go all out. If I die, then the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan will be buried with me. If I die, then they'll all be mine. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. The Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is mine. They're a harem that Ancestor Wushang bestowed upon me. No one can touch them, and I'll fight to the death with anyone who dares to touch them. Lu Yin shouted. Fine. Throw something at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, and I'll return the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan to you. The beautiful Feng Lu, the valiant Feng Jiu, and all the other celestial ice phoenixes will be yours. I won't. The monkey wasn't stupid. Lu Yin sneered. Then don't blame me for accepting them. I heard that she cheese fish really likes Feng Lu, and she said that only that fish is worthy of her. Bullshit, it's just a fish. The monkey was furious. It loved the celestial ice phoenix the most, and it hated the fish on Shi Chi's head the most. Just the thought of gifting Feng Lu to that fish made the monkey furious. That fish can help me unlock the seal. It's just a fish, a mere fish. Fine, what do you have? Lord Ghost Monkey will help you throw it over. Lu Yin was inwardly delighted. The monkey understood him, and he understood the monkey as well. The monkey was very shrewd and knew how to protect itself, but it was still a giant beast. It had instinctive likes and dislikes, and once its bottom line was crossed, it would retaliate. No matter what happened, it would not care, and it would only think about itself. When he saw the monkey agree as if it had lost all reason, Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. Everything within sight could be used. The Yu secret art was not very useful in battle, but there were times when it could come in handy, especially when it came to snatching and transferring things. The realm mountain in Ju Yi's hand appeared in front of the monkey, and it was tossed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea as if it were trash. It was very smart and did not hesitate at all. Even if the Eternals investigated, it could say that it did not know what it was and that it had thrown it away because it was afraid of danger. As long as it did not hesitate, it would not be accused of helping the humans. Furthermore, it was publicly known that it was the witch spirit god's pet. Bai Wuxian was blocking Ju Yi, and when he saw the realm mountain disappear, it was already being tossed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea by the monkey. The monkey was extremely fast, and it was getting closer to the corpse god than ever before. Bai Wuxian saw this and hurriedly blocked it. Ju Yi blocked the attack, and a wave of death energy swept over Bai Wuxian. Even the 7 sky gods were afraid of death energy. What are you waiting for? The Forgotten Ruins god angrily rebuked. Wang Ho looked up, and her figure disappeared as she chased after the realm mountain. Lu Yin had been watching Wang Ho the entire time. She was the only one who had not made a move, and if she did, very few people would be able to stop her. Hen Xian, Lu Bujing, and Ni Huang were all tied down by the Forgotten Ruins god, and it would be very difficult for the other half-ancestors to stop her. When he saw that Wang Ho was about to make a move, Lu Yin had no choice but to take out a candle and ignite it. He activated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, and violent rune lines crossed the heavens and blasted towards Wang Ho. Wang Ho was obstructed for a moment, and since the other half-ancestors could not stop her, it was even more impossible for Lu Yin to do so. However, he could only delay her for as long as he could, and every second counted. Lu Yin attacked while Xiade and Old White Ghost attacked Wang Ho at the same time. At the critical moment, Xiade actually used a clone, catching the god of Forgetful Ruins off guard and chasing after Wang Ho. Wang Ho and Xiade both used clones at the same time. It was very rare to see the Xia family's 9 clones fight against 9 clones. In the heavens, Wang Ho and Xiade's clones continuously clashed, and it was an exceptionally spectacular sight. However, Xiade was still suppressed. He was much weaker than Wang Ho. Fortunately, his goal was not to defeat Wang Ho, but to delay her. Xiade had indeed used all 9 clones at the critical moment to delay Wang Ho. The realm mountain smoothly flew to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, and then it rapidly expanded. Countless scarlet-eyed corpse kings tried to stop it, but the 3 young ancestors coiled around the realm mountain began to move. Lu Bujing followed Lu Yin's instructions and activated the sourcebox array hidden within the realm mountain. Behind the giant realm mountain, gears broke through the mountain's body and began to rotate, as if they had installed a power source in the universe. Everyone watched as the realm mountain became incomparably large, and it began to move in place of the stars as it viciously slammed into the corpse god at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and Lu Yin was no exception. The more he understood how powerful the 7 sky gods were, the less confident Lu Yin felt about this plan. The 7 sky gods were all super powerhouses from the ancient era. Could the sourcebox array set up by the Hui ancestor and the realm mountain really push the corpse god away? Lu Yin was not sure, but this was the only way. Whether or not he was sure, he had to try. At this moment, the Eternals could not stop the realm mountain from moving, and Luin and the rest could not increase its speed. It was like a choice of fate, and everyone watched as the realm mountain viciously slammed into the corpse god's body. There was a loud boom, and Luin felt dizzy as blood flowed from his ears. He was not the only one affected, as everyone was affected, including the few half-ancestors. The explosion did not end instantly, and it dragged on for a long time. It was as if the realm mountain and the black hole at the entrance of the Starfall Sea were being torn apart. Many of the Mavis clan members who heard it completely fainted. Luin covered his ears and looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The corpse god that had been standing tall had disappeared, and only the realm mountain continued to expand, gradually blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Because it was expanding, the entrance to the Starfall Sea was being pushed back by the realm mountain. Suddenly, a hand pierced through the border between the realm mountain and the black hole, attempting to tear it apart. It was the corpse god's hand. Luin was shocked, and he stared at the hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Would the corpse god tear it apart? The answer was yes, as the corpse god had the ability to tear apart the black hole. Otherwise, it would not have been able to support the entrance to the Starfall Sea. However, the realm mountain continued to expand no matter how much the corpse god tried to tear it apart. It continued to support the entrance, and the only gap was that hand. In the ancient era of the sect above heaven, the top of the 6 continents had been the sect above heaven, and the realm mountain had supported it. Only Lu Bujing and the others knew how big the realm mountain was. When the realm mountain had blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea, they had all breathed a sigh of relief. In terms of size, not even the ancient Pathmaster, who had created the giant bloodline, could compare to the realm mountain, let alone the corpse god. Now, they had to worry about whether the corpse god would be able to push the realm mountain from the outside or whether the sourcebox array inside the realm mountain would be able to stop the corpse god. Their arrogance towards this era had changed, and they now hoped that progenitor Hui would appear in this era. They did not hope to be comparable to the Pathmaster, but they hoped that he would at least be comparable to the Wang family's ancestor. That should be enough. Boom. Another earth-shattering sound rang out, and it was obvious that the corpse god was attacking the realm mountain in an attempt to push it away. Behind the realm mountain, a giant cogwheel spun even faster. Every time the realm mountain was pushed away by a sliver, it would be pushed back by the cogwheel's power. Luin did not know how much power was being used on the realm mountain from the other end of the Starfall Sea, but he knew that it was an unimaginable power. Dozens of explosions rang out, but the realm mountain was still blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Aside from the gap where the zombie god's palm had been inserted, the rest of the space was completely blocked. No matter how the zombie god attacked, it was useless. Lu Bujing and the rest relaxed. If the zombie god could push the realm mountain away, she would have done so long ago. Now, it seemed like the realm mountain was blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. They did not know the zombie god's true identity, but their hearts were filled with admiration for progenitor Hui. After all, he was a powerhouse who had cultivated to the progenitor realm. Even in their era, he had been one of the most powerful people. In particular, the sourcebox array behind the realm mountain was full of strange ideas. It had combined technology with sourcebox array techniques, and they did not know how progenitor Hui had thought of it. The attack stopped, and the zombie god stopped attacking the realm mountain. The Forgotten Ruins god's eyes glowed as she looked at Luin. As expected of the man I value. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. Senior, you flatter me. You should think about how to leave. Hee hee, little brat, do I need to think about how to leave? If the Eternals were so easily defeated, then how did the 5 continents get destroyed? The Forgotten Ruins god giggled. Luin did not understand. At that moment, droplets of liquid flew out from the gap where the zombie god had inserted her palm into the realm mountain, scattering towards the 5th mainland. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Not good. He was not the only one, everyone who recognized the liquid felt their scalps go numb. It was the liquid that had devoured the astral source universe. The 5th mainland's astral source universe had been crazily devoured by the 8 droplets of liquid. Aside from a few places, the majority of the fifth mainland was unable to replenish its astral source. Now, more than 10 droplets had flown in. This was no longer devouring the astral source universe, but rather devouring the astral sources and star energy within the cultivators' bodies. No one could stop the liquid from entering the fifth mainland at an incredible speed. In that instant, Luin felt a heart-palpitating power. It was a power that he had never felt before, and he didn't even dare to move. He could only watch as the liquid flew out. Not long after, the entire fifth mainland shook as the astral source universe was being rapidly devoured. The eastern flow zones of the innerverse and the central weaves of the outerverse had all disappeared. Even the astral sources within the neoverse 3000 major realms had been drawn out and devoured. The fifth mainland had officially entered an era of astral source universe. "You want to ambush me?" Lu Bujing shouted as the immovable heavenly king elephant appeared behind him. He punched out and collided with the half-ancestor corpse king's fist. The half-ancestor corpse king's body was covered with strange patterns. It was actually 10-lined battle force, but it was not golden in color. With the corpse king's powerful strength and 10-lined battle force, it was enough to suppress experts of the same generation in terms of physical strength. However, the corpse king's punch was repelled by Lu Bujing. Not only was he repelled, but his arm was also shattered. "Do you think I, Lu Bujing, only have the 3 suns ancestral qi?" As he spoke, he raised his hand. The void twisted and turned into a needle that pierced through his palm and shot toward the half-martial ancestor corpse king. This was the Earth Bodhisattva needle, one of the most famous battle skills of the Lu clan. The Xitigarbha needle didn't fly very far before it slowly disappeared. Lu Bujing was shocked. He raised his head and saw that the drop of liquid was devouring stellar sources. In the past, it had only devoured the stellar sources of the stellar universe, making it impossible for cultivators to replenish it. Now, it could even devour the battle techniques formed by stellar sources. How could they fight against it? The stellar source cultivators were basically crippled. Luin frowned when he saw this. This was going to be troublesome. Most cultivators in the current era relied on star energy and astral sources. How were they going to fight if these powers were crippled? Not being able to replenish it was one thing. It was one thing to be unable to fight, but that was another. Lu Bujing was also a cultivator who used stellar sources, but fortunately, even without them, he was still a powerhouse by relying on his immovable heavenly king elephant visualization. However, it was a different story for the envoys under Luin. Without their stellar sources, their strength had plummeted, and their envoys were no longer envoys. "Hee, what else do you have up your sleeves now?" The Forgotten Ruins god giggled as she glanced at all of the human half-martial ancestors. Kue Luo was puzzled. "Aren't you using stellar sources as well?" The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up. "If I'm only using stellar sources, then how am I different from the rest of you?" All of the half-martial ancestors looked at her. Up until now, the Forgotten Ruins god had still been a human. She had used the Wang family's battle techniques, human innate gifts, and stellar sources. If not for her status as one of the 7 sky gods, who would have suspected her? She was completely different from the ancient gods. However, now that she could no longer use stellar sources, the Forgotten Ruins god revealed another power that she had obtained after joining the Eternals. "Look carefully. This is the power that the Eternal Race's only true god has bestowed upon us. We call it divine force." The Forgotten Ruins god's originally normal eyes became deep and serene as they replaced the darkness of space. They were like a vortex of light that attracted everyone's attention. Her hair fluttered as a dark red current surged out of her body and spread out endlessly. It swept past everyone and even the heavens, illuminating the darkness of space with a dark red color that resembled the color of a planet's apocalypse. It brought about extreme unease, fear, and despair. At that moment, Luin felt a chill all over his body. Yes, when the liquid had flown in, he had felt this power. Although it was on a different level, its essence was the same. Was this the power of the Eternal Race's only true god? Every progenitor had the ability to change the heavens and earth. They could create their own cultivation systems and even open up inner worlds for humans and all sorts of creatures to inhabit. This was the significance of the progenitor realm. The rune progenitor had created rune technology, causing rune lines to fill the heavens. Progenitor Chen had used Sirius to replace the stars. The legendary Grim Reaper also had Death Qi. Every progenitor could change the heavens and earth, and the only true god was no exception. It was only now that Luyin understood the power of the eternal race's only true god, and it was a huge shock to him. If Death Qi was full of strangeness and brought death, then this power brought despair. It was incomparably domineering and had replaced the heavens. Astral source? It's meaningless. The progenitor is dead, so the astral source is essentially useless. Yet you're still using it to cultivate. Foolish. The Forgotten Ruins god used the eternal race's divine force, and both her voice and state were much colder. Her entire temperament changed, as if she was a princess who had walked out of hell. She raised her hand and 9 wolves roared. Lu Bujing, Xianxia, and Jui gathered together and stared at the Forgotten Ruins god with eyes full of fear. In their era, the eternal race was far weaker than the humans, and they did not care to understand the eternal race's power. They did not understand this so-called divine force either. Do it. Xianxia barked, slicing through the void and pushing the Forgotten Ruins god. No matter what kind of power you used, you just had to strip away space. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered, and then all of his power receded like a tide and disappeared. At the same time, Wang Ho appeared at the Fallen Star Sea's entrance through a crack in the corpse god's palm, entering and leaving the 5th mainland. They're trying to escape. Attack! Lu Bujing shouted and punched the half-ancestor corpse king. Xianxia's void slice had originally been aimed at the Forgotten Ruins god, but now that the Forgotten Ruins god had left, Lu Bujing changed his target. Xianxia's speed was too fast, and he had already prepared this attack beforehand. The half-ancestor beast could not react in time and was torn to pieces by Xianxia's void slice. The half-ancestor corpse king was not so easy to deal with, and when faced with Lu Bujing's punch, it unleashed all of its power. It was trapped by the mind net, just like how Marquis Qingzhu had faced Destiny's daughter. Once trapped by the mind net, Lu Bujing and the rest could not do anything unless they had the power to break it. Luyin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and found it strange. The Forgotten Ruins god clearly had the power to fight, and he even had the advantage because the astral source universe had been devoured. Why was he not attacking? After cultivating for so many years, Luyin had come into contact with many Eternals. The 7 sky gods were all very intelligent, and Luyin had never underestimated the Eternals. There had to be a reason why the Forgotten Ruins god had suddenly retreated, just like how he had not charged into the 5th mainland in one go and had instead waited for the humans to gather. A half-ancestor beast died just like that. That was a half-ancestor, Cloud Shadow Mavis sighed as her voice rang out in Luyin's ears. Luyin was shocked, and he stepped out of the void and arrived beside the half-ancestor beast that had been torn to pieces. A platform appeared in front of him. In my name, I appoint a general. Wait. Lu Bujing saw Luyin appoint a half-ancestor and hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Luyin looked at the platform nervously, as he did not know if he could appoint a half-ancestor, as it was very dangerous. If he could, then his power would increase by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to summon a half-ancestor to do battle at any time. If he could not, then he had not considered the consequences. It was not easy for him to encounter a half-ancestor that had died, and it had been so close to him, so he had to give it a try. When Lu Bujing spoke, Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. The next moment, his brain felt as if it had been struck by an invisible force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled, and the platform disappeared at the same time. Beside him, Kui Luo and Lu Bujing appeared at the same time. You're too ignorant. Didn't anyone teach you that you can't try to appoint a half-ancestor before reaching 6 origin tribulations? Even during the Above Heaven era, my Lu family's Daoist only managed to appoint a half-ancestor after reaching 6 origin tribulations, Lu Bujing reprimanded. Kui Luo saw that Luyin was on the verge of collapsing. He's not dead, is he? Lu Bujing supported Luyin. No, but he suffered a backlash from his innate gift and will need to recuperate for quite some time. This is not something that can be healed by medicinal stones or any external force. He can only recover on his own. Lu Yin's head hurt, as he had truly been impulsive this time. He had wanted to appoint a general when he had seen the half-ancestor's corpse, but he had overestimated himself. Ever since that liquid had devoured the astral source universe, Lu Ying had admitted that he had not been of much use in the subsequent battles. He had been so eager to possess the power of a half-ancestor that he had neglected the difference in cultivation levels. How long do I need to recuperate? Lu Ying asked tiredly. Lu Bujing was puzzled. Why do you seem so unfamiliar with your innate gift? Not only did you attempt to appoint a half-ancestor after one origin tribulations, but you also don't understand the backlash from your innate gift? Lu Ying did not have the strength to reply. Kue Luo snapped, the Lu family is gone, so who's going to teach him? Lu Bujing was shocked. What did you say? The Lu family is gone? Hen Xian and Jui both looked at Kue Luo, as did Jialan of the Sky. Thank you. Book Friends 586205000 Zhang Daming Yuanfei 1985 Brothers Support. I'll update more tomorrow, thanks for your support. Ever since they had arrived in this era, they had investigated many things, but the Lu family's incident had occurred in the astral tree realm, so most people did not know about it. Even now, they still did not know much about it. They had only heard about the disappearance of the Fifth Mainland's primeval surnames, as well as the Fifth Mainland's hatred for them. Suddenly hearing that the Lu family had disappeared was something that they could not accept. It was just like how they could not accept the fact that Sky Sapphire's name did not exist in this era. What's going on? Lu Bujing glared at Kue Luo. Kue Luo raised a hand and pointed at Ni Huang and the other three. Those four are the White Dragon tribe, the Wang family, the Bai family, and the Xia family. They are known as the four sides of the scale. They used the White Dragon tribe's reversal of fortune to exile the entire Lu family, and there has been no news of them to this day. Lu Bujing glared at the four. Is he telling the truth? He had recognized Wang Si as a member of the Wang family, and he had felt a sense of familiarity with her. After all, they were both cultivators from the Fifth Mainland. However, at this moment, he could no longer control his killing intent, and it had reached a critical point. The Lu family had always been the Fifth Mainland's leading family, and the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect master was the Lu family's ancestor. The Wang family, the Bai family, and the other primeval surnames were all subordinate to the Lu family. What they had done was a betrayal. Wang Si sneered. The Lu family does whatever they want in the Fifth Mainland, and they have never taken us seriously. So what if they've been exiled? This is your Lu family's retribution. Lu Bujing was enraged, and he stepped forward while visualizing the Akalanatha king's image. He sent a palm strike towards Wang Si, using the Lu family's ultimate technique, Lifeform Palm. The Lifeform Palm was powered by an astral source, and under this strike, the life force that the palm had absorbed gradually disappeared, as the astral source had been devoured by the drop of liquid above his head. Even so, Wang Si was still wary of Lu Bujing's physical strength. She also sent out a palm strike, using the Four Ultimates technique, Kue Bear. Bang! Palm to palm, Wang Si retreated more than 10 steps. Her palm was numb, and her entire arm was trembling. Traces of blood seeped through her skin. The Kue Bear of the Wang family's four unique techniques specialized in the explosion of physical strength, while the life palm of the Lu family focused on the absorption of vitality. In terms of physical strength, it should be weaker than the four unique techniques, but the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant that Lu Bujing visualized was too terrifying. It increased the strength by 10 times and directly surpassed Wang Si's palm. Lu Bujing himself was also one of the 12 ancient Heavenly Gates sect masters. He was a half-martial ancestor expert who was infinitely close to the ancestor realm. He was far from someone Wang Si could compare to. If it wasn't for the fact that this palm wasn't the life palm, Wang Si's arm would have been gone. Lu Bujing struck again after the first palm strike. He did not use the living spirit palm, but simply threw a punch with his physical strength, aiming at Wang Si. Wang Si's expression changed. Four black ropes appeared in the void and attempted to bind Lu Bujing, but Lu Bujing easily broke free. The Akalanatha Heavenly King's figure grew more and more. Wang Si struck a palm at Lu Bujing from a distance, using the art of forgetfulness. The air currents on the surface of Lu Bujing's body blocked the meditative forgetting art. The 3 Yang ancestral qi was a peak cultivation technique. When the Prime Clear first executed it, just the air currents alone were sufficient to match the strongest experts of his generation. Lu Bujing's second stream of air whizzed out towards Xianxia, but as the stellar source had been devoured, the stream of air disappeared before it could even get close to Xianxia. At this moment, Enai Huang appeared beside Lu Bujing. She raised her hands and grabbed at him. Her arms suddenly transformed into a rainbow dragon. Kue Luo snorted coldly. His essence, qi, and spirit exploded between Enai Huang and Lu Bujing, forcing both of them back. Sneak attack. Despicable. Kue Luo shouted. Enai Huang replied, I only wanted to stop the battle. Lu Bujing glared at her. You betrayed the Lu family. How impudent. Old Whitehost's expression was cold. Your Lu family has been high and mighty for so long. It's time for a change. Enai Huang, don't worry. The entrance to the Starfall Sea is blocked. Let's deal with these two Lu family members first. What a joke. Do you think we're decorations? Kue Luo grabbed Lu Yin and threw him onto the ancestral turtle's back. Lu Yin's head hurt unbearably, and his body was weak. However, he was still conscious. He was caught by Cloud Shadow Mavis, panting heavily as he squatted on the ancestral turtle's back. In outer space, Enai Huang had been persuaded by Old White Ghost to join forces with Xianxia to deal with Lu Bujing. Kue Luo was up against Old White Ghost, and the Sage Heavenly Master was also up against Xiada. Only Han Xian was left, and Jui had yet to make a move. No one knew where these two stood. Alliance Master Lu, you should rest. This place is absolutely safe, Cloud Shadow Mavis said as she watched the battle between the half-ancestors. In the distance, there were still countless scarlet eyes scattered in all directions. They hadn't dealt with the monsters yet, and now they were fighting amongst themselves. Lu Yin understood Lu Bujing's position. Not long ago, Lu Yin had been part of the Above Heaven sect. Back then, the Lu family had been at its peak, and the Wang, Xia, and Bai families had all been under them. The Lu family had nurtured their arrogance, and although it had been a long time since then, the Lu family had been betrayed in such a short period of time. No one would be able to accept this. However, now was not the time for internal strife. The corpse god's palm had pierced through the entrance to the Realm Mountain and the Starfall Sea, leaving behind a small gap. Although this gap could not allow the Eternals to invade on a large scale, the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises could still pass through. If this hidden danger was not dealt with, the 5th mainland would never be safe. This was a threat from outside the Starfall Sea. Within the Starfall Sea, the Forgotten Ruins deity and Bai Wuxian were both present, and they could act at any time. Senior Cloud Shadow, can the ancestral turtle attack? Lu Yin suddenly asked, sounding exhausted. Cloud Shadow Mavis shook her head. If it could, it would have done so in the previous battle. The ancestral turtle doesn't have any means of attack. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. In this situation, it wasn't the only choice for both sides to stop fighting. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to deal with Enai Huang and the others. He could either force them to be trapped in the mind web or subdue them. Otherwise, there could be internal strife at any time, and he did not want these people to be a threat. He was more inclined to subdue them so that they could face the threat of the Eternals together, but that would be difficult. At least for now, both sides were evenly matched. Enai Huang's entire body had transformed into a rainbow dragon, and she forcefully clashed with Lu Bujing's immovable heavenly king elephant. For the time being, they were evenly matched. Both sides were absolute experts who were infinitely close to the progenitor realm, and with their astral sources devoured, it would not be easy to determine a victor. If this continued, both sides would exhaust their astral sources, and it would be difficult to deal with the hidden Eternals. Alliance Master Lu, Cloud Shadow Mavis suddenly called out. That person is here. Lu Yin turned around and saw Jui, who was using the aura of death, not too far away from the ancestral turtle. This person had used the mask of death to trick Xianxia, and he had been stopped by Bai Wuxian when he approached the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin was very curious about this person, as this person had definitely seen the legendary Grim Reaper. After all, he was from that era and had been given the title of Grim Reaper's disciple. Let's talk, Jui said calmly as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rubbed his head and nodded. All right. Jui was about to climb onto the ancestral turtle's back. Luin raised a hand. Help my Lu family get rid of those traitors first. He did not plan on making peace. If he had the advantage, then he might as well get rid of the hidden dangers in one fell swoop. Jui frowned. I'm not the Lu family. You and I are both the Grim Reaper's disciples. But I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family, Luin said. Jui was unhappy. That has nothing to do with me. Then we have nothing to talk about, Luin said bluntly. Juyi's voice turned cold. Death Aura is born from the Grim Reaper, who has absolute control and creation over Death Aura. I am the Grim Reaper's disciple, and after me, everyone who cultivates Death Aura must listen to my orders. This is a power that the Grim Reaper has bestowed upon me, and you are no exception. Luin found this funny. So you're saying that I have to listen to you? Juyi's eyes narrowed. That's right. Since you use Death Aura, you are the Grim Reaper's disciple. As the Grim Reaper's only disciple, I can command all Death Aura users on behalf of my master. If they don't obey, then I will strip them of their cultivation. Luin shook his head. Sorry, the times have changed. In my era, even the Grim Reaper is a legend, let alone you. Even if he personally appeared and told me, I might not listen to him. Juyi's gaze turned cold. You want to betray the Grim Reaper's faction? Luin seriously replied, I've already said that there is no Grim Reaper in my era. This power was obtained by risking my life, and no one gave it to me or helped me. Why should I listen to you after I use it? I respect that you are a senior from the ancient era, but if we disregard the years that you guys spent as source boxes, the difference between you and me is only that of an emissary and a half-ancestor. There is no difference between us. Death Aura emanated from Juyi's body. It looks like talking nicely isn't going to work. Since you have no intention of joining the Grim Reaper's faction, then hand over everything related to Death Aura. Since you are a direct descendant of the Lu family, then I will not pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, I will personally strip you of your power. I'll say it one last time. My Death Chi has nothing to do with you or the Death God. It's a type of power, and if the Death God needed everyone who cultivated Death Chi to listen to him, then he would not have leaked this power. Since I've successfully cultivated it, it means that the Death God has acknowledged that outsiders can cultivate it. You have no right to do anything on behalf of the Death God. You're right. Jui did not say anything else and tried to rush up to the ancestral turtle to capture Luin. However, even an ancient god could not enter, let alone Jui. However, Juyi's action still infuriated Lu Bujing, who was fighting with Enai Huang. Jui, what are you doing? Jui coldly replied, a direct descendant of the Lu family has used the Grim Reaper's power, but he has not acknowledged the Grim Reaper as his master. This is a betrayal, and if the Lu family wants to eliminate traitors, then I will do the same. You're courting death. Lu Bujing roared. In front of him, Enai Huang glanced outside the ancestral turtle, and her eyes flashed. Once the external enemy disappeared, the internal conflicts between humans would be magnified. Lu Bujing would not let the 4 cardinal scales, who had betrayed the Lu family, off, and the cardinal scales would not allow anyone from the Lu family to remain alive. Jui stubbornly believed that Luin had to listen to him, or else he would be betraying the Grim Reaper's faction. These people from the ancient era all had their own beliefs. They had inherited the dignity of the ancient era, but that dignity was incompatible with this era. Luin definitely hated the 4 cardinal scales more than Lu Bujing, but he had to endure it while Lu Bujing could not. This was the difference between generations. Jui was the same. If he had been born in this era, he might have had the same thoughts as Tiando, believing that Luin could create Death Aura and become the second Grim Reaper instead of ordering him around. No matter what, the conflict had already erupted, and it would not be easy to resolve it. A battle between half-ancestors would ultimately have to be resolved by half-ancestors. At that moment, the 6th Mainland's 9 Brilliants, Lan Xian, and Medicine Immortal arrived. They were confused when they saw the human half-ancestors fighting to the death. They didn't recognize Lu Bujing, but Hen Xian and the others had assumed that he was an Eternal when they saw Enai Huang fighting Lu Bujing. Luin was afraid that they would think that, so he quickly said, the Eternal Ancestors have been beaten back. Hurry up and deal with those corpse kings. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to eradicate them once they spread out. Who are they? Lan Xian was curious. Kui Luo saw Lan Xian and shouted, "Girl, help us deal with these guys. They're all traitors." "You're the traitor. All of you Lu family bastards should die." Wang Xi rebuked. 9 Brilliance scanned the sky. Looks like this is an internal matter of the fifth mainland. It has nothing to do with the sixth mainland. You guys deal with it yourselves. He then looked at the corpse kings in the distance. They were all gathered together and hadn't spread out. They couldn't spread out because they were surrounded by half-ancestors. The corpse kings weren't very smart, and most of them were waiting for orders. However, the Forgotten Ruins God and Bai Wuxian had long since forgotten about them. Perhaps they hadn't forgotten about them, but rather wanted to use these corpse kings to lure the half-ancestors into attacking and force them to use their astral sources. The current situation was that once their astral sources were used up, they couldn't be replenished. Once they attacked, the half-ancestors would be weakened at every moment, and they wouldn't be able to deal with future battles. The Eternals had always been good at using numbers, so the corpse kings' lives weren't important. If we want to deal with those monsters, we have to attack. But if we attack... Lan Xian didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. 9 Brilliance looked up and saw the liquid crazily devouring the astral sources. He shook his head. We won't attack if we can. Let the people below do it. Medicine Immortal frowned. If they let the people below deal with the corpse kings, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, they had no choice, as they had to maintain their strength. Otherwise, the eternal ancestors could still deal with the sixth mainland. You guys are from the sixth mainland? Jialan approached the trio and asked. Lan Xian looked at Jialan. Who are you? Jialan's eyes flashed. Do you know Jialan? The trio's expressions changed as they stared at Jialan. You're from the ancient era? Who are you? Sky Jialan originally wanted to say that he was a member of Jialan's faction. However, when he heard Lu Bujing's angry roar and Enai Huang's counterattack, he suddenly became alert. If the Wang clan, the Bai clan, and the other clans could rebel against the Lu clan that controlled the fifth mainland, then was there a possibility that the sixth mainland could rebel against the Jialan clan as well? Otherwise, why was there no Jialan name in this era? Moreover, this quasi-ancestor from the sixth continent had just said that he was from the ancient era. This meant that Jialan really didn't exist in this era. Then, what about the Jialan clan? Jialan came back to her senses and corrected herself, saying, I'm from the ancient era, and I'm from the sixth mainland's Nan family. No one knows my name except for you. It seems that you really are from the sixth mainland. Are you testing us? Lan Xian was surprised. Jialan Tianjing was just about to say something when Jiu Yao stepped forward. His oppressive might bore down on her, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Nan clan? Are you from the Nan clan? Skygem was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. What's wrong with the Nan clan? Medicine Immortal said slowly, back then, the reason why the fifth mainland was ranked first with me was because the final battle between the six mainlands was all because of the Nan family's ancestor Nan. It could be said that he was the catalyst for the final battle between the fifth and sixth mainlands. Because of that battle, our sixth mainland's powerhouses withered away, and we lost more than half of our Daosaur sect's ancient texts. Many of our inheritances were destroyed, and although we defeated the fifth mainland and even managed to change the fifth mainland's sky, all of that had been schemed against by the Eternals. As for Ancestor Nan, he was incinerated by Xiaxia in front of everyone, and he became the shame of the progenitor realm. Jiu Yao said coldly, the Nan ancestor is dead, and the Nan family has been exterminated. You, a member of the Nan family, must atone for the Nan ancestor's crimes. Sky Calvary's face twitched. He had just casually impersonated the Nan clan. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, the Nan clan was a powerful force on the sixth mainland, and they were one of the clans close to him. That was why he had impersonated the Nan clan. He hadn't expected this to happen. Jiu Yao's conversation just so happened to reach Xiada, who was battling Heavenly Master Heizage. The Xiao family hated the most was definitely not the Lu family, but rather the Nan family. It was because of the Nan family that ancestor Chen, Xiaoshang, had instigated a war between the two mainlands and fallen for the eternal scheme, which had led to the fifth mainland's crushing defeat. The Lu family had been forced to take them along and leave. If not for ancestor Nan, ancestor Chen would have been the current era's most powerful powerhouse. Even if the Lu family's legendary Dao Lord had appeared, the Xia family would still have dared to rebel. They would not have joined forces with the Bai family and the others. With ancestor Chen around, there was no need to rebel, as everyone had to give the Xia family face. Ancestor Chen was the symbol of the Daosaur sex era, and he had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 sea. It was because of ancestor Nan that his fate had become a mystery, and the Xia family had been reduced to the same level as the Wan family, the Bai family, and the White Dragon clan. Back in the Daosaur sex era, ancestor Chen, Xiaoshang, had suddenly appeared, and the Xia family had wanted to challenge the Lu family's position. "So, you're from the Nan family?" Die. Xiada did not care about anything else, and he immediately attacked Skyblue. Logically speaking, Skyblue had mentioned his identity back on the ancestral turtle's back, and he had even mentioned that he was from the Jialan bloodline. However, at that time Enai Huang and the others had been focused on Lu Bujing, so they had not noticed him. Now, Xiada's understanding of Skyblue was that he was from the Nan family, and he was the Xia family's greatest enemy. Skyblue looked as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Was the Nan family so hateful? Xiada attacked Skyblue, but Lan Xian blocked him. "No matter who he is, he can only be dealt with by my 6th mainland. You have no right to interfere." On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin's attention was also drawn to the situation, and he could not help but feel curious. "Aren't you Skyblue from the Jialan family? When did you become a member of the Nan family?" Skyblue's expression changed, and he stared coldly at Lu Yin. This bastard had actually exposed his identity. He had wanted to sneak into the 6th mainland and figure out the truth behind the Jialan family's disappearance before deciding whether or not to reveal his identity. However, this bastard had actually exposed him. If the 6th mainland really rebelled against the Jialan family, then he would be finished. This bastard had someone protecting him, but he did not. Lu Bujing had only met him by chance, and they had no relationship. Hen Xian was also from the 3rd mainland, and as for Jiwei, he was from the 1st mainland. He had always been alone, bastard. Skyblue looked nervously at Jiao Yao, waiting for his decision. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no point in hiding it. Xiada was stunned. "What Jialan family? Isn't that the Nan family?" Jiao Yao stared at Skyblue. "Are you from the Jialan family or the Nan family?" "He's from the Jialan family," Lu Yin shouted. Skyblue was so arrogant, so he had to give him something to do. Skyblue's expression turned ugly, and he faced Jiao Yao and the others' gazes. He raised his head and exhaled proudly. "I am Skyblue, a Daoist of the 6th mainland's Jialan family." Jiao Yao and the others exchanged glances, and they all stared at Skyblue in disbelief. Jialan, Daoist, these were titles that could not be any more ancient. They had never expected to hear them or even see them in this era. "Do you acknowledge the Jialan family?" Skyblue barked as he stared at Jiao Yao, trying to discern something from his eyes. Jiao Yao stared deeply at Skyblue and nodded. "The Jialan family rules over the 6th mainland, so we naturally acknowledge them. As long as you can prove your identity, then you will be the 6th mainland's Daoist from now on." Skyblue was delighted, but he remained vigilant. He was afraid that Jiao Yao was trying to coax him to return to the 6th mainland. However, when he thought about it again, it seemed that there was no need for Jiao Yao to coax him, as he could not escape from 3 half-progenitors. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no one else who could help him, so Skyblue decided to let go. "I will prove my identity. The 6th mainland's Daosaur sect still exists. Let's go." Jiao Yao nodded. "Please." Even he had to show respect to Daoist Jialan, who had once ruled over the 6th mainland. They had not betrayed the Jialan family, and the Jialan family had disappeared of their own accord. Regardless of the reason, since this person had been acknowledged as a Daoist, it meant that he would eventually break through to the progenitor realm and become one of the top powerhouses in the universe. They were willing to give him a chance. The sixth mainland's secret progenitor had betrayed them, and the martial progenitor had died. Only the blood progenitor remained hidden, and they desperately needed a powerhouse to support them. On the ancestral turtle's back, Luin was depressed. He had wanted to find something for Skyblue to do, but he had not expected to help him instead. At this moment, Skyblue looked at Luin. During the above heaven sex era, Taoists were unrivaled among their peers, and that is still the case in this era. I will show you the gap between us. There is an insurmountable gap between you and us. He then left with Jiao Yao. How impudent. Seventh bro, that bastard actually dares to look down on you. You must teach him a lesson. The ghost monkey's voice rang out from outside the ancestral turtle. He had come to seek refuge with Luin. At present, the everlasting monsters were all entrenched at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, waiting to be exterminated. Regardless of whether it was a human half-ancestor or someone else who acted, the everlasting monsters would still be useful. The ghost monkey did not want to die with them, so he had to seek refuge with Luin. Luin glanced at the monkey, but he did not have the time to deal with him. Jui had already made a move against the ancestral turtle. Death energy gathered in outer space, forming a giant black sphere that pressed down on the ancestral turtle. Luin was not unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen that figure use this technique to suppress a giant creature when he had absorbed death energy. Death energy was the same as astral sources in that it was just a type of energy that could be cultivated. Everyone could display different levels of strength. Jui was definitely an expert in using death energy. Luin did not know whether his identity as the Death God's disciple was real or not, but Juyi's use of death energy was definitely above Lu Yin's. The gathering of death energy was not simple, and it was similar to the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation. The giant black sphere of death energy pressed down on the ancestral turtle. The turtle's eyes widened in shock, but it did not move. The black sphere of death energy directly pressed down on the Mavis family's divine tree. Finally, under Lu Yin's apprehensive gaze, the divine tree lifted the sphere and flung it away. Jui was shocked, and his gaze shifted from Luin to the divine tree. His eyes gradually widened, as if he had seen something inconceivable. The Mavis divine tree? Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Luin was flabbergasted. Jui had actually recognized it? This meant that the Mavis family had been very famous even during the above heaven era. He looked at Cloud Shadow, who wasn't surprised. Since you know about the Mavis God tree, you should know how powerful it is. Jui stared at the tree deeply. That's right. The Mavis God tree is incomparably powerful, and it covers the center of the second continent. The Mavis family used this to control the second continent and become its ruler. No one dares to underestimate it. If this was the real thing, then even a progenitor might not be able to do anything to it, let alone me. Unfortunately, this is a fake. Cloud Shadow was furious. How could my Mavis family live in a fake tree? Juyi's gaze was calm as death energy surged. He transformed into a phantom that towered in the sky like a giant dark figure overlooking the heavens. Luin was no stranger to this figure. He had seen it before when he had absorbed the death energy and in the burial garden. This was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had actually appeared after Jui. He really was the Grim Reaper's disciple. Even if the real Mavis God tree isn't as powerful as the mother tree, its size is still enough to cover the center of the second continent. The Mavis family controls all the plants in the universe, and they are definitely not any weaker than the Lu family. Although this tree has a portion of the God tree's power, it seems to be growing. The God tree that covered the center of the second continent is gone, Jui shouted as the giant Grim Reaper behind him transformed into a scythe that slashed at the tree. Suddenly, the ancestral turtle turned around and viciously slammed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. With a bang, sparks tore through space and extended into the distance. Countless sparks burst forth, causing the void to boil like the surface of a lake as countless cracks appeared. Jui was pushed back by the ancestral turtle's attack, his face filled with shock. Luin heaved a sigh of relief, as Juyi's strength was incomparably powerful. Fortunately, even the ancient gods were afraid of the ancestral turtle, let alone Luin. Even without the mind net, Jui might not be able to do anything to Luin. Cloud Shadow Mavis also heaved a sigh of relief. The methods of these ancient powerhouses were truly frightening. Even if she was confident in the divine tree and the ancestral turtle, she was still apprehensive. Don't waste your time. Even the 7 sky gods can't do anything about that ancestral turtle, Wang Xi's voice rang out, and her cold gaze swept over Lu Buzheng, Lu Yin, and the others. She then stared at Zhu Yi. Join forces with us, and we'll leave that brat to you. As long as you help us get rid of this Lu Buzheng, that's fine. Lu Buzheng was furious. Old B****, you're courting death. Ni Huang did not expect Wang Xi to target Zhu Yi. It had to be said that this move was effective. Once he joined forces with Zhu Yi, the situation would be reversed. Thinking of this, he hurriedly blocked Lu Buzheng. At the same time, he looked at Xianxia again and saw that he had no intention of interfering. Kui Luo shrieked, "Old bitch, you're trying to seduce another man. There are already 2 of your guests here, and you're not even letting an ancient person off. You're going too far. He's old enough to be your ancestor." Wang Xi gritted her teeth. "You'll die as well, Kui Luo." She then looked at Zhu Yi. "You can only obtain that brat if you join forces with us." Zhu Yi's expression was icy. "Even I can't break through this beast's defenses. Why are you helping me?" Wang Xi sneered. "There's no need to break through. I have a way to make that brat walk out on his own." She then looked at Lu Yin with a smug and mocking gaze. "Brat, do you really think that we're following you just to return to the astral trees? We have a more important goal, and you've captured our people. We naturally won't let go of the people you care about. That earth must be very important to you." Lu Yin's expression changed, and the way he looked at Wang Xi changed. Although he had wanted to take revenge in the past and kill Wang Xi and the other traitors, he still had a sense of righteousness when facing the Eternals. He could stay true to his heart and fight against the mortal enemies of the human race together. Even if they had acted against Ni Huang and the others, they had not really wanted to kill them. Instead, they had hoped to suppress them and borrow their strength to deal with the Eternals. But at this moment, his thoughts had changed. Even if the Eternals were nearby, even if the human race was in danger, he would still kill that old B****. Wang Xi's heart could not help but tremble when she saw the bone-deep killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes. That killing intent made even a half-ancestor like her tremble. She knew that Lu Yin had the ability to threaten her, and if he was allowed to continue growing, there would come a day when he would threaten her life and even the entire Wang family. When she thought of this, she coldly said, "As long as we capture the people that the brat cares about, we'll be able to force him out. There are billions of people on that earth, and we'll kill 100 million a day. Let's see how long he can last." There's also Xenu Star and many others who once joined the Great Eastern Alliance. They can all be used as bargaining chips. Lu Buzheng's Akalanatha King's elephant grew rapidly, almost to the point of being able to display his inner world. "Old B****, how dare you threaten a direct descendant of the Lu family? I'll definitely kill you." Due to the explosive increase in his power level, the astral source was rapidly devoured. At the same time, the increase in his strength also triggered the mind net. Lu Yin shouted, "Stop." Lu Buzheng was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin. Kui Luo, Wang Xi, Zhu Yi, and even Xianxia, who had yet to make a move, all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly looked at Wang Xi. He was so calm that it was terrifying. "Because of what you just said, I'll make the Wang family regret it for 10,000 years. Wang Xi's eyelids twitched, and she sneered. "We'll see if we can survive." She then looked at Zhu Yi. "Do you want to join forces?" Zhu Yi glanced at Wang Xi. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, human cultivation was at its peak. The progenitors encouraged the creation of their own power, which resulted in the birth of many powers that could not be used by astral sources. It was also because of the progenitors' encouragement that humans made good use of their intelligence, which led to the birth of experts like the 3 realms and 6 daos. In our era, creation and power were revered. Methods were always lies that the weak used to comfort themselves. Wang Xi's face sank. Zhu Yi continued, "Some people can't become powerhouses, so they think of all sorts of ways to harm, threaten, or bribe others to protect their pitiful self-esteem. I despise those kinds of people the most." He then looked at Wang Xi. "You're that kind of person." Wang Xi's expression turned ugly. Without our help, you'll never be able to catch that brat. Jui was indifferent. I don't need to catch him. I just want to clean up the mess. Even if I can't catch him now, once I break through to the progenitor realm and become the second death god, I'll naturally be able to strip him of his power. He then looked at Luin. Death Chi can only be used by whoever I allow to use it. If I don't allow anyone to use it, then even if this power is destroyed, they can't use it. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Although he loathed Zhu Yi's tone and incomprehensible arrogance, this person did not seem to be so despicable. Could it be that these people from the above heaven sect era were all like this? Every era had its own unique characteristics. Throughout the history of human development, there were eras where skinny was considered beautiful, fat was considered beautiful, and there were also eras that respected strength and disdained underhanded methods. There were also eras that respected ambitious and ruthless people who would do anything to achieve their goals. This was the gap between the eras. In the current era, whether it was strength or methods, everything was fine as long as one's goal was achieved. This was why Wang Xi could threaten him, and he could also unify the innerverse and outerverse. However, to those from the above heaven era, this was incomprehensible. Skyblue Salon disdained Lu Yin's methods. The difference between eras had resulted in different views. During the above heaven era, humanity had been at its peak, and there had been no need for them to worry about foreign wars. The above heaven era had formed a system that ensured humanity's orderly development. Thus, the arrogance of strength being king had been born. However, in this era, humanity was facing too many foreign enemies. Skyblue Salon and the others could not understand this era's concept, and neither could Lu Yin's group. Now, Wang Xi was disgusted by Zhu Yi. Her method was very practical and had a high chance of success. If Lu Yin really allowed Earth to be destroyed and the people he valued to be slaughtered, then there would definitely be a flaw in his mental state in the future. No matter how she looked at it, it would not be a loss. However, Zhu Yi refused to do so, and he even mocked her, which truly disgusted her. Anai Huang admitted that she was somewhat old-fashioned, and she was also choked by Zhu Yi's words. Zhu Yi was not mocking Wang Xi, he was mocking this era, just like how Skyblue Salon had mocked Lu Yin. Zhu Yi's words disgusted Wang Xi and the others, and they also distracted Old White Ghost. Seizing this opportunity, the Heavenly Master attacked. Myriad rivers to the sea. Old White Ghost was startled. He did not understand what myriad rivers to the sea was, but since the Heavenly Master had shouted it, he naturally did his best to defend himself. This was also the Heavenly Master's goal. Ever since his battle with Xiaji, he had gained inspiration that myriad rivers to the sea could be used as a surprise attack. Those who did not understand this secret technique would naturally try their best to defend themselves. However, this secret technique could turn all attacks into raw energy. In other words, any defense would be useless, and even the Heavenly Master's own strength would be rendered useless. Xiaji had relied on this ability to surprise the Heavenly Master and Elder Gong when they had teamed up. At this moment, the Heavenly Master was also using this ability to turn Old White Ghost, Xiada, Wang Xi, Anai Huang, and Zhu Yi's battle techniques into nothingness. Of course, this included Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. Although they had all consciously avoided using astral battle techniques, they would still use them at critical moments. The Heavenly Master had seized this moment. If Elder Chan and the others were here, they would definitely be able to coordinate with the Heavenly Master to attack Anai Huang and the others. However, since they were not here, the Heavenly Master had left this move to Lu Yin. The moment Myriad Rivers made his move, Lu Yin took out the needle that he had obtained from the Celestial Doe's head judge and used the secret art to appear in front of Wang Xi. Immediately after, a palm appeared and slammed into the void, creating countless afterimages that merged together to form an incomparably ferocious palm. The needle moved at a speed that Wang Xi could not dodge, piercing through her right arm. Wang Xi's body was pierced through by the needle, and she was sent flying backwards, leaving behind a trail of blood. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The Heavenly Master was the one who had attacked, and the moment he used myriad rivers to attack Wang Xi, the needle had appeared right under the palm. Everyone's attacks had been neutralized by myriad rivers, and by the time they realized what had happened, Wang Xi had already been severely injured. Logically speaking, with Wang Xi's strength, she should not have been so easily injured by the Heavenly Master's palm strike. The Heavenly Master's attack was not that strong, and he had only used speed to superimpose his palm strike. This attack was one of Everlasting Island's 7 battle techniques. Although it was powerful, it couldn't possibly injure a half-progenitor so severely. In the end, it was still that needle that had broken through Wang Xi's inner world, which was where her astral vortex had been when she had been an emissary. The Heavenly Master hadn't expected that needle to be so powerful that it had pierced through Wang Xi's body. Wang Xi hadn't expected the Heavenly Master to be able to find her inner world and break through it, which was why she had been so severely injured. Anai Huang hurried to Wang Xi's side while Xiada and Old White Ghost moved over at the same time, blocking 3 different directions. They looked at the Heavenly Master warily, especially at the needle in his hand. There were too few treasures and external items that could threaten a half-progenitor, which was why they hadn't used them. They hadn't expected the Heavenly Master to have one. Wang Xi coughed up blood with great difficulty, and she glared at the Heavenly Master with a pale face. "How did you find my inner world?" The Heavenly Master didn't answer. "I found it," Luyin said. Wang Xi and the rest looked over in shock. "It was you?" Luyin growled. "You didn't expect this, did you, old bitch? I found your inner world, and that needle is also mine." "Impossible. How could you possibly find my inner world?" Wang Xi was flustered, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. She looked even more defeated. Her injuries were too severe, and she might be crippled for the rest of her life. Her hatred for Luyin grew even more intense. "You've been watching us all this time?" Anai Huang looked at Luyin and asked slowly. If one had been watching a battle from start to finish, then it was possible to find an opening, especially since emissaries would subconsciously protect their astral vortexes. Luyin looked at Anai Huang. "You are enemies." Anai Huang laughed in self-mockery. "We've lived for so long, but we've been fooled by a junior like you. We schemed against you, but you schemed against us as well. You've been watching us from the moment we stepped onto this battlefield, right? You've been analyzing our battles to find the location of our inner worlds. If I'm not wrong, you've seen through the 3 of us as well." Xiada stared at Luyin in shock. If what Anai Huang said was true, then Luyin was too terrifying. His ability to foresee the future was terrifying. Even Jui became much more serious. Luyin sighed. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just a puny emissary, and I can't compare to you in terms of strength. All I can do is use my brain. You guys came to this region of space to kill me, and if you want to protect yourself, then you have to be more hardworking than others." Anai Huang smiled bitterly. "We're both facing the threat of the Eternals, and we're on the brink of death. Yet, you still have the time to observe us?" "Most of the time, I didn't participate in the battles. I'm not qualified to do so." Old White Ghost said coldly, "Little bastard from the Lu clan, you're too despicable." Kui Luo shouted, "This is called battle wisdom. You want to use a hostage to force him into a corner? Isn't that despicable? The way you deal with the Lu clan is 10,000 times more despicable than that old bitch Wang Xi." Wang Xi glared at Luyin. She was a dignified half-ancestor, but she had actually been schemed against by this junior that she hated the most. She could not accept this. Luyin looked at Lu Bujing. "Capture Wang Xi. We'll talk about the other 3 later." Wang Xi was heavily injured, and she could not use her inner world even if she wanted to. There was no way for her to hide in the mind net, but Anai Huang and the other 2 were different. They could escape or fight to the death, and if they could not win, they could hide in the mind net. The mind net could not be maintained for very long, and it would eventually disappear. Lu Bujing looked at Luyin with a complicated gaze. From what he knew, the Lu family did not lack intelligent and strategic experts. However, there were very few people like Luyin who could successfully scheme against a half-martial ancestor at the First Origin Tribulation realm. Even in the Lu family, he was an exception. Most people in the Lu clan did not rely on their brains to make a living. "Attack!" Kui Luo shouted, his spiritual force blasting towards Anai Huang and the other 2. Lu Bujing visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant once more and punched out. The Elysium Heavenly Master also appeared at the same time. Originally, only Anai Huang and the other three had been able to deal with Lu Bujing's group, but now that Wang Xi was gone, they were at a disadvantage. What was more troublesome was that they still had to protect Wang Xi. Furthermore, compared to Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo, they were able to use their astral sources more often. Lu Bujing relied on the Akalanatha king's elephant and possessed terrifying strength. Kuei Luo directly used his spiritual force, but they could not find any other source of power to resist. Astral source battle techniques could only be maintained for a short period of time, and if they were exhausted, they would definitely lose. In the face of Lu Bujing's group's attacks, even Anai Huang wanted to retreat. At that moment, Jui attacked, his deathly qi transforming into chains that flew towards Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing, your opponent is me. Lu Bujing looked at Jui and avoided the deathly qi chains. Don't you hate playing tricks? Jui was indifferent. Just because I hate playing tricks doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Without the three of them, how am I supposed to clean up the mess? Anai Huang and the others relaxed. Fortunately, this Jui was not too stubborn. Jui had attacked Lu Bujing, and the situation had reversed. Jui had replaced Wang Xi, which was the best outcome for Anai Huang and the others. However, the situation quickly changed again. Lan Xian and the medicine immortal had returned and ambushed Jui. No one had expected someone from the sixth mainland to suddenly appear and help Luin. Even Luin himself had not expected this. In the current situation, everyone only wanted to protect their own astral sources. Fighting would only deplete their astral sources. Lan Xian wanted Lu Yin's blood, which might be very important. Luin understood that, so she had been keeping an eye on him. But what about the medicine immortal? What was he after? 3 strings played, and Lan Xian's melodious voice rang out. She glanced at Luin. You owe me a drop of blood. Although Lan Xian and the medicine immortal were much weaker than Kuei Luo and the others, without using their inner worlds, the difference was not that great. Even if the two of them could not hold Jui back, they could at least deal with old white ghost Xiada and free up Kuei Luo. With Kuei Luo's strength, he could hold Anai Huang back. The chaotic battle between half-ancestors caused the countless corpse kings at the entrance to the Starfall Sea to be forgotten. Not long after, countless corpse kings began to scatter in all directions. The ghost monkey had been allowed onto the ancestral tortoise's back by Luin, and the moment he entered, he began to flatter Luin incessantly. How many experts are there among those corpse kings? Luin asked sternly. The monkey shrank back. Many. There are no. Less than 50 envoys. I don't know where the Eternals found so many monsters. If they all scatter, it will be a disaster for the fifth mainland. Luin frowned, as this was not the greatest disaster. He looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, where there was still a palm that could allow the Eternals to travel back and forth. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Cloud Shadow Mavis. Senior, protecting the fifth mainland is our shared responsibility, and the Mavis family is no exception, right? Cloud Shadow Mavis grew wary. What do you mean? Luin replied, have the ancestral tortoise block that gap. Impossible, Cloud Shadow rejected. She then seemed to realize that her tone had been inappropriate and added, it's not that we don't want to, but that the ancestral tortoise doesn't want to. It won't go near the corpse god, you should know that. Let's try. If we can block that gap, the Mavis family will be the greatest contributor to the fifth mainland, Luin said. Cloud Shadow was helpless, and she could only try to get the ancestral tortoise to approach the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Along the way, Luin would attack any corpse king that they encountered. His headache continued. Lu Bujing had said that the backlash from his innate gift would last for a period of time, and Luin could feel it now. Every time he attacked, his headache would intensify, and he had to find a place to enter the time-stop space to rest. Up ahead, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes flashed past before disappearing into the distance. Lu Yin's heart sank. A corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 wasn't something that he could deal with. If these corpse kings spread to the fifth mainland, who knew what kind of disaster they would cause? Suddenly, a scale appeared beneath the corpse king's feet, and its body shattered. Luin was delighted. This was the trial, and the head inquisitors had finally arrived. The next moment, Elder Chan, Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping, and Xia Ji arrived at the same time. They saw the battle between the half-ancestors in the distance and the countless corpse kings fleeing. Elder Chan and the rest didn't attack, as they had the same thoughts as 9 luminaries. If they attacked now, they would exhaust their astral sources. If the Eternals invaded again, they would be in trouble. Luin naturally knew this as well, as he had only used the overlaying stacks path and not his astral source. The Eternals had left so many corpse kings behind in order to exhaust their strength. Only cultivators below the half-ancestor level could deal with these corpse kings. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help! Kue Luo shouted at Elder Chan and the rest. Old White Ghost threatened, the Sky Genesis Court's new void corridor will be repaired soon. When that happens, my astral tree domain will be reconnected to your abandoned land. If you dare attack us, you'll be punished by the 4-way scales. Luin sneered, who can punish us? Your progenitors? Do you really think we're stupid enough to believe that the 4-way scales won't attack us because they're afraid of the progenitors behind me? This is the 5th mainland's ancestral land. The 6th mainland's martial progenitor invaded and was heavily injured. Secret progenitor betrayed us and attacked Burial Garden, but was also heavily injured. Once a progenitor appears, they won't be able to act recklessly here. Otherwise, any random progenitor from the Eternals would be able to take down this place. Why would they spend so much effort setting this up? He had only figured this out recently. He had assumed that the 4-way Libra was truly afraid of the progenitor behind him and was afraid that a battle between progenitors would break out on the 5th mainland, which was why no progenitors had taken action. However, even the Eternals had not sent any progenitors, which was strange. The 7 sky gods were all peerlessly powerful, and there were Dao Lords and esteemed ancestors of their families. They were all powerhouses from the most ancient era, and He Wuxian was no exception. So why was He Wuxian being blocked by the martial progenitor and the blood progenitor? There were strong half-ancestors and weak progenitors, and it was the same for progenitors. Luin didn't believe that the martial progenitor and the blood progenitor could fight against He Wuxian. No matter how weak He Wuxian was, he should be on the same level as progenitor Chen, who could challenge multiple progenitors by himself. It wouldn't be difficult for He Wuxian to enter if he wanted to, but he never did. The corpse god was the same, and she would rather block the entrance to the Starfall Sea than enter. There had to be something in the 5th mainland that they were afraid of. If the Eternals were afraid, then so would the 4-way scales. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll be updating in the afternoon. Thank you for your support. Old White Ghost snorted coldly. Don't try to be smart. The progenitors haven't come out because they don't want the abandoned land to be destroyed and the Eternals to succeed. However, if you really want to court death, the 4-way scale will definitely make you regret it. Now is not the time for internal strife. The 7 sky gods can still enter and leave, so it doesn't matter to us. At most, we'll just leave the abandoned lands. What about you guys? Once the Eternals take over the abandoned land, you'll have no choice but to flee to the starry sky of the trees. That's our world. Do you want to be hunted down and enslaved forever? Enai Huang shouted. Kue Luo's vital energy exploded. So what if you're trying to kill me? This old man has been chased by you for so many years, and I've been fine. At worst, I'll just topple the 4 cardinal scales. Old White Ghost sneered, what a joke. A progenitor can easily suppress them. We can break through to the progenitor realm as well. Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping made his move, and the scale of scales extended beneath Old White Host's feet. Old White Ghost was apprehensive, but Xia Ji suddenly raised his blade and slashed at Qing Ping. Luin was shocked. Senior brother, watch out. Xia Ji's attack was blocked by Old Zen. What are you trying to do? Xia Ji's blade pressed down. Return to your ancestry. As he spoke, the blade twisted and 2 layers of blade shadows appeared. 3 blade wills pressed down. Not only did they attack Qing Ping, but they also attacked Elder Chan. Luin looked at Xiada. Xiada must have said something, otherwise, Xia Ji would not have acted. To acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan? The 7 Quartz Xia family was likely a seed left behind by the Xia family, just like how the Bai family had left behind the Day-Night clan. However, Xiada had overestimated Xia Ji. Although Xia Ji was powerful, he was no match for Elder Chan. The situation changed again and again, and the contradictions of humans were exposed. This might be the reason why the god of forgotten ruins and the others left. Without external conflicts, internal conflicts would erupt. In the end, Xianxia still stepped in to help Enai Huang and the others, crushing Qing Ping's scales. Lu Bujing and the others stopped and looked at Xianxia. Enai Huang and the others did not understand why Xianxia would help them. Henshin, what do you mean? Lu Bujing asked in a low voice. Xianxia looked at Lu Bujing but did not reply. Instead, he looked at Enai Huang. From now on, listen to me. Follow me, and I'll help you. Otherwise, I'll help them. Lu Bujing raised his eyebrows and shouted, You want to use us? Lu Yin had never thought that Xianxia, who seemed the most honest, would actually be the most black-hearted. He would use such a method to force Enai Huang and the others to make a choice without any room for negotiation. Enai Huang did not expect to be faced with such a choice and was momentarily stunned. No wonder people call you Hen Hazi. You climbed from an ordinary person to the position of Heaven Gate's sect leader. You are indeed not an ordinary person, Jui said. Xianxia stared at Enai Huang. How do you choose? Enai Huang clenched her fists. Let's form an alliance. Otherwise, we'd rather be trapped than follow you. Sure, Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth. Hen Blackie, you're despicable. Kue Luo sneered, the ancient god was the Dao master of the Third Mainland, yet he betrayed the humans. Sure enough, the subordinates of such people are all the same. Xianxia looked up. The Third Mainland and the Fifth Mainland have always had a grudge against each other. What's so strange about that? He then looked at Lu Yin. From the looks of it, you have the greatest influence on the final outcome of this battle. Do you want to fight or make peace? Choose one. As he looked at Xianxia, Lu Yin recalled the first time they had met. Xianxia had immediately determined that Lu Yin was the one in charge and had analyzed many things. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia was truly shrewd. He had clearly seen through the situation and had used this opportunity to pull Enai Huang and the others over. He was considered an extremely powerful force in the Fifth Mainland. But what was his goal in doing so? There was also Jui, who wanted Lu Yin to listen to him. They all seemed to have their own goals, and Lu Yin desperately wanted to understand the thoughts of these ancient powerhouses. Since the times were different, Lu Yin was unable to see through them. Make peace, Lu Yin spoke up, but he looked at Lu Bujing and shook his head. Lu Bujing glared at Enai Huang and the others with murderous intent before turning to Xianxia. You're ruthless enough. Hen Hazi, remember, don't fall into my hands. Xianxia retracted his gaze. We'll talk about it after I fall into your hands. No, Wang Xi shouted, glaring at Lu Yin. I want you dead. She looked at Xianxia. We can't let this bastard of the Lu family go. We have to kill him. Xianxia was indifferent. No one asked for your opinion. Jui replied, I want to capture that kid as well. You won't be able to, Elder Chan said to Jui. No one can. He was the one who led the charge in the battle against the Eternals. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. I won't let you deal with him. White Fiend said coldly, is it worth it for a bastard of the Lu family? The new Void Corridor will definitely be repaired, and the Eternals will definitely invade that gap. Even without the threat of the Eternals, the four-way scales can promise that we will allow the people of the abandoned lands to cultivate in the Astral Tree domain and compete for cultivation resources fairly. Without the Lu family's bastard, we have no conflicts with you. Are you willing to become enemies with us just to protect that bastard? Elder Chan's expression was complicated. You're asking me if it's worth it? Of course it is. I am indebted to the Lu family, and if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have obtained the ancestral chi of the Three Sons, nor would I have been able to establish the Hall of Honor. All of you left your seeds in the Fifth Mainland, and the Hall of Honor is a seed left behind by the Lu family. We resent the primeval surnames for abandoning this mainland, but we are also indebted to them. In the past, I would have gone against my conscience and ignored the Lu family's kindness to us and abandoned Lu Yin, but not now. I am protecting him not only because of the Lu family's kindness, but also because of himself. Which one of you is willing to share your inheritance with the rest of the universe? Luin is our fifth mainland's benefactor, and we will not abandon him. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder Chan's ancestral qi of the three sons had come from the Lu family? Then why had the Lu family treated him like that? If Luin hadn't taken the initiative to take over the war against the astral beast domain, Elder Chan might not have protected him. It was obvious that Elder Chan had been wary of him back then. Heavenly Master Xianxia said, Elder Chan is right. That is how it should be. Elder Gong smiled. That's right. Chief Referee Qing Ping did not say anything, but he was the first to step forward when someone attacked Luin. This was enough to show his attitude. That person was his junior brother. Xianxia frowned. It doesn't make sense, and there's no need to persist. Let's set aside our past grudges for now. The threat of the Eternals hasn't been dealt with yet. Lu Bujing was the most indignant. He was the one who had instigated this civil war, and he only wanted to avenge the Lu family. Jui did not want to let Luin off either, but it seemed that he could not do anything to Luin. He could not even break through the ancestral turtle's defenses. Luin looked around and felt a little helpless. These half-ancestors were all shrewd, and it was already difficult for them to severely injure Wang Si. It would be impossible for them to deal with Ni Huang and the others. On the surface, Luin seemed to have the greatest influence, but it was also because of this that Xianxia had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, all of the half-martial ancestors looked towards the west. An old man walked out slowly, and his gaze was gentle. There was fatigue and ancientness in his eyes. Behind him were half-ancestor Navagraha and Jialan of the sky. Blood ancestor. Lan Xian and the medicine immortal hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The other half-ancestors all looked solemn, but they bowed. Greetings, progenitor. Even Lu Bujing and the others bowed. Although they had come from the ancient era of the above heaven sect and were much more senior than the blood progenitor, a progenitor was still a progenitor. They were only half-ancestors, so they had to bow before a progenitor unless the other party was an enemy. Luin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and bowed like the Mavis clan. Greetings, blood progenitor. Greetings, blood progenitor. The blood progenitor's real name was Shui Lizi, and he was one of the sixth mainland's three progenitors. He was also the only progenitor who had not shown any hostility towards the fifth mainland. When the Sea King had broken through the three upper gates, he had drawn out the astral tree to restore the fifth mainland's sky, which had led to the sixth mainland invading the fifth mainland. The martial progenitor had personally taken action, and if not for the symbol progenitor, he would have been able to sweep through the entire fifth mainland. The secret progenitor had even betrayed the human race and attacked the burial garden in a futile attempt to destroy the burial garden and destroy humanity's most ancient inheritance. Fortunately, progenitor Chen had intervened and stopped the attack, severely injuring the progenitor. Only the blood progenitor had not acted against the fifth mainland, and he had been fighting against the Eternals the entire time. When Luin had broken through to become an emissary, the astral source universe had been stirred up, which had drawn out the blood progenitor. It was also at that time that he had met the blood progenitor for the first time. Prior to this, Luin had never come into close contact with a progenitor. Now, the blood progenitor was the only progenitor left in the fifth mainland. It seems like you don't plan on fighting anymore, the blood progenitor's voice rang out as he swept his gaze across all the half-ancestors, including Luin. Elder Chan looked at the blood progenitor and respectfully asked, "Why have you come, senior?" The blood progenitor clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the starfall sea tiredly. "How could I not come? This is humanity's greatest calamity. If I'm not careful, I'll end up like the 9 ministers and not even be able to keep my corpse." Jiao Yao's expression was ugly, and his eyes were filled with grief. The 9 ministers was the martial progenitor's name, and he had been killed outside the Starfall Sea. Even his head had been thrown out, and it had been an extremely tragic sight. You did well to seal the entrance and fight for a chance of survival for us humans. Unfortunately, there is still a gap. If we want to guard that gap, we will have to pay a great price. But no matter what, everyone here is responsible, including myself, the blood ancestor said word by word. Luin asked, Senior, what do you plan to do? He had interacted with the blood progenitor before, and this old man was easy to talk to. Behind the blood progenitor, Jialan Tianlan looked at Luin with an arrogant expression. Her sense of superiority grew as she looked at Luin. Lu Yin's status had been acknowledged, and even the blood progenitor was very polite to him. He had acknowledged that Luin would definitely break through to the progenitor realm. In this universe, no, in this era, Luin was at the peak. The blood progenitor looked at Luin. Draw lots. I will forever guard the entrance, just like before. However, I won't be alone, but rather with at least 4 other half-ancestors. Because of the power above us, a half-ancestor's strength is enough to guard the entrance. Otherwise, even a progenitor would not be able to guard it, let alone a half-ancestor. Of course, the further we go, the more half-ancestors we'll need to guard. This will depend on how the Eternals attack. For now, their attacks aren't that strong, and they might not even be there. Everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. They needed a half-ancestor to guard the entrance, which meant that they would be facing the Eternals on the front lines. This was not a good job, but it had to be done. I'm full of sincerity. Thank you, brothers, for your support. There are 16 half-ancestors here. How long will it take for the next batch to change? Xianxia asked. The blood ancestor looked at him and sighed. You came from the ancient era and are one of the leaders of the 12 gates. You truly live up to your reputation. If all of you can break through to the progenitor realm, then the human race will have nothing to worry about. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. If they broke through to the progenitor realm, then the everlasting race would have been destroyed long ago. At the same time, the ghost monkey rolled his eyes as well. Let's do it for half a year. What do you all think? The blood ancestor obviously hadn't considered this question, so he casually answered. Xianxia answered, sure. The blood ancestor continued, during this time, I hope that you won't fight amongst yourselves, at least not until the everlasting race can't invade. I hope that you can give me some face. He then raised his hand, causing 16 spots to appear in the sky. Each spot represented a number. You may draw lots. Lu Bujing raised his eyebrows. This was a deterrence, right? At first glance, those spots looked like numbers used for drawing lots, but they were unable to see the numbers inside and were unable to use any means to find out. This ability to block everyone's perception was directly proportional to one's combat strength. As expected of the ancestor realm, Xianxia was the first to act, casually grabbing a spot. Next, the other half-ancestors followed suit. Lord Inquisitor, there's no need. You're not a half-ancestor, Luin called out. He wanted Senior Qingping to not participate in the defense. That way, even if Lu Bujing, Kue Luo, Heavenly Master Xianxia, and the others were unlucky enough to participate, he would still have a senior to rely on. Yes, Inquisitor Qingping replied with a single word, which left Luin depressed. On the other side, Anai Huang bowed to the blood ancestor. Senior, Wang Xi's inner world has been destroyed, and it will be difficult for her to use her full strength. She might even become a cripple. Wang Xi's expression turned ugly, but she didn't refute. Yes, the blood ancestor replied. The spot on Wang Xi's hand disappeared, and she glared at Luin once more. She swore to herself that she would find a chance to kill him. Luin also looked at Wang Xi, not bothering to hide the killing intent in his eyes. The remaining 15 half-ancestors could be divided into 4 groups. The one with the number 1 will be the next person to guard the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the blood ancestor said. Luin quickly looked at Kue Luo and the others. Kue Luo had a constipated expression on his face, and he was mumbling something under his breath. Lu Yin's heart sank. Kue Luo was definitely involved. He looked over at Lu Bujing, who had a relaxed expression on his face. Luin looked at senior brother Qingping, but he couldn't read his expression. He then looked at Elder Chan and the others, but he couldn't read their expressions either. Cultivators who had reached the half-group realm basically didn't show their emotions on their faces. It was very difficult for him to tell. Very few people were like Kue Luo. Alright, since you've chosen, the 4 of you can follow me to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, the blood ancestor said before heading towards the Starfall Sea. Elder Gong, Xiada, Medicine Immortal, and finally Kue Luo. Kue Luo sighed and glanced at Luin. Take care of yourself. Stay on the ancestral turtle's back and don't go down. The blood ancestor hoped that there wouldn't be any internal strife among the humans for the time being out of respect for him. However, no one knew how important this restriction would be to Ju-1 and the others. At least, from Kue Luo's point of view, this restriction was nonsense. Thus, he warned Luin not to leave the ancestral turtle. Luin watched as Kue Luo and the others headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. He suddenly thought of how powerful it would be if he could make all of these half-ancestors listen to his orders. More importantly, there were many powerhouses who had broken through 3 gates amongst these half-ancestors. The 12 gates of heavens above the heavens, the Astral Tree Society's half-ancestors, Elder Chan, and the 9 luminaries were all half-ancestors who had broken through 3 gates. How many of them could break through to the progenitor realm? Luin looked at the many half-ancestors and suddenly had a whimsical idea. Why didn't he try to control them all? When he had been a mere explorer, he had wanted to unify the outerverse, and he had succeeded. When he had unified the innerverse and outerverse, he had only been an enlighter. To those who knew of his experiences, he had become a legend. Only when someone achieved something that others thought was impossible could be considered a legend. If he could create a legend, why couldn't he create a second one? As an emissary, he had roamed the battlefields of half-ancestors and even decided the outcome of battles involving progenitors. He had done it, and there was nothing that he couldn't do. The more he thought about it, the more excited Luin became. At the same time, the pain in his head grew even more intense. It hurts, doesn't it? Lu Bujing climbed onto the ancestral turtle and looked into the distance. Xianxia had left with Ni Huang and the others, heading towards the Neoverse. Elder Chan had just mentioned Team E, which had been established by Xianxia, and Luin was going to take it away. Jui had also left, as it was impossible for him to deal with Luin on his own. Lan Xian also left with the 9 luminaries, but before she left, she reminded Luin that he owed her a drop of blood. She knew her own limits and knew that the chances of her asking for it now were not high, as Lu Bujing was keeping an eye on her. However, she would firmly remember this point, and she would make Luin pay her back one day. Elder Chan and the others were the last to leave, and before they left, they told Luin to have the Great Eastern Alliance cooperate with the Hall of Honor to eliminate the corpse kings that had spread throughout the universe. There was no need for Elder Chan to give any instructions, as Wang Wen and the others had already been making preparations to eliminate the corpse kings. The imminent battle between half-ancestors had ended, but the grudges that had been left behind still remained. Regardless of whether it was the conflict between the Lu family and the 4 Libras of this era, the conflict between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, or the conflict between the above heaven sex era, all of these conflicts would erupt in the days to come, and this did not even include the experts that had yet to appear. How many experts were there that turned into source boxes back then? Luin asked as he rubbed his forehead. The ancestral turtle changed directions and headed towards the outerverse. Lu Bujing thought about it. Many. More than half of the 12 Elysium sect masters are with us. Lu Yin's brows rose, as 3 Elysium sect masters had appeared. He suddenly thought of something. What about the Eternals? If you guys were sealed in ice, then they should have been sealed in ice as well. Why haven't we seen any Eternals after Jiu came out? There aren't many Eternals that were sealed in ice. It was all a ruse, a scheme. Almost all of the Elysium sect masters are quasi-ancestors, and there are also the elite cultivators from the 6 mainlands, especially the Tao child, who was confirmed to be a genius that would break through to the progenitor realm at such a young age. That one ice seal ended an entire era, Lu Bujing said with a solemn expression. Luin looked up. Ended an entire era? Lu Bujing replied, no, it ended 2 eras. Sky Salon was right. We are from one era, and they are from the next. Ever since the above heaven sex golden age, the next 2 generations of elites disappeared, and a gap appeared in the cultivation ladder. This gave the Eternals a chance. Otherwise, if things had developed normally, the humans would have produced many progenitors, and even if a few Tao masters betrayed us, the mainlands would not have been destroyed. Now that I think about it, the Eternals have been scheming against us for far too long, and it can be traced back to the above heaven sex era. That ignorant period of chaos. If the Eternals didn't have any experts sealed in ice, then how did you guys get tricked? Luin was puzzled. These half-ancestors were not stupid, and there were still the 3 realms and 6 Daos back then. Lu Bujing sighed. The Eternals aren't the only ones scheming against us. I'll tell you about this in the future. But it's hard to tell who's right and who's wrong right now. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Humans' arrogance came from their intelligence, and the Eternals also possessed unfathomable intelligence. When the humans had been at their peak during the above heaven sex era, they would not have looked down on an ant. Who would have thought that that ant would overthrow the giants? As long as one had intelligence, even an ant could not be underestimated. How should I address you? Luin asked Lu Bujing. This question stumped Lu Bujing, and he thought about it. Although the Lu family is divided into direct and side branches, we don't have the merciless concept of hierarchy that other families have, and we still get along quite well. How about this? Back then, Lu Tianyi called me third uncle. You can call me third uncle as well. Luin blinked and looked at Lu Bujing in shock. You? Who did you say called you third uncle? Lu Tianyi. During the above heaven sex era, my Lu family's Daoist was on the same level as Sky Salon, Lu Bujing said. He then realized something and became excited. You know Lu Tianyi, right? How is he? Luin was amused. Ancestor Lu Tianyi was a Daoist from the above heaven sex era? Just like Sky Salon? Lu Bujing nodded. Yes, they were on the same level, but he was more arrogant than Sky Salon. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant, but how is he now? Luin sighed. The Lu family disappeared, and I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I've heard Kuei Luo mention Lu Tianyi's name before. He was an ancestor of my Lu family a long time ago, and he was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosaur sex era. Lu Bujing was not surprised that Lu Tianyi had become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He looked to the west and sighed. That former junior has already reached the same level as the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Haha, I told you that kid could do it and that his future was limitless. I never thought that he would really reach the same level as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How ruthless, how ruthless. Ha ha ha, I should tell Sky Salon about this. I want to see his expression. Our 5th and 6th mainlands didn't get along, and Lu Tianyi competed with Sky Salon all year round. Now, Sky Salon will have to kneel down and call him ancestor when they meet again. Luin sighed as well. If Lu Tianyi and Sky Salon met again, it would be a dramatic reunion, and he was very curious about Sky Salon's expression when he saw Lu Tianyi. According to Kuei Luo, the Lu family had more than one progenitor, and the oldest one was Lu Tianyi. The Lu family ancestor that Kuei Luo had mentioned was also Lu Tianyi. Now that Luin thought about it, with Lu Tianyi's absolute talent and the fact that Sky Salon had been able to compete with him, his strength was definitely not simple. It was no wonder why Lu Tianyi was a Daozi and why Lu Tianyi looked down on him. Luin really wanted to meet him. Tell me, who else is in the Lu family? See if there's anyone that I know, Lu Bujing asked anxiously. At this moment, the monkey brought over 2 cups of tea and tried to curry favor. 7th bro, senior, please have some tea. Lu Bujing impatiently waved a hand. Go away. Luin took the tea and looked at the monkey. I'll talk to you later. The monkey hurriedly replied, 7th bro, feel free to tell me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. Is that so? That's not how you addressed me in the Eternal Kingdom. Luin raised his brows. The monkey's mouth fell open, as if he couldn't believe that Luin knew about his deeds in the Eternal Kingdom. That was impossible, as only the Corpse Kings knew about his deeds in the Eternal Kingdom. How did Luin know? No, someone must have told him that besides the Corpse Kings, there were only the specters. Could it have been him? The monkey thought of Silver, who had a wicked smile on his face and looked like he deserved a beating. 7th bro, this little monkey has never been disrespectful to you. If there is, this little monkey is willing to suffer the pain of being struck by lightning and never become a progenitor, the monkey shouted with a sincere attitude. Lu Bujing looked at the monkey in astonishment. Most cultivators wouldn't dare to make such an oath, but this strange thing seemed to be telling the truth. Lu Ying didn't believe the monkey, and he was more willing to believe that the monkey had never thought of becoming a progenitor. After chasing the monkey away, Lu Ying took a sip of tea, and his headache eased a little. Third uncle, ancestor Lu Tianyi is the oldest progenitor in the Lu family. Aside from the legendary ancestor of the Lu family, you wouldn't know anyone else even if I told you their names. Also, I don't know that I've lost my memories. Lu Bujing sighed. To think that the dignified Lu family would fall to such a state. How sad. I would rather die in battle during that era than live alone and watch the family wither away. Lu Ying put down his teacup. Third uncle, tell me about the era of the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing replied, that era is already a thing of the past, and there's nothing much to talk about. All I can tell you is that those who witnessed that era view the Eternals differently from those of your era. Perhaps you don't think that you can defeat the Eternals in this era, but in our era, the Eternals were nothing but ants. Lu Ying interrupted, your arrival has given us confidence. Lu Bujing was stunned, and then he thought about it. That's true. Actually, I wanted to say that the people of our era were inexplicably arrogant, and that arrogance came from the above heaven sect, from the astral beasts and Eternals that were enslaved by humans. However, from another perspective, our arrival did instill confidence in you. Wait. Lu Ying grasped the crux of the matter, and he looked at Lu Bujing. Did you say that they were enslaved? Lu Bujing's gaze trembled, and he nodded. Enslaved? Humans enslaved astral beasts? Lu Ying was shocked. Lu Bujing replied, that's nothing. The astral beasts are nothing more than mounts for humans. During that era, the fourth mainland had the most astral beasts, and the ruler of the fourth mainland was the desolate god, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He could do nothing about the astral beasts entering the fourth mainland to enslave the astral beasts, and he could only turn a blind eye to it. To the astral beasts of that era, humans were perhaps even more despicable than the Eternals we're facing now. Back then, part of the plan was related to them, but it was just a guess. Lu Ying looked to the east, towards the astral beast domain. A bolt of lightning flashed by, but he couldn't catch it. He had clearly thought of something, and he should have thought of something, but he just couldn't remember it. What was it? Enslavement, astral beasts, origami, and the Eternals. What could he possibly think of when he connected all of these together? Did the giant starry sky beast also participate in the plot against them? That was why the human race was cut off for 2 eras? I remember now, Lu Bujing suddenly shouted, and under Lu Yin's confused gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, Hen Blackie wants to rebuild the above heaven. Lu Ying was shocked. What did you say? Lu Bujing solemnly explained, don't be fooled by Hen Blackie's carefree appearance. That guy is actually quite shrewd. Back then, he was just an ordinary person, and he thought of all sorts of ways to enter the eyes of ancient Tao Master. Under ancient Tao Master's guidance, he chose cultivators with tenacity and willpower to join Team E and build up his own strength. Right, that guy even said that he had a chance to fight for the position of Tao Master. No wonder he wanted to form an alliance with those guys and was in such a hurry to find Team E. He definitely wants to rebuild the above heaven, break through to the progenitor realm, and become a Tao Master. Lu Ying was confused. Breaking through to the progenitor realm is understandable, but what's the point of becoming a Tao Master? The Daosaur sect is no more. Lu Bujing explained, in our era, there was a legend that said that only a Tao Master could know the core secrets of this region of space. Below the Tao Master level, even the 9 mountains and 8 seas didn't have the qualifications to know. Although the Daosaur sect has been destroyed, we will never forget this legend. Lu Ying shook his head, as this legend was based on the fact that the Daosaur sect still existed. Out of the 6 mainlands Daosaur sects, only the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect remained, and it had even been relocated. What secrets could there be? Becoming a Tao Master was already considered a top expert in this era, so who else could tell a Tao Master's secrets? Perhaps this was the reason why humans still pursued cultivation in the above heaven era. Lu Ying did not know if Henshin would establish the above heaven sect, but he had a premonition that Sky Sapphire would. Lu Ying felt another wave of pain, and he could not help but clutch his forehead. The pain made him dizzy. Lu Bujing was helpless. Your innate gift has backfired, and no one can help you. You can only rely on time to recover, and this period of time will greatly affect your battle prowess. So, you should go into seclusion and cultivate. Listen to that old man and don't leave this ancestral turtle. No one can do anything to you." He then turned to look at the tree. "Speaking of which, I never thought that the Mavis family would fall to such a state." The pain subsided slightly, and Lu Yin's face paled. "Was the Mavis family once very powerful?" Lu Bujing replied, "Of course. The family that controls the second mainland has a Dao master just like my Lu family. As long as it's a plant in this region of space, it's bound to be under their control. In our era, it was common knowledge that when fighting the Mavis family, it's best not to have any plants around you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. It's just like how when others fight my Lu family, they'll do everything in their power to prevent the direct descendants of my Lu family from summoning their generals." "How is that possible?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing nodded. "Yes, how is that possible? That's why the Mavis family was very powerful." Lu Yin wanted to know too much about the above sky sect era, but Lu Bujing wanted to help him recover from his innate gifts backfire as soon as possible, so he did not say much. Lu Bujing also wanted to understand this era as soon as possible. In his own words, Henshin and the others wanted to rebuild the above sky sect, and he also wanted to rebuild the Lu family and restore their former glory. He did not know how many members of the Lu family had been frozen and turned into sourceboxes, but he did not know. Lu Yin went into seclusion, and before that, he introduced Lu Bujing to Wang Wen and the others so that they could assist Lu Bujing in finding the powerhouses from the above sky sect era that had been unlocked. Lu Yin wanted to bring as many people as he could, as he did not know what the fifth mainland would become in the future. Before going into seclusion, he had also specifically reminded Wang Wen and the others to be cautious when dealing with those ancient powerhouses. The Great Eastern Alliance had originally unified the Innerverse and the Outerverse, and Leon's armada also controlled the Cosmic Sea. Now, however, that might not be the case. Lu Yin went into seclusion right below the Divine Tree. "Alliance Master Lu, you can rest easy here. If there's anything you need, just instruct Lulu and the others," Cloud Shadow Mavis said. The Mavis family had already decided to follow Lu Yin. If the Starfall Sea could not be defended, then they could immediately follow Lu Yin to the Astral Tree. Lu Yin looked around and rubbed his head. "Senior Cloud Shadow, I know a little about the Mavis family, but I've never heard that the Mavis family was good at making money." He looked at Cloud Shadow strangely. "Is it because of the Lu family that you're working so hard to make money?" Cloud Shadow Mavis was helpless. "Aside from this, we don't know how to repay the Lu family. As for making money, plants are the best way to do so. Which part of the universe doesn't have plants? All of them can be our eyes and ears." Lu Yin's face twitched, as this was shocking. It was no wonder why the Mavis family was able to control the universe's economy. It was very difficult to do business with them even if one wanted to scheme against them. Who would have thought that a plant beneath their feet would be able to find out everything about their partners? In their eyes, there were very few people in the universe who could keep secrets. What about himself? He stared at Cloud Shadow. "Senior, how much do you know about me?" Cloud Shadow was very calm. "We never spy on our friends, and it's not as exaggerated as Alliance Master Lu thinks. Don't worry." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Right, the Lu family has already left this continent, so why are you still working so hard to make money?" "We're used to it," Cloud Shadow replied. "Is that so?" Lu Yin continued to look around. "Alliance Master Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Lu Yin thought about it. "Do you think that there were any Mavis family members among those ancient powerhouses?" Cloud Shadow's expression turned solemn. "Maybe. Then why didn't they appear? The battle with the Eternals caused quite a commotion." "I'm not sure about that. Maybe they're recuperating. Maybe. I hope that there are more people who can help us," Lu Yin said. He then paused. "I remember that your Mavis family's tea is very delicious. Give me some." Cloud Shadow's eyelids twitched, and she looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, most of the Mavis family's money is scattered across the various banks, and there isn't much left in the Divine Tree. If you need it, I can only lend you 5 billion star essence to help the cultivators of the Great Eastern Alliance recover their star energy. I can't do anything more than that. Thank you, Senior. Alright, I'm going into seclusion, Luine said, and then entered the wooden house without looking back. Cloud Shadow was speechless. Luine endured his headache and kept talking to her. At first, she didn't understand, but later on, she realized that this guy wanted to borrow star essence, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Thus, he dragged it out and let her figure it out herself. How could there be such a person? Cloud Shadow shook her head and turned to leave. After entering the wooden house, Luine sighed, as he had no other choice. The Eternals had countless corpse kings scattered across the Fifth Mainland, and the Great Eastern Alliance had to be eradicated as well. Technological weapons alone wouldn't be enough to eradicate these corpse kings, and cultivators would have to fight as well. However, the astral source universe had been devoured, and there was no way to replenish star energy. He could only rely on star crystals and star essence. Fortunately, he was doing this for the sake of humanity, so Luine consoled himself. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He suddenly went on guard and looked around. There were no plants in the wooden house, so the Mavis family shouldn't be monitoring him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Hold on, Luine looked up. He had forgotten that he was right next to the divine tree. Wouldn't the tree be able to monitor him? He sighed and thought about it for a moment. It didn't matter anymore. So what if he exposed his innate gift? There was no need to hide it anymore. Kue Luo knew that when the Undying God and Xiaji had been fighting, those two might have seen it. There was also the Mavis family. Who knew if they had been monitoring him? Luine wasn't the same as before. He didn't have the ability to protect himself, and even the 4 half-ancestors of the cosmic tree wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As long as he didn't reveal his innate gift, others would at most know that he had it, but they wouldn't know what it was used for. He tapped the die and it slowly stopped. Luine was pleasantly surprised. That was it? It was 4 pips. Luine didn't cultivate after entering the time-stop space. He only drank a cup of fake wisdom root tea from the Hui family and rested. The backlash from his innate gift was a headache, but he could recover with enough time. Who could compete with him in terms of time? In the blink of an eye, Luine had been in the time-stop space for more than half a year. His headache finally subsided, leaving only occasional headaches that didn't affect his cultivation or battle. He didn't immediately cultivate, but instead took out Mount Supreme and entered after some thought. Mount Supreme was bustling with activity. Besides Longxi and the others, Lu Xiaoge and Xia Taili were also present. Luine had originally planned to release Xia Taili after releasing Wang Su and Wang Yi, but Hen Xian and the others had suddenly attacked the Everlasting Tribe. He hadn't had the time to release Xia Taili before going to the Innerverse. Now that he had fallen out with Enai Huang and the others, he naturally couldn't release Xia Taili. Luine appeared in front of Lu Xiaoge and the others. Wang Dashui and Xia Taili were the first to react. One ran over to flatter Luine while the other raised his leg to kick him. Luine rolled his eyes and easily grabbed Xia Taili's leg. It was smooth and comfortable to the touch. Long 7, let go of me, you wretch. Xia Taili was furious and glared at Luine. Wang Dashui licked his lips. 7th bro, I finally see you again. 7th bro, do you know how much I missed you? Luine loosened his grip, and Xia Taili kicked out again. This time, he used the divine martial qi. Layers of dust surrounded his feet and turned into chains in an attempt to trap Luine. This was the Xia family's secret technique, lock. Everything could be turned into chains to trap the enemy. Luine didn't dodge and allowed the chains to bind him. Xia Taili kicked him in the chest, but he didn't move an inch. Instead, Xia Taili took a few steps back and almost fell. She was so angry that her face turned red. I don't believe it. As she spoke, her palms flew out, and dozens of palms landed on Luine's body, but Luine remained motionless. Xia Taili's palms hurt, and she looked at Luine as if he were a monster. Luine raised his eyebrows as the chains on his body shattered. He took a step forward and appeared directly behind Xia Taili. Xia Taili turned around abruptly and transformed his divine martial aura into a sharp blade, but Luine caught it with his bare hands. You. Xia Taili was furious. Luin found it funny and flicked his finger, shattering Xia Taili's divine martial aura. Even if we're at the same level, you're still far from being my opponent. Not to mention, I've already become an envoy. Even your brother, Xianxia, would be no match for me. Nonsense, my brother is much stronger. Xia Taili was unconvinced. Luin smiled, but before he could say anything, Wang Dashui shouted, "Nonsense, my seventh brother took care of the fourth young ancestor alone. Even 10 Xianxias wouldn't be his match." Xia Taili glared at Wang Dashui, "You're itching for a beating." Wang Dashui shrank back, thinking. If Luin didn't take him away, he would still be locked up with this woman. Would he be beaten then? He panicked at the thought and forced a smile. "Alright, I didn't do anything to you. I just locked you up for a few days. Is there a need for that?" Luin said casually. Xia Taili snorted, annoyed at Luin, "You played us like monkeys for so long. Was it fun?" Lu Xiaoxian. Luin looked at Yu Chen and Lu Xiaoga, then turned to Xia Taili, "It's alright." Xia Taili gritted his teeth, wanting to bite Luin. "I was going to let you go, but unfortunately, that old man Xia Yingxiong didn't have the foresight to go against me." "You'll have to suffer for a while," Luin said. Xia Taili was disdainful, "It doesn't matter. You'll be caught by the four-way scale sooner or later." "That confident?" Luin was surprised. Xia Taili replied, "The four-way scale's foundation isn't something you can imagine." At this point, Luin suddenly thought of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. During the above heavens sect era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas were second only to the 3 realms and 6 daos. They were progenitors who were second only to the Dao Lords. They were present on all 6 continents, but during the Daosaur sect era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had all been on the 5th mainland. Either the 5th mainland's 9 mountains and 8 seas were fake and different from the above heavens sect era, or the 5th mainland had truly flourished during that era and supported the entire 9 mountains and 8 seas with its own strength. Luin believed that it was the latter, as he had experienced the 9 mountains and 8 seas trial and failed. During that era, the Xia, Wang, and Bai families had all had progenitors who had become the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and they had regained part of the above heavens sect era's glory. If those ancestors were still around, then the four-way scale's strength would have to be re-evaluated. Luin had not told Lu Bujing about this, as the latter definitely knew more about the 9 mountains and 8 seas strength than he did. "How's the situation outside?" Lu Xiaoga asked. Luin replied, "It's alright. The humans are holding on, but there's a huge change. You definitely wouldn't expect it." "What change?" "The elders haven't left yet, right?" Xia Taili was curious. Luin smiled at her. "I'm not telling you." He then left. Xia Taili was stunned, and then she cursed out loud. "That bastard Long Qi, no, that bastard Lu Xiaoxian." Wang Dashui's heart sank. "Left? Just like that? Did they not care about him anymore? It's over. How much longer am I going to be trapped here? It's over, it's over, it's over." Suddenly, Luin sensed danger, and he slowly turned around to see Xia Taili's fiery gaze. "Did you say something just now?" Xia Taili clenched her fists and stared at Wang Dashui. She was clearly very cute, but also very malevolent. Wang Dashui was about to cry. "You heard wrong." The next moment, a pitiful cry for mercy rang out. At that moment, Luin saw Long Shi. Luin actually didn't want to face Long Shi. She was different from the others in his heart, especially now that she should know his identity. In a corner of Mount Supreme, Long Shi sat quietly. Beside her, the sapling would occasionally jump around. There was a flower further away, the one that could produce delicacies from Clover World. The sapling immediately sensed Lu Yin's arrival and leaped into his arms. Luin laughed, "Did you have fun?" The sapling's branches tightly wrapped around Luin, unwilling to let go. Luin could feel its grievance. It was very uncomfortable being trapped in Mount Supreme. "Don't worry, I'll bring you out soon." "Go out," Luin comforted. The sapling happily let go of its branches and jumped around Luin. It believed everything Luin said. Luin looked at Long Shi. Longxi opened her eyes and looked at Luin. Her gaze seemed calm, but it couldn't hide the indescribable complexity within. You know? Luin asked. Longxi's gaze dimmed. You're him, but also not him. Luin sighed. That depends on what you think. You can treat me as him or Longxi. Of course, you can also treat me as Luin. It's up to you. Longxi looked at the ground. Up to her? What a simple word. Luin didn't know how to face Longxi, but this day would have come sooner or later. This time, he wanted to learn more about the Daosaur sect through Longxi, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the grudges between the Lu family and the 4 cardinal scales, and Lu Xiaoxuan's past. However, he didn't know how to bring it up. You're really different from him, Longxi said slowly. She didn't look at Luin and only stared at the ground. He's a cheerful person who likes to make friends and eat good food. He treats people with sincerity. You, on the other hand, are full of lies, deceit, and shrewdness. Luin frowned. Lu Xiaoxian was born into the Lu family and was incomparably noble. He only surrounded himself with friends that he chose. He had no enemies, no schemes, and nothing at all. What he wanted to do was to rely on his own innate gift to walk the path of invincibility. It seemed like freedom, but his future had already been set in stone. He was one of the 7 heroes, and he would have been invincible among his peers in the future. He would have stepped into the half-ancestor realm and become a progenitor. He would have inherited an ancient orthodoxy and brought the next direct descendant of the Lu family to protect humanity. He rarely experienced any hardships in his life, especially among the humans. The Lu family was a huge tree that would always protect him, and he didn't need to do anything himself. Everything that he wanted would naturally appear. As for me, I came from a small planet and experienced a piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives. I was burdened with hatred even before I started cultivating, and ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've faced countless enemies, but the only one who could help me was myself. I had to rely on myself to carve out my own path. You said that I was full of lies and deceit, but without that, you wouldn't have been able to see me. You said that I was shrewd, and that's right, I am, and I should be. If I was still the Lu Xiaoxian of the past, I would have died long ago on the path of cultivation. Longxi listened quietly and didn't refute him. Luin was talking about 2 completely different lives, but he was talking about the same person. Everyone liked Lu Xiaoxian because he was sincere, friendly, and loved his friends. However, Lu Xiaoxian couldn't walk Lu Yin's path. He couldn't adapt to the things that Luin had experienced and the people that he had met. Everyone wanted to be like Lu Xiaoxian, but in the end, they had all lived as Luin. Lu Xiaoxian couldn't become a legend, and even if he became a progenitor, he would only be a progenitor in the Lu family. Luin was different, he was the true legend. The 2 fell silent, and only the sound of the saplings hopping could be heard. I'll let you go. Elder Ni Huang is in this region of space. Go find her yourself, Luin said. Longxi looked up. No need. Luin was surprised. You don't want to leave? Longxi was lost. She didn't know. She missed Lu Xiaoxian and wanted to bring her original smile back to him. However, this person was Luin, and she would never be able to return to Lu Xiaoxuan's era. Even so, she still couldn't bear to part with him and didn't want to leave. She just wanted to be with him. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing. Thanks to the DCF brothers, Calamity Caramel and Luo D for their support. Thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Thank you. What happened between the 2 of you? Luin was curious, but he also felt increasingly uncomfortable. He knew that Longxi liked Lu Xiaoxian, and he was Lu Xiaoxian, but he wasn't. This feeling was very contradictory, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Was he unhappy that he was Lu Xiaoxuan's replacement? But he was Lu Xiaoxian to begin with. He was confused, and he didn't know where this unhappiness was coming from. Longxi looked at him. Are you curious? Luin pursed his lips. I'm just asking. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Longxi looked away and said, he likes to grab my braids and take me to eat all sorts of delicacies. He likes to see me laugh and make me cry. He once promised to protect me forever, and no one can bully me aside from him. He used to have that flower too. Luin was stunned. That flower that can create delicacies? He subconsciously looked over. Xianxia also looked at the flower. There's such a flower in the food paradise. We like to gather around it and wait for all sorts of delicacies to appear. Me, him, the 7 heroes, and Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming liked to challenge him and say that he wanted to become the 8th hero. Back then, his eyes were always on that woman. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have done that. By Xianxia? Luin interrupted. Xianxia trembled, but she didn't refute. Her eyes were cold. That woman was the one who hid the deepest. Unfortunately, no one saw it. No one would have thought that the Lu family, which was at its peak, would disappear overnight. His greatest wish back then was to marry that woman, and his other wish was to recreate the glory of the ancient era. He talked about rebuilding the Above Heaven sect, but that's all gone now. Luin asked, how's Bai Xian'er's relationship with him? Xianxia looked at him. In the astral tree realm, there's only the Lu family and its vassal families in the top realm. The rest, including the Bai, Wang, and Xia families, are all in the middle realm. The Lu family is the absolute ruler. On the surface, Bai Xian'er was an outer disciple sent to the Lu family by the frigid immortal sect. She cultivated with him and even served him. We all thought that she would become his wife in the future, and they did. That day, red flowers bloomed in the astral tree realm, and it rained flowers. I hid in the White Mountain and didn't go anywhere. When I came out, the Lu family was gone. Xianxia trembled at this point. That woman looked down on everyone and announced that the Lu family had betrayed the human, and they had been eradicated. That woman. That day. The 4-4. I frantically searched for the Lu family, the 7 prodigies, the Qiming family, and the myriad Daos family, but I couldn't find anyone. Even the White Dragon family's bloodline completely disappeared. Sister Longxing was also gone. She was the 4th of the 7 prodigies, and no one wanted to talk about her. Her name completely disappeared from the family records, and the entire family's bloodline was removed. I looked for the Lu family, the farmer family, and many others, but no one could tell me what happened. Luin clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged. He could imagine that scene. From that day onwards, the astral tree realm changed. History was completely changed. The Lu family could be mentioned, but it was an evil family that betrayed the human race. It was despised and cursed by everyone. Gradually, no one mentioned the Lu family anymore, and the 7 prodigies were forgotten. That was until the 4th junior ancestor rose to power, and that history was completely buried. Xianxia spoke for a long time, revealing everything that she had kept in her heart all these years. After she finished speaking, she stared at the flower in a daze. Luin watched her. Leave, from that day onwards, you stopped smiling. Xianxia didn't reply. Her back was to Luin, and he couldn't see her expression. Tears fell from her eyes, and she didn't smile or cry for the first time since that day. The sapling moved closer to Xianxia, its branches caressing her face. Its emerald leaves moved closer, as if to help her wipe away her tears. Luin said, "Thank you for telling me this. If you want to leave, just say so, and I'll let you go." He then turned to leave. Xianxia suddenly said, "Everyone knows that you're Lu Xiaoxian, and the 4 cardinal scales won't let you off. Those emissaries, half-ancestors, and even progenitors are all watching you, but you should pay attention to that woman." I remember him saying that that woman's innate gift is rarely seen since ancient times. He himself is talented enough, and so are the 7 prodigies. However, that woman might be even more powerful than them. She has an unparalleled cultivation talent and a dark, starry sky matter. That woman is the most terrifying. I understand, Luin said, then left Mount Supreme. He had met her before, from the finger in his dream to the Astral Combat Academy's stargazing deck, where she had broken through to become an emissary and caused the 2 spacetimes to overlap. He had met her gaze, and she was no stranger to him. Because of this, he had never dared to underestimate her. Even when facing Emperor Anai and the other half-ancestors, he wasn't as wary as he was of her. Even without Xianxia's reminder, Bai Xian'er was still the enemy that Luyin was most wary of and wanted to understand the most. Within the time-stop space, Luyin put away Mount Supreme and gazed into the distance. Lan Shi's understanding of the Lu family was limited to Lu Xiaoshuan's generation. At her age, she didn't even know much about the 7 prodigies. She only knew how to eat, drink, and play. However, through Lan Shi, Luyin found out that Lu Xiaoxian wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was a very unfamiliar name to the Lu family, as it was an extremely ancient name. As the continents shattered, the Above Heaven sect's name had long been forgotten. However, it wasn't a secret to the Lu family, which had always existed. The Lu family's understanding of the Above Heaven sect's era was no less than Lu Bujing's and other ancient powerhouses. Lu Xiaoxian wasn't surprised that Lu Xiaoxian knew about the Above Heaven sect. What was surprising was that he wanted to rebuild it. Someone who hadn't experienced the Above Heaven sect's era wanted to rebuild it. It was very whimsical, but it was also very challenging. Luyin looked at his own hands. Since Lu Xiaoxian also wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect, he should give it a try. Back then, when he had only been an explorer, he had already dared to unify the Outerverse. What was wrong with trying to rebuild the Above Heaven sect now? In the Neoverse, after the entrance to the Starfall Sea was blocked, the Blood Progenitor joined forces with 4 other half-ancestors to stand guard. Although there were countless corpse kings scattered throughout the 5th mainland, peace was restored. The only difference from before was that there was no way to replenish astral sources. Regardless of whether it was the Glory Realm or the other places in the Neoverse, there was no way to replenish astral sources. The strongholds that had gathered together were once again separated. The Sirius sect and Everlasting Island left the home of the gods. The 7 courts also left the Glory Realm and headed towards Progenitor Chen's tomb. When they arrived at Progenitor Chen's tomb and wanted to return, they discovered a group of people standing in outer space and looking at the tomb. "Who's there?" Kupu barked as he fearfully looked ahead. Those people were very calm. They merely stood in outer space without leaking any auras, but they still made Kupu's heart palpitate. It was as if he was facing a colossus. This was an instinctive fear. One of the people turned around. Kupu was stunned. "Senior Xiaji?" The Su, Yu, Hui, and Shi families' patriarchs and elders all stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Xiaji nodded. From now on, the 7 courts will have to change. The Hui family patriarch, Hui Ji, was confused. "Senior, what do you mean?" Xiaji was indifferent. Progenitor Chen's tomb originally belonged to my Xia family's ancestor, Xia Shang, so there's no need for you to guard it. This place belongs to my Xia family, and you can join my Xia family. I will still protect you, but if you don't want to, then you can leave. Hui Ji and the others looked at each other in shock. "Senior, we've made an agreement since ancient times to form the 7 courts and guard Progenitor Chen's tomb together. We all swore an oath, and you want to break it unilaterally?" Before Xiaji could say anything, Xiada turned around. "He didn't break the oath, but this decision was made by me. My name is Xiada." He had 9 clones, and his main body was guarding the entrance to the Starfall Sea with the Blood Ancestor. One of his clones was here. Su Elder Yan was shocked. The Astral Tree Expedition Army? They naturally knew about the Astral Tree Expedition Army and their identities, but they hadn't expected Xiada to be working together with Xiaji. And it wasn't just them either. The people standing in the sky weren't simple either, especially the one at the very front. It seemed like his status was even higher than Xiada's. "Since you know about the Astral Tree Expedition Army, then you should know that my Xia family owns Progenitor Chen's tomb. We agreed to let you guard it together in order to deal with the Hall of Honor, but we don't need that anymore. The Hall of Honor wouldn't dare to cause trouble for us. You can choose to join my Xia family or leave. We won't force you," Xiada said. Hui Kong walked out and looked straight at Xiada. "For so many years, our families have guarded Progenitor Chen's tomb. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Senior, you want to chase us away with just one sentence? That's too much." Old White Ghost was impatient. "Scram. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Hui Kong was furious. "You." He was about to say something, but Suyu stopped him. They're all half-ancestors. There was a qualitative difference between half-ancestors and emissaries like them. Even if the mental network was limited, a half-ancestor could still easily deal with them. Then what do we do? Give up on Progenitor Chen's tomb? Hui Kong said unhappily. Ku Rong said, fellow half-ancestors, we can't replenish our astral sources right now. We hope to unite and find another way to fight. Progenitor Chen's tomb is also something we must explore. Back then, Progenitor Chen used his giant clone to cultivate his battle force to the extreme. We also want to try and fight against the Eternals. Xianxia turned around and looked at Ku Rong. You want to cultivate your battle force to the extreme? There's no need to find Progenitor Chen. I can teach you. Ku Rong and the others were shocked. Senior, you cultivated your battle force to the extreme? Xianxia didn't say anything. A formless energy expanded and enveloped everyone in the Court of Seven Words. The void burned and boiled. This was the Warring States. Hui Kong and the others felt this incomparably terrifying aura and felt as if they would evaporate at any moment. The Warring States only appeared for an instant before disappearing. Xianxia looked at them calmly. Stay. I can teach you. Thank you. DCF Heavenly Slayer Caramel Roddy, thanks for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thanks for your support. Ku Rong looked at Hui Kong and the others with a complicated expression. Without the astral source, they would need to try all sorts of methods to deal with future battles. Even without the Eternals, they would still need to find other ways to fight. Otherwise, they would be surpassed by other powers. Now that the Warring States cultivation method was right in front of them, they could learn it, but the price was to listen to orders. Huiji was the first to speak. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. Next, Ku Pu, Yu Kursen, So Lao Yan, and Xia Hua all spoke up. No one was willing to stay behind and listen to Hengxin's orders. White Ghost stared at them coldly. If you don't want to stay, then scram. Don't get in our way. Huiji and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They reluctantly looked at Progenitor Chen's tomb, but they could only leave. Only Xia Yi and the other cultivators from the Xia family were left behind. Xiao Meng's expression was unnatural. The Court of Seven Names had completely fallen apart. From now on, it would no longer be known as the Court of Seven Names. Just a bunch of trash, White Ghost said. Disdainfully. Without a half-ancestor, these people were nothing in his eyes. Hengxin frowned. He actually wanted to control the Court of Seven Names, but now wasn't the right time. If he used force to suppress them, it would only attract the Hall of Honor's attention. Furthermore, he didn't want to use force to suppress them. He wanted to find a way to make everyone submit to him. In the distance, after leaving Progenitor Chen's tomb, Hui Ji and the others discussed where to go. It wasn't that they didn't have a place to go, as they could find anywhere in the Neoverse. Their main goal was to find other ways to fight other than the astral source. Before this, they didn't care much about battle force, domains, and spiritual force. At most, they would cultivate them for fun, but they hadn't specifically collected records about them. Now that they wanted to learn the best. Actually, I have an idea. We can learn the cultivation methods of the Warring States without being restricted. At least with our abilities, we have the right to raise conditions, Ku Pu said. Everyone looked at him. He slowly said, Great Eastern Alliance, Luin. Everyone was shocked, and Elder Yen was the first to object. Luin is too ambitious. What's the difference between us and those half-ancestors from earlier? Don't forget that if we want to have a place in the Fifth Mainland, we need a half-ancestor to oversee it. The Glory Realm and the Great Eastern Alliance both have half-ancestors. We also need the protection of a half-martial ancestor. Otherwise, we'll be finished once the Eternals send out a half-martial ancestor. Yuka thought. Huiji frowned. I don't really want to look for Luin. This kid. He was about to say something when he suddenly sensed Hui Kong's unfriendly gaze. He paused. This kid doesn't follow the rules too well. What rules do you want? Hui Kong was dissatisfied. Huiji was speechless, as he hadn't even said anything bad about Luin. Luin hasn't even reached the Warring States period, so why should he help us? I think it's a good idea to look for Brother Lu. Brother Lu built the 5th pagoda, and the first level already has battle force and domain cultivation methods. He also mentioned the empty god realm of the warring states and domain, so he should be able to help us. Moreover, Brother Lu also has a half-ancestor behind him, and his relationship with Elder Chan and the others is quite good. Xia Hua smiled and said, I also agree. Alliance leader Lu is actually very disciplined. So Elder Yen spoke in a low voice. Running from the Neoverse to the Outerverse is like going back in time. So you shook his head. What's the difference between the Neoverse and the Outerverse? We still can't replenish astral sources. Huiji said, even if we look for Luin, we need to think about the conditions. We can't rely on him, right? Of course not. Kupu glanced at everyone. We need to at least form an alliance, just like he did with the Mavis family. I agree, Yukerson said. Everyone discussed for a while, and in the end, they all agreed to look for Luin in the Outerverse. However, there was one thing that they didn't mention. Luin had been able to go to the Cosmic Tree Realm without the Hall of Honor's help. Even if they couldn't protect the 5th mainland, they might be able to use Luin to escape to the Cosmic Tree Realm. The division of the 7 courts was inevitable. Xiaji had sided with Xiade and wanted to return to his family, so the Xia family had no reason to participate in the 7 courts. They didn't need to work together to protect progenitor Chen's tomb, as they could do it on their own. Meanwhile, in the Cosmic Sea, outside Kuan Swamp, Jui walked out and looked at the surging aura of death. He was excited. Found it. It really is death. He then stepped in. Not long after, the giant castle within Kuan Swamp shattered, and Lord Pig frantically fled while howling. Jui stood calmly above his head. You're not bad. Originally, I could have let you follow me and let you cultivate death energy. Unfortunately, you're of the giant bloodline, and you were created by the ancient Tao Master. Just looking at you makes me hate you. After speaking, Jui lightly moved his feet, and the Hell Master's head was heavily smashed into the distance, causing him to faint. Against a half-ancestor like Jui, the Jui had no way of retaliating. Not far away, Green Tea watched in horror as Jui slowly approached. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't move at all. Jui walked in front of Green Tea and lifted her chin. Aside from that brat, you're the second person I've seen in this era who cultivates death. Follow me, and I'll let you walk a different path. Green Tea was terrified of Jui, but due to her loathing of death, she said in a hoarse voice, I don't want to be a member of the Spectre clan. Jui frowned. Yet another traitor. How interesting. Are there so many traitors in this era? If you don't want to cultivate, then I'll make you cultivate. The more you want to betray the death god, the more you can't. I want you to personally spread death throughout this era. Green Tea was filled with hatred. I won't. Jui sneered. That's not up to you. Now, I want to know how you cultivate death. The death aura entered Green Tea's ears, and she quickly became sluggish like a puppet. Not long after, Jui looked up. The Eternal Kingdom? The successor of the Death God actually defected to the Eternals. How embarrassing, but that death aura can't be wasted. He then grabbed Green Tea and headed towards the Neoverse. He wanted to find clues about the Eternal Kingdom, and that was the most suitable place for him. Glory Realm, original Boundary Mountain ruins. It was now a wasteland, and because of the battle with the 7 sky gods, the Arbiter world had collapsed. Fortunately, the Lockbreaker world and Star Link world were still there. When the Eternals invaded, the Boundary Mountain ruins became their largest stronghold. Many cultivators from the 7 courts, the 3,000 great worlds, and even outside the Glory Realm gathered here. Even though the Boundary Mountain was gone, the wasteland was quickly filled with mountain peaks. Just now, the Board of Governors had finished another meeting. The Board of Governors dealt with many complicated matters in the 5th mainland's human domain, especially now that the 5th mainland was in chaos. Not only were there Eternals, but there were also ancient powerhouses. The Board of Governors had not stopped discussing how to deal with the situation. When the discussion finally ended, Big Sister Lei Qingqing looked at the table full of delicacies in front of her and began to eat crazily. This time, her appearance had changed to that of an absolute beauty, but her belly was extremely large. It was extremely uncoordinated with her body. In simple terms, she was pregnant with 100 babies and would never be able to give birth. Of course, he did not dare to say this in front of Big Sister. Ever since Big Sister had become a director, the atmosphere of the entire Board of Governors had changed. The original Board of Governors was serious, cautious, and full of the dignity of a superior, but now, Big Sister had led them astray and turned them into a wet market. Although the style had changed, the power had not. Decisions that affected the human domain were made by the Board of Governors. Again. Big Sister began to eat crazily. Ever since she had become like this, she had almost starved to death. She was hungry all the time. She was surrounded by a group of cultivators who were waiting on her, and they trembled in fear. Director Sanliang requests an audience, someone reported. Big Sister waved her hand. Let him in. Soon, Sanliang arrived. Looking at the table full of food, he swallowed his saliva and said carefully, Big Sister, there's something I want to say. Don't be in such a hurry. Finish eating first. Big Sister picked up the wine jug and took a sip. Her stomach heaved up and down, and Sanliang felt nauseous. He had no choice but to stare at Big Sister's face. To be honest, her face was very beautiful now. It was much better than the bearded and coarse woman from before. Sanliang waited here while Big Sister continued to eat crazily. At some point, the cultivators who had been waiting on them had all left, leaving only Sanliang and Big Sister. Again. Big Sister was dissatisfied and kicked the table away. What's going on? Didn't you say that you don't want to stop? Suddenly, she looked around, and her eyes trembled. Where was everyone? Sanliang was awakened by Big Sister and coughed. Big Sister, are you done eating? Big Sister gestured for him to remain silent and stared at Sanliang. Sanliang felt his hair stand on end and was about to speak. Big Sister asked, Who are you? Sanliang was confused. What's going on? Big Sister doesn't recognize me? He was about to say something when a pleasant voice sounded out from behind him. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to become like this. Sanliang felt his hair stand on end, and he quickly turned around, but he didn't see anything. Big Sister's eyes narrowed, and a tyrant blade that resembled Heizage Lian appeared in her hand. She took a step forward and slashed out with the blade. Who are you? A white cloud appeared in front of Big Sister, and it did not dodge the tyrant blade's attack. Big Sister's blade slashed at the white cloud, but it did not advance at all. Big Sister's pupils shrank. She was an enlighter with a power level of nearly 400,000, but her attack had been completely useless. You don't remember me? The white cloud slowly spoke. I'm a fated daughter. Have you forgotten? Big Sister was confused. What fated daughter? Who are you? You've really forgotten? The fated daughter was astonished, but it was still a white cloud that did not reveal its appearance. Big Sister stared at the white cloud and frowned. You're from the ancient era. The fated daughter calmly replied, I've discovered many old friends, and the first one I came to find was you. Unfortunately, it seems like you've really forgotten. Since that's the case, I'll help you remember. What are you talking about? Big Sister did not understand. I'll take you in as my disciple. How about it? The fated daughter suddenly said. Thank you. DCF Heavenly Slayer brother, thank you for your support. Big Sis gripped her blade tightly. No need. I'm a half-ancestor. In this era, apart from progenitors, no one is my match. I can even teach you destiny, so you won't lose out if you become my disciple. Big Sis sneered. You've got the wrong person. Destiny? You should go to the Starsabel sect. I don't believe in destiny, only this blade in my hand. It's the same as before. Come with me, I'll find the right person. With that, a white cloud surrounded Big Sis. At this moment, someone shouted, Who's there? Elder Chan walked out and stared at the white cloud. Who are you? It's none of your business, Destiny said plainly, and the white cloud vanished. Elder Chan was furious. Let her go. 3 Suns' ancestral chi shot out from behind him and crashed into the white cloud. The white cloud vanished completely, and Elder Chan's ancestral chi hit nothing but air. He stared at the spot in shock. Who was it? With that power above his head, unless he was like an ancient god, it was impossible to display strength far surpassing that of a half-ancestor. However, that thing had vanished without a trace. What was that? Why did it capture Lei Qingqing? Thinking of this, Elder Chan immediately contacted the Heavenly Master. Lei Qingqing was a member of Leon's armada, which was also a member of Eternal Sky Island. Currently, the Fifth Continent's network was intermittent, so Elder Chan had to rely on wireless goo to contact the Heavenly Master. When Elder Chan told the Heavenly Master about this, the Heavenly Master quickly went to find Haizage Lian. What, Qingqing was captured? Haizage Lian was greatly shocked. His face was filled with rage, and his aura became unstable. The Heavenly Master was curious. The one who captured Qingqing is definitely an ancient expert. Even Elder Chan couldn't stop him, and we don't even know his identity. What did Qingqing have to attract an ancient expert? Haizage Lian panted heavily and gritted his teeth. Master, do you remember Qingqing's constantly changing appearance? There's a problem with her cultivation method. I asked you to bring her here, but you didn't, the Heavenly Master said after some thought. Haizage Lian shook his head. It's not a problem with her cultivation technique. It's a problem that Qingqing was born with. When I first found her, I was shocked as well. Her appearance was constantly changing, and I couldn't find the reason for it. Those changes weren't just on the surface, but rather her entire being. It was as if she had become a completely different person. The reason why I didn't show it to Master was because Qingqing didn't want others to know about it and treat her as a freak. The Heavenly Master's expression was solemn. If that's the case, then Qingqing might not be as simple as she seems. She might have some other identity if she was able to attract the attention of an ancient expert. Master, please save Qingqing, Haizage Lian begged as he looked at the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master felt helpless. If I knew where Qingqing was, I would have tried. But I don't even know where she is right now. How am I supposed to save her? Haizage Lian grew anxious. That's right. How was he supposed to save them if he didn't know where they were? With Everlasting Sky Island's influence, it was impossible to find Qingqing. Haizage Lian thought about it and then sighed. He could only tell Luin and have the Great Eastern Alliance search for her together. In the Outerverse, Luin opened his eyes. It had only been a few days since he had gone into seclusion, and the backlash from his innate gift had already been dispelled within the time-stop space. However, he still could not leave, as Lu Bujing would definitely notice something. Luin did not dare to completely trust his third uncle until he understood the man better. According to what he knew, there had been a traitor in the Lu family. However, even if Luin had gone into seclusion to cultivate, he still did not know what to do. He definitely had to memorize the primogenitor scripture, but what else could he do aside from that? The serious art required astral sources, and the inverse step required astral sources. Sourcebox arrays required astral sources, and without astral sources, Lu Yin's power level would drop by a level. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he recalled something. He retrieved his futon from his cosmic ring. He had actually forgotten about the Daosor sect, and he had also forgotten about the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation. Fortunately, he remembered now, or else he would have truly regretted it. The Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation had been taught by Mr. Mu, and Luin was full of expectations for it. After all, he had obtained it by giving up his space-time battle technique. Once he went to the Cosmic Tree realm, he might not have the opportunity to enter the Daosor sect's ruins to absorb the cauldron aura in this life. Thus, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to absorb it. Luin immediately sat down on his futon, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Daosor sect's ruins futon plaza. First Divine Gate was not too far away. Lu Yin's original goal had been to absorb the cauldron aura, but when he arrived at the Daosor sect's ruins, he was astonished to discover that there was actually an astral source here. The astral source in the Daosor sect's ruins had not been devoured by that liquid, and it had instead remained very stable. Luin was delighted by this discovery, as this meant that as long as human experts entered the Daosor sect's ruins, they would be able to restore the astral source. In the distance, a figure appeared. This person had also just arrived, but he did not discover Luin. Instead, he sneakily rushed towards First Divine Gate and disappeared as quickly as possible. Luin frowned, as he did not know if the outside world had spread the news that the Daosor sect's ruins contained an astral source, but he did not think that it would be that easy. Humans were selfish, and these people had originally felt insecure after losing their astral source. Now that they had discovered that they could replenish their astral source, they might not necessarily tell others about it. Although there were many futons in the sixth mainland, there was still a limit to how many of them there were. This news would definitely spread among some people, but it would not spread outside, especially to Luin and the others. Fortunately, Luin had thought of the Daosor sect's ruins. After he left, he would think of a way to obtain a batch of futons from the sixth mainland so that the human domain's experts could enter. Luin wondered if even a half-ancestor would be able to enter. Luin stood up and quickly entered the budding terrace through First Divine Gate. He then headed straight for the 9 Cauldrons space. He estimated that there should not be many experts guarding the 9 Cauldrons space, and there were not many cultivators in the Daosor sect's ruins. Even if the news had spread, it would have to wait until these people left the sixth mainland. Furthermore, the sixth mainland was very chaotic in the outerverse, and most people did not have the energy to enter the 9 Cauldrons space. However, as time went on, there would be even more people here. Luin approached the 9 Cauldrons space, but just in case, he disguised himself with Death's face and stepped inside. When he looked up, he saw 5 giant cauldrons floating in the air. Luin had already shattered 4 cauldrons and was currently absorbing the 5th. Luin cautiously scanned his surroundings. One of them was just an explorer, and the other was actually an old acquaintance, Xianxia. Xianxia was Zi's great crimson servant. Back when the sixth mainland had invaded, Luin had fought with him. Back then, Xianxia had been a hunter and could almost fight against the 10 arbiters. Now, he was an enlighter, and his cultivation talent was not weak. Unfortunately, Luin had long since left him in the dust. Xianxia was fumbling around inside one of the cauldrons, and he did not notice Luyin's arrival. Luin casually knocked him out with a single blow, and the other explorer did the same as well. Luin then entered the 5th cauldron and began absorbing the cauldron chi. The astral source universe was devoured, but the 9-yang cauldron transformation was a battle technique that did not necessarily require astral sources. Death chi could also be used, as long as there was enough death chi. No matter what, even if he would never be able to use the complete 9-yang cauldron transformation for the rest of his life, Luin still wanted to learn it. It was a space-time battle technique. Every time he thought about space-time battle techniques, his heart ached. That was a space-time battle technique, so why did Mr. Mu not teach him all of it? In the outerverse, many cultivators from the sixth mainland had gathered in the central weaves because the astral source universe had been devoured. There, they could barely recover their astral sources and star energy. However, after the liquid had entered the outer sea of the fallen stars, the entire outerverse could no longer replenish their astral sources. Thus, the sixth mainland's cultivators had gathered in the Daosor sect. Not long ago, a piece of news had quietly spread among some cultivators, saying that there was an astral source within the fifth mainland's Daosor sect ruins. Originally, this news had not spread much, and it had only spread to cultivators with futons. However, for some reason, none of the cultivators with futons knew about it. Someone had forcefully snatched a futon and entered the Daosor sect ruins to verify it. Not every cultivator could stay in the Daosor sect ruins for an entire month, and this depended on their cultivation. Most of the cultivators with futons were from the younger generation, and it was already quite good if they could stay there for half a month. As a result, the news of the fifth mainland's Daosor sect ruins having an astral source spread, and it gradually spread to the upper echelons of cultivators. Hunters, enlighters, and even envoys gradually learned about it. Finally, the news reached half-ancestor Nine Yao's ears. Nine Yao looked at the futon in front of him with a solemn expression. "Give the order to seal off the news and gather all the futons here." The half-ancestor gave the order, and the news was completely sealed off. Aside from some of the cultivators from the sixth mainland, no one else knew about it, much less the cultivators from the fifth mainland's human domain and the cultivators from the astral tree realm. Only the 10 arbiters had futons on the fifth mainland, but they had either gone missing or did not have the time to enter. Can we go in and replenish our astral source? Lan Xian asked Nine Yao. Nine Yao shook his head. With our strength, once we enter, it will take a long time for us to come out. Furthermore, it won't be convenient for us to enter in the middle of a battle. Lan Xian's eyes lit up. You want to get the astral source out? Nine Yao thought for a moment. Don't let any of the futons out, and no one is allowed to enter. It's meaningless for those envoys to replenish their astral source. The astral source there will be left for us half-ancestors to use. The fifth mainland seems to have a futon as well. Let's not talk about the others, but that Luyin has one, Lan Xian said. Nine Yao did not mind. As long as we control the futon, so what if they know about the astral source? Can Luyin absorb all the astral source there? But he can lend his futon to those half-ancestors, Lan Xian said. Nine Yao frowned. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. Although the fifth mainland did not have many futons, as long as there were enough, those half-ancestors would be able to enter, and their numbers would surpass theirs. Furthermore, with a half-ancestor's ability, once they replenished their astral source, the entire Daosaur sect's ruins might not even be enough for one half-ancestor. Get ready. We'll enter and replenish our astral source as soon as possible. He then looked at Lan Xian. Why did you help Luyin in the first place? Lan Xian hugged Xianxia, and her eyes shone brightly. I need his blood. What about the medicine immortal? Nine Yao asked. Lan Xian replied, how would I know? You should ask him. Nine Yao shook his head. My sixth mainland and the fifth mainland have been enemies for generations. Without the threat of the Eternals, we would definitely have a war. If you want that brat's blood, then forget about it. But if you have other ideas, then don't blame me for being merciless, thank you. DCF Heavenly Calamity Brothers support, thank you for your support. Within the Daosaur sect's ruins, Luyin had been absorbing astral energy for half a month within the 9 cauldrons space, and the cauldrons were close to shattering. However, during this time, no one had come. He found it strange, as the people from the 6th mainland should have known that there were astral sources here, and more people should have come, so why hadn't there been any? Unless someone was controlling those cultivators and preventing them from coming. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If he were one of the 9 luminaries' half-ancestors, then he would have thought of a way to control the other cultivators and prevent them from coming. He would have turned this place into a forbidden area for them to replenish their astral sources. Lu Yin's face turned cold when he thought of this. Since that was the case, then he would immediately lend his futon to Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors so that they could replenish their astral sources first. Right now, he was racing against time, and he had to let Kuei Luo and the others enter before the 9 luminaries did. There was still more than half a month left. At that moment, someone entered, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Someone had finally arrived. A figure entered the 9 cauldron space. It was a man. The moment the man entered, his gaze immediately landed on Lu Yin's cauldron. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and his mind went on alert. An expert, this was definitely an expert. The man looked at the floating cauldron with astonishment and curiosity. He took a step forward and appeared at the edge of the cauldron. He lowered his head and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not move, and his head remained lowered as he absorbed the cauldron's aura. However, he was prepared to act at any moment. This person had instantly sensed Lu Yin's position, which meant that his strength was not to be underestimated. Could this person be an expert from the 6th mainland who had undergone 5 or even 6 or 7 origin tribulations? This person's aura did not seem like it. Although Lu Yin was wary, this person's aura was similar to his own, and it felt more like someone who had undergone 1 or 2 origin tribulations. If such a cultivation could make him wary, then did the 6th mainland have such a person? There's actually someone who has cultivated the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, the newcomer said. His voice was gentle like jade, and it was filled with curiosity and surprise. However, it could not hide his arrogance. Although he was surprised that someone had cultivated the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, he did not seem to care. When Lu Yin heard this person's words, he became even more wary. He knew about the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, but who was this person? Everyone who had entered the Daosaur Sect's ruins knew that the combination of the 9 cauldrons battle techniques would allow one to become invincible, but no one knew of the 9 Yang cauldron transformation battle technique's name. However, this person actually knew of it. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of a possibility. Could this person have come from the era of the Above Heavens sect? Even in our era, no one cultivated the 9 Yang cauldron transformation. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they couldn't comprehend it. These 9 cauldrons have existed for a very long time, and I never thought that someone would actually cultivate them in this era when humanity is at its weakest. If that old man knew about this, he would be very comforted. The newcomer seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Lu Yin. I know you can hear me. I'm looking forward to seeing the power of your 9 Yang cauldron. Remember, my name is Chu Yuan. Lu Yin looked up at the void. Elementary? Was it really from the era of the Celestial Sect? To be able to recognize the 9 Yang cauldron transformation, his status in the Above Heavens sect should not be low. However, he was not a half-martial ancestor. Could he be a Taoist? Just like Sky Blue? Not long after Chu Yuan left, another figure appeared. This time, it was a woman. Although she wasn't extremely beautiful, she was elegant and refined, and she had an indescribable aura about her. This feeling was similar to that of Feather Mavis. After the woman entered the 9 cauldron space, she immediately looked at Lu Yin. She exclaimed in surprise and took a step forward to where Chu Yuan had been. This is the 9 Yang cauldron transformation? There's actually someone who cultivates it in this era? How strange. Lu Yin was speechless. Could just anyone recognize it? He remained silent, as he wanted to hear what this woman had to say. He stopped here and then left. Don't even think about slipping away. The woman then left the 9 cauldron space. A few breaths after the woman left, the 5th cauldron cracked, shattered, and finally fell to the ground. Lu Yin landed on the ground and stopped absorbing the cauldron. Instead, he chased after the woman's aura, as he was very curious about these two people. The woman chased after Chu Yuan while he chased after the woman. Even though the Daosaur sect's ruins had all sorts of spatial cracks and even teleportation points, Lu Yin still managed to catch up to the woman, and the woman also chased after Chu Yuan. At this moment, Chu Yuan was in the Daosaur sect's main hall, which was located at the center of the ruins. It was a huge palace that was on the verge of collapse. Lu Yin had never been to this place before, as it was the place with the fewest people in the Daosaur sect's ruins. This was because there was no inheritance here, and it seemed to be a place where the Daosaur sect had once entertained guests. Like the various great sects and clans, no one would pay attention to such a place. Lu Yin was rather far away from the main hall, and he watched as the woman approached Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's back was to them as he stared into the depths of the main hall, which had long since been reduced to ruins. His gaze was filled with disappointment, as if he could see through the years and see the glory of this place from long ago. You've been here before. What are your thoughts? Chu Yuan asked, his back still facing Lu Yin and the woman. The woman walked out and approached him step by step. She was dressed in green, and no matter how one looked at her, she seemed to be from the Mavis family. What thoughts can I have? I just want to know why you're here. Chu Yuan turned around and looked at the woman. Luo Mavis. Why are you following me? Lu Yin saw Chu Yuan in the distance, and he had to admit that this person's appearance was just like his voice. He was as gentle as jade and had an elegant temperament. However, his sharp eyebrows gave him a dignified air, and his eyes were deep, as if they could see through everything. His clothes were tattered, and it was obvious that they had been through the passage of time. However, this did not affect his temperament at all, and it even added to his casual and unrestrained aura. Lu Yin had met countless people, but there were not many who had left a deep impression on him. Chu Yuan was definitely one of them, and the most important thing was that this person made Lu Yin wary. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had surpassed cultivators one after another. From the Astral Combat Academy student leaders to the Realmlings, the 10 Arbiters, the Junior Progenitors, and so on, he had surpassed them all. Now, this Chu Yuan seemed to be about the same age as Lu Yin, and if not for the fact that they had been frozen for so many years, they might even be in the same generation. Amongst his peers, this person was the first person to make Lu Yin so wary. Even that woman had made him wary, but not to the point where he was afraid. The same was true for Skyline Jialan. The woman called He Luo Mavis stared at Chu Yuan. Among our generation of Dao children, you are the only one who has been received by the progenitor and given the Chu surname. You came to the ruins of the Heavens sect, but you didn't even care about the 9 mountains and 8 seas and went straight to the main hall. I want to know what you want to do and what you know. Chu Yuan was amused. I don't need to report to you where I go. He Luo Mavis raised her head. I don't need your permission to follow anyone. Chu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. It's dangerous to follow me. He Luo Mavis sneered. As a fellow Dao child, I really want to know why you were received by the progenitor. At that moment, a few cultivators from the 6th mainland approached the main hall, but as soon as they reached it, they bumped into an invisible force. They were at a loss, and they reached out to touch the area in front of them. There's nothing here. They then tried to enter the hall, but they were still pushed back by the invisible force. They tried, but they couldn't get close to the main hall. One of them turned around and shouted, Elder, we can't go in here. Behind them, a middle-aged man walked over. We can't go in? He looked at Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis, who were both inside and outside the main hall. Isn't there someone inside? He then reached out and touched the area in front of him. There's nothing here. He then stepped forward, and the invisible force pushed him back. The middle-aged man was an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. He had been to the ruins of the Daosaur sect a few times, and he had also been to the main hall before, but he had never seen anything like this before. He frowned and spread out his fingers, causing his palm to turn red and distort the surrounding star energy. Heat waves surged as he slapped out, and his body was sent flying before crashing into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The others hurried over to help him up. Elder, are you all right? Elder, take some medicine. The middle-aged man looked ahead in shock. Something like this actually happened? Elder, what's going on? They were all confused. The middle-aged man's mouth was bleeding, and he said in shock, this is a force field. I've only heard of it before, but I never expected to see it today. What kind of force field? They were all confused. The middle-aged man struggled to get up and clutched his chest as he panted. Do you see those two? They're confronting each other, and both of them are using an invisible force to solidify the space around them. Both of them want to suppress the other, but it's very difficult for them to do so. Their control over the star energy in the space around them has formed an invisible force field that cannot be touched or seen through. However, anyone who tries to enter will have to endure the pressure from both of their force fields. Rumor has it that only when one's control over a certain power has reached the pinnacle can such an effect be created. Even I can't get close to them, so they must be at least peak enlighters, or perhaps even imprints. Those two are imprints? They're so young, the others exclaimed. The middle-aged man felt bitter, as these two were truly innate geniuses. They were truly young, but their strength was incomparably terrifying. Let's retreat. We can't get close to them. They haven't even made a move yet, and once they do, we'll be instantly reduced to dust. The situation here was completely ignored by Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. The middle-aged man was right, as Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were indeed controlling the space around them in order to probe each other. To them, this was just the beginning, and it wasn't even a warm-up. Chu Yuan smiled, and his gaze swept past He Luo Mavis to look at Lu Yin, who had been following He Luo Mavis all this time. Geniuses of this era, come out and meet us. He Luo Mavis wasn't surprised, as she had long since known that Lu Yin was following them. In their eyes, regardless of whether it was this era or the era of the Above Heavens sect, only Daozi were worthy of their attention. Even though Lu Yin had the strength of an envoy and even cultivated the 9-Yang Cauldron transformation, as long as he didn't prove himself, they wouldn't treat him seriously. Daozi had their own pride, and this pride was something that they had fought for themselves, but it was also something that had been bestowed upon them by their era. Every era had to have a leader, and within the progenitors, the 3 realms and 6 Daos were the leaders. Amongst the half-ancestors, the 12 Elysian gates were the leaders, and amongst the younger generation, the Daozi were the leaders. Everyone below the Daozi were ants. Lu Yin didn't try to hide himself, and when he heard Chu Yuan's words, he naturally walked towards the main hall. In the distance, those people hadn't noticed Lu Yin yet, but when they saw him, they were shocked. It's Lu Yin, elder. It's the fifth mainland's Lu Yin. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. This is troublesome. Lu Yin knows that there's a star source here, and everyone will know once we leave. Elder, Lu Yin won't attack us, right? Someone asked fearfully. This person had participated in the sixth mainland's invasion of the Outerverse and had followed the Autumn Frost family. The middle-aged man shook his head. He doesn't care about us at all. Lu Yin approached the main hall step by step, and then, in the eyes of those in the distance, he easily stepped through a force field that they couldn't approach. He walked step by step until he was between Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. Both of you are Dao disciples? He Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin. After I woke up, I learned about this era, and you should be considered one of the top geniuses of this era. It said that you control the power of the Grim Reaper, and you've just cultivated the 9-Yang Cauldron transformation. I'm very curious, just how far have you reached? You might be the only one in this era who is close to becoming a Dao disciple. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why close? Can't I be a Dao disciple? He Luo Mavis was cold, and her delicate face was even more petite than you was, but she was even more arrogant. Dao disciple, you are invincible among your peers on this continent. You might be the strongest among your peers on this broken fifth mainland, but that doesn't mean that you can be the strongest on a complete continent. The fifth mainland has the Lu family, and only the top descendant of the Lu family can be called a Dao disciple. Suddenly, He Luo Mavis paused and frowned at Lu Yin. She seemed to have thought of something. You're also surnamed Lu. What's your relationship with the Lu family? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sorry, but I'm a descendant of the Lu family. He Luo Mavis was shocked. Chu Yuan was surprised as well. I've heard about you before, and since you've awakened in this era, there's no way I wouldn't know about you. I never expected you to be from the Lu family. Interesting, this is interesting. He looked at Hello Mavis and said, let's make a bet. Let's see who can make him fall the fastest. Not only can we test our strength, but we can also see the value of this era's top geniuses and compare the difference between the two eras. He Luo Mavis' eyes lit up. Alright, he's a descendant of the Lu family after all. No matter how weak this era is, a descendant of the Lu family should be able to last a few moves. She then looked at Lu Yin. I'll give you some time. Lu Yin looked at He Luo Mavis, and then at Chu Yuan. He laughed heartily, and it was a genuine laugh. How long had it been since someone had looked down on him like this? Half-martial ancestors would not lower themselves to compete with him. Below the half-martial ancestor level, only experts with 6 origin tribulations or higher had the right to speak to him in such a manner. However, they were all experts of the older generation. Even the older generation did not dare to look down on him, let alone the younger generation. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Ever since the 4th young ancestor had been easily defeated, no one in the same generation had been able to compete with him. Who would have thought that there would be so many people here? Skycloud Jialan looked at them with disdain. These two people had the same arrogance as Skycloud Jialan. You two are very competent. How about this, I'll make a bet with myself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his expression turned solemn. Let's bet on how long it will take for me to make you fall. He Luo Mavis sneered, even Lu Tianyi didn't dare to speak to us like this back then. The Lu family is getting more arrogant with each generation, so I won't hold back. Chu Yuan, I'll make him fall within 10 moves. Chu Yuan's lips curled up, interesting. Then, I'll use 5 moves. He Luo Mavis snorted, you're even more arrogant. After all, you're a descendant of the Lu family. He then stared at Lu Yin, summon the generals. There's no need to deal with you two. Lu Yin snorted. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's arrogance made him feel the desire to battle that he had not felt in a long time. Let's see what the so-called Dao children of above heaven era are like. He then waved his right hand, causing a shockwave to spread out in all directions. He took a step forward and faced the two with a clearski palm. There were 2 clearski palms, one aimed at He Luo Mavis and the other at Chu Yuan. Lu Yin's battle intent was overflowing. He wanted to fight 1 against 2, and he wanted to prove this era's name. Who said that the people of today could not compare to the people of the past? Since the ancient powerhouse lockbreaker, Lu Yin's disdain, mockery, and arrogance towards this era would be completely returned to these two. Lu Yin's clear-ski palm was something that no one in the same generation as him could withstand. Even Yi Wang, an expert with 4 origin tribulations, had to absorb Lu Yin's physical strength beforehand and use his own special abilities to withstand it. Both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's expressions changed when they saw the clear-ski palm. They were no longer children, and they could tell at a glance how terrifying it was. It contained unimaginable strength, battle force, and spiritual force. Anyone with weaker spiritual force would be heavily injured, and it was also extremely fast. It was almost impossible to see. He Luo Mavis raised her arms to block in front of her, but the clear-ski palm smashed into her wrists and sent her flying back 1,000 meters. Her legs left 2 deep trenches in the ground. Lu Yin was shocked. He had thought that this attack would be enough to heavily injure her. His clear-ski palm's power was unimaginable, but He Luo Mavis had actually managed to withstand it. Although she had been pushed back, she hadn't been injured. On the other side, Chu Yuan was even stranger. The clear-ski palm didn't even touch him, and it simply disappeared in front of him. He Luo Mavis didn't look at Lu Yin, but rather at Chu Yuan. Formless. It's said to be able to nullify all battle techniques. You and I have fought against enlighters when we were hunters, but now, this technique has become even more troublesome. Chu Yuan smiled as he looked at He Luo Mavis. Your body has become tougher as well. He Luo Mavis snorted and looked at Lu Yin. She praised, that's a pretty good palm strike. You can even compare to Wei An's. Back in our generation, you were qualified to be called a genius of your generation. Unfortunately, it's far from enough to deal with us. It's time for us to attack. If we say 10 moves, then 10 moves. She then bent her legs and her body suddenly disappeared. She didn't move in another direction, but instead appeared right in front of Lu Yin's eyes. She raised her right arm and raised it up high. At this moment, He Luo Mavis was just like Ascension Mavis when she had broken through to become an emissary. The two of them fought in the same way. This was Mavis' unparalleled strength. Lu Yin raised his head and punched out as well. Boom! The void exploded, and the entire space shattered and scattered in all directions. The few people who had been watching from afar were all sent flying, and even the middle-aged enlighter was no exception. He was unable to resist the pressure of this strength. At the same time, Chu Yuan appeared in front of Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. Lu Yin resisted the pressure of He Luo Mavis' strength and moved his feet. He was clearly retreating, but his body was moving forward, disrupting the void. He Luo Mavis' fist, which had been suppressing Lu Yin, missed, and he almost fell to the ground. Lu Yin met Chu Yuan's palm and similarly reached out to grab it. He had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Chu Yuan was shocked. Reverse step? Lu Yin grabbed Chu Yuan's wrist and unleashed his overlaying stacks, pushing it out along Chu Yuan's arm in an attempt to shatter his shoulder. His shoulder. However, there was an invisible force on the surface of Chu Yuan's body that disintegrated the overlaying stacks. Lu Yin recalled what He Luo Mavis had said. Formless? Chu Yuan twisted his wrist, and an invisible force pushed Lu Yin's hand away. His palm landed on Lu Yin's shoulder. It's over. He then clenched all 5 of his fingers, and only his index finger pointed out towards Lu Yin's neck. They were too close, and Chu Yuan did not think that Lu Yin would be able to avoid it, even with reverse step. This was not the first time he had fought against someone who practiced reverse step, and he could even see through the void. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Over? What a joke. A star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he was just about to withdraw his move when a tree branch wrapped around Chu Yuan's index finger and stopped his attack. You want to end it? What a joke. He Luo Mavis interfered. I want 10 moves, so be it. Just as he finished speaking, the grass beneath Lu Yin's feet grew wildly, exactly like Ascension Mavis' technique. The wildly growing grass was like a sharp spear that stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin reached out with his left hand and activated the flow diversion diagram. All of the grass pierced through the diagram and shot out in all directions. The force of the grass was enough to easily kill a third-stage origin tribulation cultivator, especially at such a close distance. Even a fourth-stage origin tribulation cultivator might not be able to dodge it. It was just like how Chu Yuan's finger had dealt with Luyin. They both believed that they could injure Luyin at close range, and the only reason they had limited the number of moves was because they were competing against each other. Chu Yuan wanted to win in 5 moves, but Luo Mavis wanted Luyin to last until 10. In the end, this was a battle between Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan, and Luyin was nothing more than a wooden dummy in their eyes. However, Lu Yin's first move had been extraordinary, so both Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan wanted to injure him severely. At the very least, he would not be able to escape. Who would have thought that Luyin would be able to block Luo Mavis's killing move at such close range? As Luo Mavis blocked Chu Yuan, she looked at Luyin in shock. Not bad, the third move. The grass beneath Lu Yin's feet grew crazily again, but this time it didn't stab at him. Instead, it turned into a human figure that was none other than Luo Mavis. A total of 5 Luo Mavis attacked Luyin from all directions, sealing off all of his escape routes. Each attack was earth-shattering, and each one of them was a threat to Luyin. Luyin hadn't seen this move from Ascension Mavis yet, and seeing that his surroundings were sealed off by Luo Mavis, he tried to use reverse step to avoid them. However, Chu Yuan could see through it, and so could Luo Mavis. No matter which direction he tried to use reverse step, he was blocked off by Luo Mavis. It wasn't that reverse step was weak, but that Luyin had yet to comprehend it to the point where he could truly reverse spacetime. He was facing a Tao disciple from the Above Heaven sect from the Primordial Era, who also knew about reverse step. Bang! 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 A total of 5 punches landed on Lu Yin's body without any resistance, sending him crashing into the ground. In the distance, more cultivators from the 6th mainland had heard the commotion, but they didn't dare to make a sound when they saw this scene. They recognized Luyin, and even he had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Their shock was indescribable. He's too heavy. He might not be able to stand up, Chu Yuan said calmly, his fingers still bound by the tree branches. It seemed like Luo Mavis had restrained him, but in reality, he hadn't continued to attack. Luo Mavis replied coldly, then let's count it as 5 moves. Including the first punch, I used 6 moves, and you only used 1. What if he can't stand up? Chu Yuan asked. Luo Mavis replied indifferently, if he can force me back with 1 palm, then he can stand up, but he won't have the strength to retaliate after that. After I defeat you, I'll give him 4 more moves. If I say 10 moves, then I'll give him 10 moves. Not 1 more, not 1 less. So, it's our battle next? Chu Yuan smiled. Luo Mavis raised a brow, are you afraid? Chu Yuan's lips curled up, are you sure those 5 punches hit him? Luo Mavis was stunned and subconsciously looked down. He was no longer there, having used a teleportation array to dodge at the critical moment. How could that be? Luo Mavis was shocked and looked into the distance. Luyin patted the dust off his clothes. Luo Mavis was patting his clothes, but he moved his arms and said, is it strange? Those 5 punches didn't hit me, they hit him. Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan, you interfered. That was formless. Chu Yuan smiled, I also said that I had to defeat him in 5 moves. I couldn't have let you break it, but... He paused and looked at Luyin, I didn't think that you would be able to dodge it yourself. A source box array, huh? Not bad. Luo Mavis's eyes trembled. This Lu family descendant had used a source box array to escape, but Chu Yuan had used formless to replace him. The two had unintentionally worked together to deceive her. Don't forget, you still have 4 moves left, and so do I. Chu Yuan's index finger shattered the tree branch. Luo Mavis snorted, 4 moves is enough. Luyin laughed and rubbed his wrist. I've seen countless people throughout my cultivation, but few are as arrogant as you guys. 4 moves, right? Fine, I'll use 4 moves as well. Let's see if I can make you guys lie on the ground. Chu Yuan smiled, your era hasn't improved at all. You're still using the power of our era, and we're already standing at the peak of our era. How can you win? Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Are you proud of your era? You're looking down on our era? Fine, I'll use the power created by the heroes of our era to deal with you." After saying that, his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the withering ancestors' battle technique. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis watched in amazement. What kind of battle technique was this? Lu Yin quickly shriveled up like a corpse, and he pressed down with his hand. 80,000 stars suddenly appeared and circled around him, turning the area into a universe. He Luo Mavis snorted. What a mess. Her eyes flashed green as she used her innate gift, Vitality's rhythm. She stared at Lu Yin in a futile attempt to influence him, but it was to no avail. Lu Yin stood firmly in his original position, though his body had suddenly recovered a little. Lu Yin stared at He Luo Mavis. Her innate gift was different from Heaven's emergence, and it had directly affected him. He Luo Mavis was extremely shocked. How could it be that it was useless? Chu Yuan waved his hand and grabbed at the surrounding stars. Suddenly, all of the stars converged, as if the entire universe had shrunk. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Chu Yuan and used Sirius's palm to summon the stars. Chu Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he retreated until he was less than a meter away from Sirius's palm. However, Sirius's palm could not get any closer, and Chu Yuan could not dodge any further. Lu Yin's eyes widened when he saw that Chu Yuan's body was covered in a layer of formless energy. This was formless, and the stars that came into contact with Chu Yuan's body would immediately circulate. It was no wonder why Chu Yuan was able to nullify all battle techniques. Since that was the case, Lu Yin retracted his palm and the stars reappeared. He Luo Mavis punched out from beside him, and at the same time, the surrounding void began to burn. This was Sengoku. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen such a young person use Sengoku, and it was incomparably tyrannical. Even Lu Yin himself was afraid of that one punch. When he had faced Sengoku's fist during his origin tribulation, he had used his Akalanatha elephant to forcefully receive it. He could still do the same now, but the elephant belonged to the Lu family and was not something that had been created by the geniuses of this era. If Lu Yin wanted to restore the name of this era, then he could not use the elephant to increase his strength. Thus, he might as well forcefully resist. He Luo Mavis's fist landed on Lu Yin's chest, and at the same time, 80,000 stars converged into a sword. Sirius's sword technique swept out in all directions, including both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. This was the sword sect's 14th sword. Lu Yin did not know which era the 13th sword belonged to, but it should not have reached the above heaven era. Even if it had, it should have been the 14th sword from Emperor Lu. Chu Yuan attacked at the same time, using a strange method to tap Lu Yin's abdomen from afar. This finger seemed ordinary, but if the Sirius stars continued to revolve, they would discover that this finger had avoided all of the stars' revolutions, allowing Lu Yin to see through the movements of Sirius stars in the shortest time possible. Lu Yin was punched in the chest by He Luo Mavis, but he did not dodge this time. He could not avoid it, and the punch sent him crashing into the ground. Chu Yuan's finger descended at the same time, landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's 14th sword also landed on He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's bodies. The 14th sword was very strange. It did not cause any external damage, but it destroyed everything from the inside. The 13th sword could be used as a sword as long as one had emotions, and the 14th sword was pain. It was the pain of Emperor Lu's imprisonment. When the sword slashed down, it did not feel anything. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at each other. Impossible. Even if this person was not their match, that sword should have done something. The next moment, He Luo Mavis felt an intense pain in his body, as if he had been stabbed from the inside. He unconsciously coughed a few times, and Chu Yuan did the same. The two looked at each other in shock, an alternative way of the sword. I didn't think that there would be someone in this era who could comprehend this way of the sword. The way of the sword has not declined, Chu Yuan said in astonishment. He Luo Mavis replied, it's very difficult to be the first to comprehend this way of the sword, but once you do, countless people will follow suit. This is why the way of the sword has not declined, but very few people from the Lu family practice it. Chu Yuan looked down. He might not be able to stand up after taking our attacks. He Luo Mavis was indifferent. He's worthy of being a descendant of the Lu family if he can hurt us. I still have 2 moves left. She had used her innate gift of life and Sengoku's punch, which equaled 2 moves. Chu Yuan's lips curled up. He had just attacked once, and had seen through the movements of serious stars. I still have 3 moves left. I also have 2 moves left. Lu Yin's voice came from underground, shocking both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. How could he be fine? Even further away, a group of cultivators from the 6th mainland looked on nervously. Lu Yin's battle had pushed them further and further away, and they could no longer see clearly. However, they could still vaguely make out that Lu Yin had been beaten into the ground again. Lu Yin was actually being suppressed like this. Lu Yin stood up from underground and slowly floated to the surface. He had used things develop in their opposite to wither his body, but now that he had mostly recovered, he could at least recognize his appearance. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at him in confusion. What the hell? If one did not learn that things develop in their opposite, they would never be able to understand the wonders of this technique. As long as He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's attacks could not break through Lu Yin's limit, their attacks would only help him recover and become a source of strength that he could use. This was what things develop in their opposite meant. Ancestor Ku had created this incomparably mysterious technique. Who said that the era was waning? The above heaven sex era had been very powerful, with endless battle techniques and techniques. The path of cultivation had blossomed, and astral sources were not the only path. However, this era had also produced geniuses like the symbol progenitor, Progenitor Chen, and Ancestor Ku. Their strength had been dazzling even in the above heaven sex era. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin in amazement. What technique is this? If I'm not wrong, you're using our strength to nourish yourself. Lu Yin grinned. Smart. I don't mind telling you that if you want to beat me, you'll have to use attacks that exceed my limit. Otherwise, they'll only help me recover. Do you have that ability? Chu Yuan praised, good technique. Even our era didn't have this technique. Although the era is waning, there are still some geniuses. You're Lu Yin, right? I acknowledge you. If you can survive 5 moves from me, then you'll be the Tao child of this era, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. He Luo Mavis sighed, enough with the nonsense. What's so difficult about using attacks that exceed my limit? She stared at Lu Yin, don't blame me if you die. Lu Yin clenched his fists. You don't have the ability to beat me. With that, his body withered once more. Things develop in their opposite direction again. He Luo Mavis's expression changed, and a giant tree appeared behind her. Green spots continuously fused into her body, causing her aura to surge. Even though he couldn't see the rune lines, he could sense that the current He Luo Mavis was much stronger than before. He was no stranger to this scene, it was similar to the Lu family's visualization technique. Back in the Sovereign Tournament, Luo Mavis had used it as well. He remembered that she had called it limitless strength. Crack! The ground cracked open, and He Luo Mavis looked up at Lu Yin. She clenched her right fist, causing the void to tremble and ripple in all directions. Her strength had exceeded the limits of space, and even without attacking, it was enough to cause the void to explode. What was even more exaggerated was that the void around her had been set ablaze. The Warring States era had descended, and it was incredibly domineering. As He Luo Mavis attacked, the void was pushed apart layer by layer, as if she was closing the distance between them. This punch was incredibly powerful, it contained both the Mavis family's limitless strength and battle force. Even a cultivator with 4 origin tribulations might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's clenched fist opened up, and he sent a palm towards He Luo Mavis. It was still the clear sky palm, and there was nothing special about it. The clear sky palm had been powerful enough to force back the previous He Luo Mavis, but the current He Luo Mavis couldn't even touch her before she shattered it with a single punch. Then, a tyrannical punch landed on Lu Yin's body. He Luo Mavis had thought that this punch would be enough to send Lu Yin flying, and that it had exceeded his limits. However, Lu Yin stood in place without moving, and only his withered body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. As long as it didn't exceed the body's limits, he would be able to withstand it. But what was the limit of Lu Yin's body? Even he didn't know. Thank you, DCF Heavenly Calamity Caramel Roddy can't sleep enough. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I've been updating for 4 days now, and I've added a total of 5 chapters. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a break. Thank you for your support. The apex before his tribulation, Lu Yin had broken through 3 stages, which allowed him to deal with a 3rd tribulation powerhouse. His physical defense was terrifying, and although he had sealed the 3 stages after his tribulation, he had still undergone 4 tribulations, which had greatly increased his strength. Although his battle force couldn't withstand a single punch from Heluo Mavis, Lu Yin's physical defense was shockingly strong. Heluo Mavis was the first person from the Above Heaven sect to experience this. Her punch had only helped Lu Yin recover, but it hadn't harmed him in the slightest. She couldn't believe this result. At that moment, Chu Yuan appeared above Lu Yin's head. He did something that caused all of the energy that had been scattered to the surroundings to gather in his palm, and he controlled it like a whirlpool as he slammed it down at Lu Yin. This attack wasn't any weaker than Heluo Mavis' punch, but the difference was that Lu Yin had already recovered and could no longer absorb the energy in the opposite direction. This was the moment Chu Yuan had been waiting for. He believed that Heluo Mavis had the ability to unleash an attack that exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits. If it exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits, then Chu Yuan would lose this match. But if it didn't, then he could take advantage of the opportunity to land a palm strike that would be enough to end the battle. Heluo Mavis hadn't expected Chu Yuan to take advantage of her, and she couldn't stop the incoming attack. She looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he faced Chu Yuan's attack and slowly raised his hand. Heluo Mavis' expression changed, don't court death. He comprehended the primeval Tao technique and absorbed all of my energy. Don't take it head on. Lu Yin acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued to grab at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was astonished, and a flash of vigilance appeared in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but retract some of his strength. The next moment, Chu Yuan's palm collided with Lu Yin's right palm. It should have been an earth-shattering collision, but the terrifying energy gathered in Chu Yuan's palm was directly suppressed. Lu Yin grabbed Chu Yuan's hand and viciously flung it to the ground, causing Chu Yuan's body to sink into the ground with a thump. At that moment, Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared above Heluo Mavis, pressing down with both hands as he used the limitless clear emptiness palms. Palm after palm pressed down on Heluo Mavis, who tried to evade, but as soon as she took a step forward, her body abruptly returned to her original position. This was a teleportation array that Lu Yin had set up when he had attacked Chu Yuan, and he had been waiting for this moment. Heluo Mavis couldn't react in time and was hit by dozens of limpid emptiness palms. She was also pressed into the ground. The range of the limpid emptiness palms included Chu Yuan. This was the first time that Heluo Mavis and Chu Yuan had been completely suppressed. Lu Yin soared through the void and suppressed the entire area. In the distance, the 6th Mainland's cultivators were aghast when they saw this scene, as the tables had turned too quickly. They had all thought that Lu Yin was finished, but they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to take on 2 opponents by himself and suppress both of them. The dozens of emptiness palms released all of the power that Lu Yin had absorbed from the 2 of them, including his own power. It could be said that no one in his generation was qualified to make Lu Yin take action like this. Only experts who had reached the 4th or 5th origin tribulation could make him do this. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked down at the dust that had enveloped the world. His wrists were a little sore, the limpid emptiness palms were fierce and gave him some pressure. He just didn't know how the 2 of them were faring. The dust on the ground slowly dispersed, revealing that the terrain outside the main hall had completely changed. There were now 2 bottomless pits in the ground. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. He could feel that the 2's auras were actually very stable. Had the limpid emptiness palms not caused any damage? He exhaled. As expected of a Tao child from the era of Above Heaven. It was no wonder why they were so confident that they could not defeat them with just this little trick. In the universe, it was already difficult for a cultivator with 1 or 2 origin tribulations to challenge someone with 3 or 4 origin tribulations above their realm. For example, once the 10 arbiters broke through to emissary, they would be qualified to challenge someone with 3 or even 4 origin tribulations. Those who could challenge someone with 5 origin tribulations were few and far between. Lu Yin had been able to challenge someone with 3 origin tribulations before becoming an emissary. Once he became an emissary, even someone like the Sea King, who was at the peak of 4 origin tribulations, would not be his match. Lu Yin was one of a kind in this universe. Now, there were a few more such existences, and they were the Tao children from the era of above heaven. The ground cracked open as Luo Mavis propped up a piece of land and walked out. She casually tossed it to the side, causing a huge explosion. She looked up at Lu Yin and saw that he was in a rather sorry state. Not far away, Qu Yuan walked out as well. He was much quieter, but he also seemed to be in a much worse state than before. His gaze was no longer as gentle as before. He had just been smashed to the ground by Lu Yin by the arm, something that had never happened even in the era of above heaven, let alone in this era. Although Qu Yuan's expression was calm, there was an unprecedented chill and pressure in the depths of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Luo Mavis suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. Why was she so happy after being beaten up? Luo Mavis laughed out loud, pointing at Qu Yuan as she continued to laugh. Qu Yuan was calm. Is it that funny? Luo Mavis laughed until she was out of breath and clutched her stomach. No, I never thought that you would have such a day. Qu Yuan, have you ever thought that this day would come for you? Ha 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 ha. Qu Yuan frowned and looked at Lu Yin. You've surprised me. Before Lu Yin could reply, Luo Mavis laughed again. Too funny, ha 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 ha, too funny, too funny. If only those fellows were here. Lu Yin descended and was puzzled. What's so funny? Luo Mavis clutched her stomach and pointed at Qu Yuan, unable to hold back her laughter. Can you imagine how funny it is for a dignified Tao disciple to be flung to the ground? Can you imagine how funny it is for the only person who was received by the progenitor to be flung to the ground? He has an extraordinary bearing and is known as the Chosen One. Ha 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 ha, too funny. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and looked at Qu Yuan. The Chosen One? Qu Yuan was indifferent. It's just a meaningless title. He stared at Lu Yin. You've indeed surprised me. Even in our era, you would have been able to compete with a Tao disciple. But I still have 2 moves left, and they're enough to defeat you. Luo Mavis's previous indifference was replaced by mockery. Still pretending? You're the best at it in our group. She then looked at Qu Yuan. I still have 1 move left. Let's work together and beat him up. This woman had changed greatly, but not because of her personality, but because she had acknowledged him as her equal. Her way of speaking was completely different now, and she no longer acted high and mighty. She even hoped to drag Qu Yuan down. She had followed Qu Yuan from the start to see what he was up to, and her goal had not changed. She had just gained an expert. Lu Yin looked at Qu Yuan. That's a tempting suggestion. Qu Yuan was calm. It doesn't matter. 2 moves for 2 people is enough. Ha 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 ha. Luo Mavis laughed again. Qu Yuan raised a brow and looked at her with dissatisfaction. He was speechless as well, his battle passion had been extinguished by this woman's laughter. Luo Mavis pointed at Qu Yuan and laughed. Still pretending? Why don't you take a look at yourself before saying that? Your face is covered in dust. Don't you feel embarrassed? He didn't even use death energy or the Lu family's general appointing platform. He defeated you in 1 move, ha ha ha. Qu Yuan frowned, and the void around him distorted as he prepared to attack. Lu Yin's body dried up once more. He had just thrown Qu Yuan to the ground and then used the limitless clear emptiness palm, which could only be counted as 1 move. He also had 1 move left, but it would be difficult to win by relying on the battle techniques of this era. The Death God's transformation, the Su secret art, the Yu secret art, and the primogenitor scripture all belonged to the primordial era. Even so, it was unrealistic for Qu Yuan to defeat him in 1 move. He did not plan on teaming up with Luo Mavis, and he wanted to try taking one of Qu Yuan's attacks and see if he could defeat both of them at the same time. He had made a bet with Lu Yin that he would be able to defeat both of them within 5 moves. Luo Mavis stopped laughing, and a tree appeared behind her as she prepared to attack. Qu Yuan only had 2 moves left, while Lu Yin and Luo Mavis each had 1 move left. If Qi Yuan wanted to attack them at the same time, he would only have one move left. Just as the three were about to attack, a stern voice rang out. Stop. Lu Yin and the others looked to the west and saw a figure walk out of the void. The figure exuded a boundless pressure that forced them to stop. Qi Yuan and He Luo Mavis exchanged glances, and they both frowned. This was the strength of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer, and his heart sank. 9 luminaries? He's actually here? The news of the Dao Source sect's ruins containing an astral source would definitely spread to the upper echelons of the 6th mainland, but Lu Yin had not expected 9 luminaries to arrive so quickly. With 9 luminaries' strength as a half-ancestor, the moment he spoke, Lu Yin and the others naturally stopped attacking. The three of them combined could not even compare to a single finger of 9 luminaries. Who allowed you to fight here? Tell me who you are. 9 luminaries looked down at the three of them, and his appearance calmed the 6th mainland's cultivators who were watching the show. Qi Yuan frowned, and when he saw 9 luminaries staring at him, he slowly said, the 1st mainland's Dao Source. Opposite him, He Luo Mavis also spoke up. The 2nd mainland's Dao Source. 9 luminaries' gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. He did not recognize Lu Yin because Lu Yin had used things move in the opposite, and his entire body had withered away like a corpse. Lu Yin spoke up. The 5th mainland's Dao Source. Qi Yuan and He Luo Mavis glanced at him in astonishment. The 5th mainland's Dao Source? There was no Dao Source in this era, but there was no way to refute that. This person was equivalent to a Dao Source in this era. From Qi Yuan and He Luo Mavis' point of view, Lu Yin's self-confidence in his status as a Dao Source was a little wrong. However, from what 9 luminaries had heard, these 3 people all came from the above heaven sect era. So, you're heroes from the primordial era. 9 luminaries swept his gaze over the trio. I am the 6th mainland's 9 luminaries. Welcome to this era, and welcome to my 6th mainland's Dao Source sect as guests. However, these are the ruins of the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect, so it would be best if the 3 of you did not stay here for too long. Where's Sky Blue? He Luo Mavis asked 9 luminaries. 9 luminaries replied, he's in my 6th mainland's Dao Source sect. If you wish to see him, I can send someone to fetch you. The Apex no need, I'm not interested in meeting him. Since half-ancestor 9 luminaries doesn't want us to fight here, then we'll leave first, Lu Yin said. He wanted to leave 9 luminaries, not because he was afraid that 9 luminaries would attack him. At this point, it was unlikely that 9 luminaries would attack him. Lu Yin was afraid that Lan Xian would recognize him and demand his blood. Although he didn't know why Lan Xian wanted his blood, it couldn't be a good thing. I hope that the 3 of you can leave the Dao Source sect's ruins as soon as possible. Also, don't spread the news that there is an astral source here. Can the 3 of you do that? He Luo Mavis raised an eyebrow and said coldly, so what if I can't do it? It's our freedom to come or not. 9 Brilliance's face darkened. He Luo Mavis had acknowledged Lu Yin, and her attitude towards him had changed. Although 9 Glories was a half-ancestor, from He Luo Mavis's perspective, he was only a higher realm than them. If he wasn't a half-ancestor, then 9 Glories wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand on the same level as them. Besides, she also hated the people from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin was speechless. This Hulua Mavis had a very bad temper, and she was completely different from the other Mavis clansmen. Although Yuhua Mavis had a fiery temper at times, she was usually very ladylike. It was best for him to leave quickly, as he did not want to provoke the 9 luminaries right now. I agree. Don't worry, I won't announce this to the outside world. He could announce to his own people that the people from the Great Eastern Alliance were his own people. 9 Brilliance's expression softened when he heard Lu Yin's words, and he shot a cold glance at He Luo Mavis. If it weren't for the fact that the humans were united against the Eternals, he wouldn't have been so courteous. He would have captured all of these Dao disciples and forced them to hand over their ancient inheritances. Half-ancestor 9 luminaries, I'll take my leave first. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened here, Lu Yin said before walking away under 9 luminaries' calm gaze. There was a teleportation beam there, but he didn't know where it would teleport him, so it was best to leave first. 9 lights did not stop him. Chu Yuan took a deep look at Luyin, as he could tell that Luyin was avoiding the 9 luminaries. This person had purposely mentioned that he was a Tao disciple of the 5th mainland in order to mislead the 9 luminaries into thinking that Luyin had come from the above heaven sect era like them. Although he could tell, Chu Yuan did not expose it. There was no need for him to show goodwill to the 9 luminaries. His appearance was as gentle as jade, but he was actually as arrogant as Luo Mavis, Sky Jiaolan, and the others. He looked down on the people of this era. So what if they were half-ancestors? Given enough time, he would definitely become ancestor, let alone a mere half-ancestor. At this moment, the void distorted, and Lan Xian walked out. Half-martial ancestor 9 luminaries, what's wrong? 3 Taoists from the era of above heaven are fighting, so we can only let them leave first. Lan Xian nodded. If it had been in the past, these people would not have been able to escape. However, it was not the right time to attack them now. Not to mention the threat of the Eternals, those ancient powerhouses were difficult to deal with. Who knew what kind of people had come? Those Elysium sect leaders were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Lan Xian saw Luyin walking towards the teleportation beam. His back? Stop right there. Lan Xian barked as she stared at him. Luyin turned around, and his withered corpse appearance startled Lan Xian. She stared at him. You're Luyin? Luyin? 9 Lights was shocked. Lu Yin's heart sank. I'm a Tao child of the 5th mainland. In the distance, a cultivator from the 6th mainland shouted, reporting to the half-progenitor. He's Luyin. 9 Glories was enraged when he heard this. Bastard, he actually lied to him. He didn't hesitate to charge towards the teleportation beam, but he was still less than 2 meters away. This distance wasn't too far for him, and it was even less for Lan Xian. He saw his surroundings. Cherry blossoms filled the sky, and the sound of a 3-string drum filled his ears. Luyin was aghast, this was troublesome. Within his inner world, he shouted, Lan Xian, don't you want my blood? Those two's blood are even more precious. One is a descendant of the primogenitor, and the other is a descendant of the mother tree. Lan Xian was astonished, and she subconsciously looked at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were at a loss. What descendant of the primogenitor? What descendant of the mother tree? With Lu Yin's strength, it was impossible for him to escape from a half-progenitor's inner world. Fortunately, he had been prepared, and he had brought along the sticks before entering. The sticks was very strange. It looked like a river and was liquid, but it was also solid. It could be grasped in one's hand or hidden in one's bosom. Luyin stepped onto the sticks and instantly disappeared into the teleportation beam. He had upgraded the sticks 3 times, and its maximum speed was not any slower than the second Night King's. The second Night King was a peak emissary second only to a half-progenitor. Even Lan Xian couldn't stop Luyin from escaping. He couldn't escape from a distance of 2 meters, but he could use the sticks' speed to escape. 9 Glories had originally wanted to attack, as he didn't have any ill intentions towards Luyin. He was just angry that he had been tricked. However, when he saw Lan Xian's inner world, he thought that he had a good chance of succeeding. He hadn't expected that Luyin would still be able to escape. Where did this brat get so many strange external objects? Lan Xian was annoyed, as she had been distracted by Lu Yin's words. His words had been too shocking, as he had mentioned the primogenitor and the mother tree. She stared at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis with an unsightly expression. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were currently in Lan Xian's inner world, looking at the brilliant cherry blossoms. They were absolutely beautiful, but also very dangerous. Gentlemen, is Luyin speaking the truth? Lan Xian stared at the two. Chu Yuan didn't understand. What does this half-progenitor mean? Who is the primogenitor's descendant? Lan Xian asked. Ever since she had become a half-progenitor, she knew that the primogenitor was not just a legend. There was a statue of the primogenitor in the 6th mainland's Daosource sect. Of course, she had once suspected that the primogenitor had been fabricated by the later generations and that this statue was fake. However, ever since people from the era of the above heaven sect had appeared, she knew that the primogenitor truly existed. There were also cultivators from the era of the above heaven sect in the 6th mainland, And some of them were from the sixth mainland as well. The more she understood, the more excited Xian became. If one of these two was truly a descendant of the primogenitor, then the value of his blood would be much higher than Lu Yin's. Yuan calmly replied, the primogenitor has no descendants. If there is one, it would be a descendant, not a descendant. Xian frowned. Lu Yin lied to me? Mavis snorted. This is the first time I've seen someone who can lie so easily. Then, who is the mother tree's descendant? Xian asked again. Mavis rolled her eyes. How could the mother tree have a descendant? Xian was furious, as she had been tricked. The words primogenitor and mother tree had been too shocking, and her attention had been diverted. Since you knew that he was Lu Yin, why didn't you say anything? Nine Lights angrily rebuked and glared at the two. Yuan remained calm. Who he is has nothing to do with us. I acknowledge him as the fifth mainland's Dao child. I acknowledge him as well, Mavis added. Nine Lights was furious as well, as these two's unreasonable arrogance had allowed Lu Yin to deceive him. Pass down my orders. Have the person who left as soon as possible pass down the message. Distribute futons to all imprinters so that they can enter the Dao Source Sect's ruins to replenish their astral sources. Lu Yin stepped forward to reveal that the Dao Source Sect's ruins contained astral sources, and the total amount of astral sources here exceeded the amount that he and Xian needed to replenish. Rather than benefiting the fifth mainland, it would be better to let the sixth mainland's cultivators replenish their astral sources. Nine Lights grew angry when he recalled Lu Yin's words. That bastard had said twice that he would not announce this to the public. Only a fool would believe his words. Xian looked deeply at Yuan and Mavis. I heard that you're both Dao children. Does that mean that your families aren't too far off from the Lu family? Even if they aren't, it shouldn't be too far off. Mavis proudly replied, my Mavis family is the family at the helm of the second mainland, while the Lu family is the family at the helm of the fifth mainland. Our statuses are equal. Xian looked at Yuan. Yuan was much more cautious than Mavis. Considering Lu Yin's words before he had escaped and Xian's strange attitude, he calmly replied, I'm just a normal person. Mavis sneered. Yuan, when did you become so humble? You're the only Dao child among us who has been received by the progenitor. Your innate gift is extraordinary. Nine Lights and Xian were shocked. He had actually been received by the progenitor? Yuan's expression turned ugly. Could this foolish woman not see the situation clearly? It was no wonder that she was known as the most arrogant person in the history of the Mavis family. Xian smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lu Yin had managed to escape, these two weren't bad either. The Mavis family was a race that the sixth mainland had always wanted to capture. When the sixth mainland had invaded the fifth mainland, the sixth mainland had issued an order to capture the Mavis family members. It was rumored that the Mavis family could control all the plants in the universe, and their bloodline wasn't any weaker than the Lu family's. However, the other Dao child had actually been received by the progenitor. Regardless of his background, just his innate gift alone was enough to rival everything. Xian slowly descended and faced Yuan and Mavis. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at a barren mountain through a teleportation beam, and he didn't even look back as he searched for the next beam to escape. He didn't know if Xian would chase after him, but if she did, then he wouldn't be able to escape. A mere few meters required the sticks to accelerate in order to escape. Even if this distance was extended to 10 meters, it still wouldn't be enough for him to escape from Xian's inner world. There were some dangerous places in the Dao Source Sect ruins, but with Lu Yin's current strength, these dangers were nothing to worry about. After passing through several teleportation beams, he arrived at the seaside, where the mountain and sea inheritance lay. He exhaled and looked up. Jiu Yao and Xian had arrived, and they had also recognized him. They would definitely think of a way to replenish the sixth mainland's astral sources. If the Eternals hadn't been trapped outside the Starfall Sea, then they would have shared the astral sources here with the fifth mainland's half-ancestors in order to deal with the threat posed by the Eternals. But now that the Eternals were trapped outside the Starfall Sea, the crisis had been temporarily alleviated, and the human race's internal conflicts had erupted, so it wouldn't be so easy for the fifth mainland's half-ancestors to recover their astral sources here. There was still more than half a month before Lu Yin left the Daosor sect ruins, and that was enough time for the Sixth Mainland's experts to recover their astral sources. Even if they had enough astral sources, it might not be enough for Kuei Luo, third uncle, and the others to recover. Since that was the case, Lu Yin could only try the method that he had previously thought of. When he had been absorbing the cauldron chi in the 9 cauldron space, Lu Yin had come up with an idea. The essence of the 9-yang cauldron transformation was to gather astral sources and use the cauldron chi as a guide to release the astral source's explosive power. Before that power was released, the astral sources were still astral sources. In that case, could he use the 9-yang cauldron transformation battle technique to gather astral sources and not release them? This conjecture was somewhat whimsical, but Lu Yin still wanted to try it out. Throughout the history of human cultivation, ever since Xingyuan, who would have thought that the Grim Reaper could create death chi? Could fate see through the past and the future? Who would have thought that the symbol ancestor would be able to create rune lines? Who would have thought that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme? The civilization that humans possessed all came from creation. Creation came from wisdom. To put it bluntly, it was whimsical. The more absurd an idea was, the more miraculous it would be if it succeeded. His predecessors had been able to create all kinds of powers, so it was not impossible for him to try some bizarre ideas. Since he had broken 5 cauldrons by absorbing the cauldron aura, he had yet to absorb the cauldron aura from the 6th cauldron. Therefore, he could only execute the 5 suns. It had been a long time since he had used the 9-yang cauldron transformation, so he took out Mount Supreme first. Even if the 5 suns could gather astral sources, they could not be directly stored in a cosmic ring. Only Mount Supreme could. As the astral sources converged, he raised a hand, causing 5 dazzling suns to form in his palm and continuously absorb the surrounding astral sources. 9 suns cauldron, 5 suns. The 5 suns gradually grew bigger and rose into the sky. They were as dazzling as the 5 suns, gathering the stellar sources around them. When Lu Yin had first used the 9 suns cauldron transforming 1 sun, he had used up more than half of the star energy in his body. At that time, the 1 sun had not been able to withstand too much power, and there had been a limit to it. But after the appearance of 2 suns, 3 suns, and especially the 4th, the power of this battle technique had changed. It now had a feeling that even Jiashan's chief could not describe, as if something was watching him from the unseen world. The appearance of the 4th sun had not only changed this battle technique, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the stars, whether it was star energy or astral sources. After Mr. Mu had taught him the 9-yang cauldron transformation, he had become even more aware of the potential of this battle technique. Its might was limitless. This was the 9-yang cauldron transformation. Lu Yin had originally been worried that absorbing too much stellar source universe would attract the attention of the stellar source universe. But now that the stellar source universe had been devoured by the liquid, the amount of stellar source universe that he had absorbed was not enough to trigger the stellar source universe. Gradually, the total amount of stellar source in each sun had reached more than half of the total amount of stellar source in his body. The 5 suns added together were equivalent to the sum of the 4 stellar source cyclones in his body. This was only the beginning. The 5 suns continued to absorb stellar source and continued to grow. The 5 suns were expanding at every moment, and the total amount of astral source within them had already far exceeded the total amount of astral source within Lu Yin's body. From Lu Yin's point of view, they were already comparable to the second Night King. One of Lu Yin's astral source cyclones was already much more powerful than those of the same level. Even with the addition of the 4 cyclones, the total amount was still far from the current 5 suns. One could only imagine how much astral source the 5 suns contained. If this attack were to be released, it would be enough to cause the scalp of an elite with a combat. Power of 1,000,000 to go numb. No, he had to continue. Since he was going to snatch the stellar source, he had to do it thoroughly. But then again, the amount of stellar source that he had snatched was nothing in the eyes of a half-martial ancestor. The absorption of the stellar source in the legacy land of the mountains and seas began to affect other areas. Throughout the ruins of the Daosor sect, ripples began to appear in the void starting from the Mountain Sea Legacy land, and they spread out throughout the entire Daosor sect. Just as Lu Yin was using the 5 suns to absorb the astral source, the ruins of the Daosor sect began to tremble, and many places started to crack open. Beneath his feet, the sea began to boil, and the mountain range broke apart. Even further away, the scripture pavilion, the initiation enlightenment platform, the bow burial ground, and so on all began to crack apart. The space within the 9 cauldrons also began to crack apart, and the remaining 4 cauldrons began to sway. Luin was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to him? He only absorbed a bit of stellar source? It couldn't be. Within the ruined main hall of the Daosource sect, Jiao Yao and Lan Xian had ugly expressions on their faces. Luin stared at Chu Yuan, who was still within the main hall, as the ground around him began to shake and crack. Get out here! Jiao Yao barked as he reached out to grab Chu Yuan. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Yuan's mouth. You want my blood? You think you're worthy? After he finished speaking, a misty voice distorted the void, as if it had traveled through time to reach the Daosource sect. It transformed into an indescribably vast force that caused the entire Daosource sect to collapse. Since ancient times, the Daosource sects of the 6 mainlands had always been at the pinnacle of their continents, and they had been supported by the Heavenly Pillar. The 5th mainland had been defeated in a battle with the 6th mainland, and the Heavenly Pillar had transformed into Realm Mountain, which had become the Hall of Honor's location. The Daosource sect's ruins had mysteriously entered the boundless void and never appeared again. No matter where the Daosource sect's ruins were, they had always existed on the 5th mainland. After such a long time, the Daosource sect's ruins had finally reappeared. On a normal day in the 5th mainland, the Blood Ancestor and 4 other half-progenitors stood guard at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. In the outerverse, the 6th mainland's cultivators had secretly gathered their futons. In the eastern weaves, Lu Bujing stood guard outside Lu Yin's secluded cultivation area. The ancestral tortoise would occasionally close its eyes, as if it wanted to sleep. In the distant Neoverse, Elder Chan was flipping through ancient texts in an attempt to find some information regarding the sect above heaven. This should have been a normal day, but in the midst of it, a sudden clap of thunder streaked across the entire 5th mainland sky, causing countless people to look up and see the distant Daosource sect's ruins. The ancient jade in Elder Chan's hand that he had been carefully reading turned to dust, and he stared blankly in the direction of the inner verse. Were those the Daosource sect's ruins? How could the Daosource sect's ruins appear? Similarly, in the Neoverse, where the 7 courts had been, Xianxia and the other half-progenitors looked into the distance in shock. Are those the Daosource sect's ruins? Xia Ji blurted out. Enai Huang was shocked. That's right. Those are the 5th mainland's Daosource sect's ruins. How could they suddenly appear? Xianxia stood up with a solemn expression. To ancient powerhouses like them, the Daosource sect was not that far away. Let's go. Perhaps we'll find what we're looking for there. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the Blood Ancestor looked into the inner verse and was stunned. The 5th mainland's Daosource sect's ruins? The Medicine Immortal was shocked. We don't even know where the Daosource sect's ruins are. How could they appear here? At this moment, countless people looked at the Daosource sect's ruins. They were clearly within reach, but if they really wanted to touch them, they would find that they were extremely far away. The moment the Daosource sect's ruins appeared in the 5th mainland sky, they began to split apart. The mind web covered them, and the liquid began to frantically absorb the astral sources within the Daosource sect's ruins. Within the Daosource sect's ruins, Luin looked at the overlapping heavens and did not understand what was happening. However, he could still feel the surrounding astral sources being absorbed by a tyrannical force. He hurriedly tossed the 5 suns into Mount Supreme and looked over apprehensively. The 5 suns floated above Mount Supreme, but they did not explode or show any signs of instability. Luin heaved a sigh of relief, as there was hope. He quickly warned everyone within Mount Supreme, don't approach these 5 suns. Don't blame me if you die. Within Mount Supreme, the crowd looked up. Were those suns? In reality, there was no need for Lu Yin's warning. The moment the 5 suns appeared, an indescribable yet intimidating force had already caused everyone to not dare to act rashly. These were not condensed star energy, but rather 5 suns formed by astral sources. They possessed enough destructive power to shock even powerhouses with power levels in the millions. Just a single glance at them was enough to make everyone tremble. However, even though they were trembling, there were still some who refused to accept this. Long 7, get the hell out here. Long 7, this princess wants to fight you one-on-one. Long 7. Xiao Tyli shouted, her face flushed red. She had been trapped within Mount Supreme for a long time, and she was not someone who could control her temper. Luyin ignored her. Within Mount Supreme, Xiao Tyli became even angrier when Luyin did not respond. Just because you said I won't touch them doesn't mean I won't. I'm going to touch them no matter what. She then flew up to touch the 5 suns. Luyin frowned and moved his finger, about to attack. But before he could, Xiao Tyli was stopped by someone. She wasn't afraid of death, but others were. Seeing that Xiao Tyli was about to go crazy, Wang Dashui hugged her leg. Sis, please let us go. We don't want to die. Those things are not to be trifled with. Just listen to 7th bro, sis. Xiao Tyli kicked Wang Dashui away. Scram, you damn dog. I don't believe you can't do this. If you don't let me go, I'll poke those 5 things. She then flew up again. At this time, several figures attacked and forcefully knocked Xiao Tyli down. It was Wen Di, Prince Guiqian, and Long Shi. Wen Di spoke up, Princess Tyli, those 5 suns have unfathomable power. If we're not careful, all of us will be implicated. Calm down, we haven't gone crazy after being trapped here for so many years. Xiao Tyli glared at him, you're saying I'm going crazy? Guiqian replied coldly, if you don't listen, I'll disfigure your face. Xiao Tyli was furious and glared at Guiqian, but when she thought of what had happened in the sovereign realm, she endured it. Guiqian was on the same level as the 4th junior ancestor and wasn't someone she could deal with. Besides, Wen Di and Long Shi were there as well. Long Shi stopped Xiao Tyli not because she was afraid of death, but because she didn't want Xiao Tyli to destroy Lu Yin's things. She was starting to think of Lu Yin as Lu Shaoxian, even though they were 2 completely different people. Outside Mount Supreme, Lu Yin relaxed. Although some people had gone crazy, most were still sober. It was fine as long as someone could restrain Xiao Tyli. This crazy woman had to be released sooner or later, or who knew when she would go crazy again? With her around, the Xiao family would keep an eye on her. However, it wouldn't be easy to release him. Xiao Ji had betrayed the 5th mainland and joined the Xiao family in the Starry Sky Trees. From Lu Yin's standpoint, he had to acknowledge his ancestors, but from the 5th mainland standpoint, he had made a grave mistake. Furthermore, with everything he had done, Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. So what if he was a half-ancestor? If he couldn't defeat him with one origin tribulation, then he would try a second one. If that failed, then he would try a third. In any case, he had time stop, so he wasn't afraid of his innate gifts backlash. One day, he would be able to defeat a half-ancestor and truly have the qualifications to speak on the battlefield. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme, and the surrounding mountains and seas split apart. In the distance, golden characters flew out in all directions. These were the ancient characters of the scripture pavilion. When he saw this, Lu Yin knew that things weren't looking good. He quickly looked around and searched for the space of the 9 cauldrons. There were still 4 cauldrons that hadn't absorbed the cauldron chi, and once they scattered, he didn't know when he would be able to find them again. Even though Lu Yin wanted to collect the remaining 4 cauldrons, it was already too late. Before he could even think about it, the 4 cauldrons had already scattered in all directions of the 5th mainland, just like the ancient golden characters. The 9 luminaries was furious that the astral source in the Daosource sect's ruins had been absorbed by the liquid. He hadn't even had the time to replenish his astral source before it was gone. Lan Xian was also helpless, as her goal had been too obvious. She had immediately asked for a drop of blood from Chu Yuan, and no one would be willing to give it to her. Chu Yuan immediately erupted with power, as he was not Lan Xian's opponent, and he also did not have the ability to escape from Lan Xian's inner world. Fortunately, they had not been too far away from the main hall, and she had used a method that no one had thought of to bring the Daosource sect's ruins back into the world. Although these Taoists from the era of the Daosource sect were far from being a match for a half-martial ancestor in terms of absolute power, they still had many strange techniques. This was especially true in certain realms, such as the Daosource sect, as the Daosource sect's Daosource sect's Daosource sect's Daosource sect's Daosource sect's Daos Chu Yuan wasn't the only one. Even Heluo Mavis had used a rare treasure to escape into the main hall. Following the appearance of the Daosaur sect's ruins, the mind net had covered the heavens, and the 9 luminaries and Lan Xian's strength had been restricted. However, this did not prevent the 9 luminaries from attacking Qu Yuan. Junior, you're courting death. 9 Brilliant stepped into the main hall and grabbed at Qu Yuan. This hand landed on Qu Yuan's shoulder without any hindrance. With the absolute difference in strength between 9 luminaries and Qu Yuan couldn't dodge at all. However, 9 luminaries failed to injure him either. Qu Yuan's tattered outer clothes shattered, revealing a white robe with golden edges. It was exactly the same as Jia Lan's, and it was this white robe that blocked the 9 luminaries. 9 Brilliance was astonished. It was soft to the touch, and his palm force was unable to penetrate the white robe to harm Qu Yuan. What was this? On the other side, Lan Xian had also attacked Heluo Mavis. Similarly, Heluo Mavis's white robe was exposed under her tattered green dress. However, compared to Jiao Yao, Lan Xian's attacks were much lighter. She was more interested in fresh blood. Although the 2 half-martial ancestors were unable to injure them, they were able to capture them. Qu Yuan's formless and formless could not withstand the absolute difference in strength between him and the 9 luminaries. However, even if he was caught by the 9 luminaries, he was not worried. His life would not be threatened. The Daoist was the future of the continent. Even in this era without the Above Heaven sect, it was unlikely that a demi-ancestor would kill a Daoist. Come with me. 9 Brilliance grabbed Qu Yuan's shoulder and was about to take him away. Suddenly, the void was split into 2 by a violent force. 9 Brilliance's expression changed as he hurriedly pushed it away and let go of Qu Yuan's hand. A slash appeared between him and Qu Yuan. It passed through the void and stopped in the void, gradually taking the form of a human. 9 Brilliance's expression turned solemn. This slash was no small matter. Although the astral source had been devoured by the liquid, the power of the slash still made him feel apprehensive. His hair stood on end. Who is it? Qu Yuan stared at the figure in front of him, which had taken human form. He was shocked. Senior Lin Qing, leader of the Heavenly Knife sect, one of the 12 heavenly gates. In the distance, Lan Xian's attention had also been drawn by the slash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a large tree appeared behind Heluo Mavis. She raised her right fist and roared at Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian did not cultivate her physical body, she was still a half-martial ancestor who had undergone so many origin tribulations. Every origin tribulation had cleansed her body, so even if she did not specialize in this Dao, her physical strength was not something that Heluo Mavis, a second origin tribulation cultivator, could compare to. Heluo Mavis' fist was directly blocked by Lan Xian, and she was unexpectedly unable to force her back a single step. Lan Xian attacked, slapping her palm towards Heluo Mavis's forehead. Heluo Mavis's eyes widened. The tree behind her almost materialized and instantly merged into her body. Just as she was about to attack again, a slash suddenly came from afar. Lan Xian hurriedly changed the direction of her palm wind to meet the slash. There was a tearing sound, and Lan Xian's sleeves were torn apart, revealing her pure white arm. She retreated several steps. Heluo Mavis sighed in relief. Thank you, sect leader Lin Qing. The 9 luminaries were flabbergasted, as that slash seemed to have a mind of its own. Normally, it would not be a slash, but rather a person who had become one with the slash. This person's use of the blade had already surpassed their understanding. Among the half-martial ancestors, only Xiade and Xiaji of the Xia family were proficient with the blade, but those 2 were far inferior to this person. Outside the main hall, the ruins of the Daosaur sect were collapsing, and even the mountains and seas were falling apart. Luing found the main hall and looked at the only place that did not show any signs of collapse. It was no wonder why Qu Yuan had not gone to the mountains and seas inheritance and had instead come here. There was definitely something strange about this place. The main hall was very large, and it could not be seen from the inside. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, the main hall was not just a hall, it was connected to the surrounding mountains and rivers. The fact that the mountains and rivers had not collapsed was definitely related to the main hall, or perhaps even a part of it. At this moment, within the main hall, the 9 luminaries and Lan Xian were facing off against that slash. Luin lost interest after a single glance, and he stared at Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis. The two had actually started fighting, and they had left the main hall and were heading deeper into the ruins. Luin stared at Luo Mavis, who was speaking. Because they were too far apart, he could not hear what she was saying, but she was still chasing after Chu Yuan. The first time they had met outside the main hall, she had asked Chu Yuan why he had come here, but he had not given her a direct answer. She had mentioned the primogenitor, so could there be something related to the primogenitor in the main hall? Also, how had the ruins of the Daosor sect appeared? Luin thought about it for a moment, and when he saw Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis disappear from his sight, he suddenly charged towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, the 9 luminaries did not want to fight against this slash, but this person was not willing to give up. He had even said that the Taoists were the future of this era and that they needed to be protected, which left the 9 luminaries speechless. Luin rushed into the main hall and did not even turn his head as he charged in the direction where Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis had disappeared. The 9 luminaries barked, "Lan Xian, follow him." Just as he finished speaking, the slash suddenly expanded and enveloped both 9 luminaries and Lan Xian. The 9 luminaries was furious. "Who are you? There's no reason for us to fight to the death. All Taoists must not be killed by their elders. This is the Above Heaven sect's motto. You two broke the rules, so you deserve to die." The 9 luminaries was furious. "The Above Heaven sect's era is long gone. You're talking nonsense." Lan Xian retreated helplessly. This person seemed to have just regained consciousness and had not yet recovered from the Above Heaven sect's era. "Haven't you noticed that your astral source can't be used?" The 9 luminaries barked again and dodged the blade. "So what?" The 9 luminaries was speechless. He and Lan Xian had been suppressed by the Above Heaven sect's sect master. This person's attacks were too swift and decisive, and his strength was on the same level as Lu Bujing's. Only by facing him head-on would one be able to understand the strength of the Above Heaven sect's sect masters. Just as they had said, the 12 sect masters all had the potential to break through to the progenitor realm. And they represented an era. The Taoists represented the next era. The Eternals had buried the 12 sect masters and the Taoists, which was equivalent to burying 2 eras of humanity. The main hall had more than one level. Luin followed Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis inside and discovered that the 9 luminaries were on the first level. At this moment, he had arrived at the second level, where Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis were. Chu Yuan frowned when he saw Luin appear. Luo Mavis's eyes flashed. Liang said, "Lu family, help us deal with him. He's definitely looking for something good that has something to do with the primogenitor." Luo Mavis, "Don't speak nonsense." Chu Yuan barked. He was no longer calm, and a cold glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Luo Mavis sneered. "What, you don't dare to say it? I know that only one of the 12 sect masters of our era has ever met the primogenitor, and only one of the Taoists has ever met the primogenitor. Only one person from each era is qualified to meet the primogenitor. The primogenitor must have said something to you. Since you couldn't wait to come to the main hall and even found a way to expose the Daosor sect's ruins, you must be looking for something." "You're right." Luin barked before Chu Yuan could say anything and sent out a palm strike, the emptiness palm. Chu Yuan raised his hand and struck the white robe, but it didn't cause any damage. "Lu family, you're qualified to compete with us in terms of strength, but you're not a Daoist. Don't get involved, or else I have ways to deal with you," Chu Yuan warned. Luo Mavis replied, "Relying on external items and power vessels? I have those too. Lu family, feel free to attack him. If he uses external items to deal with you, I'll help you block them." Luin was displeased. "What about you?" Luo Mavis replied, "Of course, I'll attack him as well. At the same time, I'll take care of you. That white robe of his can withstand 8 origin tribulations, and it's a symbol of being a Daoist. Don't hit his body, just hit his head or his legs." "Right, don't you have external items as well?" "Use them." Luin raised his brows. "External items?" Before the Daosor sect's ruins had appeared, he couldn't take out external items from his cosmic ring. The only thing he could use was the sticks, but things were different now. The Daosor sect's ruins had appeared and collapsed, so everything in his cosmic ring could be used. Are you sure you want to compete with external items? Luin rubbed his cosmic ring, but he didn't immediately attack. He wasn't stupid, and he obviously wanted to let He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan fight it out. Chu Yuan blocked He Luo Mavis' attacks as he glanced at Luin. This person had mentioned competing with external items twice. What did he mean? Did he have a lot of external items and power vessels? He Luo Mavis suddenly retreated and looked at Luin. Are you going to attack or not? Also, do you have a lot of external items? Don't take out useless items. All of our external items have the destructive power and defensive power of 6 origin tribulations or above. If you can't, then don't embarrass yourself by taking them out. Luin smiled, as no one in this era could compete with him in external items. Fine, then he would compete with those from the above heaven sect. Defensive and destructive power of 6 origin tribulations? Was that high? It was only a power level of 1,000,000. You guys have always looked down on this era. Today, I'll show you what kind of geniuses have appeared in this era. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared at Chu Yuan. Weaken. Just like the external items in the cosmic ring, when they had been in the Daosor sect, they had been unable to take out external items from their cosmic rings, and they hadn't been able to use rune lines. The true scripture of Aeon evolution had been useless, but now, rune lines filled the heavens, and it was time for them to understand this era. Chu Yuan felt his body tremble and weaken. At his cultivation level, he had perfect control over his body, so it was impossible for him to suddenly weaken. He stared at Luin and saw the change in Lu Yin's eyes. You. Luin struck out with a palm, but the main hall suddenly shook. His palm missed, and he almost fell over. The entire main hall shook, and the ground cracked. Luin and the other two looked down. It's about to collapse. Chu Yuan was stunned. Impossible. How could this place collapse? The cracks in the ground grew larger, and the main hall shook even more violently. At the same time, in the outside world, many half-ancestors were heading towards the Daosor sect's ruins, but they were summoned by the blood progenitor midway. The entrance to the Starfall Sea was in a state of emergency, and the Eternals had mobilized several 12 marquises and even progenitor realm corpse kings to attack the entrance. When Elder Chan and the others received the news, they hurried over to the Starfall Sea. Nothing was more important than that place, and even Enai Huang and the others had to go. The main hall of the Daosor sect's ruins shook more and more violently, but no one noticed that a layer of multicolored light had appeared outside the main hall. It was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye, as it seemed like a membrane had wrapped around the main hall. Beneath the main hall, Luin suddenly moved away from where he had been standing. A statue had appeared where he had been standing, and it slowly floated up. The three stared at the statue. Progenitor? Chu Yuan exclaimed. He Luo Mavis was astonished. Is that the progenitor statue? Luin looked at the statue, which depicted a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and a faint smile. A python coiled around his waist, and a divine eagle perched on his shoulder. The statue was incredibly lifelike. The statue did not look very large, and it was about the same size as a normal person, but for some reason, Luin felt an indescribable sense of reverence when he looked at it. He had heard Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis' conversation. Was it really the progenitor? According to legends, the progenitor had opened up the heavens and united the 6 continents. He had founded the Daosor sect and established the human cultivation system. He had brought about the above heaven sect's golden age, and all humans worshipped him. Luin had originally thought that this was just a legend, but after the ancient powerhouses of the above heaven sect's era had appeared, he had realized that it was not just a legend. When the progenitor's statue appeared, none of the three moved. They watched as the statue slowly rose into the sky and shattered the ground above, connecting the main hall from top to bottom. Luin and the others could see the 3 half-ancestors of the 9 luminaries from underground. On the first level of the main hall, the progenitor's statue floated up. The 9 luminaries were shocked when they saw it. Progenitor? Lan Xian's expression changed, and she looked at the progenitor's statue with a respectful expression. The Skyblade sect master, Lung Qing, recovered her body and bowed respectfully at the statue. Lung Qing greets the progenitor. The progenitor's statue slowly floated up and then stopped in midair. The statue's progenitor's absorption speed surpassed that of the liquid's absorption speed, and even the astral sources that should have been absorbed by the liquid's progenitor's absorption. The devouring power of this stellar source was far more tyrannical than that of a liquid. Not only did it devour the stellar source of the universe, but it also devoured the stellar source of the cultivator's stellar source Qi whirlpool. The first to be devoured was 9 luminaries, who was the closest to the statue. 9 luminaries was shocked. The stellar sources in his body came out and turned into a river of stellar sources that flowed towards the statue. My star source, no. 9 glories hurriedly tried to stop it, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. Next was Lan Xian, followed by Lung Qing. Lung Qing maintained his respectful posture. Even though the stellar source in his body had been devoured, there was no change in his expression. Jiao Yao and Lan Xian were different. They both rushed towards the outside. No matter what, stellar sources were the foundation of their power. Without stellar sources, they couldn't even use their inner worlds. Once they encountered an enemy they couldn't resist, they wouldn't even have the chance to use their inner worlds to be trapped by the mind net. Devouring the stellar source in one's body was equivalent to giving up one's life. However, both of them were blocked. An invisible force had appeared outside the main hall at some point in time, preventing them from escaping. On the lower level of the main hall, the stellar source of Lu Yin's stellar source Qi whirlpool was also being forcefully absorbed. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. His stellar source Qi whirlpool kept shrinking, and that devouring power even broke through the 3 seals that he'd originally sealed, devouring the stellar sources of the other 3 stellar source Qi whirlpools. Lu Yin's expression changed. How could this be? This was his greatest secret. How could his 4 stellar source Qi whirlpools be devoured? He leapt up and tried to rush out of the main hall, but he was unable to do so, just like Jiao Yao and Lan Xian. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were in the same situation. Compared to Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis's expression was much better. Her fundamental power wasn't stellar source, it was just one of the powers that the Mavis family cultivated. Lu Yin also cultivated death energy, and losing his stellar source did not mean that he would lose his cultivation. However, the 4 stellar source Qi whirlpools in his body had been absorbed, and he was unwilling to accept it. Jiao Yao immediately attacked the statue. He had not experienced the era of the above heavens sect and did not understand the greatness of the primogenitors, so he did not have much respect for them. Even though he usually worshipped the primogenitor's statue, that was only because he had followed the martial ancestors. This generation's cultivators had no impression of the primogenitors, and even the Grim Reaper and Fate were considered legends. However, Jiao Yao's attack was useless, as his attack was directly devoured by the primogenitor's statue. No matter what attack he used, he was unable to damage the statue. On the 5th mainland, countless people stared at the ruins of the Daosource sect, as the only main hall that had not collapsed was actually devouring stellar source. Many people wanted to approach it, as they thought that the main hall would be able to replenish their stellar source after devouring it. However, after an emissary approached the main hall and had his stellar source forcefully devoured, no one dared to approach. In the outer verse, the ancestral tortoise looked at the main hall, and his enormous eyes became respectful and docile. The astral river was unusually calm, and all of the colossi within it, regardless of whether they were visible or invisible, had stopped in their tracks and were facing the main hall. Animals were far more perceptive than humans, and they could sense the primogenitor's pressure. In the distant astral beast domain, Skymander Imperial Preceptor looked at the human domain and clenched his fists. He had also sensed that supreme power, but it did not make him feel respect. Instead, it made him feel hatred. The primogenitor had created the golden age of humanity, but he had brought about the darkest era of enslavement for these astral beasts. They would definitely get their revenge. Within the main hall, the first person whose stellar source had been completely absorbed by the statue was He Luo Mavis. She had the least amount of stellar source in her body, which was not surprising, as the Mavis family did not specialize in stellar source cultivation. During the above heaven sect era, the primogenitor had encouraged humanity to create their own powers, which had led to the emergence of death energy, fate energy, Mavis, and other powers. The next person whose stellar source had been absorbed was Chu Yuan, as he specialized in stellar source cultivation. After all, he had been received by the primogenitor before, and he wanted to use stellar source energy as a starting point to create another power that could rival the Three Realms' 6 Daos. However, he would have to wait until he was at least a half-ancestor before he could create other powers, and so far, he had only been cultivating stellar source. In terms of the amount of stellar source he possessed, he believed that he was not inferior to any of the other Dao children. Among the Dao children of the 6 continents, the one with the most stellar source was the Lu family's Dao child. Whether it was star energy or stellar source, the Lu family's consumption and absorption of stellar source far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, Chu Yuan was confident that he could compete with the Lu family's Dao child. During that era, he had indeed competed with Lu Tianyi, and the two of them had roughly the same amount of stellar source. Chu Yuan had originally thought that with his second tribulation origin stage cultivation, the amount of stellar source he possessed would surpass Lu Yin's. Even if Lu Yin was powerful enough to fight against a Dao child, there was still a gap of a minor realm between them. Lu Yin should not be able to defeat Lu Tianyi, which meant that Lu Yin would not be able to defeat Chu Yuan. However, while Lu Yin's stellar source was still being absorbed, Chu Yuan's had already finished. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This person had a lot of stellar source in his body? As expected of someone from the Lu family. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this was troublesome. His first stellar source cyclone was about to dry up. Once he ran out of stellar source, how would he be able to increase his cultivation in the future? Hold on, he looked at his cosmic ring. Mount Supreme still had 5 suns, and the amount of stellar source within should be close to that of a half-ancestor. He had enough stellar source to recover, but it would be difficult for him to break through. Fortunately, he had condensed the 5 suns beforehand, which meant that he still had a way out. Since he could not escape or avoid the stellar source cyclone, he might as well not care about it anymore. Lu Yin looked at Jiao Yao and the other 2 half-ancestors, who had also completely given up on trying to escape. They allowed the statue to devour stellar source as they could not avoid it. Sensing Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis's gazes, Lu Yin looked over. Are you out of stellar source? How much do you have left? Chu Yuan asked, as this was the first time he had ever been curious about Lu Yin. Even when Lu Yin had displayed the strength to fight against a Dao child, Chu Yuan had not been too curious. No matter how powerful this person was, as long as he appeared, he would definitely be the leader of an era. Luo Mavis also looked at Lu Yin curiously. It was common knowledge that the Lu family's cultivation required a lot of stellar source and stellar source. She was curious about how much stellar source cyclone Lu Yin still had, and whether or not he had more than Lu Tianyi had. Lu Yin did not know how to answer. Could he say that his first stellar source cyclone had not dried up yet? Could he say that he still had 3 stellar source cyclones? It was obvious that he could not, but it also seemed like he would not be able to hide it. Time slowly passed, and the cultivators who had originally wanted to approach the Daosaur sect's ruins all distanced themselves, as they were afraid that the star energy in their bodies would be absorbed. As a result, no one dared to approach the ruins' main hall. Lu Yin's first stellar source cyclone had completely dried up, and his second stellar source cyclone was almost done as well. The amount of time that Lu Yin's stellar source cyclone had been devoured was twice as long as Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Just how many stellar source did this person have? Was he still being devoured? It was not just Chu Yuan, Jiao Yao, Lan Xian, and Ling Qing had also noticed Lu Yin. Within the main hall, only the 4 of them had their stellar source cyclones devoured. They were all half-progenitors, and the amount of stellar source they possessed was not something that an emissary could compare to. However, Lu Yin was still being devoured, which meant that the amount of stellar source cyclones in his body was quite shocking. Lan Xian's eyes flashed, as Lu Yin truly lived up to his reputation as a member of the legendary Lu family. After a while, Lu Yin's second stellar source cyclone had dried up, and half of his third stellar source cyclone had been devoured. Chu Yuan and the others looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes, as they felt that something was amiss. How could a single origin tribulation contain so many stellar source cyclones? However, this person was truly at the first origin tribulation. Was he a monster? Even Chu Yuan could not help but think of this possibility. Lu Tianyi, who had competed with him in the past, had only possessed a third of Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones, yet Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones had still been devoured. Within the main hall, several people stared at Lu Yin, wanting to see just how many stellar source cyclones he had hidden away. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he had been discovered before his 4 stellar source cyclones had even erupted. Honestly, he did not wish for this to happen. Right, it seemed like there were more than 4. If the death Qi was included, then he should have 5 cyclones. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin's 3 stellar source cyclones had dried up. It was now time for the 4th. Chu Yuan's expression sank. In the beginning, he had been able to easily deal with Lu Yin and He Luo Mavis, but now, he felt threatened. This person had actually hidden so many stellar source cyclones in his body? This was ridiculous. This person's stellar source cyclones were almost comparable to a 6th origin tribulation cultivator. Just how had he cultivated? The apex, you're a monster. He Mavis exclaimed, looking at Lu Yin warily. She could tell that he hadn't been using his full strength, and that he was even more dangerous than Chu Yuan. This era couldn't compare to their era, so why was there such a monster here? Chu Yuan could tell as well, and he stared at Lu Yin. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at him. Don't you already know? Chu Yuan took a deep breath. It's an honor to meet you. He Mavis was astonished. Chu Yuan's arrogance had been well known in his era, and he didn't care even if they were both Dao children. This was the first time he had said such a thing to someone of the same generation. Wait, this person looked younger than them. It's an honor to meet you as well, Lu Yin. I've underestimated you before, He Mavis said. She didn't plan on teaming up with Lu Yin, as this person was even more powerful than Chu Yuan. Even if they could defeat Chu Yuan together, she wasn't confident in facing him. When the 3 of them fought, it was always the 2 weaker ones working together to deal with the strongest one. Even she couldn't tell who was the strongest. In the previous battles, this person had used the power of this era, and he seemed to have Death Qi as well. He also had the power of the Above Heavens era. She hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now it seemed that he had hidden his strength deeply. It was no wonder why he had dared to boast about defeating them in 5 moves. Chu Yuan thought about how his body had suddenly weakened, and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. Just how much was this person hiding? That wasn't astral source power. After a while, the 4 cyclones in Lu Yin's body were completely exhausted. He sighed. It was finally over. The others sighed as well, as he was finally done. Not long after Lu Yin's astral source was absorbed, Lan Xian finished as well. She had a limited amount of time compared to Lu Yin. This fact shocked Chu Yuan and the others once again, as Lan Xian was a half-step ancestor. The amount of astral source in a half-step ancestor was terrifying, and they had never thought of comparing themselves to her. Even with Chu Yuan's arrogance, he didn't think that he could compare to a half-step ancestor under 5 tribulations. Even if he was a half-step ancestor who hadn't broken through the 3rd stage and didn't have an origin item, Lu Yin was close to that at the 1st tribulation. When he saw Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis gazes, Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore. Don't look at me like that. She's been through multiple battles, and she's lost a lot of astral source, and she hasn't had the time to replenish it either. No matter how exaggerated it is, I'm just a cultivator who's undergone 1 origin tribulation, so there's no way I can have as much astral source as a half-progenitor. Chu Yuan and Su Yu looked at each other and thought that it made sense. I've replenished quite a bit of astral source, and I'm not too far away from the total amount of astral source, Lan Xian said as she looked at Lu Yin with a bright and crafty gaze. Lu Yin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Chu Yuan and Lu Yin's gazes changed again. This guy was still planning on hiding? She was almost fooled by him. This time, Lu Yin didn't bother to explain himself. It was pointless. He glared at Lan Xian. Why do you need someone else's blood? Jiu Yao also looked at Lan Xian. He had asked this question before, and Lan Xian had only said that it was related to cultivation techniques. However, what kind of cultivation technique required the blood of others? In particular, she did not even care about the blood of a half-martial ancestor like him. Instead, she wanted the blood of the Lu clan or the blood of an ancient Daoist. Lan Xian hugged Xianxia and stood quietly in a corner of the main hall. In response to Lu Yin's question, she slowly replied, "Won't you know once you give it to me? Ask them first." Lu Yin pointed at Chu Yuan. "Especially him. He's the above heaven sex Taoist navigator, and he's the only one who's been accepted by the ancestor. He has the greatest bloodline of that era." Chu Yuan raised his brows. "I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any great bloodline." Lu Yin replied seriously, "Even an ordinary person would become extraordinary if they could meet the ancestor." "Hold on." Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and sized Chu Yuan up. "What's your relationship with the ancestor? You're not his descendant, are you?" Chu Yuan's eyes widened. "Brother Lu, don't make irresponsible remarks. I'm not the only one who met the ancestor during that era. But you're the only one in the younger generation, right, He Luo Mavis?" Lu Yin turned around. He Luo Mavis nodded. "Of the younger generation, only Chu Yuan has met the ancestor." Chu Yuan frowned and gave Lu Yin a deep look. This person had purposely mixed the concepts of meeting the ancestor and bloodline, using He Luo Mavis' words to prove the greatness of his bloodline. This was a way to attract Lan Xian's attention. At the same time, he had purposely mentioned He Luo Mavis' name to attract Lan Xian's attention. "Chu Yuan, I heard that this name also came from the ancestor?" Lu Yin asked curiously. He Luo Mavis nodded again, but she suddenly felt that something was off. She had unknowingly teamed up with Lu Yin again, and she immediately became vigilant. She didn't want to team up with Lu Yin right now. One was Chu Yuan, and the other was Lu Yin. Who knew which one was the real monster? Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, I originally thought that you were crafty, flexible, and cared more about power than cultivation. But now, it seems that your total astral source is comparable to a half-ancestor's, and you have endless battle techniques. We were wrong about you. If this had happened in our era, the one who would have met the ancestor might not have been me, but you." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Brother Chu, you're exaggerating. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away from the statue that it's absorbing the astral source in my body at a much slower rate than the three of you." This was true, as it seemed that Lu Yin was the furthest away from the statue out of the three of them. The three half-ancestors were even closer to the statue than the two of them. The statue was currently on the first level of the main hall, while they were still on the second level. Lu Yin was the furthest away. No matter how far away you are, the absorption shouldn't be that slow. "Brother Lu, the time you took to finish is comparable to a half-ancestor's," Chu Yuan said. At this point, the 9 glories ended, and not long after, Leng Qing finished as well. The statue was still absorbing the surrounding astral source, and it looked even more lifelike than before. "I already said that the half-ancestor used up a lot of astral source." She didn't want to admit it because she didn't want to be looked down upon, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan retorted, "It's just a consumption, it's not like it was low in the first place. What's there to not admit?" The two of them went back and forth, trying to use each other to attract Lan Xian's attention. Leng Qing suddenly shouted, "Shut up. You don't have the right to spout nonsense in front of the ancestor's statue." Lu Yin and Chu Yuan looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. He Luo Mavis could also see their intentions, but she was hot-tempered and impulsive. Her words were far inferior to the two of them, so she didn't interrupt. The statue was becoming more and more lifelike. A figure suddenly rushed in. The main hall could only be entered, but not exited. This person passed through the 9 glories and directly rushed towards the statue. At the same time, a visible astral source was being swallowed out of the statue's body and into it. When he saw who it was, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Forgotten Ruins deity. Leng Qing raised her hand and slashed at the Forgotten Ruins deity, becoming one with her blade. The Forgotten Ruins deity raised his hand and struck out with his palm, using the meditative forgetting technique. The meditative forgetting technique also used astral source, but it was forcefully swallowed by the statue the moment it struck out. The Forgotten Ruins deity hadn't expected the statue to be so tyrannical in devouring astral source, and he couldn't react in time. His body was struck by Leng Qing's attack, and he crashed heavily into the layer of multicolored light that covered the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity wasn't injured, and he didn't hesitate at all. His eyes became incomparably deep, and a dark red current descended with a hair-raising chill. Luyin had experienced this power before. It was a power that the Eternals had bestowed upon the Forgotten Ruins deity, and they called it divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity didn't say a word and simply raised his hand to strike Lin Qing. He was still using the meditative forgetting technique, but with divine force, he wasn't affected by the statue. Lin Qing raised her arms and slashed down with her blade. He no longer had any astral source in his body, but the power of being one with the blade was still considerable. However, it couldn't compare to a half-ancestor, and he was sent flying by the Forgotten Ruins deity's palm. The Forgotten Ruins deity rushed towards the statue again, not saying a word from beginning to end. He was completely different from the person Luyin had seen before, and he only had eyes for the statue. Chu Yuan was shocked. "Stop her. Don't let her touch the statue." He took off his white robe and threw it out in a futile attempt to stop the Forgotten Ruins deity. Even though the Forgotten Ruins deity was wary of the mind net and didn't use his true strength as a half-ancestor, he still wasn't someone who could be stopped by a white robe, even if it had the power to resist a peak envoy. The 7 sky gods were all monsters, and the only one who could truly fight against a half-ancestor's body was the Elysium sect master. Even Enai Huang was slightly weaker. The white robe was torn apart by the Forgotten Ruins deity, but fortunately, it managed to stop her for a moment. At that moment, Lin Qing attacked again, becoming one with the blade as she slashed towards the Forgotten Ruins deity. He Luo Mavis' voice rang out. "Chu Yuan, are you looking for that statue as well?" Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Luyin glanced at him and thought to himself that the Forgotten Ruins deity was indeed looking for that statue. What was so special about it? There was a loud bang, and Lin Qing was sent flying again. Without his astral source, he was no match for the Forgotten Ruins deity, who had used his divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue. No one in the main hall could stop him. Luyin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity, his palms sweating. At the same time, at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, the hand that had been blocking the Realm Mountain and the horizontal black hole moved, reaching towards the 5th mainland and extending infinitely towards the mental web. The mental web descended, attempting to trap the hand. The surface of the hand was entangled by the mental web, but it still crossed the heavens and appeared in the innerverse, outside the main hall. At that moment, the hand descended and grabbed at the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue at the same time. At that moment, whether it was the 5th mainland or Luyin and the others in the main hall, they all saw the incomparably huge hand pressing down, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This was the power of a progenitor, and it was no ordinary progenitor's power. Suddenly, the main hall disappeared. The hand grabbed nothing but air. Countless people looked at the heavens and saw that the main hall had suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the empty hand. At that moment, no one knew where the main hall had gone or what kind of power had taken it away from the hand, except for those in the main hall. The violent shaking almost caused Luyin and the others to fall. He grabbed onto the stone wall beside him and tried his best to look around. The main hall was pitch black. Had they been taken away by that hand? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed into his body, replenishing the 4 astral origin cyclones that had been exhausted. Luyin was shocked. This was astral source? Where did this massive astral source come from? It rushed into his body to replenish his astral source, as if someone had forcefully fed it to him. Luyin could only absorb it, but he didn't need to do so. Just like how the statue had devoured their astral sources for no reason, this astral source was also replenishing his body. At that moment, light appeared in the main hall. Luyin looked up and saw that there was no one around the statue. Where was the Forgotten Ruins god? He followed the crack in the ground and saw that she was at the entrance of the main hall. In front of her were Lin Qing, 9 Brilliants, and Lan Xian. The wild astral source didn't just rush into his body, it also rushed into the bodies of the others, replenishing their astral sources and causing Lin Qing's attack to be effective. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to the primogenitor's statue? Lin Qing barked, glaring at the Forgotten Ruins god with murderous intent. He had just awakened and didn't even know what era he was in, let alone the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god looked around and saw that the outside of the main hall wasn't completely dark. White light streaked past from time to time, as if the hall was flying at high speed. What had just happened? Had the corpse god taken them away? Speak. Who are you? Lung Qing barked, staring at the dark red energy around the Forgotten Ruins god's body. He felt a chill run down his spine, as he had never seen this power before. He's the Forgotten Ruins god, one of the 7 sky gods of the Eternals, 9 Brilliance explained. Lung Qing was astonished. Eternals? Lan Xian replied, you must have just awakened, so you don't know much about this era. The 6 continents that once belonged to the humans have been destroyed, the above heaven sect has disappeared, and the primogenitors have become legends. The ones who brought this disaster to the humans are the Eternals. Lung Qing was confused. The Eternals? Impossible, they're just weak insects. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, everyone in that era looked down on the Eternals. Qu Yuan looked over. Sect Master Lung Qing, they're telling the truth. The Eternals have ruled this era, and they're destroying the 5th mainland. You're facing the 7 sky gods, so you must stop her from touching the statue. What exactly is in the statue? Heluo Mavis asked Qu Yuan. He looked at Qu Yuan as well. Qu Yuan frowned. Lu Yin frowned, as it seemed like the man wasn't going to tell him anything. However, since he had come in to search for the statue, that meant that he could take it away. 7 sky gods? Lung Qing stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Did you just use the Wang clan's art of forgetfulness? The Forgotten Ruins god sighed. I almost touched him, but he was pushed away by Xingyuan. It seems like the primogenitor doesn't want us to touch him. Long time no see, Lung Qing. Lung Qing looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins as he slowly raised his head. Her expression changed drastically as blood drained from her face. Senior Wang? Heluo Mavis was the first to be filled, and then the astral source continued to pour into her body. Her expression changed, and she forcefully stopped absorbing. If she absorbed any more, she would break through to the 3rd origin tribulation. Every origin tribulation had to be prepared. It wasn't that she didn't dare to break through to the 3rd origin tribulation, but she had to strengthen her foundation. The stronger her foundation was, the stronger she would be when breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. She didn't want to break through to the 3rd origin tribulation so recklessly. However, this was not up to her. Even if she did not want to absorb it, the stellar source still forcefully entered her body. The only thing she could do was to suppress the absorption speed as much as possible. Senior Wang? Are you Senior Wang? Lung Qing looked at the god of Oblivion in disbelief. Oblivion, the god of Forgotten Ruins, smiled coquettishly at Lung Qing. Kid, it's been a long time, but it's not that long for you. Lung Qing was shocked. Senior Wang, you. How did you join the Eternals? The god of Forgotten Ruins looked at Lung Qing with his deep, dark eyes. I like to see the shocked faces of old friends like you. In your era, not many of the leaders of the 12 Elysium have actually seen me. Kid, not bad. You actually dared to attack me. Lung Qing didn't understand. Senior, why did you join the Eternals? You're the great ancestor of the Wang family, the former leader of the Elysium, and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of your era. Why did you do this? The god of Forgotten Ruins casually replied, bored. It was just 3 words, and they sounded so casual, but they were like thunder in Lung Qing's ears. Bored? Betraying the humans just because he was bored? Joining the Eternals just because he was bored? He couldn't accept this answer. Get out of my way. You can't stop me, the god of Forgotten Ruins said coldly. Lung Qing stared at the god of Forgotten Ruins and said firmly, no matter why you betrayed the humans, the statue of the ancestor will not be blasphemed. Jiu Yao said, God of Forgotten Ruins, what do you want? That statue? The god of Forgotten Ruins was disdainful. You think you can get information out of me? He then looked down at Lu Yin and smirked. Kid, if you're the one asking, I can tell you. Who told us to be so fated? Hee hee. What do you want? That statue? Lu Yin asked the exact same question that Jiu Yao had asked. The god of Forgotten Ruins shrugged. It's not a statue. There's a sword in the statue. Lu Yin hadn't expected the god of Forgotten Ruins to actually tell him. The others were bewildered. One dared to ask, while the other dared to tell. The moment the god of forgotten ruins finished speaking, Luin looked directly at Chu Yuan, whose expression changed greatly. He had confirmed the god of forgotten ruins' words. There was a sword in the statue, and it wasn't just the god of forgotten ruins who wanted it, Chu Yuan wanted it as well. That was the reason he had come to the main hall. Sword? Why does it sound so familiar? Luo Mavis hesitated. Lung Qing frowned, as she also felt like she had heard of it somewhere before. The god of forgotten ruins smiled and looked at Luin. Ask again. I'll answer whatever you ask. Luin looked up. What sword? The primogenitor's sword. What's its use? I don't know the specifics. There are 6 continents, 6 sects, and 6 statues. Each statue has a sword, and our goal is to get them. If you knew that there was a sword in the statue, why didn't you take it earlier? Instead, you waited until now. There's also a statue in the 6th mainland, but you didn't take it. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. We didn't know that the statue was in the main hall, and we couldn't find it even after searching for a long time. As for the statue in the 6th mainland, it's fake. Jiao Yao and Lan Xian were shocked. What did you say? Fake? The god of forgotten ruins laughed. You'll know when you go back. Of course, you'll have to be able to return first. He then spread out his arms, and a dark red stream of energy converged into a giant wolf's head. Innate gift, 9 wolves devour the heavens. Lung Qing suppressed her confusion about the god of forgotten ruins and used her body as a blade. Layers of blades transformed into a mountain of blades that extended outwards. This was her inner world. Luin hurriedly warned her, be careful of being trapped by the mind net. However, the result was unexpected. Without the mind net, Lung Qing's inner world enveloped the god of forgotten ruins. Multiple blades replaced heaven and earth, and blades filled the sky and the ground. To obtain the statue, one had to break through these blades. This was Lung Qing's Skyblade realm, and it was because of it that she had become the sect master of the Skyblade sect. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. Skyblade realm? Back then, you wanted to pass Wu Xing's test with the Skyblade realm, but Wu Xing destroyed you with a single slash. You haven't learned your lesson yet. The giant wolf's head then charged towards Lung Qing, crashing into the Skyblade realm. The blades shattered, but the wolf's head continued to shrink. However, this was only one wolf's head. The god of forgotten ruins had 9 wolves devour the heavens. A second wolf's head charged into the Skyblade realm, and countless blades curved as it roared towards Lung Qing. Jiao Yao and Lan Xian hurriedly took action, and the 3 half-progenitors blocked the god of forgotten ruins. Lung Qing's eyes glowed with a strange light, and his arms and body gradually transformed into blades. He was completely different from when he had become one with the blade, and the others were shocked. Luo Mavis exclaimed, Blade missed, the innate gift of the Skyblade sect master. I never expected to see it today. Rumor has it that Lung Qing cultivates the blade because of his innate gift, Blade missed. Luin did not understand. Blade missed? What was that? Lung Qing's body gradually transformed into a creature with a long blade, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Her body twisted as she charged towards the god of forgotten ruins, breaking through several wolf heads at an incredible speed. The god of forgotten ruins looked up and pressed down with a single palm. A piece of land appeared in the main hall, crushing the Skyblade realm and Lung Qing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as this was the meditative ruins. Back when senior brother Qing Ping had fought the god of forgotten ruins in the Divine Gu dynasty, the god of forgotten ruins had used this technique as well, but its power should have been completely different. At that time, the god of forgotten ruins had only displayed the strength of an ordinary half-progenitor, and the 7 half-progenitors of the human domain had been able to stop her. Now, however, the power displayed by the 7 sky gods was completely different from before, and even the inner worlds of the 12 Elysian Gate sect masters had been crushed. Wait, why could one use their inner worlds here? Where was the mind net? Also, where were the rune lines? Why were they all gone? Luin looked outside and saw only black and white light shuttling back and forth. What was this place? Had the zombie god brought them to the Starfall Sea? On the first floor of the main hall, the meditative ruins crushed the sky blade realm and pressed towards Lin Qing, the 9 luminaries, and Lan Xian. Suddenly, the astral sources that had been constantly rushing into their bodies receded like a tide. More accurately, they were being devoured again, heading towards the statue. The astral sources in the 2 cyclones in Lu Yin's body that had originally been filled were being devoured again. He looked at the statue. What the hell? Again? Lin Qing and the other 2 felt weak as the meditative ruins smashed into their bodies, causing them to vomit blood. Suddenly, the main hall shook violently again, and the surroundings became incomparably bright. In an instant, the light illuminated Lu Yin and the others, and the sound of a huge waterfall could be heard. Lu Yin looked through the main hall and saw the huge waterfall that connected the sky and the earth. What was this? At the same time, the others also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that they could not see the top of. Upper 3 Gates waterfall? The 9 luminaries exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart sank. Upper 3 Gates? Wasn't that in the Starfall Sea? They had indeed come to the Starfall Sea and had been captured by the zombie god. The god of Forgotten Ruins also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that had replaced the sky. An angry roar came from below, and Lu Yin and the others all looked up. As expected, this hypocritical universe cannot withstand Senior's power. Senior, please lend this junior a hand and blast apart this hypocritical sky so that we can return the 5th realm to its former glory. The voice continued to ring out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's body trembled. This was the Sea King's voice. Why was the Sea King here? Lu Yin stared downwards. He saw a red blob smash into the stone door within the waterfall. The stone door shattered, and an old woman walked out. This is... She only managed to say a few words before the red blob brushed past her. More than half of her body was destroyed, and she died. There was a second stone door behind the old woman, and it was also smashed by the red blob. The old man behind the door cried out, "Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. How dare you?" Lu Yin's mind went blank. Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes? Wasn't this the scene of the Sea King breaking through the upper 3 doors? Ants, the ancestors were merciful enough to let you live, but now you dare to bite the hand that fed you, the old man shouted. The Sea King laughed maniacally. That's right. This is the true universe. This is the 5th continent. This is the 5th continent. Ants, you're courting death. The old man grabbed at the Sea King, but at that moment, Elder Chan appeared and forced the old man back with a palm strike. He then stared behind the stone door. The stone door had not been destroyed by Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. Instead, a crack had appeared, and behind the crack, a beautiful finger had appeared. It had easily crushed the old man who had been guarding the door, causing the 5th mainland sky to change. Lu Yin stared blankly at the scene before him. There was no mistaking it, this was indeed the scene where the Sea King had broken through the 3 gates. There was no mistaking it, Elder Chan had appeared as well. They had appeared in the past, and Elder Chan and the others had not been able to see the main hall. Within the main hall, 9 luminaries was pale. The old man who had been guarding the stone door had also been a 6th mainland half-ancestor. So this was how he had died. Their sky had not been destroyed by the Sea King, but by the person behind the upper 3 doors. It was someone from the astral trees. The 3rd door had been destroyed, and the 5th mainland sky had been replaced. The Sea King was ecstatic. I did it. I did it. But then, the 3rd stone door closed on its own. Why? Why did it close? They don't want to have anything to do with us. That's good, that's good. At this moment, Lu Yin no longer cared about Elder Chan and the Sea King. He only stared at the 3rd stone door. He had seen that beautiful finger crush the 6th mainland's half-progenitor very clearly, and he had also seen the pair of beautiful eyes behind the 3rd stone door. He had seen that face for a moment, and it was an absolute beauty that could cause time to stop. She was by Xianxia. He didn't know why, but he knew she was by Xianxia. Why would she appear behind the 3 upper gates? The 3 upper gates were clearly located in the new continent on the other side of the battlefield, so why did she help the 5th mainland change the sky? If it weren't for her, the fifth mainland wouldn't have been able to change the heavens just by relying on the crack in the stone gate. The sea monarch was just a bait. Xianxia was the one who had truly changed the fate of the fifth mainland. What shocked him even more was Xianxia's strength. The old man guarding the stone door had the strength to fight against Elder Chan. He was definitely a half-martial ancestor. She had actually crushed a half-martial ancestor to death with a single finger. Her strength was unparalleled. Even senior brother Qing Ping might not be able to reach her level. This is the scene from more than 10 years ago when the heavens of the fifth mainland changed. We've returned to the past, Jiao Yao said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with disbelief. Even as a half-step ancestor, he had never thought that he would be able to return to the past one day and see the scene of the past. This was the mighty power of time. The god of forgotten ruins looked outside in silence. She did not expect to come to the past. It seemed like the people here could not see them. Were they time travelers? The legends were true. The primogenitor had grasped the power of time and space, and had the ability to travel to the past and the future. No wonder the one true God wants to do so. The main hall shook violently once more. Everyone knew that every time the hall shook, it meant that there was a change. Sure enough, the next moment, the main hall reappeared in the dark space that seemed to have shuttled through space. At this point, everyone's expressions completely changed. This was not space, but time. Was this what it meant to travel through time? Everyone fell silent. They did not know how to deal with the mighty power of time. Even an ancient progenitor like the god of forgotten ruins was the same. Do you know how to return? He Luo Mavis asked Chu Yuan. Luin also looked at Chu Yuan. Only he and the god of forgotten ruins knew that there was a sword inside the statue. Both of them should have seen the primogenitor before. Chu Yuan's expression was solemn. I don't know. If you don't know, then who does? He Luo Mavis barked. Chu Yuan looked at her and then at Luin. Although I don't know, I can try to control it. I need to get close to the statue. He Luo Mavis's gaze turned cold. He wanted to obtain the sword. Luin frowned. Did Chu Yuan know? If he did, then he might be able to control the sword and bring them back. But if he did not know, then the sword was basically a gift to him, allowing him to control this power vessel that could travel to the past and the future. This power vessel was not something that Luin had ever seen before, it was a primogenitor's item. How about it? Send me over, and I can try to bring you back. Chu Yuan looked at Luin. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. We're not from the same era anyway. Even if we travel to the past, it's still worth it. It's best if we can return to the era of the Above Sky sect. But what about you? The people you care about are all in your era. Even a progenitor might not be able to wait from the Above Sky sect until now. He Luo Mavis looked at Luin. On the first floor of the main hall, Jiao Yao and Lan Xian looked at each other and then at Chu Yuan. They did not want to return to the era of the Above Sky sect, but now that they were traveling through the main hall, they should be returning to the past. Perhaps they really could return to the era of the Above Sky sect. In that era, they did not have much status, and they could not even reach the level of the 12 Gate Masters. That was the golden age of the human race. Aside from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there were also the top progenitors from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There were also the ordinary progenitors, and below them were the 12 Gate Masters. In that era, they did not have the right to speak. They definitely could not return to the era of the Above Sky sect. What you're saying is true, but that's from your standpoint and mine. We're not going back to the past, we're going into the future, Lin Qing suddenly said. This is the primogenitor bringing us to the future and letting us know who our enemies are. If we hadn't experienced the future, how could we have known that the Eternals were humanity's greatest enemy? You're overthinking it. You didn't travel to the future. You were only frozen to the present by the source box. Now, you're traveling to the past, Lan Xian said. Lung Qing calmly replied, the process isn't important. The result is that we'll return to that era and start all over again. After hearing Lin Qing's words, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He wanted to grasp it, but he couldn't. What was it? Did time really exist? Lung Qing was right. No matter what the process was, perhaps this hall would eventually bring him back to the past. But what about the time it took? To Luyin, it was just a short day, but to Luyin, it was two different eras. People from different eras had appeared in the same past, so what was the meaning of time? Luyin was lost. The Forgotten Ruins god was disdainful. Even if you return to the past, you won't be able to change the current situation. Besides, you can't go back. He then attacked again, and a dark red stream of energy transformed into a wolf's head that swallowed Lung Qing and the others. As she attacked, the outside of the hall began to crack. Chu Yuan shouted, "This is the river of time. Do you want us all to get lost here? Even the progenitors wouldn't be able to escape from the river of time, let alone a mere half-ancestor like you." The Forgotten Ruins god snorted. "It's just a half-ancestor. So what if it's gone? What about the sword? You'll never be able to get it, and you'll even lose track of it. How are you going to explain this to your master?" Luyin asked coldly. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. "Kid, you really know how to talk. Alright, I won't attack. I'd like to see what this sword wants us to see." The others heaved a sigh of relief. The Forgotten Ruins god had the power of the everlasting tribe, and once she attacked, no one would be able to stop her. Fortunately, she also wanted the sword and didn't dare attack recklessly. It wasn't just the Forgotten Ruins god and Chu Yuan, everyone wanted the sword, but no one dared to attack recklessly for fear of getting lost in the river of time. As they waited nervously, the astral source suddenly surged out and rushed into everyone's bodies like before. They couldn't stop absorbing it even if they wanted to. Luyin was speechless. What was this sword going to do? What was the point of doing this? One moment they devoured, the next they released. Their bodies were like vessels that carried the stellar source. Whether they were willing or not, this wasn't something they could stop. Even Jiao Yao and the other half-ancestors could only obediently absorb the astral source. Not long after, River Mavis filled up for the first time, and then suppressed the rate at which it absorbed the astral source. Chu Yuan was next, and after that, the others couldn't absorb it so easily. The two looked at Luyin. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but this guy's absorption rate was comparable to that of a half-ancestor. Luyin didn't have time to bother with the two, and he focused on the astral source cyclones in his body, replenishing them one by one. First was the lower rush gate, followed by the middle finger gate, and then the upper wisdom gate. When the upper wisdom gate's cyclones were replenished, the main hall shook, and Luyin thought to himself, "This is it." The last time he had absorbed the astral source, the main hall had swayed, and he had arrived at the location of the three gates in the Sea of Fallen Stars more than 10 years ago. The astral source had been quickly devoured by the statue, but this time, it had absorbed more than before. Everyone looked outside at the same time, wanting to see where they had appeared. The first thing they saw was the mother tree, whose peak couldn't be seen. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The astral tree? This was a battlefield, and the sky was a dark red color that looked like vaporized blood. It filled the entire space visible to the naked eye, and corpses floated everywhere. There was no end in sight, and many of them were wearing uniforms. "There's someone here," Lan Xian reminded him. Everyone turned around and saw a few people standing on a barren planet. One of them had a small stage in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Someone from the Lu family? Everyone looked at the barren planet, and sparse voices could be heard. "We can't hold on any longer. The Daosor Sect's mountain gate has collapsed, and almost half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas have disappeared. We still have to deal with the 6th mainland, and we can't escape the fate of being defeated, just like the other 4 mainlands." The speaker was an old man with a tired expression. Forgotten Ruins deity sneered. "Wang Fan." Jiao Yao was shocked. Wang family's ancestor Wang Fan? Luyin was astonished, and he stared deeply at the old man. Wang Fan was the Wang family's ancestor, and he had also been one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosor Sect's era. On the planet, someone else spoke up. His back was facing the crowd, so they couldn't see his face clearly. His voice was gentle, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. "If there's a sacrifice, there's a gain. I have a plan, but it's up to you all to see if you're willing. If you have something to say, just say it, said a man sitting on the ground. He looked younger than Wang Fan, but that didn't mean that he was truly young. This person gave off a similar feeling to Old White Ghost. Perhaps he was from the Frigid Immortal sect, or perhaps he was the Frigid Immortal sects by Wang Yuan. During the era of the Daosor sect, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had included the Wang family, the Cold Immortal sect, the Xia family, and the Lu family. The others were Progenitor Hui, Progenitor Symbol, Progenitor Withering, and Progenitor Fog. He didn't know who the people on this planet were, but he was sure that it was Wang Fan. I've spent many years researching a sourcebox array called the Infinite Kinesis Array. It uses a half-progenitor as the array's core, and it's capable of guarding against any power that isn't a progenitor. As long as it's placed on a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternals, it can ensure the safety of humanity. Of course, the prerequisite is that there's a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternals' progenitors. Luin suddenly stood up in shock. Ancestor Hui. This person was Ancestor Hui. He had actually seen Ancestor Hui. For a long time, Patriarch Hui had never judged a hero by his combat prowess. Instead, his wisdom had determined victory for all eternity. He had schemed against the 6th mainland to take the 5th mainland's place in the calamity. The starry sky of the Tree of Trees was an endless source of motivation. The 5th mainland's mindnet, the technocracy, and even the 5th mainland's chance of sneaking into the starry sky of the Tree of Trees in search of the origin item had all come from Patriarch Hui. It could be said that without Ancestor Hui, this era would not be what it was now. The 5th mainland might have been long gone. Progenitor Chen had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 ocean, and his battle prowess was astonishing. Progenitor Rune was a genius who had founded his own civilization. Progenitor Ku had silently slaughtered his way into the Eternals and created a civilization that was almost immortal. These progenitors were all incredibly powerful, but the one that Luin respected the most was Progenitor Hui. Huizu was like a lighthouse for humanity, guiding the way. The god of forgotten ruins stared at the Hui ancestor, whose back was facing them, and his face darkened. Hui Wen. Luin looked at the forgetful ruins god. Is Hui Wen Ancestor Hui's name? The god of forgotten ruins said gloomily, this despicable person. Luin raised his head and smiled. As expected, no matter what they did, they would not be able to anger the 7 sky gods. Only the Hui ancestor could do such a thing. Hui Wen? Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others did not understand how respectable the person behind them was. Only Luin understood. Only the god of the forgotten ruins hated him. No, the 9 luminaries hated him as well. If not for the Hui ancestor, the 6th mainland would not be in its current state. On the planet, Ancestor Hui's words made everyone ponder. A figure suddenly walked out of the void. His face was stained with blood, and most of his robes were stained with blood. His robes were exactly the same as Chu Yuan's, He Luo Mavis, Sky Jiao Lan's, and the others. They were the white robes of the above heaven sect era with golden edges. Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exclaimed in unison. Leng Qing was shocked. Daoist Lu Tianyi? Luin was astonished. Lu Tianyi? The patriarch of the Lu clan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He Luo Mavis stared at the newcomer. He's Lu Tianyi. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He's actually become an ancestor. Chu Yuan shook his head. After sleeping for so long, my old friend has become an ancestor. Time is truly a terrifying thing. On the planet, Lu Tianyi and the Hui ancestor faced each other. If there's a battlefield like this, can we really defend the 5th mainland? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. Lu Tianyi raised a hand and pointed at the mother tree. This is the battlefield. Wang Fan and the others did not understand. You said that you have to give up something to gain something. Then let us bear the burden of the Eternals and completely separate them from the 5th mainland. As long as we don't die, the 5th mainland will not be destroyed. Senior Lu, what are you planning to do? Wang Fan couldn't help but ask. Lu Tianyi stared at the Hui ancestor. You've already thought of this, haven't you? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. If you do this, you'll be cursed for eternity. There won't be time to explain things to you, and your descendants might not be willing to do so either. In the future, you might be strangers to the fifth mainland, and you might even be considered traitors here. You'll be despised and expelled by the fifth mainland. Lu Tianyi laughed. It's still better than the fifth mainland being destroyed. I was born and raised here, and the Lu clan is willing to contribute everything. He then looked around. What about the rest of you? Wang Fan was startled and hesitated. The other person was also hesitant. Then it's decided. The Lu clan will bear all the curses and enjoy the glory of the fifth mainland. We should bear all the consequences. Huiwen, I know you've been prepared. Let's begin. Lu Tianyi shouted. The Hui ancestor praised, how heroic. Wait, even if we keep the Eternals outside, what about the sixth mainland? Can this place hold on without us? Wang Fan hurriedly asked. Lu Tianyi took a step forward. The 9 mountains and 8 seas aren't completely destroyed. He then vanished. Wang Fan gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the other person before vanishing as well. The Hui ancestor had already left. The only person left on the planet was the person from the Lu clan. He had a blank expression and did not look very old. The others did not call out to him after they left, as if they had completely ignored him. Lu Ying stared at this person. He did not recognize him, but he was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Since he was a direct descendant of the Lu clan, why hadn't Lu Tianyi brought him away? He had not even looked at Lu Ying from beginning to end, and neither had the others. The main hall shook, they were about to leave the space-time. Suddenly, another person walked out from the planet. When they saw this person, Lu Ying and the others were shocked. An ancient god? The person who had walked out was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. 9 luminaries and the others subconsciously looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god calmly looked at the planet and the scene before him. The ancient god appeared directly behind the dumbfounded man of the Lu family. Then, he said something and left. The main hall shook again, they were about to leave the space-time. Lu Ying stared at the Lu clan descendant with blank eyes. Was this person related to the ancient god? Suddenly, he saw another person. It was a youth who was not too far away from the Lu clan descendant, and he was also staring at him blankly. The Lu clan descendant's lifeless gaze suddenly turned towards the youth. The main hall disappeared and reappeared in the dark river of time. Within the main hall, everyone was silent. They could not calm down after what had just happened, and they could not help but look at Lu Ying. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. So the ancient god had been there, and he had appeared behind that Lu clan descendant. Who was that Lu clan descendant? Was he related to the ancient god? Was he a traitor of the Lu clan? Was he a human redback? What he had just seen allowed Lu Ying to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that the Lu clan had not given up on the fifth mainland, but had instead taken on the fifth mainland's burden. However, the final scene that had appeared made him feel depressed. There had to be a traitor in the Lu clan. Where was this traitor now? If he had been exiled by the four-way scales along with the Lu clan, then this person could very well bring disaster to the Lu clan. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Ying felt a chill run down his spine. The everlasting race's methods of developing redbacks were strange and varied, and even the Lu clan could not shake them off. As for the youth who had appeared at the end, he did not need to think to know that things were not looking good for him. He had seen something that he should not have, but that youth looked familiar, as if he had seen him before. Who was that person? Lu Ying suddenly asked the Forgotten Ruins god. Everyone else also looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god shook his head. Someone from the ancient god. How would I know? Lu Ying stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Where is he? The Forgotten Ruins god covered his mouth and chuckled. Kid, you're asking the wrong person. I can't answer that question, but rather than worrying about the Lu clan, you should worry about yourself. You have our people by your side, and this was all planned by the ancient god himself. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. The everlasting race was all-pervasive, and he finally understood why. In the astral tree realm, he had joined the humble school under the alias of Long 7 and had captured many redbacks. Although he had been wary of the everlasting race's ability to instigate betrayals, he had believed that he could find all of them with his dies enhance. However, he now realized that he had still underestimated the everlasting race and the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods had existed for a long time, and they had developed countless redbacks. They had hidden themselves well, and it would not be easy to find them. The scene that had just happened had deeply provoked him. He had always believed that the Lu clan still existed and that it would not be destroyed, but with such a traitor, how likely was that? The main hall was still shuttling back and forth, and it didn't take long for the surging astral source to enter everyone's bodies once more. Luin looked up, as they were about to reach the next spacetime. This time, more than half of the astral source cyclones within Lu Yin's body had been replenished, and only the last one had not been completely replenished. Across from him, Luo Mavis' face was flushed red. She had tried everything to suppress the speed at which she absorbed the astral source, but she could not hold on any longer. The main hall shook as the astral source was devoured by the statue once more. The disparity between the two sides was enough to make anyone want to vomit blood. A bright light appeared, and everyone looked outside. They saw a giant furnace and the familiar Daosaur sect in the distance. Lu Yin's expression changed. The heaven and earth furnace? He was not mistaken, as that was indeed Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a figure wailing within the giant furnace. Even further away, the Daosaur sect's mountain was on the verge of collapse. Progenitor Chen? Jiao Yao cried out in alarm. Chu Yuan and the rest looked into the distance in shock, where they saw a man standing alone outside the Daosaur sect's mountain. He was just a single person, but his aura reached the heavens, and he had replaced the Daosaur sect's main pillar. He was clearly only a meter tall, but he was taller than the entire universe. That was Progenitor Chen. Xiaxia, let Progenitor Nan go. Do you want to start a war between the two mainlands? Xiaxia, you've gone too far. Let Progenitor Nan go. Countless voices converged, and the entire 6th mainland was denouncing, cursing, and threatening him. However, the figure in front of the heaven and earth furnace remained calm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. So what if you're Progenitor Nan? I've already said that if you provoke me again, I'll turn you to ashes. Today, in front of the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect's mountain gate, I, Xiaxia, will burn Nanny to ashes. Who dares to stop me? I'll burn down the Daosaur sect, and your 6th mainland can take revenge on me no matter how many people there are. A miserable howl echoed throughout the Daosaur sect and even the heavens. Within the main hall, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched a progenitor being incinerated. Within the Daosaur sect, not a single progenitor from the 6th mainland dared to make a move, as Xiaoxiang had said that anyone who dared to stop him would be incinerated. Since ancient times, no one had dared to incinerate the Daosaur sect. Progenitor Chen, Xiaoxiang, had been invincible throughout the universe and had not feared his ancestors. Even Jiao Yao and Lan Xian had not witnessed such a scene before, as they had not even been born in that era. But now, they were just as terrified as those from the 6th mainland. Even if they could leave the main hall, they were just like those from the Daosaur sect, not daring to interfere. Everyone below Progenitor Chen was like an ant, and no one dared to provoke him. Luin could feel the boundless domineering aura. This was Progenitor Chen, someone who dared to say that he would incinerate the Daosaur sect. Luo Mavis looked at Progenitor Chen's back and gulped. Such a madman was rarely seen even in the above the heavens. Chu Yuan had never expected that such a person would appear in the human world after the above the heavens era. He had incinerated a progenitor without any other progenitors daring to interfere. Who could compete with such a domineering aura? A dignified progenitor had been incinerated into ashes right in front of Lu Yin and the others. No one knew how long this process had been, but everyone had been staring at the heaven and earth furnace as Progenitor Nan was incinerated. The mournful howls that echoed in their ears would never be forgotten. This was the first progenitor to be incinerated in front of everyone since ancient times. It was no wonder why Sky Salon had been disliked by the 6th mainland when she had pretended to be a member of the Nan family. They had even said that Progenitor Nan was a sinner of the 6th mainland. Sky Salon had been unlucky to have pretended to be a member of the Nan family. But what exactly had Progenitor Nan done? Why had Progenitor Chen been so furious? Although progenitor Nan had vented his anger by doing so, he had become a mortal enemy with the Sixth Mainland, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. It was no wonder that the Sixth Mainland had fought a decisive battle with the Fifth Mainland, and the Sixth Mainland had even changed the Fifth Mainland's sky, preventing the Fifth Mainland from ever giving birth to a progenitor. The main hall shook once more, and then left that space-time to reappear within the river of time once more. Luine looked at the statue with a complicated expression. Humans could not forget about history, but how many people knew that progenitor Chen incinerate progenitor Nan? How many people knew the reason behind his actions? This incident was the trigger for the decisive battle between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands. Many people had cursed progenitor Chen, saying that he had caused the war between the two mainlands. However, only those who truly understood the history of that period knew why progenitor Chen had done so. Although Luine did not know the reason, the South progenitor must have done something to infuriate progenitor Chen to the point where he would not rest until the entire Sixth Mainland was dead. Perhaps the Eternals had instigated this, but he was more willing to believe progenitor Chen. He was progenitor Chen, an ancestor of the Fifth Mainland. Qu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were silent. They looked down on this era and believed that the era of the Above Heaven sect was humanity's golden age. However, even in the era of the Above Heaven sect, how many people were like progenitor Chen? Is that person a hero of your era? Hulua Mavis asked as she looked at Luine. Luine looked up. His name is Xiaoshang, progenitor Chen Xiaoshang. During the era of the Daosource sect, he dominated the 2 mountains and 1 ocean, and he created the serious art. He relied on his own strength to fight against the progenitors and killed more than 1 progenitor. Qu Yuan sighed. He's actually able to monopolize 2 mountains and 1 sea. The Fifth Mainland Xia clan has indeed produced an absolute genius. It's a pity that they can't compete with him. What a pity. Was it a pity? No one knew whether or not progenitor Chen was dead. When mystery progenitor had betrayed humanity and attacked Burial Garden, that attack had been from progenitor Chen. Luine had used his Dai's possession to enter the body of a member of the Su family, and he had seen progenitor Chen beside the yellow spring in Burial Garden. He was more willing to believe that progenitor Chen was still alive. Luine suddenly thought of something, and he looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god's gaze was gloomy. Ever since she had seen progenitor Chen, her expression had not improved. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The imprint on your face was left behind by progenitor Chen, right? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Luine. You saw through me because of this back then. You have progenitor Chen's imprint on your face. What's your relationship with him? Luine asked. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Why? Are you jealous? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of progenitor Chen before, and he knew that progenitor Chen's incineration of progenitor Nan might have been related to a woman. However, no one had mentioned who that woman was, and only those from that era knew about it. Even Elder Chan did not know much, as he had only been a minor cultivator back then. Luine had originally wanted to ask the Wang family, but he had never had the chance. Wang Si would definitely know. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up, her eyes flashing coldly. If we're talking about our relationship, it goes very, very deep. The person Xiaoshang hates the most is me, and I. Her gaze turned cold, and there was an intense hatred in the depths of her eyes. I also want to return this imprint to him. Is progenitor Chen dead or alive? Luine asked. Everyone else looked at the Forgotten Ruins god, and even Qu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were concerned. Someone like progenitor Chen would be an outstanding person in any era, and it would be a pity if such a person died. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled but did not answer. The surging astral source surged into everyone's bodies once more. Hulua Mavis' expression changed, as she was afraid that she would not be able to suppress it this time. She really did not want to break through, as she had not accumulated enough foundation yet. It would be fine if she could break through, but how could she succeed in this situation? No matter what she thought, she could not suppress it this time. Every time the astral source surged into her body, it would be more violent than the previous time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a muffled groan. Within the main hall, the crazily surging astral source converged, and a blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards her. Lung Qing was shocked. This was his attack? Was this Origin Tribulation? Origin Tribulation was created by the Astral Source universe to steal the astral source within a cultivator's body. Breaking through to the next realm would result in an Origin Tribulation, and above the emissary level, every 100,000 power level increase would cause a minor Origin Tribulation. Origin Tribulations were attacks that had appeared in the Astral Source universe before. For example, Lu Yin's Tribulation had attracted Sengoku's punch and Progenitor Chen's attack. A minor Origin Tribulation with a power level of 100,000 was not that exaggerated, and it could even be blocked by external objects. Logically speaking, when the Astral Source universe was swallowed by that liquid, there should not have been an Origin Tribulation. However, within this main hall, one had appeared. Lung Qing's attack was not as exaggerated as a half-ancestor's, but it was still close to the destructive power of a fifth tribulation. It was just like a normal tribulation in the Astral Source universe. The others did not understand, how could there be an Origin Tribulation in this main hall? Furthermore, they were still traveling through spacetime. Heluo Mavis did not have time to think too much about it. The blade descended, and she instinctively took out an external object to block it. The blade was blocked by the external object and shattered, and then the Origin Tribulation disappeared. Following that, more astral source frantically poured into her body, cleansing her body and strengthening her astral source cyclone. Heluo Mavis was shocked. She had really survived an Origin Tribulation. She was now a cultivator with 3 tribulations. The others also looked at her in surprise. How could she undergo an Origin Tribulation here? There was clearly no Astral Source universe. How do you feel? Lu Yin asked, looking at the River Mavis. Heluo Mavis blinked. Pretty good. Normal? What do you mean? I'm asking if this is any different from a normal Origin Tribulation. No, this is an Origin Tribulation. Lu Yin was stunned. She could undergo an Origin Tribulation here? When the Astral Source universe had been swallowed by the liquid, his heart had sunk to the bottom. His first thought had been that there was no way to break through. He cultivated Astral Source energy, so how could he break through without his Astral Source? The only thing he could use was Death Ji. Later, he had discovered a stable Astral Source in the Daosaur Sect's ruins, and he had held on to some hope. Unfortunately, there had been too little Astral Source there, and the 6th mainland had been keeping an eye on it. His heart had sunk once more, as he had never expected to see hope for a breakthrough in this main hall. If Heluo Mavis could break through, then so could he. The speed at which the statue fed back Astral Source was much faster than when he absorbed it normally. How much faster would it be if he absorbed it using Sirius? Lu Yin grew excited when he thought of this. Perhaps he could break through his current realm in this main hall and increase his strength. The main hall shook, and Lu Yin and the others adjusted their expressions, as they were about to appear in another spacetime. Everyone looked outside and saw a waterfall, a huge waterfall. Everyone was confused. Another waterfall? It was different from the waterfall at the 3 gates, as this one flowed in reverse. Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this the waterfall at the entrance of the Starfall Sea that led to the 6th mainland? The 6th mainland's invasion had originated from this waterfall. Many people from the 5th mainland were curious as to what the peak of this waterfall looked like, and at this moment, they saw it for themselves. Above the waterfall was a boundless starry sky. Just like how the Astral River divided the Innerverse into countless tributaries, this reverse waterfall was also divided into countless tributaries that extended towards the 6th mainland. From the 5th mainland's perspective, this waterfall flowed in reverse, but from the 6th mainland's perspective, it flowed downwards. Everyone saw the waterfall and the 6th mainland, and they also saw a figure walk out. With a casual wave of his hand, countless cultivators appeared and charged towards the 6th mainland. Lu Yin looked at that figure, and although he could not see the figure's appearance clearly, he instantly realized that this figure matched the statue that he had been forced to kneel to in the burial garden. If he was not wrong, then this was the symbol progenitor. After the final battle at the Daosaur Sect, the symbol progenitor had gone against the flow and challenged the 6th mainland with an entire civilization on his back. Lu Yin had heard of this story many times, and he could feel the grandeur and the determination to face death with equanimity. However, it was completely different from what he had seen with his own eyes. Under the symbol progenitor's command, countless cultivators had charged into the sixth mainland, and the sixth mainland's powerhouses had also appeared one after another, all of them charging towards the symbol progenitor. This was a clash between civilizations, and what followed was a bloodbath and an endless sea of corpses. In an instant, countless corpses fell into the waterfall. Some of them flowed along the tributaries to various parts of the sixth mainland, while others fell into the fifth mainland. Luine stared blankly at the waterfall, which had been dyed red and buried with countless corpses. The symbol progenitor continued to press forward, and all they could hear were mournful and indignant roars. Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others from the above heaven sect were also stunned. How many cultivators did a civilization have? It was truly uncountable. The rune progenitor had used his immense power to lead the entire rune technology's cultivators into the battlefield, and they had occupied the entire region. What kind of hatred could make a civilization face death with equanimity? Chu Yuan and the others did not know, but Luine did. The sixth mainland had swapped the fifth mainland's sky, and from then on, the fifth mainland would never be able to produce a progenitor. This was an extreme hatred, and even the Hui ancestor had schemed for the sixth mainland to collapse. 9 luminaries clenched his fists. He had not experienced the war of the Daosource sect, but he had heard of this scene far too many times. It was precisely because of this battle that the sixth mainland had declined, and they could no longer do anything to the fifth mainland. Otherwise, it would not just be swapping the sky, but also enslaving them. The hatred between the sixth and fifth mainlands was too deep, and they had never let go of it. They had always wanted to enslave the fifth mainland, but because of this battle, they had delayed the enslavement of the fifth mainland until after the 3 upper gates had been broken. If not for the rune progenitor, how could the fifth mainland still be the fifth mainland? How could they have been able to scheme against the sixth mainland? No one understood why the rune progenitor had used his civilization to challenge the sixth mainland. He had sacrificed the entire rune technology, and many people felt that it was not worth it. Only the sixth mainland knew that this battle had knocked out their last fangs. Countless corpses flowed along the waterfall and piled up in space. The main hall remained silent for a long time. At that moment, a strange and terrifying doll flew past the main hall and headed towards the sixth mainland. Luine saw it and was shocked. The witch spirit god? Everyone else looked at the doll and watched as the witch spirit god strangely pierced through the void and approached the battlefield. It then faced the rune progenitor's back. Suddenly, the astral sources within everyone's bodies were devoured by the statue once more, and the main hall shook before vanishing. The main hall reappeared in space. Luine retracted his gaze. The 7 sky gods, it was the 7 sky gods again. They were everywhere. Could it be that the rune progenitor's battle with the sixth mainland was related to the witch spirit god? That's right. Otherwise, who in the sixth mainland could deal with the rune progenitor? During that era, the fifth mainland had been able to crush the sixth mainland. Although the sixth mainland had quite a few progenitors, they could not compare to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I always feel like I'm seeing major events from history, Xianxia said. Luine frowned. Strange, how could this be? According to the order of history, the symbol ancestors' invasion of the sixth mainland should have happened a long time after progenitor Chen incinerated progenitor Nan. How could they see progenitor Chen incinerating progenitor Nan before seeing the symbol ancestor invading the sixth mainland? History could not be wrong. The only possibility was that this space-time travel might not be as smooth as expected. Luine looked at Chu Yuan. How much do you know about that sword? I said, I don't know, Chu Yuan said. The primogenitor didn't mention it? Compared to He Luo Mavis, this Chu Yuan was much more thoughtful. He Luo Mavis sneered. How could he not have mentioned it? He just doesn't want to talk about it. Luine looked up at the Forgotten Ruins god. Do you know? Jiao Yao and the others found it strange that they were actually asking about the 7 sky gods. What was even stranger was that the god of Forgotten Ruins actually answered. Just like before, one dared to ask, while the other dared to answer. You are curious about the sequence of spacetime travel, right? Luine nodded. The Forgotten Ruins god was indolent. He leaned against the wall. I'm not sure either. Legend has it that the primogenitor had 6 swords that possessed the power of spacetime. It's obvious that the 6 swords each have different functions, and he never announced them to the public. Luin retracted his gaze. If time was compared to a long river, then they were like a small boat that was being pushed by the current. It could move forward or backward. What he wanted the most was to return, but if he did not understand that sword, then the possibility of returning was not high. Since you all want to return, then give me the sword. I can try to bring you back to the beginning of the universe. Otherwise, I'll just give up on the half-ancestor's body. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. You can give up on the half-ancestor's body, but you won't give up on the sword, Xianxia said. This was the first time she had spoken to the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Xianxia. What a beautiful sister. I wonder if anyone would like you even if I disfigure your face. At that moment, the surging astral source surged out once more and rushed into everyone's bodies. Everyone was speechless. It was happening again. Luo Mavis had broken through once, but she still had to forcefully suppress the absorption speed. It was the same for Chu Yuan. The total amount of astral source in his body far exceeded that of Luo Mavis, and he was also better at suppressing the absorption speed. Only Luin was able to calmly absorb the astral source and even use the serious art. 80,000 stars revolved around him and crazily devoured the astral source at a much faster rate than before. The astral source in the entire hall was like a whirlpool that was gathering towards him. Everyone looked at him. Was this kid crazy? If he continued to absorb astral source like this, he would break through very quickly. Even though Luo Mavis had successfully broken through, the others still did not intend to break through. This was especially true for the half-ancestors, as they definitely could not break through to the progenitor realm. What are you trying to do? Chu Yuan could not hold back any longer and barked at Luin. Luin looked up. That's none of your business. Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly, but he did not want to stop Luin from absorbing the astral source. Lu Yin's breakthrough had nothing to do with him, but he was currently in an awkward situation. He was the closest to Luin, and the latter was crazily absorbing the astral source. The amount of astral source surging towards him was much greater than before, and no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the astral source still rushed into his body faster than before. Chu Yuan, break through. You've suppressed it for so long, it's time to release it. Luo Mavis laughed heartily, but her words sounded strange. Chu Yuan's expression changed, and he looked around before leaping towards her. Luo Mavis was on guard. What are you doing? Chu Yuan quickly approached her, but she snorted and unceremoniously punched out. The attack landed on Chu Yuan's body, but it was neutralized by Formless. Lend me some space, Chu Yuan said as he moved to the side of Luo Mavis. Luo Mavis angrily shouted, Scram. Try me if you can, Chu Yuan said coldly. Luo Mavis was furious, but she could not chase him away. She could only remain vigilant against Chu Yuan while suppressing the speed of her absorption. The most troublesome thing was that she was afraid of breaking through again. If Chu Yuan interfered during the breakthrough, the backlash would be severe. Regardless of whether it was Chu Yuan's star energy reserves or his rate of absorption, she couldn't compare to him. Even if she had already broken through once, she might be able to do so again. At that time, she would have to be on guard against Chu Yuan while trying to break through, which would make it easy for her to be distracted. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She couldn't help but look at Luin. This guy was actually breaking through on his own accord. She should not have told him that he could break through normally. Seeing Chu Yuan run towards Luo Mavis, Lu Yen's eyes lit up. He expanded the range of his serious art, and the absorption sped up again. The astral energy spread towards Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan, and they both angrily shouted, Brother Lu, that's too much. Luin opened his eyes. I can't control myself. Only an idiot would believe him. The two were helpless. This guy was a bit of a scoundrel. As a Taoist of the above heaven sect, which one of them wasn't full of righteousness? Their words carried enormous weight and gathered a myriad of brilliance on their body. They cherished their wings and were deeply afraid that their words and actions would be disliked by the Taoist master. This fellow was the exact opposite, even daring to say such words. The astral source surged more violently each time, and Luo Mavis could not take it anymore. She had no choice but to jump up and rush towards the first level of the main hall. Although the statue was on the first level, because Luyin had used his serious art, there was less astral source than there was on the second level. Chu Yuan also rushed towards the first level. The first level was a battlefield for half-ancestors. Fortunately, half-ancestors did not dare to fight while traveling through spacetime, so they were still safe. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan left, and the second level of the main hall was now Lu Yin's. He exhaled and expanded his range once more, absorbing the astral source of the entire second level. Absorbing wasn't the right word, more accurately, he devoured it. He frantically devoured the astral source, filling up the cyclones one after another. In the blink of an eye, he had already filled up 4. Luyin was overjoyed, he was about to face his tribulation. Everyone looked down in amazement, this person was truly different from ordinary people. If it had been anyone else, they would have already faced 6 tribulations. Not long after, the lower-level cyclones continued to expand. Luyin suddenly realized that if the lower-level cyclones were filled up and he underwent his tribulation, then the middle finger, upper intelligence, and finally the visible cyclones would be filled up one by one. Wouldn't he be exposed? No, he could not be exposed. When he thought of this, he hurriedly used his death chi to block the lower breakthrough pass from absorbing the astral origin. Then, the astral origin crazily spread towards the middle finger pass. When the astral origin cyclone at the middle finger pass reached the critical point of the second origin tribulation, he used his death chi to block it. Then, it was the upper wisdom pass, and finally the astral origin cyclone on the surface. At that moment, the main hall shook, and Luyin hurriedly dispersed his serious art. He could not absorb any more astral source, or he would definitely undergo his tribulation. However, he would probably only be halfway through before the astral source was devoured by the statue, which meant that he had failed. He could only wait for the next attempt. On the first floor of the main hall, the 9 luminaries felt that it was a pity that Luyin had managed to hold himself back. If he had failed his second tribulation, then it would have been a huge blow to him. Light replaced the darkness of space, and everyone looked outside the main hall. They had arrived at another spacetime. This time, they were not on a battlefield or in space, but rather above an ocean. In the distance, there was a tall mountain that emitted a hazy halo. A mountain sea? Lung Qing exclaimed. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis both stared at the mountain in the distance, their eyes filled with shock. Luyin was shocked. That's a mountain sea? Only the 9 mountains and 8 seas could shock Lung Qing. Luyin had seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, but they did not look much different from ordinary mountains and seas. There's someone here, Lan Xian reminded him. Everyone looked down and saw a floating continent above the calm ocean. Flowers bloomed, and the scenery was beautiful. There were 2 people on the continent, one sitting and the other standing. Lu Yin's jaw dropped when he saw them. Zhao. Zhao Ran? Luyin would never have guessed that he would see Zhao Ran while traveling through space. She still had that confused look on her face, but her eyes seemed to speak as she poured tea for the person sitting down. That's poison, right? He Luo Mavis couldn't help but ask as she looked at the flower tea. It should be poison, Chu Yuan said solemnly. Every time the sword brought them through space, they would see major events in history. Could something big be happening here? It was clearly very calm. Luyin raised his brows. Poison? No, that was tea. It looked like poison, but it tasted very good. He hadn't expected that he wasn't the first person to taste it. Then, who was it? The person sitting down was a man, and his head was lowered as he sipped the tea. Is it good? Zhao Ran asked, blinking her large eyes expectantly. The person put down his teacup and looked up with a warm smile. It's good. Zhao Ran, give me another cup. Okay, Zhao Ran happily hummed as she collected the flower petals. It was then that everyone saw the person sitting down. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 30s, but most of his hair was white and his face was haggard. He was very thin, almost like a bag of bones. He had a warm smile, but his appearance was a little ugly. However, when one looked at his smile, they couldn't help but overlook his appearance. Who was this person? Luin stared at the man, but he had never seen him before. Suddenly, the ocean began to boil, and Zhao Ran looked up in panic. She didn't know when, but countless withered strands of hair had appeared in the void from all directions, accompanied by a desolate voice. Withered, it's time to die. Luin was shocked and took a step forward. Was this the withered ancestor? Jiao Yao and Lan Xian were shocked, but they weren't as shocked as Luin. Although the withered ancestor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he wasn't very famous. The 6th mainland hated progenitor Chen and had erased the talisman progenitor's existence, but they never mentioned him. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but that they didn't need to. Or rather, they couldn't remember him. The withered ancestor had stepped onto the path of cultivation and disappeared forever. Most people didn't know about his past, and no one cared about him. But the more he learned about Ancestor Ku, the more he realized how terrifying he was. This was especially true for Luin, who was even more shocked by Ancestor Ku than Ancestor Chen. There were many stories about progenitor Chen, but progenitor Ku had almost none. Even the starry sky tree confirmed that progenitor Ku was in the deepest part of the Dominator world because he was the weakest progenitor. However, it was precisely this ancestor realm expert that had been overlooked by others that had to be one of the 7 sky gods in order to have the qualifications to make a move. Above the ocean, Zhao Ran trembled, her face deathly pale. The desolate ancestor stood up and slowly walked over to Zhao Ran. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid." Zhao Ran turned around and pursed her lips, looking uneasy. The desolate ancestor patted her head. "I'm not the one you've been waiting for in your life. You don't have to miss me anymore. Go. We'll meet again one day." He then pushed Zhao Ran into the void, and she disappeared. "You still have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Looking at your cultivation history, has there ever been a woman who liked you? How pitiful. You're a dignified ancestor, yet no one cares about you. Why don't you join my eternal race and we'll guarantee you eternal life?" The undying god slowly walked out with his head held high. "Senior Wu Xing?" Leng Qing exclaimed. "The monument protector?" Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exclaimed. The Forgotten Ruins god calmly watched this scene. It was all in the past, but there were some things that she didn't know. The desolate ancestor looked at the undying god. "Not caring about them is relative. They're not here, and I don't care about them either. If that's the case, why don't you join the eternal race?" the undying god asked. The desolate ancestor's malevolent face smiled. "Because I'm human." His entire body turned into a mummy as he clenched his right fist. The stars exploded, the earth shook, and the entire universe shook. "You're not my match. I want to see just how powerful the eternal race's so-called only true god is." He took a step forward and brushed past the undying god. The desolate ancestor's body instantly recovered, but the undying god's body was split in half, and he couldn't move at all. The next moment, the desolate ancestor raised his foot again, and the stars disappeared in the blink of an eye. The undying god was a step slower, and he suddenly turned around in disbelief. "Desolate ancestor, you dare trespass the eternal race? You're courting death." The next moment, the main hall shook, and the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured by the statues. The surroundings turned dark once more, and the shocked crowd was left behind. They were shocked every time they saw a spacetime continuum. Every spacetime continuum was a historical event, and Luin had been shocked by the desolate ancestor and Zhao Ran. Leng Qing and the others were even more shocked by the undying god. They hadn't expected the guardian, Wu Xing, to become one of the eternal race's 7 sky gods, nor had they expected the so-called desolate ancestor to say that Wu Xing wasn't his match. Wu Xing was Wu Xing, a child adopted by Wu Tian. Because of his peerless talent, he had been given the position of guardian of the martial steels, allowing him to browse through the steels as he pleased. During the era of the above heaven, no one dared to underestimate Wu Xing. Leng Qing was proficient in blade techniques and possessed the sky blade realm, but he had been defeated in a single strike by Wu Xing. He understood how powerful Wu Xing was, and the fact that he had lived for so long proved how terrifying he was. How could he not be that person's match? "Who's that desolate ancestor?" Leng Qing asked, as this was the first time he had asked such a question. 9 luminaries' expression turned ugly. The desolate ancestor from the fifth mainland. He couldn't believe that the desolate ancestor, a progenitor, could defeat the undying god? They had all been deceived. This desolate ancestor was perhaps the most well-hidden of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Qu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exchanged glances, and once again, they stopped underestimating this era. Progenitor Chen had incinerated Progenitor Nan, Progenitor Talisman had challenged the sixth mainland, and Desolate Ancestor had claimed that he could defeat Wu Xing. Who would dare to underestimate these geniuses? Even during the era of the above heaven, they were all top powerhouses. That person just now was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Qu Yuan said solemnly. The 9 mountains and 8 seas assessment didn't take into account one's age, but rather one's ability. In other words, if this person could become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the era of the above heaven, then he would definitely be one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas as well. Qu Yuan suddenly looked at Luin. Have the 9 mountains and 8 seas been gathered in your era? Luin seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Of course. He Luo Mavis's eyelids twitched. Even during the era of the above heaven, there had been times when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been gathered. This was unbelievable. Their understanding of this era had changed. What about Desolate Ancestor? How is he? Luin asked the god of Forgotten Ruins. The god of Forgotten Ruins thought about it. He should still be alive. He won't die anyway. I never fought with him because he's too difficult. Luin relaxed. The Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into the everlasting tribe alone. In terms of spirit, he was definitely not inferior to the Symbol Ancestor, but he kept a low profile. He was a nameless hero. At that moment, the astral source madly surged into everyone's bodies. Luin hurriedly circulated his serious art and devoured the astral source, replenishing the 4 cyclones at an even faster rate than before. He became the center of attention once again. This time, he absorbed all 4 astral origin cyclones until they were infinitesimally close to the second origin tribulation. Then, he transferred the death chi to the astral origin cyclones, and the astral origin cyclones in the lower charge cyclones, middle finger cyclones, and upper intelligence cyclones, all of which were upgraded to the second origin tribulation at almost the same time as the one on the surface. Everyone else watched. A wolf head appeared above Lu Yin's head. This was the god of Forgotten Ruins' innate gift, but its power was not as exaggerated as when the god of Forgotten Ruins used it. This was just a guided origin tribulation. As he watched the wolf head approach, Luin silently took out the egg and placed it on top of his head. The wolf head was then blocked by the egg, and Luin was completely unharmed. Everyone was speechless. Although a minor origin tribulation could be blocked by external items to a certain extent, Luin was being too convenient. Jiao Yao said, if the astral source universe was normal, his actions would have attracted crazy revenge. Revenge? Luin looked up at Jiao Yao. Who's taking revenge? Of course it's the astral source universe, Lan Xian replied as she looked at Luin. A minor origin tribulation isn't that powerful, but most people rely on themselves to overcome it. They only use external items when they really can't overcome it. This is because there have been cases where an elder has dispelled a minor origin tribulation and attracted a terrifying origin tribulation, and it's happened more than once. As long as the origin tribulation changes, the person undergoing it will definitely die. Luin recalled the lightning that had appeared at the end of the emissary origin tribulation. If not for that corpse, he would have definitely died. This minor origin tribulation could change? Fortunately, it hadn't changed this time. He put the egg away. However, the astral source continued to gather above his head, just like an origin tribulation. The others were shocked. A minor origin tribulation would only descend once. How could there be more? Luin blinked. It couldn't be. Was it because he had 4 astral source cyclones that he could attract 4 origin tribulations? His expression turned ugly when he thought of this. A minor origin tribulation was one thing, but what would he do when he reached a power level of 1 million? What about the half-ancestor origin tribulation? What about a progenitor's origin tribulation? 1 origin tribulation was already terrifying enough, but 4? Just thinking about it made him tremble. While he was still in a daze, the origin tribulation descended. This time, it was a multicolored palm strike, one of Jiu Yao's battle techniques. It looked dazzling, but it had been completely useless against the Forgotten Ruins god. It had been useless against the Forgotten Ruins god, but to Lu Yin, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block it if Jiu Yao had used it. He would have had to rely on external items. However, Lan Xian's words had shocked him. He put the egg away and struck out with a clear void palm. The clear void palm collided with Jiu Yao's multicolored palm strike, and Lu Yin's origin tribulation was contained. Then, there was a second palm strike, a third palm strike, and a fifth palm strike. The origin tribulation was shattered. The minor origin tribulation's power was indeed too weak. The clear void palm didn't even have to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation, one of the tribulations had been a punch from the giant Sengoku, which had forced him to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization and use the primogenitor's scripture to resist. This minor origin tribulation couldn't compare to it. The origin tribulation above his head still hadn't dissipated. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely, as strange things always happened to this person. This time, it was a blade attack, similar to what Luo Mavis had faced during her tribulation. It was an attack from Ling Qing. Lu Yin frowned. The origin tribulations that appeared were all from the cultivators in the main hall, and the hall was still traveling through spacetime. How could there be an origin tribulation here? Did this mean that the astral source in the main hall was different from the astral source universe in outer space? Back in his era, the astral source universe had been devoured, so there shouldn't be any more origin tribulations. However, there was one here. He looked at the statue. Could it be that the sword had created a new astral source universe? This was a frightening thought, but it was also the most likely possibility. Within the main hall, there was an astral source universe that was constantly forming and disappearing. The blade descended, and Lu Yin grabbed it. The blade was sharp enough to cut through the void, but it could not break through Lu Yin's defenses. After all, it was far weaker than Ling Qing's own attack. With a bang, the blade shattered. A fourth tribulation appeared above Lu Yin's head. Qu Yuan's face sank, as Lu Yin's various performances had already surpassed his understanding. Lu Yin had always been an existence that surpassed others' understanding, especially his astral source reserves. Anyone who knew about this would not understand how Lu Yin could possess astral sources that could rival a Lu family deidisciples. At this moment, Qu Yuan finally understood how others felt. Where did this person get so many astral sources? Why did the minor origin tribulations keep appearing? How did Lu Yin cultivate? Lu Yin was walking down an incomprehensible path that others could not understand. Suddenly, Qu Yuan's face changed. Not good, he was about to break through. Lu Yin was madly devouring astral sources in order to break through, but that did not mean that others could not absorb astral sources, it was just a bit slower than before. However, each time he absorbed astral sources, the time it took him to do so increased. This time, Qu Yuan could not stop it, and he was about to break through. Finally, an origin tribulation appeared above his head. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Qu Yuan was about to break through as well. Luo Mavis quickly distanced herself from Qu Yuan. Qu Yuan's expression did not look good. He was currently at the second tribulation, and he could break through if he wanted to, but not under such circumstances. He liked being the center of attention, which was why he had not stopped Luo Mavis and Lu Yin from following him in the Daosor sect's ruins. Now, everyone's attention was on Lu Yin, and he had become a foil, which was not a good feeling. The origin tribulations descended. Lu Yin and Qu Yuan underwent their tribulations at almost the same time. Qu Yuan had become a cultivator with 3 tribulations, while Lu Yin had become a cultivator with 2 tribulations. Even after their tribulations, astral sources were still pouring into their bodies. Qu Yuan and Luo Mavis had both chosen to suppress the rate at which they absorbed astral sources. Lu Yin was still absorbing astral sources using Sirius. The liquid had devoured the astral source universe, and without it, where would he go to face his tribulations? If he could break through, then so be it. His foundation was deep enough, so deep that it made others doubt their lives. The others looked at Lu Yin. He wanted to break through? Was he crazy? The Forgotten Ruins god giggled. Little fella, you're afraid that you won't be able to break through in the future without the Starsource universe, right? I like your personality. Once you catch something, you won't let go. Hee hee. Luin pursed his lips. This woman was right, why would she let go when she had already caught him? Luo Mavis, on the other hand, wasn't that worried. Although she also cultivated astral sources, she was more focused on the Mavis family's own cultivation method. She just needed to find the divine tree. Qu Yuan frowned deeply. If the stellar source universe was gone, what was he going to do? Currently, he did not have the ability to create his own cultivation system. His cultivation system was purely based on the astral source cultivation system, just like the Lu family. She couldn't help but look at Luin. Was she going to keep breaking through like him? This went against his original intentions. After the origin tribulation, the astral source continued to surge into everyone's bodies. The statue had absorbed too much astral source, and it was far beyond what Luin and the rest could absorb. The 4 astral genesis chi vortexes in his body continued to expand, and he was on his way to the 3rd origin tribulation. The main hall suddenly shook, and everyone's expressions froze. A new spacetime was about to appear. The longest history that Luin knew of was the Daosaur sect's 5th mainland and 6th mainland's decisive battle. No one had mentioned anything further than that, as it seemed that history was not important. Or rather, it was not important to the 5th mainland, such as the cultivation paths of Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku. However, Luin was interested in those histories. However, traversing through spacetime was not necessarily in order. Perhaps what they saw was not an older history, but a more recent one. Outside the main hall, a white light flashed past. Everyone looked over and saw a glaring white light boil in the sky before turning into a dark red. That shot out in all directions. Even Luin could not clearly see what was happening. That's the collapse of a continent, Jiao Yao blurted out as he looked into the distance in shock. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. It's actually a scene of a continent collapsing. How nostalgic. Lung Qing was in disbelief. A continent collapsing? A continent collapsing? He had previously heard that 5 out of the 6 continents of the human race had already collapsed, but he had not believed it. Now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. The soil, the rivers, the mountains, the planets, and even the great world were all spreading out in all directions. Naturally, this included the countless living beings within it as well. How many lives would be lost when a continent collapsed? No one could keep track of it. Even the tiny Earth had lost billions of humans before Armageddon, and this did not include other animals. How many Earths were there on a continent? It was also impossible to count, as there were too many. The collapse of a continent would bring about the disappearance of a civilization. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he witnessed the most resplendent and cruel scene in the universe. The glaring white light mixed with the dark red light was terrifying, and he could almost hear the cries of countless lives as they fell into despair before finally being reduced to dust. Qu Yuan and Luo Mavis quietly watched this scene as a continent collapsed. They had never imagined such a scene before. Hearing it was one thing, but actually seeing it was another. So it's the 4th mainland, the Forgotten Ruins god said, having recognized it. Above the main hall, a large number of planets exploded, and countless strange life forms were instantly annihilated. These life forms were not humans, but at this moment, life was life. The 4th mainland was populated by astral beasts, and the astral beast domain was a descendant of the 4th mainland. The celestial beast tribe and Butian were both from the 4th mainland. Once upon a time, their homeworld had been comparable to the entire 5th mainland. Not only did the 5th mainland include the inner verse and outer verse, but it also included the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic tree domain. One could imagine how powerful the complete 5th mainland had been, and the 4th mainland had been comparable to the 5th mainland. Such a huge and prosperous region had completely collapsed and disappeared from the universe. Even Luin could not imagine such a scene. But now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Everyone was silent, as the disappearance of life was always accompanied by silence. Perhaps only the Forgotten Ruins god liked to see such a scene. They had seen it happen several times, and they had personally created it. Luin unconsciously clenched his fists. Would the fifth mainland end up like this as well? He suddenly saw something familiar. Was that a humanoid sourcebox? The collapse of the continent was like the explosion of a large part of the universe. The continents broke apart, and countless black holes appeared. In this apocalyptic scene, one after another, humanoid sourceboxes shot out in all directions. There were so many of them that Luin even forgot that the continent was collapsing. Why were there so many of them? In outer space, the humanoid sourceboxes flew out in droves, and not just from one location, but from many different locations. What was going on? Littleshire had said that humanoid sourceboxes could not be unlocked, and Celestial Master Xiao had warned him as well. Luin understood this very well, which was why he had given all of the humanoid sourceboxes he had obtained to Celestial Master Xiao. However, no one could say for sure where the humanoid sourceboxes had come from. At this moment, he actually saw countless humanoid sourceboxes when the fourth mainland was collapsing. How could there be so many of them? He suddenly recalled what he had seen when he had fused with the Yingguai's body. There had been many humanoid sourceboxes in the Celestial Beast Empire, and they had seemed to be collecting them. The Celestial Beast Empire, the fourth mainland, and the humanoid sourceboxes. What was the connection between all of these? The main hall swayed and then appeared in the void. The scene of the continent collapsing seemed like an illusion. However, Chu Yuan and the others fell silent. That scene had really happened. Knowing about history was one thing, but experiencing it was another. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. The statue began to devour the astral source, and everyone simply allowed it to do so. They had seen the fourth mainland collapse. Would they see the third mainland, the second mainland, or even the first mainland next? Would they see the era of the Above Heaven sect? How far back in history could this sword take them? Not long after, the statue released the astral source, and Luin immediately activated the serious art. It was as if he had subconsciously done so. Heluo Mavis was the first to break through. She could no longer suppress herself and unhappily broke through to the fourth origin tribulation. If this cultivation speed had been experienced by an ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed. It should be known that a normal cultivator would have to spend a considerable amount of time to raise their astral source to the point where they could undergo tribulation. The astral source universe would not allow them to smoothly absorb astral sources. However, there was no such worry in this place. Not only that, but they also had to crazily absorb astral sources to increase their strength. How great would it be if this happened to the entire human race? Luin suddenly thought. Heluo Mavis had reached the fourth origin tribulation, and her strength had increased significantly. However, this passive increase made her very unhappy. Not long after, the four astral source cyclones in Lu Yin's body simultaneously reached the threshold of the third origin tribulation, and he began to undergo his tribulation. He had never experienced such a fast cultivation speed before, and this was already the third origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was not difficult, and it was the same as before. She only had one minor tribulation, while he had four. Once the four minor tribulations passed, Lu Yin officially became a third tribulation cultivator. He knew that his strength had increased significantly, and he could now fight against powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000, which was the same level as Master Yuan. If he stayed in the main hall for a little longer, he might be able to break through to that level. Of course, this was just a thought. Even if he could break through to that level, he would not attempt it. His foundation would only allow him to reach the third or fourth origin tribulation. Any higher and he would need to continue accumulating his foundation. At worst, he would just run to the cosmic tree to cultivate. In any case, there was Death Face, and the four cardinal scales would not be able to find him. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him, curious as to when he would break through to the fourth origin tribulation. Lu Yin glanced around and saw Chu Yuan and Heluo Mavis standing far away from him. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He felt like he could try to steal the statue. Just as he was thinking about this, the main hall shook, and everyone looked outside with anticipation and apprehension. This time, the main hall appeared above a boundless ocean. No, this was a lake? Lu Yin looked around and saw an enormous lake with no end in sight. The reason he was certain that this was a lake and not an ocean was because there was a forest in the distance that was as large as the Mavis divine tree. No matter how far away they were, even if they couldn't see the edge of the lake, they could still clearly see the surrounding forest. Even further away, they could see the trees that were large enough to support the stars and the distant mother tree. The apex, what a familiar place, the forgotten ruins, God muttered. Everyone else was confused, as they had never seen such a huge lake before. Perhaps it was a scene from a destroyed continent. The fifth mainland had its own astral river, and the sixth mainland had its own waterfall. No one noticed that Chu Yuan's face was filled with shock. He recognized this place and had been here before. This was the place where the progenitor had met him. Above us! Lan Xian exclaimed, her voice filled with fear. Everyone looked up. A boundless shadow loomed over them, followed by a deafening cry that caused the entire area to tremble. It was the cry of an eagle. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a majestic eagle descended. It approached from afar and instantly grew countless times larger, covering almost half of the lake. This lake was so large that even Luin, who was at the third tribulation, could not see the end of it. It was large enough to nurture an entire region of space, but that eagle was half the size of the lake and even larger than the ancestral turtle. Lung Qing's eyes narrowed when she saw the eagle descend, and she blurted out, "The progenitor's divine eagle." Jiao Yao and Lan Xian were both shaken as they recalled the statue that they had often worshipped. The statue depicted the progenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. Was there really a divine eagle? Luin stared blankly at the eagle as it descended and recalled the legends of the astral tree. It was said that there was a divine eagle in the ruler realm, and the roots of the mother tree were entrenched in the ancestral mandala. He had seen the ancestral mandala before, but did a divine eagle really exist? Was this the one? The eagle enveloped the lake, its claws reaching into the water as if it was trying to grab something. The entire lake was stirred up, and the surrounding stars swayed as droplets of water scattered in all directions. Each droplet could drown a star, but to the eagle, they were just droplets of water. The eagle's claws reached into the lake for an instant, and then it soared into the sky once more, flying towards the endless sky as it cried out. The eagle's cry was filled with anger and annoyance, and Luin and the rest could hear it. At that moment, a despicable voice rang out from beneath their feet. "Come, little bird, come and catch Lord Fish. If Lord Fish frowns, it's not a good fish. Come." Everyone lowered their heads and saw a huge tail appear in the lake. It smashed onto the surface of the lake, causing waves to surge into the void and distort the void. Luin felt that the voice sounded familiar, and he kept searching for its source. Finally, he found it. It was a fish that was speaking with its mouth wide open. The fish was so big that he couldn't even see its head. It opened its mouth and scolded, "Come on, Lord Fish wants to take you. Little bird, come on, Lord Fish is bored." Once again, an angry eagle cry rang out from above his head. The divine eagle descended, its talons reaching into the lake in an attempt to catch the fish. However, the moment the divine eagle landed, the fish immediately dove into the bottom of the lake. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was obvious that it had practiced this many times. The divine eagle failed to catch the fish, so it flew up into the boundless sky again. "Little bird, where are you? Lord Fish misses you. Come, Lord Fish likes to eat roasted birds and those two-legged beasts. Come, Lord Fish will teach you lockbreaking, and Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor." The eagle cried out angrily again, and it continued to dive into the lake to catch the fish, but it didn't succeed even once. The fish was slippery, and the divine eagle was enraged. It tried to flip the lake over, but it was countered by an unknown force, which made it even angrier. "Lord Fish wants to take little bird as a mount. And those two-legged beasts, hurry up and become mounts for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is in a good mood, and I'll teach you a thing or two so that you can become supreme beings among your peers." It was shouting and yelling in an annoying manner, but the divine eagle couldn't do anything about it. Luin was speechless. Although he couldn't see the fish's complete appearance, based on its voice and tone, it sounded like the despicable fish on top of Shi-Chi's head. That despicable fish must be its descendant. "Chu Yuan, you should know where this is," River Mavis spoke up, staring at Chu Yuan. He looked back at her. Chu Yuan replied, "The primogenitor's back garden." The divine eagle appeared, and the ancestral Meng isn't far away. As for the fish below, I heard the primogenitor call it a worship fish. So it's a worship fish. Rumor has it that the primogenitor used it to train the divine eagle. No wonder, River Mavis muttered. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the lake once more. Legends had it that there were worship fish in the astral tree, but in his opinion, it was more like a despicable fish. The main hall shook, and everyone was surprised. Time had shortened, and every time the statue appeared in spacetime, it would take longer than this time. The statue crazily devoured the astral sources in everyone's bodies before disappearing from the lake and reappearing in spacetime. Just as everyone thought that it would be the same as the previous few times, an unforeseen event occurred. The astral source that the statue had been devouring suddenly stopped, and then it was suddenly released, surging into everyone's bodies. Lu Yin subconsciously activated his serious art and looked at the statue strangely. How could it be so fast? Before he could think further, the main hall shook again. Everyone was shocked. They had arrived in a new space-time so quickly? Outside the main hall, there was a bright flash of light as a huge tree covered in glowing fruit swayed on the verge of collapse. A giant figure stood next to the tree, punching out repeatedly. Luo Mavis was shocked. Divine tree. She wanted to rush out, but she was forced back by the isolating force. Then, the main hall shook and reappeared in spacetime. Less than 2 seconds later, the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured once more. Luo Mavis' face went pale. She had just seen the Mavis family's divine tree being attacked by a giant. She had never seen such a giant before, and it was rumored that giants were created by the third mainland's Tao Lord. Could the destruction of the second mainland be related to the giants? Before anyone could react, the astral sources surged into their bodies once more. Then, the main hall shook again, and they saw someone stirring up the astral river. This was the fifth mainland, and the astral river was ethereal like silk ribbons. However, they could not see the person's appearance. The main hall continued to shake, and the frequency of the shaking increased as more and more images appeared. Sometimes it was a battlefield, sometimes it was a silent starry sky, sometimes it was a wedding, and sometimes it was directly facing the mother tree. Images flashed by continuously, and no one could see them clearly. Lu Yin stared at the outside world, and everything he saw was history. He saw fragments of the history of the various mainlands, powerhouses fiddling with the stars, and also, the Above Heaven sect. He had never thought that he would be able to see the Above Heaven sect one day. The mother tree supported the heavens, and there were 6 mainlands surrounding it. The main hall appeared outside of one of the mainlands, and he saw a pillar that supported the mother tree from afar. He also saw the Daosor sect atop the pillar, which looked like an imperial palace. He also saw the myriad races paying homage, and he saw humanity's golden age. This was not something that he had recognized, but rather Lung Qing. He had said that this was the Above Heaven sect, and at that moment, humanity had become the center of the universe. Every progenitor and powerful half-progenitor had represented humanity's prosperity and prosperity. Lu Yin saw that this was what humans should look like. This was what humans should look like. Ever since Hen Xian and the other ancient powerhouses had appeared, they had constantly mentioned the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin's impression of it had deepened. At this moment, this impression had been carved into his bones, because he had truly seen the grandeur of the Above Heaven sect. The Eternals were nothing more than monsters, and astral beasts could be enslaved. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had last felt such excitement. No wonder Sky Salon had said that she wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect, and no wonder Lu Xiaoxian had dreamed of doing so. At this moment, Lu Yin also wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect and place the 5th pagoda within it to enlighten and pass down human civilization. Ever since Drift Charge Planet had become white meat, he had not felt such boundless ambition in a very long time. The constant devouring and release of the astral source caused the main hall to constantly switch between different spacetime scenes. It was obvious that something had changed, and Lu Yin and the others panicked, as they were afraid that they would be thrown into an ancient spacetime. Lung Qing, Chu Yuan, and the others did not mind, as they were eager to return to the era of the Above Heaven sect. To them, this time travel was like a vacation, and no matter What the process was, it was fine as long as they returned to the above heaven sect. The god of forgotten ruins made her move, as she did not know what changes would occur in the main hall. Since there would be changes, she might as well make her move first, as long as she could obtain the sword. The dark red current transformed into a giant wolf head that tried to devour Lung Qing and the others. At the same time, she waved her right hand and unleashed the heavenly blade of the four ultimates. Lung Qing's body transformed into a blade that swept past the wolf head and slashed at the god of forgotten ruins. When she collided with the heavenly blade, her body was pushed back. The astral source in her body was constantly changing, and she could not maintain her battle strength. The moment she transformed into a blade, she was extremely powerful, but the moment she collided with the wolf head, she weakened. Otherwise, she would not have been pushed back by the god of forgotten ruins' heavenly blade. The god of forgotten ruins raised her hand and unleashed the four ultimates, Pearl Luo. The god of forgotten ruins had not used the Wang family's four ultimates before, but now she suddenly used it and sealed Lung Qing's use of the blade. Pearl Luo could seal an opponent's ability, and it was extremely terrifying. Without the use of the blade, Lung Qing's strength dropped again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the god of forgotten ruins swept past Lung Qing and rushed towards the statue. Jiao Yao and Lan Xian subconsciously tried to stop her, but they were sent flying by the art of forgetfulness. Lan Xian was especially so, as she was pushed into the second floor of the main hall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between her and the god of forgotten ruins was too great. Jiao Yao was the only half-ancestor in the sixth mainland who was close to the progenitor realm, but when faced with the god of forgotten ruins, who used the power of the everlasting tribe, he was also weak without his astral source. Previously, the god of forgotten ruins had been wary of spacetime travel, so she did not make a move. Now, she did not care and used her invincible strength to crush the three half-ancestors. Only Chu Yuan and Heluo Mavis were left around the statue, and the two of them could not stop the god of forgotten ruins. On the second floor of the main hall, Luin looked up and saw the god of forgotten ruins approaching the statue. He leaped up and blocked the statue's path, activating his serious art to frantically devour the astral source. The astral source gushed out from the statue and rushed into everyone's bodies. As Luin used his serious art to absorb it, the astral source in that area increased dramatically. If the god of forgotten ruins wanted to snatch the statue, she could only rush into Lu Yin's serious art. Luin seemed to be planning to use serious art to absorb the astral source into the god of forgotten ruins' body and cause her to explode. Unfortunately, this was just a dream. Heluo Mavis and Chu Yuan would explode, but the god of forgotten ruins would not. If the god of forgotten ruins exploded, then so would Luin. Naive. The god of forgotten ruins slapped at Luin. Her attack was not heavy, as she did not want to kill him. Luin took out the egg and hid inside before taking out a needle and stabbing it at the god of forgotten ruins. The forgotten ruins deity saw the needle and instinctively dodged it. Even though he had never experienced the power of the needle, Luin clearly did not take it out for show. The direction of his palm was changed by the needle. Luin was delighted, and he used the Yu's secret art to transfer the needle to Lung Qing. Stab her with this. He had used this move to deal with Wang Si before. He had upgraded the needle and could break through the inner world of a half-martial ancestor. Even when the god of forgetfulness attacked them, his inner world was useless. There was a thump as the forgotten ruins deity slapped the egg, sending Luin flying. Luin gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the attack wasn't too powerful, and the egg could withstand it. He turned around and saw that the statue wasn't too far away from him. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think that the astral source could blow up the god of oblivion. He had already calculated the direction that he would rush out from and the direction that the god of oblivion would attack. He wanted to use the god of oblivion's attack to get close to the statue. He also wanted to snatch the sword. The god of oblivion might not hit him towards the statue, but the needle would come in handy. He used the needle to forcefully change the direction of the god of oblivion's palm, and eventually, he would still get close to the statue. Now that the stellar sources were constantly being devoured and released, the planned secret word and the great shift formation were no longer reliable. He might as well borrow the power of the god of oblivion ruins. The god of forgotten ruins frowned, as she had actually been used. If it had been anyone else, even if a half-progenitor had taken out a needle, she might not have had any misgivings, but Luyin was different. This person was prepared for everything. Lengqing took the needle. He did not care much about it at first, but he subconsciously exerted some force, only to find that he could not damage the needle in the slightest. The strength of the needle was about the same as his blade, and now that his usage of the blade had been sealed by the Forgotten Ruins deity, he might as well not use it. When he saw that the Forgotten Ruins deity had sent Luyin flying with a palm strike, he picked up the needle and stabbed it. On the other side, Luyin had been sent flying close to the statue, but he didn't hesitate to charge towards it. Chuyuan stared at Luyin and wanted to stop him, but suddenly, the surrounding stars revolved and astral source surged into Luyin's body. Chuyuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. The reason why the astral source could not explode the god of Forgotten Ruins was because the god of Forgotten Ruins was a half-martial ancestor. However, the god of Forgotten Ruins was different. With his cultivation level, the speed at which he absorbed the astral source would allow him to undergo tribulation in the blink of an eye. It was the same for the river Mavis. With Sirius's help, none of them dared to approach Luyin. Luyin was now the closest person to the statue, and he was almost within reach. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the statue, even the fine veins on the statue. He had originally intended to store the statue in his cosmic ring, but just as he raised his hand, he felt a sense of foreboding, as if he had forgotten something. He subconsciously glanced at Chuyuan from the corner of his eye and saw the mockery in his eyes. Not long after Chuyuan had awakened, he had directly come to the Daosor sect's ruins and found the main hall. He had also recognized that there was a sword within the statue, and it was obvious that Chuyuan was very familiar with it. Now that Luyin was about to obtain the statue, Chuyuan had a strange look in his eyes. Something was wrong, very wrong. Luyin looked at the statue that was right in front of him. This was a primogenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. How could such a person's statue be taken away so easily? No matter what, the creator of this statue should not be allowed to be desecrated. There was a problem. Luyin maintained his posture of grabbing the statue without moving. Chuyuan's expression changed, and he actually stopped. There was a loud boom as a berserk energy swept out. Luyin was sent flying before he could even react, and even his egg was shattered. Eggs could withstand attacks that were roughly on the same level as the Second Night King, but the Forgotten Ruins deity's attack was not weak. Not only did it shatter the egg, but the shockwaves also injured Luyin and sent him crashing into a pillar in the main hall. Luyin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his organs were in intense pain. He could not control the blood in his body as he coughed it out. He looked up and saw the Forgotten Ruins deity. At the same time, he had heavily injured Lengqing and the 9 luminaries. He then took a step towards the statue. At this moment, the main hall was constantly shuttling through spacetime and switching between different scenes. It moved faster and faster, and all sorts of lights flashed continuously. Luyin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity as she raised her hand to grab the statue. She was getting closer and closer. Crack! There was a shattering sound, and everyone watched as the statue shattered. A hazy halo spread out from within the statue and illuminated the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity excitedly stared at the statue. She saw the sword hilt and the blade. This was one of the 6 swords that the primogenitor had worn, and it was now hers. She reached into the statue and was about to grab the hilt. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her hand that had reached into the hilt turned into motes of light that then spread to her entire body. Everyone else was shocked. What was going on? The Forgotten Ruins deity was slowly disappearing, starting from her arm. She was shocked and immediately cut off her arm, but her body continued to dissipate into motes of light. It was beautiful, like a firefly, but this scene was also horrifying. Everyone watched in a daze as the Forgotten Ruins deity's body slowly dissipated. The Forgotten Ruins deity did not feel any pain. She tried to stop it, but she could not even move a single step. It started from her arm, then her legs, then her body, and finally, only her head remained. The Forgotten Ruins deity closed her eyes. This is the power of time. As soon as she finished speaking, her body completely disappeared as if she had never existed. Was she dead or what? No one knew. Luine was shocked. The power of time? It was so calm and beautiful, but it was also so terrifying. The statue continued to shatter and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Everyone watched as an ordinary-looking sword floated in the air. The sword was very ordinary, not much different from the ones worn by ordinary cultivators. It was not as exquisite as Lu Huang's sword, and it even looked a little rusty. The blade was not sharp and was very thin, as if it could be easily broken. However, this sword actually contained the power of time and caused the Forgotten Ruins deity to disappear in the blink of an eye. This was the primogenitor's sword, and the Forgotten Ruins deity had desperately tried to obtain it. It contained the power of time. At this moment, the sword was right there, but no one dared to move it. Luine did not dare either, and he was glad that he had been vigilant. Otherwise, he would have been the one to disappear. The light outside the main hall continued to flicker, and various images of space-time appeared, but no one paid attention to them. Everyone was staring at the sword. Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. Your turn. Jiao Yao, Lan Xian, and Leng Qing also looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's goal had always been this sword, and he should have a way. He was not surprised that the Forgotten Ruins deity had disappeared, so he might know. However, Chu Yuan looked at Luine. Do you want to try? You go first, Luine said. Chu Yuan laughed. If I get it, then it's mine. This sword belongs to the primogenitor, and it contains the power of time. Don't regret it if you don't try. Luo Mavis looked down on him. Don't try to trick him. We're not stupid, and we all saw what happened to the Forgotten Ruins deity. Who would dare try? You're dreaming if you want to use this to kill someone. As a cultivator, you don't even have the spirit to take risks. You're destined to never reach the peak, Chu Yuan mocked. His eyes narrowed. Don't worry, as long as you get it, I'll snatch it from you. Chu Yuan did not mind and looked at the sword solemnly, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. It was obvious that he was panicking. He knew that taking the sword would be courting death, but he could only guess. If he failed, then his fate would not be any better than the Forgotten Ruins deities. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Luo Mavis mocked. What, you don't dare to take it? You found this place yourself, but you don't dare to take it? What a joke. Chu Yuan ignored her, but at that moment, the main hall started to crack. Behind him, the pillar that he had knocked down earlier was also cracking. Jiao Yao was shocked. It's going to collapse. Luo Mavis felt her scalp go numb. Once the main hall collapsed, they would fall into the river of time, and whether or not they would survive would be a problem. Even if they did, her face would turn pale when she thought about the collapse of the mainland and the battle in the Daosor sect. Hurry up and take us away from this broken place. Luo Mavis was no longer in the mood to joke around, and she shouted at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan frowned. Dust fell in front of him, and the main hall shook even more violently. He took a deep breath and decided to go all out. He had to believe. That dead fish. Under the gazes of everyone, Chu Yuan opened his mouth and spoke a hazy voice. It was like a thunderclap that exploded by the ears of everyone, and it caused the dark river of time outside the hall to seethe as if it possessed the mighty force to travel through space. As he spoke, the sword began to shake. Chu Yuan was delighted, it was useful. Across from him, Luine blinked. Wasn't this the primogenitor scripture? The primogenitor scripture could be used to take the sword? As Chu Yuan recited the primogenitor scripture, the sword shook even more violently and faintly approached him. Luo Mavis was unwilling to give up. Once Chu Yuan obtained the sword, he would be on a completely different level from her. However, if he didn't take it, they might not be able to survive. The saddest thing in life was to hope that your opponent would save you. Leng Qing sighed. If possible, he naturally didn't want to die either. This sword belonged to the primogenitor, so it was acceptable for Chu Yuan to have it. Everyone watched as the sword slowly floated up and was guided by Chu Yuan. At that moment, another faint voice sounded, and it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and stared blankly at Luine reciting the primogenitor scripture. He knew it too? Chu Yuan was shocked and stared at Luine. This person knew the primogenitor scripture too? How could he know everything? He didn't know that the Lu family also had the primogenitor's scripture, nor did he have the qualifications to know how many people it had been passed down. All he knew was that he wanted nothing more than to kill Luin right now. This was the primogenitor's sword, the sword that suppressed the above heaven sect and possessed the power of time. Mavis was speechless. This guy was really ruthless. Where did he even come from? Even she, a Tao disciple, didn't know how to do it. Only Chu Yuan, who had been received by the primogenitor, knew how to do it. Luin recited the primogenitor's scripture and stared at the sword. He felt a connection with it, as if he was really grabbing onto the hilt. He relied on the scripture to continuously guide the sword towards himself. So this was how to hold a sword. Right, the primogenitor's scripture. This name obviously belonged to the primogenitor, so it was only natural that one had to use the primogenitor's strength to take something that belonged to the primogenitor. You two, hurry up. The main hall is about to collapse. Mavis couldn't help but shout angrily. She was afraid that the main hall would collapse and she would die here, but she was also annoyed that these two were ignoring her and fighting over the sword. Chu Yuan stared at Luin. Luin looked at Chu Yuan as well. They looked at each other and saw the coldness and killing intent in each other's eyes. They both hoped that the other would let go, but how could they do so at a time like this? Lung Qing looked at Luin. The sword should belong to the Tao disciple. Let go immediately. Luin frowned. This person was from the above heaven era, so it was normal for him to help Chu Yuan, but it would be troublesome if he attacked Luin. No one here would help Luin. Didn't you hear me? Release him immediately. Lung Qing barked as he threw the needle at Lu Yin's shoulder. He wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to disrupt his struggle for the sword. The three mysterious ancient sounds rang out, and the needle's trajectory was shifted to the pillar. Lan Xian moved to block Lung Qing and whispered to Luin, "You owe me another favor." Luin was puzzled, as he hadn't expected her to help him. 9 Lights stared at her. This is their business. Go back. Lan Xian hugged Xianxia. I want the Lu family's blood, especially this Lu Yin's. 9 Lights frowned, as he still couldn't understand what she wanted his blood for. Isn't there some on the pillar? Mavis asked. Lan Xian was stunned and subconsciously looked at the pillar. Sure enough, Luin had spat out quite a bit of blood after being hit by the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin's face twitched. This woman. Lan Xian had no reason to help him, so she waved her hand and the blood on the pillar flew towards her. Luin grew anxious, as Lan Xian had failed multiple times to get his blood, but she still hadn't given up. It was obvious that his blood was very useful to her, and only the heavens knew what she wanted. It would be troublesome if she had the ability to control enemies through blood. Undying Yushan was already a cause for alarm, but if Lan Xian joined in as well. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Luin no longer held back and sped up his recitation of the primogenitor's scripture. The scripture was very difficult to memorize, and even with his current abilities, he could only recite half of it at most. Moreover, he had to take his time. Now that he had sped up, Chu Yuan couldn't keep up, and he grew anxious as well. In that instant, the sword shook even more violently. The moment Lan Xian took Lu Yin's blood, the two scriptures fought for supremacy. The swords suddenly became parallel and spun wildly as if they had malfunctioned. Everyone looked on, unable to understand what was happening. Chu Yuan and Luin didn't understand either, as they felt the sword break free from their control. Suddenly, the tip of the sword stopped, aimed at Luin, and stabbed forward. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What the hell? No one had expected this to happen. No one had been able to stop the sword from stabbing out, and even Luin himself had not been able to react in time. The sword pierced Lu Yin's heart, and he felt an intense pain sweep through his nerves. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. At the same time, the main hall shattered as a massive suction force flung everyone out. Together with the main hall's ruins, they vanished into the river of spacetime. The dim current washed the beach, and from time to time, a few strange fish were brought out, struggling to jump back into the river. A hand suddenly descended and grabbed the strange fish. There's food. Haha, I finally caught one. The person who spoke was a man in tattered clothes. His body was covered in mud, and he looked as if he had just crawled out of a swamp. He was very excited as he held the fish in his hand. His words attracted many envious gazes from the surrounding people. This was a very, very long beach. In the distance, the stars all fell on the beach, and the river water was endless. There were stars above, and there were also stars behind the beach. This beach was located in the starry sky. Countless wooden houses stretched across the mudflat, with no end in sight. From time to time, people would walk out of the wooden houses and look longingly into the river, hoping to catch something. "Old Black, how many did you catch?" someone shouted. The dirty man who had caught the fish was very pleased. "3. Not bad, you're not afraid of death. Many people have been dragged into the river and eaten over the past few days. The surveillance is stricter, and no one is allowed to approach the Star River at this time. What's there to be afraid of? The surveillance is just for show. They don't care if we live or die. Besides, if we really get close to the Star River, they won't dare to chase after us. Be careful, don't die. Human lives are worthless these days." Old Black grinned and held the 3 fish tightly as he ran towards the depths of the beach. There were many wooden houses on the beach, and they were arranged in a messy manner. Old Black zigzagged his way to a wooden house and knocked on the door softly. "Who is it?" a hoarse voice asked cautiously. Old Black whispered, "It's me." "What is it?" The hoarse voice relaxed a little, but he didn't open the door. Old Black licked his lips. "I caught 3 fish by the Star River. Do you want them?" The house was silent for a while. "You're willing to give them to me?" "Of course, as long as you follow me, I'll give you all 3 fish," Old Black whispered. "Scram," the hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black snorted. "Don't be ungrateful. Without me protecting you, you won't be able to survive in the Star River with your unstable battle force, let alone mine pyrolite. If you eat these fish regularly, they'll definitely stabilize your battle force and even help you recover from your injuries. As long as you follow me, you'll have all of these." "Scram," the hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black turned around and left. "You're so ugly. Who else would want you aside from me? Just wait to die in the Star River." Inside the wooden house, a figure sat in the corner. His face couldn't be seen, but his eyes were very beautiful. As the stars rotated, a silver light swept across the beach and towards the wooden house. The figure hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at the silver light. When the silver light moved away, the figure turned to look at the other corner of the wooden house. There was a tattered bed made of hardened sand. A person was lying on the bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was a sword in his chest, and he just lay there like that. The figure kept staring at the person on the bed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bright stars rose from the other side of the beach, illuminating the Star River and the countless old wooden houses on the beach. The figure stared at the person on the bed for an entire night. When the light outside shone, he coughed a few times and walked out of the wooden house. When the light outside dimmed, a day had passed. The figure returned to the wooden house and sat in the corner, staring blankly at the person on the bed again. After some time, there was a knock on the door. "Have you thought it through?" "I caught another fish today. Including the 3 from yesterday, that's a total of 4 fish. Even the supervisor is jealous. I'll give them all to you. What do you think?" The figure curled up and said in a weak voice, "Scram. Stupid woman, you're disfigured, and you're still pretending to be virtuous. In the past, even if you caught 40 fish, I wouldn't be able to touch you. But now, you're just an ugly woman, an ugly monster who doesn't even care about trash. What's there to be virtuous about? Think it through. If you're alive, there's still hope, but if you're dead, there's nothing. Don't expect anyone to take you away. Those people can't even protect themselves." The figure didn't seem to hear him and continued to stare blankly at the bed. The next day, the 3rd day, the 4th day. Time passed, and the figure stayed like that for 1 day. She looked at the person on the bed as if she could bring him back to life. 10 days later, on the beach, the people living in the wooden houses all lined up to hand in something. In the distance, a young man crossed his arms and looked at those people with disgust. "Uncle Jiang, when can we get out of this predicament?" the young man asked in a displeased tone. He was Xiaxing, Xia Yi's illegitimate son. His life had been rough. As Xia Yi's illegitimate son, he had never entered the Summer Blade continent and had been abandoned by Xia Yi. It was only after Xia Jiuyo had killed all of Xia Yi's other sons that he had been remembered. However, Xia Yi still didn't care about him. After Nan Yuan had stepped down from the Board of Governors, the Xia family had been left with no one. Only then did Xia Yi remember this illegitimate son and throw him into the Board of Governors to represent the 7 courts. That period had been the peak of Xiaxing's life, and he had come into contact with many important figures. He had even been qualified to speak with Alliance Master Lu, who had unified the innerverse and outerverse. He had truly seen the light and was full of ambition. He had planned to use his position as a Board of Governors to establish his own power and expand his influence. However, with the great changes in the universe, Ancestor Xia Ji had followed the people of the cosmic tree, and the 7 courts had completely fallen apart. The Board of Governors only existed in name, and he had been forced to return to the Xia family. Now, things had changed, and he could only stay in this trash place. "Young master, lower your voice. Don't let the family head hear you," Uncle Jiang warned in a low voice. Xiaxing disdainfully shook his head. Family head? Xia Yi had long since ceased to be the family head. Now, the Xia family could only be managed by Ancestor Xia Ji. Xia Yi was in charge of the entire shoal, and he had only come here because of Xia Yi. Sometimes, he would think that it would be great if he wasn't Xia Yi's son, but rather Ancestor Xia Ji's illegitimate son. Of course, this was just a thought. The most unfortunate thing was that the Board of Governors was gone, or else he wouldn't have ended up like this. The authority that had replaced the Board of Governors wasn't something that someone like him could enter. Even his cheap father, Xia Yi, wasn't qualified. Why is there so little? A stern voice shouted. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang looked over. They saw a person wrapped in black cloth bending over, coughing, and speaking in a hoarse voice. I'll do my best." "Do your best? This month is almost up. If there's still so little, I'll throw you to the front lines." The black-clothed person nodded repeatedly. Xiaxing frowned. "Don't bring someone like her to fill the numbers. She's clearly injured and her battle force isn't stable. There's no way she can harvest pyrolite. It's a waste of energy." "Yes, young master. Throw her to the front lines after this month," Uncle Jiang said. Another day passed. When the starlight dimmed, everyone subconsciously left the shoal and returned to the wooden houses. Only a few people stayed by the Star River, staring at the river with bloodshot eyes. The black-clothed person walked towards the wooden house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Many people looked over and saw a person's body split into 2 on the beach by the Milky Way. Blood stained the ground and even the water of the Milky Way around it. The blood spread in all directions. This scene made the people who had planned to stay on the shoal to catch fish tremble in fear. They subconsciously retreated a lot. Big Black was among them. He had been lucky these few days and had caught a few fish, but it was still a little short of what he had expected. Seeing someone being bitten to death, not only was he not afraid, but he was even more ferocious. All he could think about was that woman. He wanted her. Although she was ugly now, she used to be brilliant. She was his dream, and no matter what, he had to get her once. In the sky, a dim silver light illuminated the beach, as well as the woman wrapped in a black cloth in the wooden house. Although there weren't many women on the beach, there were still some. Some had stable battle chi and could collect venomous fish, while others relied on men. However, she was different from those women. Her injuries caused her battle chi to be unstable, and her appearance made all men avoid her. Only Big Black was an exception. "Dong dong dong, it's me. I caught 2 more fish," Big Black's voice sounded. It was full of exhaustion as it panted continuously. The woman wrapped in a black cloth was shocked. The beach tonight was especially dangerous because if someone died, the smell of blood would attract powerful creatures from the Star River. Therefore, if someone died, no one would dare to catch fish at night for at least 3 days. This Big Black was quite ruthless. "For you, I collected 5 fish. These fish were specially bred by the sect master of the 3 ultimate gates in this part of the Star River. It said that they come from very ancient times and can stabilize one's battle chi and recover from injuries. Only those who collect the most venomous fish will be rewarded. I caught 5 for you and almost lost my life. You should give me an explanation, Big Black growled. The woman's voice became hoarse. I didn't ask you to catch them. You can eat them yourself. Scram. Big Black was furious. It pushed the wooden door open and stared fiercely at the woman. I've had enough. Ever since I recognized you, I've been helping you. If the mission isn't enough, I'll help you. If you're injured, I'll go catch fish. If someone hurts you, I'll protect you, but you're still like this. What's there to be proud of? You're ugly now, and no one wants to look at you. Your voice is ruined, and your sect is gone. Who will help you? Other than me, you won't be able to find anyone to rely on. As he spoke, Blackie noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a person lying on the bed with a sword in his chest. Blackie was shocked. Isn't this the person who came here from the Astral River not long ago? The woman quickly blocked the bed and stared at Big Black with her beautiful eyes. Scram, scram. Big Black smiled sinisterly. So that's how it is. That brat didn't die, right? You like him? He didn't die even with a sword in his chest. Do you know him? I'd like to see who he is. It pushed the woman aside and walked to the bed by the window. The woman panicked and slapped Dahe with her palm. Dahe dodged subconsciously, only to find that the woman's palm had no battle chi at all. He heaved a sigh of relief. This woman used to be very strong. At least, he was no match for her. Fortunately, her battle chi was unstable. Otherwise, this palm would have killed him. You want to kill me for Xiaobai's face? I'm definitely going to get you today. Big Black roared furiously before pouncing towards the woman. The people in the surrounding wooden houses heard it, but no one cared. Big Black was quite powerful in this area, and as long as the supervisor didn't appear, no one would stop him. Seeing Big Black pounce over, the woman panicked and once again struck out with her palm. This time, her palm was covered with a purple light, and it viciously slammed into Big Black's shoulder. Blackie's right shoulder was split open by the palm strike, and it howled in anguish as it retreated. It stared at the woman in horror. Four-lined battle force. Four-lined battle force was very rare in the tidal flats. As long as one cultivated battle force, they would be able to gather pyrolite here. However, those who had attained four-lined battle force would not be here. Instead, they would be taken to other places. If the woman's battle force was stable, none of the clam collectors on the beach would be a match for her. Unfortunately, her battle force was unstable, and she could only occasionally erupt with four-lined power. Big Black gritted its teeth and stared at the woman. Scram, the woman shouted. As she spoke, the purple light in her hand began to fade. Her eyes were filled with apprehension as she could no longer maintain her battle force. Big Black sneered. You want me to scram and even want to kill me? I'll let this Xiaobai's face die first. He then turned around and looked at the person lying on the bed. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. At the same time, he clearly saw the person's appearance. In that instant, Big Black's pupils shrank as if he had seen something inconceivable. This face, this person, who was he? Big Black didn't have much time to think. Starting from his arm, his body turned into motes of light and slowly disappeared. Big Black was overwhelmed with shock as he watched his body disappear. He looked at the person on the bed with a helpless and fearful gaze. What was going on? Not too far away, the woman wrapped in black cloth watched this scene in shock. She watched as Big Black gradually disappeared without a trace. Her gaze fell on the sword, which had fallen to the side of the bed. It had been pulled out by Big Black. Although he had died, he had successfully pulled the sword out. Luin had a dream that his heart had been pierced by a sword. To be honest, at his level of cultivation, being pierced through the heart was no big deal. As long as his body and head weren't destroyed, he could recover. However, for some reason, he couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Had he really been pierced through? Even so, why was there only pain? His consciousness was clear. He was conscious, but he couldn't open his eyes or move. What was strange was that his body could still feel something. Was this a dream? Or was it something else? He kept wondering if he was dreaming. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest again. He sat up abruptly and saw a dark and damp wooden house. Not far away, there was a person with beautiful and familiar eyes. Inside the wooden house, the woman wrapped in black cloth stared blankly at the person who had sat up. Her gaze was complicated and filled with surprise. This person was Luine. Luine looked at the person wrapped in black cloth. This person's cultivation was very weak, and he was also heavily injured. "Who are you? Where is this?" As he spoke, he saw the sword on the side of the bed and grabbed it. "Don't touch it." The woman hurriedly stopped him. She had seen Big Black disappear after touching the sword's hilt, leaving nothing behind. Luine was confused. "This is mine. Why can't I touch it?" This sword was one of the 6 swords that the progenitor carried, and he had stolen it. However, he remembered that this sword had been aimed at him in the main hall. When he thought of this, he looked down and saw that there were still traces of blood flowing from his chest. Sure enough, he had been stabbed. He was at a loss. How had he been stabbed? Could it be that he and Chu Yuan had both memorized the progenitor scripture and confused the sword? That wasn't impossible. Wait, Lu Yin's expression changed. How could his strength be like this? Originally, the power within Lu Yin's body was clearly divided. There was a black and white fog at his chest that was blocked by the Fates An. There were 3 astral cyclones within the 3 stages, and there was another astral cyclone between his heart and the 3 stages. This was the distribution of his power. Now, however, not only was there a black and white fog at his heart, but there were also strange specks of stars. Originally, the Fates An had blocked the black and white fog and the astral cyclone, but now, the remaining astral sources within the astral cyclone were gradually filling the air, mixing with the black and white fog and the specks of stars. Luine stared at his heart in a daze. How could this be? What had this sword done to him? His strength had changed. Fortunately, the 4 astral cyclones were still there, but the remaining astral sources within the cyclones were being pulled towards his heart. More importantly, the Fates An seemed to have shrunk, and there was a point in the middle. A spot, that spot, could it have been pierced by a sword? Luine looked at the tip of the sword and touched his chest. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the sword had indeed pierced his heart, but the tip had been blocked by the Fates An. Furthermore, the Fates An had begun to disintegrate. Could Fates An be disintegrated? He had never thought about it before. It wasn't even a material. No, it could be a material. What was going on? From the looks of it, the power within his body was in complete chaos. The death chi, the astral sources, and even the Fates An seemed to have formed a strange power. The question was, how was he supposed to use it? Luine wanted to mobilize these powers and separate them, but the chaotic power refused to budge. The death chi was holding back the astral sources, and the astral sources were also covering the death chi. This meant that he couldn't use the death chi. The astral sources within the astral cyclones could be used, but there seemed to be no astral sources outside to replenish them. Luine was only left with his battle force and the scripture of Aeon evolution. Is the astral sources still being devoured? Luine asked as he looked at the girl wrapped in black cloth. She nodded. Yes. No one can replenish my star energy, and I can't use any star energy battle techniques. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Luine sighed. How did you become like this? You. The girl trembled and lowered her head to look at the ground. She clenched her fists in pain, her nails digging into her palms and dripping blood. This girl was Yu, once the brightest star of the Innerverse. He took out the medicine he had upgraded from Shamrock Enterprises and got off the bed. It's very effective, it can heal your injuries. Yu stared blankly at the ground and hugged her knees helplessly. She lowered her head and didn't take the medicine, nor did she speak. Luine didn't know what to say. Yu was a superstar of the Soul Dream tribe. When he had first joined Astral 10, she had already been the hottest star in the Innerverse. She had countless suitors, and a single word from her could drown him in spit. Her voice was ethereal and graceful, and he had even argued with her. Later on, the Soul Dream tribe had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and she could be considered one of his cultivators. I don't know what happened to you, but if you're willing to tell me, Luin said. Xiyu was silent for a long time. Silver light shone in the sky once more, and her eyes were filled with tears. It's been 20 years since you disappeared. 20 years. Wait, Luin was stunned and looked at her in shock. What did you say? 20 years? Xiyu nodded, yes, 20 years. Luin frowned, since when? The ruins of the Daosaur sect have appeared. Luin gulped. 20 years had passed, and he had only just traveled through time. Even if he counted the time he couldn't move, it had only been a month. But had 20 years passed in the outside world? It was the sword's power that had thrown him into the river of time. Fortunately, it had only been 20 years. If it had been 200, 2,000, or even 20,000 years, then things would have changed. How did the outside world determine that I'm dead? Luin was puzzled. Even if 20 years had passed, he shouldn't have been considered dead. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xiyu replied, Daozi Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and even the Blood Sky Sect's half-ancestor confirmed your death. Thank you. Caramel Roddy. Can't sleep enough. Book friend 576511350. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Chu Yuan and the rest are back? When? Luin asked. Xiyu replied softly, I don't know. Ever since I came to the Astral River, I've lost track of news from the outside world. Luin looked up at the sky. It seemed that Chu Yuan and the rest had returned earlier than him. In the river of time, a single mistake could take years or even decades. They were sure that he was dead because that sword had pierced through his chest. Please tell me about the current situation, Luin said. Xiyu pursed her lips and slowly told him everything that she knew about the Fifth Mainland over the past 20 years. Luin listened quietly. These 20 years had been a time of great change for the Fifth Mainland, bringing both danger and opportunity. The silver light was gradually replaced by the glaring sunlight, signaling the beginning of a new day. Inside the wooden house, Xiyu swallowed some medicine and her injuries healed at a visible rate. Even her battle force stabilized, but the scars on her face remained the same. Why didn't you restore your appearance? Luin was curious. Xiyu's voice was no longer hoarse. I'll restore my appearance when I avenge my people. If you want to avenge your people, why don't you look for the Lutian Men sect? Luin asked. According to Xiyu, the Great Eastern Alliance was the current Lutian Men sect. The Soul Dream tribe had also joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so the Lutian Men sect should be the one to take revenge. Xiyu's tone was gloomy. This isn't an era where you can take revenge just because you want to. The half-step ancestors have divided the Heaven's Gate to deal with the Eternals, and internal strife is not allowed on the surface. The Heaven's Gate doesn't care about a nobody like me, and it's also impossible for the other Heaven's Gates to attack us because of the Soul Dream tribe. Soul Dream tribe? Who's your enemy? Luin was puzzled. From what Xiyu said, her enemy must be someone important, and the Lutian Men sect could easily cause chaos if they acted. Xiyu didn't elaborate and looked at Luin. What do you plan to do? Luin gripped his sword tightly. 20 years was a short time, but the changes were too great. Just like when he had unified the Innerverse and Outerverse, the Fifth Mainland had also undergone great changes in that short time. In other words, the Fifth Mainland had changed over the past 40 years because of him, those ancient powerhouses, and the Everlasting Tribe. Is there any way to contact the outside world? Luin asked. Xiyu said, right now, we can only rely on wireless goo to communicate with the outside world. We can get the wireless goo, but we need to find the other wireless goo ourselves. Luin understood that it was just like a gadget. Without finding the other person's contact information, two people would not be able to contact each other. He originally had wireless goo, but before his closed cultivation, he had given it to Lu Bujing and the rest to keep in contact with Old Chan. He did not have any other wireless goo on him. You're leaving? Xiyu asked. Luin shook his head. I'll stay here for now. Xiyu didn't understand why he was here, but she didn't ask any further. This person was clearly dead, and yet he had reappeared. Who knew what he would bring? It wasn't that Luin didn't want to leave, but the power in his body was very strange. He didn't have enough astral sources to replenish it, and he couldn't use death chi. It would be troublesome if he ran into an expert. Furthermore, 20 years had passed, and according to Shiyu, there was a battle with the Eternals on the outside, while the other half-ancestors were divided internally. It would be fine if Kue Luo and the others found him first, but he didn't know what would happen if the other half-ancestors found him, especially Stu Yi. In Shiyu's understanding of the situation was that the Fifth Mainland had formed a complete system of resistance against the Eternals. There were many half-ancestors among the humans, but because they lacked astral sources, Old Chan and the others' strength had been greatly reduced. They did not attack unless necessary and relied more on Xianxia and Jui. These ancient powerhouses had recovered the title of Above the Heavens and united the humans of the Fifth Mainland. They wanted to rebuild the Above the Heavens and restore the 12 heavenly gates. For example, Xianxia was the leader of the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate. The entire sect had several half-ancestors, the Xia family, and many other powers. Jui had also restored the Undying Heaven Gate, and the specters had openly joined them, becoming the orthodox inheritor of the Death God's inheritance. The Sixth Mainland had established the Blood Heaven Gate mainly because of the Blood Ancestor. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators belonged to the Blood Heaven Gate. Old Chan, Supreme Sage Heavenly Master, and the other half-ancestors of the Fifth Mainland had established the Glory Heaven Gate. Lu Bujing and Kue Luo had also established a heaven gate called the Heavenly Gate of Lu. Currently, the humans of the Fifth Mainland were under the control of these heavenly gates. They used sourcebox arrays to teleport and support each other. They also used battle force, domains, spiritual force, and death chi to fight against the Eternals. Not only that, but the greatest change in this era was microarray technology and pyrolite. Luin had never expected that pyrolite would be mined from the Astral River. This substance had caused the innerverse and outerverse to fight over it, and if not for the fact that there was so little of it, it would have attracted the neoverse as well. A single gram of pyrolite could explode with a destructive power level of 10,000, and there was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of all. Pyrolite had been mined and used in microarray technology, which had become the greatest symbol of the past 20 years. The humans had mastered a new weapon that used microarray technology as its foundation and pyrolite as its raw material. Even a normal person could use this weapon to kill an explorer. This was the new weapon that the humans relied on to deal with the Eternals. Along with this weapon, Xianxia's name spread throughout the universe. The leader of the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate had taken control of the Aurora Corporation and forcefully taken control of microarray technology. He stood at the forefront of this era and became the leader of humanity. All of this should have belonged to Luin. At this moment, the area they were in belonged to the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate. Luin exhaled. Xianxia. This person had been able to climb all the way from a normal person to the position of Sect Master of the Elysium. It was not without reason that he had been highly regarded by ancient Pathmaster. The first time they had met, Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had been able to tell that Luin could make the decisions of those half-ancestors. Compared to Lu Bujing's headbutting, Xianxia knew how to use his brain. He had perseverance and knew how to use his brain. It was not surprising that this person had been able to reach this point. However, that was also because Luin had disappeared for 20 years. If he had not disappeared, then it would have been impossible for Xianxia to steal microarray technology. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others did not know what had happened either. However, the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate had the most half-ancestors, and because of Ni Huang and the others, they would definitely target the Lu Tianzong. In the face of absolute power, no matter how smart Wang Wen and the others were, they might not be able to withstand the pressure of the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate. Also, wasn't the Aurora Corporation supposed to be under the protection of Elder Gong? How had it been snatched away by Xianxia? Luin needed to wait for his strength to recover, but he also needed to obtain information from the outside world. Without anyone to contact, perhaps monitoring the tidal flats would be a way. Shiyu still knew too little. If you want to stay here, you'll have to gather pyrolite like us. However, you're too unfamiliar. The one guarding this place was the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi. He's very strong. Luyin was surprised. Xia Yi? Why is he here? He's the patriarch of the Xia family. Xiyu shook her head. I don't know. Luyin was not afraid of Xia Yi. With his third tribulation origin cultivation, he would not be afraid of even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, let alone Xia Yi. However, he could not use his full strength. He could use his physical strength to deal with Xia Yi, but if Xia Yi wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to catch him. How about this, you disguise yourself as Blackie? He just died, and he's also here. No one will suspect anything, Xiyu said. Luyin was confused. Here? Where? He's dead, Xiyu said. Luyin looked around. He turned into specks of light and disappeared because of your sword, Xiyu said as she looked at the sword in Luyin's hand. Luyin understood. He touched the sword hilt? Xiyu nodded silently. Draw that person's face for me to see. No one will be able to see through my disguise, including Xia Yi, Luyin said. But then, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't use his own death aura. How could he use his death face to disguise himself? He could only use normal methods to disguise himself, and Xia Yi might be able to see through it. Xiyu didn't know what Luyin was thinking. She couldn't use her astral source or star energy, so she could only draw on the ground. This is Blackie, one of the stronger pyrolite collectors. He's also very arrogant and good at currying favor. Don't be too low-key if you disguise yourself as him. Luyin raised his brows and looked at the Blackie on the ground, quickly completing the disguise. Why is he here? Luyin asked after he disguised himself as Blackie, looking at Xiyu strangely. Xiyu looked at Blackie in disgust and turned away. It's none of your business. Luyin felt strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. Outside, people walked out of their wooden houses and headed towards the astral river. Pyrolite could only be harvested during the day, as powerful creatures would devour flesh at night. Pyrolite is located at the bottom of the astral river. Back then, that hand tried to grab the Dowsor sect's main hall, but it failed. In the end, the mind net was torn apart, and the resulting shockwaves caused the astral river to split open, revealing the pyrolite within. After being washed away by the river and guided by the various half-ancestors, the current tidal flats were formed, Xiyu explained as they walked. Luyin walked on the tidal flats. This wasn't ordinary sand, but rather sand from the astral river. Looking around, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling impurities towards the tidal flats. The pyrolite is in the sand at the bottom of the astral river and can only be found with the naked eye. I know you've mined pyrolite before, but the pyrolite in the astral river is different from the one in the astral wilderness. It's more compressed and doesn't explode as easily. It also doesn't spread throughout the air, Xiyu explained in a low voice. You don't have any mining equipment? Luyin was surprised. Xiyu shook her head. No, you can only inspect each grain with your naked eye. Luyin looked at the astral river. They were only in one direction. According to Xiyu, they should be near the Northline flow zone's astral river. How much sand could be washed up by the entire astral river? It would be useless even if someone tried to inspect it for billions of years. Thump. Cultivators jumped into the astral river one after another. These cultivators originally cultivated star energy, but because the astral source universe had been devoured, they could only cultivate battle force. Some didn't succeed and were annihilated. At most, they would become powerful ordinary people, but if they succeeded, they would join the team that mined pyrolite. As long as they mined enough, they could head to the Neoverse and climb up the ladder. 10 years ago, there was a young man who was extremely lucky and had mined a large amount of pyrolite ore. He was promoted to join the E-Team's subsidiary battle team and was taught a powerful battle skill, becoming a person above all others. However, 10 years ago, that young man was just an ordinary cultivator with no achievements. The Fifth Mainland had undergone great changes, and some people had seen despair, while others had seen hope. Most of those who mined pyrolite here held on to hope, as this was one of the few places where they could come into contact with the upper echelons of the three ultimate Sky Gate. More importantly, the astral river was filled with large amounts of fish from ancient times. Even the most ordinary of these fish could strengthen one's body, and it was said that even envoys were envious of some of these fish, and anyone who caught one would be rich. Xiu had come here with this hope in mind. She hoped to enter the Three Ultimates Elysian Gate and obtain great power to avenge her clansmen. In the current universe, there was no way to replenish star energy. The greatest and easiest way to obtain power was battle force and domains. She had a foundation in battle force, so she naturally wanted to join the Three Ultimates Elysian Gate. This was her path. Unfortunately, if not for Luine, she wouldn't even have been able to stay here and would have been sent to the front lines. That was one of the few places where the upper echelons of the Skygate were interested, but the mortality rate there was much higher than here. This was the safest place for anyone who cultivated battle force, and it was also the place where they had the highest chance of reaching the heavens in a single step. Luine jumped into the astral river like everyone else. 20 years ago, this would have been impossible, as only Enlighters dared to do so, and even then, the odds were against them. Now, with the astral river in chaos, more and more people dared to enter. The bottom of the astral river that Xiu had mentioned was just the beach, not the actual bottom of the astral river. Otherwise, these cultivators wouldn't have been able to enter. Luine followed Xiu into the astral river, and their surroundings gradually cleared up. It was only 100 meters deep, and the deeper they went, the clearer they could see. Xiu suddenly grabbed a small piece of sand that flowed past her and examined it carefully before passing it to Luine. If there's pyrolite, it's in the middle of this sand. It's easy to distinguish. Luine accepted it, but it was too small, so he tossed it aside and activated his domain, spreading it out in all directions. His domain was extremely powerful, and it had been comparable to invisible lights back then. After returning from the astral tree domain, it had even surpassed invisible light's domain. In the current universe, even if Xianxia popularized battle force and domains, no one in his generation could surpass Luine. Lu Yin's domain spread out in all directions. Xiu was startled. If you want to stay here, then it's best if you don't get discovered. You won't be here anymore once you're discovered. Luine used his domain to collect a handful of gravel, but when he heard Xiu's question, he asked, then where should we go? I'm not sure, but it's definitely not with us. In the eyes of the Three Ultimates, we're just tools for collecting pyrolite. Some of the battle force cultivators and domain cultivators have other places to go, Xiu said. As she spoke, she looked at the handful of gravel in front of Luine, took it, and began searching one by one. She did not expect Luine to be able to collect the mantis either. He was destined not to stay here for long. Luine watched as Xiu checked the gravel one by one. With your stable four-lined battle force, you don't need to stay here for long. Xiu was startled. That's right, my injuries have healed and my battle chi has stabilized. I really don't need to stay here for long. Her goal was to enter the Three Ultimate Heavenly Gates to learn higher levels of battle chi, not to gather pyrolite here. How much is produced here every day? Luine suddenly asked. Xiu replied, me. The target for this beach is 1 kilogram per month, which averages out to 0.1 grams per person. This is the actual result. The real test of our daily target is the gravel that is checked. Regardless of whether there's pyrolite or not, the gravel has to be marked with battle force to prevent repeated checks and wasting time. Our daily mission is to collect at least 500 gravel. Luine felt awkward. He had just thrown a single gravel, and that was a mission? However, if they could get 1 kilogram of pyrolite per month from this beach, it far surpassed planet pyrolite, and this was just one beach per month. He could imagine how much pyrolite the Three Ultimate Heavenly Gates had collected. Aside from the Three Ultimate Heavenly Gates, there were also people from the other Heavenly Gates at the Astral River. The Lu Heavenly Gate is also collecting pyrolite, right? Xiu nodded, should be, but no matter how much they collect, they'll still sell it to the Three Ultimate Heavenly Gates. Only the Three Ultimate Heavenly Gates have microarray technology. Luine spent the entire day collecting gravel at the bottom of the river. Collecting 500 gravel was a piece of cake. It was only when the sun started to set that everyone walked out of the Astral River and lined up to hand in the gravel that had been checked. The gravel would be collected and stored in one place. Brother Big Black, how was it? How much did you get today? A short man came over and asked. About 500, Luine replied. Only 500? Didn't you start at 1,000 before? The man was surprised, but then smiled ambiguously. Looks like Brother Big Black used too much last night, ha ha ha. Someone behind him started to jeer. Big Black, take care of your body, don't get hollowed out. Yeah, you're the one most likely to receive Team Yi's battle force training, don't let others drag you down. Ha 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 ha. Behind them, Shiyu's face turned red. These bastards kept looking at her with ridicule, mockery, and all sorts of other expressions. If it was the old Big Black, she would have gotten used to it, but this was Luin. Suddenly, she recalled the time when she had tangled with Luin in the Sand Ocean in Astral 10, and her face turned red. Not long after, the two walked towards the wooden house. Don't come, Big Black's house is over there, Shiyu pointed and left without looking back. Luin was stunned. That was Big Black's house, what did it have to do with him? He followed after her. Shiyu's face turned red, and she buried her head in her knees as she sat in a corner. Luin entered. Didn't I tell you not to come? She scolded. Luin pursed his lips, I'm not Big Black. Shiyu didn't say anything and just lowered her head in thought. Luin took out his sword from his cosmic ring and groped around. The power in his body was a mess, and he didn't know how to sort it out. It was a headache. Why are you staying here? Shiyu asked. To rest for a few days, Luin replied. Shiyu kept her head down. Actually, there's a chance here. Hengxin once said that the Warring States realm isn't the pinnacle of battle force, and that there's a higher realm above it. Anyone from the three ultimates can learn it as long as they work hard enough. Luin wasn't surprised. During the battle, the Elder God and Hengxin hadn't used the Warring States realm. Instead, they'd used that dark purple substance, which should have been the Elder God's power. He'd talked about it with Lu Bujing before. The third path was the ancient path. The Lord had created the peak of the human body and created the giant bloodline. Battle Chi was also created by him, and he had paved a path for himself. Hengxin had been taught by the ancient path, so his battle force cultivation was probably the best in the current universe. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Could he learn the best battle force from Hengxin? Is everyone here from the three ultimates Sky Gate? Luin asked. Shiyu replied, they've all been checked. She looked at Luin. Blackie didn't know battle force at first, but a member of the three ultimates Elysium publicly taught him. He learned battle force and was placed here. There's no problem with his identity in the records of the three ultimates Elysium. Luin looked away. This was interesting. He could use Big Black's identity to do something. As for the fact that his disguise had been seen through, he'd forgotten that Tian Do had given him the bone in his cosmic ring. It had been made using the Shi family's methods and contained a large amount of death energy that could be used to create Death Mask. Luin took out the bone, and to Shiyu's surprise, it didn't change at all. He still looked the same, but only Luin knew that he had used Death Mask to take on Big Black's appearance. Back then, Jiwei had used Death Mask to fool the god of Forgotten Ruins, and Luin had also used Death Mask to escape the large-scale screening of half-ancestors. As long as he didn't get too close to them, Death Mask wouldn't be seen through. He wanted to see how far Big Black could go. Over the next few days, Luin used Big Black's identity to peacefully harvest pyrolite. He actually managed to harvest one, although it was far from a gram. At night, he caught some of these fish as well. It was said that they came from the era of the Above Heaven sect and had been reared in the Astral River by Hengxin as a reward for harvesting pyrolite. Anyone who dared to catch them would be able to use them to cultivate. However, the overseer usually didn't allow anyone to casually catch them for fear that they would be eaten by the creatures in the Astral River and cause the amount of pyrolite to decrease. A bonfire flickered on the beach as Luin leisurely roasted his fish. There were more than 10 of these fish beside him, and across from him was Shiyu. Shiyu looked at Luin speechlessly. You're too high profile. Didn't you say that Big Black was high profile? It's alright, Luin said nonchalantly. Shiyu rolled her eyes. There were so many fish beside him, and this wasn't high profile at all. Big Black was already so excited after catching 2, so it was hard to say if the overseer of this beach could even catch so many at once. In the distance, many pairs of greedy eyes looked over from the wooden houses, wanting nothing more than to snatch the fish. Some took action, but they were knocked down by Shiyu's casual toss of sand. Four-lined battle force wasn't something these people could compare to. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the distorted void. He was wearing the Trial Elysium's uniform and had a solemn expression as he stared coldly at Luine. This person was the overseer of this beach, a hunter. Big Black, did you catch these? The overseer asked sternly. Luine looked up and smiled at the overseer. Yes, do you want some? Together? The overseer looked at the dozen fish and was a little envious, but he also had some misgivings. What level is your battle force? Luine had asked before, and Big Black's battle force had always been at 2 lines. Big Black was the most powerful person on this beach, while the rest had only 1 line. For lines, Luine replied, raising his hand and gradually covering it with his purple battle force, but it seemed a little unstable. The overseer was shocked. You actually have 4-lined battle force? When did you break through? Luine pointed at the fish. I broke through as I ate them. He then pointed at Xiyu. She taught me as well. The inspector looked at Xiyu. Purple battle force covered her body, making her seem much more stable than Luine. As for Xiyu, the supervisor knew that she had long since attained 4-lined battle force. However, due to her severe injuries, her cultivation was still unstable. Regardless, she was still a cultivator of 4-lined battle force, which was why she was allowed to stay. Have you recovered from your injuries? More than half, thanks to these fish, she replied indifferently. The inspector looked deeply at Big Black. Many people say that you risked your life to catch this fish in order to obtain her. It looks like you wanted to use the fish to heal her injuries and ask her for guidance on battle force cultivation. If we had known earlier, we would have fed her the fish long ago. A cultivator with 4-lined battle force is quite valuable. Luine smiled. I was just lucky. Do you want to eat together? The inspector replied seriously, Blackie, it's a waste for you to stay here with your strength. You've gone from 2-lined battle force to 4-lined battle force in such a short time. You're very talented in battle force, and I will recommend you to the higher-ups. Luine stood up. Thank you, Inspector. He then picked up the fish and tossed them to the inspector. You can have them. The supervisor was speechless. He wanted to accept Blackie, but he didn't dare to do so. He had already reached the limit of what he could do as a supervisor here. Although he was a hunter, in this era, battle force and domains were the only things that could determine a person's status. Blackie was different, though. No one knew how far Blackie could go in the future, but he might even be able to join Team E. He could only curry favor with such a person. Big Black, you can keep these for yourself. I'll try my best to get you into Captain Yi's good books. You're very talented in cultivating battle force, so don't forget about this old friend of yours when you reach a high position in the future. Big Black smiled. Luine politely replied, Don't worry, Inspector. I'm not an ungrateful person. The inspector laughed. All right, I believe you. Let me know if you need any help before you leave. I'll do my best to help you. Can you lend me your wireless goo? Luine asked. The inspector was stunned, not expecting Luine to be so honest. He felt a little troubled. You can't contact the outside world here, and I don't have a wireless goo. Unless you can get Sir Zhang's approval, I'll try applying for it for you. Thank you, Lord Inspector. After the inspector left, Luine grilled all of the fish, and they tasted pretty good. Speaking of which, he was quite fond of food. Lu Xiaoxian loved food and had even specially built a food park. For 2 days in a row. The inspector did not look for Luine. On the 3rd day, Luine was taken away by a supervisor who said he had lent him the wireless goo. Luine did not suspect anything, and he followed the supervisor through the beach and into outer space, where they appeared outside a spacecraft. When he stepped onto the spacecraft, the supervisor's expression changed, and he looked at Luine with a scrutinizing gaze. Luine sensed it and looked around. His pupils transformed into runes, and he smiled nonchalantly. There were experts here, but they were only enlighters. Based on their rune lines, they didn't even have a power level of 300,000, so they posed no threat to Luine. Wait here, the supervisor said and left. Not long after, 2 people appeared in front of him. You're Blackie? Luine looked at the 2, especially the youth. Wasn't that Xiaxing? He joined the board in place of Nan Yuan. Now, he was Xia Yi's illegitimate son, who represented the 7 courts. Lu Yin's impression of this person was one of pandering, and this person had always wanted to get close to Lu Yin. Who would have thought that they would meet under such circumstances? I'm asking you a question. Are you Blackie? Uncle Jiang asked loudly from beside Xiaxing. Lu Yin replied, I am Blackie. Do you want to borrow the wireless goo? Uncle Jiang scrutinized him. Lu Yin nodded. Uncle Jiang took out the wireless goo. Use it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had overlooked a problem. This era was different from 20 years ago. Back then, personal terminals were common, and it was not a big deal to borrow one. However, the wireless goo's production was low, and how many people in the universe had one? Those who could use the wireless goo were not ordinary people. Blackie was just an ordinary cultivator, so why would he use the wireless goo? Who would he know? Furthermore, his battle force had increased from 2 lines to 4, which was suspicious. I'll let you use it, Uncle Jiang shouted. He wanted to see who this person was trying to contact. When the supervisor had requested to borrow the wireless goo, he had felt that something was amiss. How could those people on the beach know someone who had the wireless goo? Unless they were spies, but even spies would not so brazenly borrow the wireless goo. They had their own. Uncle Jiang was curious as to who this person wanted to use the wireless goo to contact. Xiaxing also looked at Blackie. Not bad, there were no signs of disguise. This was an ordinary cultivator, but he had stepped into the ranks of 4 lines in such a short time and wanted to borrow the wireless goo. Lu Yin knew that he had overlooked something. He had not adapted to the changes in 20 years, but since it was already like this, then so be it. He took the wireless goo and contacted his previous one. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang watched curiously, wanting to see who this person was trying to contact. Who is it? The wireless goo moved and transmitted its meaning. Lu Yin raised his head. Third uncle, it's me. The wireless goo was silent for a while. You are? Third uncle, you're holding my wireless goo. Don't you remember who I am? Lu Yin smiled and gave the command. On the other side, Lu Bujing suddenly stood up and gave the command. Lu Yin? It's me, Lu Yin replied. To the side, Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang were stunned. They naturally understood the command as well. What had they just seen? Lu Yin? What the hell? The two looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored them. How's the family? How's the Great Eastern Alliance? Are you guys alright? In the outerverse, outside the solar system, the ancestral tortoise was dozing off. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh rang out, startling the ancestral tortoise. Lu Bujing laughed and gave the command. Good, good. You're still alive? Of course, I won't die so easily. Lu Yin smiled. Lu Bujing was overjoyed. I knew you wouldn't die. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis all said that you're dead, but I knew you wouldn't die. The people of the Lu family don't die so easily, ha 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 ha. Third uncle, how's the family now? I heard that all the heavenly gates have appeared, and Xianxia is making a big move. Lu Bujing replied, that's how Hen Blackie is. He suffered a lot as an ordinary person, and now he wants fame and fortune. However, he has contributed quite a bit. His contributions are all mine, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing replied, no one can compete with him now. The 3 ultimates Heaven's Gates half-ancestors. Have the most. We have quite a few half-ancestors from the Glory Heaven's Gate, but they're all astral source cultivators. My visualization combined with that old bastard Kue Luo's spiritual force barely managed to resist Xianxia. It's very difficult to compare since battle force has already become mainstream. How are you? He Luo Mavis said that you were pierced through by the primogenitor's sword. Lu Yin replied, I'm fine, I'm adjusting. Come back as soon as possible. Who knows, you might be able to compete for the position of Dao disciple. Lu Yin was surprised. What position of Dao disciple? Lu Bujing explained, the humans have many half-ancestors, and they use microarray technology and pyrolite to fight against the Eternals. However, the Eternals don't rely on astral sources, and each half-ancestor is a half-ancestor. Even if we have more people, we can only barely hold them off. Humans need to be united, so Xianxia suggested that we rebuild the Above Heaven sect and choose a Tao disciple. A Tao disciple has a lot of power. In our era, the 12 gates of heaven were the gateways to the 6 continents. A Tao disciple is known as a representative of the heavens. As long as the Tao Lord doesn't appear, the Tao disciple makes all the decisions. Who does Xianxia want to support? Luin asked. He didn't need to guess to know Xianxia's goal. He definitely wanted to support a Tao disciple and use that Tao disciple's authority to control the rebuilt Above Heaven sect. But would a Tao disciple have that much power? He was just an emissary. Qu Yuan, Lu Bujing said. Can a Tao disciple really have that much power? Can he help Xianxia control the Above Heaven sect? Luin was puzzled. Lu Bujing replied, of course not. If it was the Above Heaven sect, then it would be possible because a Tao disciple represents the Tao Lord. But now, the Tao Lord is gone, and a mere Tao disciple can't make everyone listen to him. That old bastard Kui Luo can't do it either. He wants to choose a Tao disciple because of the symbol of the Above Heaven sect, but also because of someone, the Fate Daughter. The Fate Daughter? Luin was puzzled. She's one of the leaders of the 12 gates, the successor of Fate. She said that she'll help anyone who becomes a Tao disciple unconditionally. Lu Yin's expression changed. There was such a thing? She was a half-ancestor, and if she helped someone unconditionally, that person would still have a place in the 5th mainland, no matter how useless that person was. The Fate Daughter, the leader of the 12 gates, and the successor of Fate. Each of these identities was terrifying. Even though the Fate Daughter hadn't appeared during the battle, the 3rd strand of ancestral qi that Lu Bujing had conjured was Fate. He had used Fate to calculate and find a way to survive against the ancient god. This was the power of Fate. Luin had long since gone from not believing in Fate to being afraid of it. Fate was on the same level as the Grim Reaper, and it was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms during the Above Heaven sect's era. Why would the Fate Daughter help a Tao disciple? Luin was puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps she calculated something. The moment Qu Yuan appeared, the Fate Daughter announced it to the 5th mainland. Now that more than 10 years have passed, Qu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, Sky Jiaolan, and the Fate Daughter will also send out people to compete. There might be other hidden figures in the Glory Gate who have been preparing for more than 10 years to compete for the position of Tao disciple. Apart from that, Xianxia didn't want to be left out. A few years ago, he planned to have Timi spread out across the 5th mainland to teach battle force and domains. Because of this, we all met with Xianxia, and the final result of our negotiations was that each Elysium could send out cultivators who had just learned battle force and domains in recent years to compete. If we won, Xianxia would unconditionally publish the 3 ultimates battle force and other cultivation methods. If we lost, Xianxia would do as he said, and Timi would continue to teach. Luin rubbed his head. This Xianxia was ruthless enough to use such a method to recruit the 5th mainland's cultivators. With Timi's loyalty to him, he would definitely teach them the 3 ultimate Sky Gates teachings. Over time, the new generation of cultivators from the 5th mainland would all be part of the 3 ultimate Sky Gate. Besides affecting the other Sky Gates, this was actually a good thing for the 5th mainland. At the very least, it would increase their overall strength. However, it would be even better if there were other ways to increase their overall strength while also curbing Xianxia's ambitions. Everyone was selfish, so who would be willing to give their future to Xianxia? The Lu family, Fate's daughter, and the 6th mainland were all unwilling. Although that's the case, it's still very difficult to deal with Xianxia. The 3 ultimate Sky Gate has a unique cultivation method for battle force and domains, and it's famous even in the Above Heaven sect. I understand that there's no way to systematically cultivate battle force and domains in your current era. More and more people are joining the 3 ultimate Sky Gate. Since the 3 ultimate Sky Gate's cultivation method is so good, why didn't you send someone to secretly learn it? Luin was puzzled. Lu Bujing was speechless. We did, but it wasn't successful. It hasn't been long since Xianxia brought this up, and the competition isn't too far away. If we sent someone, they'll definitely be seen through. Plus, Timi only recruits those who have been in the 3 ultimate Sky Gate for more than 10 years. We didn't have the habit of sending people there 10 years ago. Are you sure? Go find Wang Wen and Wei Rong. There should be a surprise, Lu Yin replied. Lu Bujing didn't understand. In fact, the two of them hadn't shown their faces much in the past few years. Lu Yin had handed over all of the Sky Gate's matters to his former subordinates, who had also started out as lockbreakers. It wasn't that Lu Bujing was purposely trying to exclude them, but rather that their methods were different. Lu Bujing was straightforward, Wei Rong was more sinister, and Wang Wen was even more lazy. These two couldn't work together with Lu Bujing. Now that Lu Yin mentioned it, Lu Bujing finally remembered these two people. Alright, I'll find time to look for them. Right, where are you? Lu Bujing asked. 3 Ultimate Sky Gate, Lu Yin replied. Lu Bujing fell silent. What do you want to do? Lu Yin smiled and turned to look at Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang. The two didn't dare to move and just stood there respectfully. I'll learn battle qi, and at the same time think about life. Lu Bujing grinned. Come back as soon as you can. Establishing the Heavenly Lu sect is exhausting. That old bastard Kuei Luo keeps stirring up trouble, and the old people under you are a little too arrogant. There's also the 7 courts that joined us. There's a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. Court of 7 names? Lu Yin wasn't aware of this. We'll talk about it when we get back. Chu Yuan and the others have been preparing for so long. Do your best, Lu Bujing replied. Although 20 years had passed, it was still within his control. The Lu Tianmen sect was equivalent to the Great Eastern Alliance of the past, and with the addition of Lu Bujing's subordinates, those people from the ancient era could be easily dealt with. Now, it was time to meet up with Timi. He wanted to learn battle force and domains. You saw our conversation. Lu Yin turned to look at Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang with a teasing smile. However, this smile was especially terrifying to the two of them. Lu Alliance leader Lu. Xiaxing's heart trembled, and his heart was in turmoil. Wasn't Lu Yin dead? How could he still be alive? Furthermore, it was right under his nose. Lu Yin walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. He calmly looked at the two of them. I have a headache right now. On one hand, I need you to help me get close to Xianxia, but on the other hand, I'm afraid that you'll tell on me. What do you think I should do? Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang exchanged glances. Their minds were still in a mess, and they had yet to recover from the fact that Blackie was Lu Yin. If you don't speak, then I'll have to deal with you and change my identity, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xiaxing was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and went down on one knee. Alliance leader Lu, please give me a chance to join the Great Eastern Alliance. I'm willing to be loyal to Alliance leader Lu for the rest of my life. Uncle Jiang knelt down at the same time. Me too. Please give me a chance. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xiaxing, I remember you. Xiaxing was apprehensive, as he didn't know how Lu Yin would treat him. 20 years ago, you wanted to get close to the Great Eastern Alliance. San Liang and the others also mentioned it. You said many good things about me to the outside world, and you're practically on the same page as them, right? Xiaxing heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Alliance leader Lu is wise. I've always wanted to follow Alliance leader Lu, whether it was 20 years ago or now. But it's been 20 years, and it won't be easy for me to believe you. Lu Yin was in a difficult position. Xiaxing lowered his head and looked at the ground. His mind raced as he tried to gain Lu Yin's trust. He wasn't just trying to preserve his life, he was also trying to leave this damned place. Alliance leader Lu, please believe me. I'll never be put in an important position in the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate. Xia Yi is disliked by ancestor Xia Ji, so he never had a chance to shine in the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate. As the head of the Xia family, he was sent to guard the tidal flats. As Xia Yi's illegitimate son, I'll never be put in an important position either. If I don't follow Alliance leader Lu, then no one will be able to help me, Xiaxing said seriously and sincerely. Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? Imitate me and say a few words. After that, I'll believe you. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang exchanged glances, and then they both looked at Lu Yin. Please speak, Alliance leader. Lu Yin bent down and stared at Xiaxing. Henshin is an old bastard. Xiaxing was stunned. Uncle Jiang was stunned as well. What had they just heard? Tell me that Henshin is an old bastard, Luyin said casually. Xiaxing blinked. There was such a thing? Throughout his entire life of cultivation, he had never scolded anyone. Even if he was an illegitimate son, even if he was looked down upon, even if he was sent to this tidal flats, he had always maintained his poise. Scolding someone? That was impossible. The word scolding was not part of his worldview. This was the upbringing of a large family. But now, he looked at Luyin and said hoarsely, Henshin is an old bastard. Connect the dots. Henshin is an old bastard. This time, Xiaxing said it smoothly. Luyin looked at Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang also said, Henshin is an old bastard. Luyin was satisfied. Continue. Enai Huang is an earthworm. Enai Huang is an earthworm. Enai Huang is an earthworm. Very good. Wang Si is an old bastard. Wang Si is an old bastard. Wang Si is an old bastard. The more they spoke, the smoother it became. Luyin smiled. Although this seemed like child's play, to Xiaxing, once exposed, it would be a disaster. Even if he betrayed Luyin, at most, he would not be retaliated against, but it was impossible for him to gain a foothold in the three ultimates Heaven Gate. The dignity of a half-ancestor could not be blasphemed. Even if Henshin, Enai Huang, and the others did not care, their subordinates would not let Xiaxing have a good time. Especially Timi. Their loyalty to Henshin was famous in the era of the above Heaven Gate. They would not allow anyone to insult Henshin. Xiaxing scolded Henshin. Even if he had made a great contribution, Timi would not let him off easily, let alone reach a high position in the three ultimates Heaven Gate. As for being forced, Timi was famous for being unafraid of death. If they were forced to insult His Majesty, in their eyes, such people were worse than traitors. This was the greatest restriction on Xiaxing. Come on, let's continue. Old White Ghost is an old bastard. Old White Ghost is an old bastard, an old bastard. Old White Ghost is an old bastard, an old bastard. Xiade is a bear. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang gulped. Xiade is a bear. Xiade is a bear. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xiaji is an old bastard. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang's pupils shrank, and they did not dare to speak. What, you don't want to say it? Lu Yin raised his brows. Xiaxing's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth. Xiaji is an old bastard. Uncle Jiang's heart sank to the bottom. Once these words were exposed, even if these half-martial ancestors did not care, the cultivators in the three absolutes Heavenly Gate would definitely not let them have an easy time. Their path in the three absolutes Heavenly Gate would be considered to have come to an end. Xiaji is an old bastard, uncle. Jiang said in a low voice. Louis nodded and took out his gadget. Although the internet was not connected, some of the gadget's functions could still be used. Not only did he record the two of them scolding the half-ancestors, but he also had them write it down. Although this method of controlling people was effective, it was too low-end. He felt that he needed a way to control others to deal with his enemies. Alright, get up, Luyin said. Xiaxing and Uncle Jiang stood up. Alliance Master, you approached Timi as Big Black. Four-lined battle force is not enough. At most, you can join Timi's subsidiary battle team. Luyin was curious. Tell me about Timi. Xiaxing coughed and respectfully said, Hennepin's Timi had 9 members, but after lockbreaking, only 5 remained. Their average power level is over 1 million, and those who joined Timi must have cultivated their battle force to the Warring States realm, cultivated their domain to the Void Deity realm, or have a spiritual force that can suppress an expert with a power level of over 1 million. This is the standard. Team Yi subsidiary battle teams were created by the 3 Ultimates Heaven Gate after spacetime was restored. Their goal was to gather talented cultivators who cultivated battle force. They were divided into several small teams, and the captains included envoys and enlighters. You should recognize one of the captains. Luyin looked at Xiaxing curiously. Xiaxing was solemn. Xing Kai, the former king of the 10 Aces. Luyin was shocked. Xing Kai? He joined the 3 Ultimates Heaven Gate? Xianxia's talent for cultivating battle force is quite high, and he even attracted Hennepin's attention. He wants to take Xianxia as his disciple, and Xianxia is now one of the captains of Team Yi's subsidiary battle team. If we recommend you to join Team Yi's subsidiary battle team, you'll most likely be assigned to Xianxia's team, Xianxia said. Xianxia was an old friend, so it was normal for Lu Yin to say that he was suitable for cultivating battle force. Xianxia's physical body was very strong, and he was 3 meters tall. He had immense strength, and it was obvious that he was suitable for cultivating battle force. Could he be from the Little Giant bloodline? Xianxia was a former 10 arbiters, so it was normal for him to attract Hennepin's attention. Lu Yin did not know how strong Xianxia was now. In this era, the Fifth Mainland had lost most of its power level after losing its astral source, and it was not easy for battle force to make up for that loss. A few days later, Lu Yin and Xiyu stood by the window of a spacecraft and looked out. They had already left the astral river's shore and were heading towards the first flow zone of the Innerverse. Their destination was Sword Mountain. Once upon a time, Sword Mountain had belonged to the Sword Sect. 20 years ago, when the Sword Sect had fought against the Eternals, the Sword Sect had followed the Great Eastern Alliance to hide in the Outerverse. After that, because of the constant battles with the Eternals, all of the cultivators needed the protection of a half-step ancestor, and the Sword Sect had never been able to return to the first flow zone. If they returned, they would no longer be protected by the half-martial ancestor. Helpless, they could only continue to follow the Great Eastern Alliance and remain in the Outerverse, which was the current Lu Tianmen sect. Today, the first flow zone Sword Mountain had become the training ground for Team Yi's subsidiary battle squads. The battle between the Eternals and the humans had been pushed to the west, and the first flow zone was no longer as dangerous as it had been in the past. The Sword Sect had tried to return several times, but Lu Bujing had stopped them each time. Once the Sword Sect left, it would be equivalent to joining the Three Ultimates' Heaven's Gate. They wanted to return to their ancestral land, but they had betrayed the Lu Heavenly Gate. Lu Bujing was no fool, and there was no way he would agree. Just like this, Sword Mountain had already been under the control of the Three Absolutes' Heavenly Gate for more than 10 years. She used a black hole Great Aurora just to transport the two of us. She must have a lot of resources, Lu Yin sighed. Xiyu whispered, 20 years ago, because of the Hall of Honor's restrictions, many things could be done according to the rules. Now, there are no such rules, and the strong can kill the weak. Even the extermination of the two family is common. The order of the universe is getting more and more out of control. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. That's not necessarily the case. The human order has always been one where the strong prey on the weak, and the rules are also set by the strong. If the Elysian Gates rebuild the Heaven's Sect, then the Heaven's Sect will fulfill its former role as the Hall of Honor. Right now, it's just a chaotic era. You like these chaotic times, don't you? Xiyu asked. Lu Yin didn't admit it, but neither did he deny it. He was very sure of this. It was much more convenient to deal with some matters now than it was 20 years ago. A few days later, Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the Sword Mountain in front of him. It had changed. In the past, the Sword Mountain had been filled with boundless sword chi, and he had been able to sense it as soon as he entered the first flow zone. Now, however, the mountain had decayed and become more and more ordinary. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he looked at Jianshan. The one with the highest number of rune lines on Sword Mountain was only comparable to a first-stage Calamity Origin emissary. Suddenly, a wave of rune lines rushed towards the spacecraft at an incredible speed. The rune lines had a power level of over 10,000, which was a power level that surpassed an explorer's attack. This kind of attack power didn't even seem like an attack to Lu Yin, but Xiaxia had told him that this was probably the test for Team Yi's subsidiary battle team. Boom! The spacecraft exploded and shockwaves swept out. Lu Yin and Xiyu both released their four-lined battle force and leapt down from the sky. They were in a rather sorry state, but they had managed to block the explosion. Lu Yin looked down and saw someone slowly lower his hand, revealing a gun in his hand. The attack had come from this gun. This was a weapon created by Rhesus, and it was the most common weapon. Even a normal person could unleash the destructive power of an explorer if they used it. According to Xiaxia, the most powerful man-made weapon was the combination of microarray technology and pyrolite. Microarray technology could seal an enlighter's battle technique, and at the moment of explosion, the pyrolite would be pushed forward. When the two weapons exploded at the same time, their combined destructive power could exceed 300,000 or even 400,000, depending on how much pyrolite was used. Back then, the Sea King had used Ancestor Chen's blood cloak to wrap the pyrolite and blast open the upper three gates. The value of pyrolite was immeasurable. Luin and Xiyu safely landed. The man who had attacked the spacecraft looked at them coldly. "Follow me." They followed the man into the Sword Mountain. From time to time, there would be sword chi rising from the bottom of his feet. This was a characteristic of the Sword Mountain. After walking for half a day, the two arrived at the Sword Array Plaza. It was the Sword Array Plaza again. Luin had been here 3 times already. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the plaza, both young and old. There was also a circle of people around them. Luin was surprised. Team Yi's subsidiary battle teams should have cultivators who cultivated battle force, domain, or spiritual force. If there were so many people in this small team, then how many people were there in Team Yi's subsidiary battle teams? 20 years ago, there weren't many cultivators in the Fifth Mainland who cultivated battle force, domain, or spiritual force. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, those who could cultivate battle force and domain were few and far between. In the Sixth Mainland, these two powers were considered hopeless, and no one was willing to cultivate them. Who would have thought that these powers would become mainstream and could even be popularized? It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate battle force back then, but there would be a day when it could be popularized. "Join the team," the person who had brought them here shouted. Luin and Xiyu walked to the back of the 100 people. The people looked at Xiyu curiously. She was wrapped in black cloth and was very conspicuous. Not long after, Luin looked up and saw a figure fall from the sky and crash into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Violent battle. Force swept out, and many people were sent flying. The newcomer was Xianxia, and his battle force had reached 9 lines. Luin was shocked. 9-lined battle force was the peak 20 years ago, and it was only one step away from reaching Lu Yin's level. This was the result of Xianxia's years of cultivation. However, even if battle force was popularized, how could it be compared to astral sources? Luin had always been curious. Henshin cultivated battle force, domain, and spiritual force, and it was said that he had reached the peak. Then, how did he reach the strength of a half-ancestor? Even an enlighter who cultivated to the Warring States period might not be able to compare to an emissary who cultivated astral sources, let alone battle force reaching the level of a half-ancestor. The only explanation was that battle force, domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force could all be cultivated to the same level as cultivators in the astral source universe. Xianxia was already a cultivator of 9-lined battle force, so how did he reach the level of an emissary, a power level of 1,000,000, and a half-ancestor? Luin was very curious. With Xianxia's current strength, he might not be able to fight against an ordinary emissary. "Those who were overturned will be eliminated," Xianxia said in a low voice. His 3-meter-tall body exerted a huge pressure, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 9-lined battle force on his body faded away, and 6-lined battle force covered his entire body. Luin could not understand this scene. "Everyone, use 1-lined battle force and cover your entire body. Those who can last for 5 days will stay. Those who can't will be eliminated," Xianxia announced loudly. 1/3 of the participants had been overturned, and only 60 or so remained. When they heard Xianxia's words, they hurriedly covered themselves with 1-lined battle force. Luin also covered himself with 1-lined battle force, but he was filled with questions. Was this how the 3 ultimate Sky Gate cultivated battle force? In the past, he had heard people say that one needed to maintain battle force for a longer period of time, but he had not paid much attention to it. No battle required battle force from start to finish, and he had mostly fought with star energy, so he had never considered maintaining battle force for a longer period of time. Xianxia had said that it would take 5 days, and many people who had just started cultivating battle force would not be able to succeed. They were not the only ones, as Xianxia himself maintained 6-lined battle force and stood in the Sword Array Plaza with everyone else. The cultivators from Team Yi's subsidiary teams also maintained their battle force, but some of them only had 3 lines, while others had 2. less than half a day passed. A few people could not hold on and were eliminated. One day, 2 days later, almost half of them were eliminated. On the third day, even more people were eliminated. They had all been able to cultivate 4-lined battle force, which meant that they had some talent in battle force cultivation. However, they still could not maintain their 1-lined battle force for too long. He wanted to be like Xianxia and see how long his 6-lined battle force could last. However, that would be too high profile. Blackie had not even reached 4-lined battle force yet. Even an idiot would be able to tell that something was amiss if he suddenly used 6-lined battle force. On the 5th day, there were less than 10 people left in the Sword Array Plaza. Xiyu persevered. She was already considered a genius, and she had been able to enter the Astral Combat Academy and receive the resources of the Soldiering Tribe. Although her battle force had been stuck at 4-lined battle force, her realm had steadily increased. Her starting point was much higher than the others here. After 5 days, only 6 people remained. Aside from Luin and Xiyu, the other 4 were all youths. They were much younger than Blackie and could be considered part of the younger generation. Youths were very malleable, and at their age, they did not know much about star energy cultivation. Judging from their clothes, their family backgrounds were not bad either. Perhaps they already knew that they had to pass this test to join Team Yi's subsidiary battle team. They were not surprised by each other, but they were curious about Luin and Xiyu. Xianxia looked at the 6 and had someone arrange a place for them to stay. We'll have to wait for Team Yi's final test before we can stay. Don't try to be clever. The 4 youths gathered together to discuss something, and Luin vaguely heard something about illusions and battle force entering one's body. Luin looked in the direction that Xianxia had left, and his eyes flashed. With Blackie's status, even if he joined Team Yi's subsidiary battle team for training, it would take a long time for him to come into contact with higher-level battle force or even the Warring States cultivation methods. Luin did not have that much time to wait. The best way was to change his appearance. After arriving at Sword Mountain, their accommodations were not much better than the wooden huts on the beach. Luin looked up at the sky. The most troublesome thing right now was the chaotic energy within his body. It had been completely messed up by a single sword, and he did not know how to recover it. It was difficult to control death energy, and his astral source was gone after being used. Even his fate zen had melted. Death energy, fate, and astral source were all mixed together. He sighed and waited for a while. The sky was completely dark, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he headed towards Xianxia's location. There was only one powerhouse with one origin tribulation in Sword Mountain, and this was determined by the number of rune lines. He did not know if that person was truly one, since he did not have an astral source. That person was rather far away from Xianxia. Luin easily arrived at Xianxia's residence, which was next to the pond where Lu Qianjue liked to fish. Xianxia stood quietly in the pond. His height and 6-lined battle force made him seem even more oppressive. Unfortunately, in Lu Yin's eyes, he was not as strong as Wang Su and the others. With a thump, Xianxia collapsed. His 6-lined battle force could not even defend against Lu Yin's attack. Even if Xianxia were to be given 20 more years, the gap between him and Luin would still be insurmountable. Furthermore, he would not be able to train an astral source for the next 20 years. To a certain extent, he would not be able to make any progress. Luin took out Mount Supreme and tossed Xianxia inside before following in. Everyone in Mount Supreme watched as Xianxia fell, and only Lu Xiaoge recognized him. Warlord Xianxia? Why did Luin bring him here? With Lu Yin's current status, even the former 10 arbiters couldn't compete with him. To put it bluntly, Lu Yin's value was higher than Xianxia's, regardless of Xianxia's strength. Xianxia crashed into a corner of Mount Supreme, and Luin walked out. After a while, Xianxia groaned and clutched the back of his head with his right hand as he struggled to get up. His mind was in a daze, and he didn't know what was going on. Eh? Where is this? He looked around warily and suddenly turned around to look at Luin. Luin had already returned to his original appearance. When Xianxia saw Luin, his expression changed. Luin? Luin smiled. Long time no see, Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Luin in disbelief. You're still alive? didn't you die? Everyone says the same thing when they meet. It's quite unlucky. I'm not dead, and I'm living well. Luin smiled. Xingkai stared at Luin warily. Where is this? Are you the one who captured me? He didn't expect Luin to capture him on Sword Mountain. Unless Team Yi's members arrived, no one on Sword Mountain could stop Luin. Even though he didn't know Lu Yin's true strength, he estimated that he could deal with someone with a power level of 700,000 to 800,000. Luin shrugged. Sorry, I was a little too harsh. Xingkai stared at Luin and said in a low voice, why did you capture me? If you have a conflict with the three ultimates, you should look for Sect Master Xianxia and Team Yi, not me. Luin said, I want to cultivate battle force. The three ultimates battle force. Xingkai looked at Luin and thought of something. You're one of those 6. Smart, Luin praised. Xingkai shook his head. Sect Master Xianxia suggested that Team Yi teach the 5th Mainland's cultivators how to cultivate battle force, but the other Sky Gates objected and proposed a bet. This has already been decided. Luin, you sneaked into the 3 ultimates to learn battle force, which means that the Lu Sky Gate isn't confident in winning against us. That's also against the rules. Luin said, I've only been back for a few days, and the bet was made before that. I didn't break the rules, and I already entered the 3 ultimates territory before the bet was made. Learning battle force and domains were all decided before the bet was made. I won't teach you, Xingkai said directly. Luin frowned. Are you really going to join the 3 ultimates Elysium and be loyal to Xianxia? Xingkai said seriously, when I joined the 3 ultimates Sky Gate, clan leader Xianxia came to see me in person. He told me not to reveal the cultivation method of battle aura. I promised him that I wouldn't reveal it even if you killed me. Luin smiled. Don't worry, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to stay here for a few days. He then took out the bone and used Death Mask to disguise himself. Xingkai stared blankly at Luin, who had taken his form. His mouth was wide open. He was not good at expressing his feelings, so he was speechless at this moment. What do you think? Don't we look alike? No one below the half-ancestor level can see through me, Luin boomed. Even his voice, tone, and mannerisms were exactly the same as Xingkai's. Luin did not seek to obtain the greatest secret of Scar Heart's cultivation using Xingkai's identity. He only wanted to obtain the cultivation method of battle force, and it would be best if he could obtain more. You're ruthless, Xingkai said bitterly before suddenly attacking Luin with a punch. Luin raised his hand and easily caught Xingkai's fist in his palm. Xingkai's physical body was extremely powerful, and he was unrivaled among his peers. However, he was facing Luin, someone who had relied on his physical strength to break through the Warring States period. No one could compare to him in terms of physical strength. Xingkai's fist was caught by Luin, and as Luin tightened his grip, Xingkai gritted his teeth, but he did not make a sound. His fist was about to be crushed. Luin let go, and Xingkai retreated a few steps, panting heavily. The difference between them was too great. You're in the 10-man team that the 3 ultimates Elysium is competing against the other Elysium, right? Sorry, but you can't go, Luin said. Xingkai lowered his arm. Aside from the methods from ancient times, the most important thing to cultivate battle force is one's spirit. It's true that our era has passed it down, but we lack a common method. He stared at Luin. If you want to improve your battle force, you can only use your spirit. There are no shortcuts. Lu Yin's expression changed. I know. I want to cultivate the Warring States period, but I've never thought of taking shortcuts. You can rest here. If you're bored, he pointed into the distance, there are many experts here. As long as you're not afraid of being beaten up, you can go and try. He then left Mount Supreme. When he returned to Sword Mountain, Luin put Mount Supreme away. He had already taken on Xingkai's appearance, and he didn't know what this identity would bring him. Sword Mountain was the furthest he had traveled in the 3 ultimates Elysium, and he wanted to learn as much as he could from the members of Team Yi. If he was exposed, he would have to run, and he was confident that he could escape from them. Next, Luin looked at the wooden house that he had previously assigned to Blackie. He stepped out and covered himself with 6-lined battle force as he appeared above Sword Mountain. He then pressed down with a single palm, and with a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm crushed everything within 100 meters of the wooden house into powder. Even that small space was torn apart. The others all looked in the direction of the wooden house. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Captain Xianxia, what are you doing?" Lu Yin was indifferent. "This person is a descendant of my enemy, so he must die." The middle-aged man was the only cultivator on Sword Mountain who had displayed rune lines comparable to a First Tribulation origin cultivator. He hadn't used battle force or a domain to reach this level, but rather spiritual force. He had come from the era of the Above Sky sect, and although he wasn't a member of Team E, he was still a wandering cultivator who specialized in spiritual force. Aside from the sect masters of the 12 gates, there were many other cultivators who had been sealed in ice, and he had been one of them. After hearing Xianxia's words, the middle-aged man didn't pursue the matter any further. "Since he's a descendant of your enemy, it's fine if he's killed, but don't act recklessly next time. At least make it clear that this kid has some talent since he passed the test." Xianxia didn't reply and simply turned to leave. Lu Yin didn't understand Xianxia, but he had heard from Xianxia and the others that Xianxia was a simple and honest person who wasn't good at communicating with others. This was why he remained silent most of the time. It wasn't that he was cold, but that he really didn't know how to communicate. In order to not reveal any flaws, Lu Yin naturally remained silent as well. The middle-aged man didn't suspect anything and returned to his residence. Not too far away from the destroyed wooden house, Shi watched Xianxia's figure disappear. He had changed his appearance again and replaced Xianxia, but she didn't know what to say. Xianxia had once been one of the 10 aces, but now that he had been replaced, he didn't react at all. Was the difference too great? Even further away, there were 4 other people who had passed the test, and they were all shocked when they saw the black wooden house disappear. They all shrank back into their houses, feeling uneasy. They hadn't thought that their lives would be in danger here. After dealing with Blackie, Lu Yin returned to the pond and waited for Team E to arrive, but he couldn't just wait. Since Xianxia had stabilized his 6-lined battle force throughout his body, it meant that this method was useful. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well roll his die and try this method. He stepped into the pond and reached the bottom. There was no one on Sword Mountain who could monitor him now. He raised his hand, and the die appeared and slowly spun. After some thought, he placed his cosmic ring to the side. He couldn't roll Enhance right now. Even though he wanted to use Enhance to understand the current situation, he didn't have much star essence left in his cosmic ring, and it wasn't like it had been 20 years ago. The astral source universe had been devoured, and the value of star essence had increased many times over. If he wanted to obtain more, he would have to go to the cosmic tree realm, so he had to use his star essence sparingly. He watched the die slowly spin and then stop at Enhance. It was useless. He tapped it again, and it spun slowly before stopping at Enhance. Enhance. Time stop. Lu Yin grabbed his cosmic ring and entered the time stop space. He felt much more at ease after arriving here, and he began to cultivate his battle force. First, he started with 1-lined battle force. As long as he could ensure that it could cover his body for a long time, he could cultivate 2-lined battle force. Even if this method wasn't useful, it wasn't bad. 2 days later, 2 figures tore through the void and walked out. Their majestic auras shook Sword Mountain, and everyone looked up with reverence. The members of Team E had arrived. During the era of the Anzac sect, Xianxia had been the sect master of the 3 Ultimates Elysium, and he had 2 requirements for forming Team E. First, he had to have no family background, which meant that he had to be an ordinary person or a wandering cultivator. Second, he had to have willpower. Team E was named after E, and perseverance was the foundation of the team. Xianxia had relied on unimaginable perseverance to climb from an ordinary person to the position of sect master of the 3 Ultimates Elysium. He had broken through 3 stages when he was an enlighter, which showed how difficult it had been for a normal cultivator. If a normal cultivator had to go through 50% of the hardships, then Xianxia had to go through 80%. The members of Team E had to go through at least 60% of the hardships. Every member of Team E was extremely loyal to Xianxia, and they weren't afraid of death. Every member of Team E had a power level of over 1 million. When the two members of Team E arrived, Lu Yin walked out of the pond and took a deep breath. They had finally arrived. To them, it had only been 2 days, but to him, it had been 2 years. At first, he had only wanted to cover his entire body with battle force and stabilize it until he reached 6 lines. However, as he progressed step by step, he realized that he couldn't stop. Covering his entire body with battle force and maintaining it for a long time actually caused his battle force to continuously condense and darken in color. It was indeed a very effective cultivation method. Furthermore, it wasn't a simple cultivation method either. One-line battle force covered his entire body for half a month, and it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a tattoo that was gradually engraved into his body and even into his meridians. It was as if it was imprinting itself into the deepest parts of his body. This process lasted for half a month, and when the one-line battle force could no longer be seen with the naked eye, Lu Yin discovered that the power of his battle force alone was comparable to that of an explorer's. It wasn't that his battle force had disappeared, but rather that it had been imprinted into his body and not just on the surface like before. Lu Yin had discovered a new world, and he was deeply interested in this cultivation method. The human body wasn't as simple as it seemed, and there were other methods to cultivate the physical body besides strength. Battle force was just like star energy, and it could also enter the body. Why hadn't the Fifth Mainland mentioned anything about this? Had it been severed? Regardless, Lu Yin immersed himself in this cultivation method and was very interested in it. The Apex two-lined battle force had taken him an entire month to engrave it into his body, to the point where it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, his battle force still had the destructive power of an explorer, but he was already at the peak of the explorer realm, which was comparable to a cultivator with a power level of 40,000. This speed could not be considered slow. How could a normal cultivator increase their power level from 10,000 to 40,000 in just half a month? It was impossible. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had already comprehended two-lined battle force. If he started cultivating from the beginning, Lu Yin believed that this method would only be slower than star energy cultivation. Not everyone was like him, who had great control over his body. Engraving battle force into one's body was not something that could be accomplished with time alone, it also required the body's ability to bear the burden. Lu Yin was basically cultivating from the third tribulation origin stage to the explorer realm, so it was naturally faster. If he was a normal cultivator, this process would have been extremely difficult. Next was three-lined battle force, which took Lu Yin 2.5 months to succeed. Next was four-lined battle force, which took him a full 5 months to succeed. Next was five-lined battle force, which took him a little more than 9 months. When the members of Team E arrived, Xianxia was cultivating 6-lined battle force. He had already been cultivating for 3 months after leaving the time-stop space, but he estimated that he would need at least 10 more months, which meant that he would need a year to succeed. He did not know how long Xianxia had taken to cultivate 6-lined battle force, but it should have been much longer than Lu Yin's, as Lu Yin had taken about 2 years. When 5-lined battle force could be engraved into one's body, the destructive power it produced would be comparable to a hunter's. This was the significance of the 3 ultimate Sky Gates' popularization of battle force cultivation. Battle force could replace astral sources and become the next main source of cultivation, which overturned the Fifth Mainland's understanding of battle force. Lu Yin had only been an enlighter when he had cultivated 10-lined battle force, but his battle force had already reached the peak. How could such battle force replace astral sources? Now, this was the correct way to cultivate battle force. If battle force was like this, then what about domains? Spiritual force? The Anzac Sect's era must have had a deeper understanding of these powers, as cultivation had flourished during that era. The progenitor had encouraged creation, and not everyone had followed him in cultivating astral sources. Unfortunately, as the continents had been shattered one after another, the various powers had either been cut off or misunderstood, resulting in the current situation. Without astral sources, the Fifth Mainland's power level had been reduced by more than half. When Xianxia arrived at the Sword Matrix Square, the 2 members of the E-team were already there. The 2 looked very ordinary, and the only thing that was different about them was their eyes. They were incomparably resolute, and from Lu Yin's point of view, they seemed to be infatuated with something or someone. This should be a form of faith, as their faith was deeply rooted in their hearts. He smelled a familiar scent from the two of them. It was the scent of blood from the battlefield. The two of them were like two wild beasts that had been released from their cages. Every breath they took and every step they took made people instinctively feel vigilant and cold. Only 5 people this time? A member of Team E spoke. There was a scar on his face that almost cut off his entire face. It extended to the corners of his eyes, making him look extremely sinister. Yes, the others are not qualified, Xianxia said in a deep voice. The member of Scarface's team frowned. That's too little. We can lower the requirements appropriately. However, those who have their requirements lowered will not be able to join the subsidiary battle teams. They can be assigned to the battle teams outside the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate. Sure, Xianxia replied. Another member of Team E looked at Xianxia strangely. You're pretty quiet today. Luin was taken aback. Could it be that Xianxia usually got along well with them? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Facing the 2 members of Team E, Luin recalled the conversation he had with Xianxia and subconsciously rubbed the back of his head. Training isn't going well. I'm a little anxious. Scarface stared at Xianxia, and the void suddenly burned. It swept past Lu Yin's body and spread out like a ripple, burning the edges of the void. This was Sengoku. Luin subconsciously used his battle force to block it. 9-lined battle force seeped out of his body, but it was easily suppressed by Sengoku. Sengoku only released it for an instant before withdrawing it. Don't be anxious. Your training speed is already very fast. It's comparable to our training speed back then. That's why the sect master appreciates you. Luin heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Got it. It was a good thing that he had tried to learn Xianxia's method of covering his body with battle force for a long period of time in the time-stop space. Otherwise, he would have been exposed just now. Both he and Xianxia had 6-lined battle force infused into their bodies, and they were neither slow nor fast. Another member of Team E looked at Scarface. Scarface nodded and no longer paid attention to Xianxia. Instead, he looked at Shiyu and the others. Let's begin. Let's see if there's anyone with a bit of talent. Scarface's gaze turned cold, and Sengoku released it again. It burned the void and gathered above their heads before crashing down. Luin was shocked. What was the meaning of this? The sect master said that the human body is divided into internal and external cultivation. Internally, there's star energy, death energy, and all sorts of forces flowing through the meridians and even the blood. Externally, there's the physical body. The human body is a treasure with endless potential. Ordinary people only see a bag of skin, but this bag of skin created the 3rd mainland's ancient pathmaster, the sect master, the greater giant bloodline, the lesser giant bloodline, and all sorts of external forces. External forces aren't inferior to internal forces. The human body lacks the key, and today, we've brought the key. Let's see if you can awaken this external force, Scarface said indifferently. This was the first time Luin had heard of such a cultivation concept. Was the human body divided into internal and external forces? In that case, was the battle chi an internal force or an external force? What about talent? He looked at Shiyu and the others who were enduring the bombardment of battle force. He didn't know how Scarface had done it, but the bombardment had reached a certain degree that might be the key to unlocking their external forces. Pfft. One person spat out blood and fell to the ground. Another frowned, trash. Just as he finished speaking, another person fell to the ground, followed by 2 others. Only Shiyu was left. You can't even pass the illusion test, trash among. Trash, one of the team members said unhappily. Scarface stared at Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu's black cloth was torn apart, revealing her ugly face. However, this ugliness didn't affect the 2 members of Team E at all. They were more concerned about how long this woman could last. Team E had a woman, but unfortunately, she was dead. Now that there were only 5 left, they wanted to add a woman. As for her appearance, it didn't matter. Luin looked at Shiyu, hoping that she could last a little longer. He would definitely leave, but Shiyu might not. Since she wanted to enter the trial gate, he would let her walk her own path. Xiu groaned and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, but she still persevered. Scarface's battle force didn't weaken at all. Xiu was like a piece of paper fluttering in the storm, ready to be torn apart at any moment. After persevering for a while, Scarface nodded. The middle-aged man from Sword Mountain who specialized in spiritual force walked out and cast an illusion on Xiu. Luin didn't know what kind of illusion it was, but he was curious. Xiu, who had been trapped in an illusion, suddenly had a crazed look on her face. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she entered a state of excitement. She suddenly laughed loudly, and dark gold stripes appeared on her four-lined battle force. Then, the dark gold stripes covered her entire body. She had leaped from four-lined battle force to six-lined battle force. Scarface was pleasantly surprised. What a genius. The other team member beside him was also surprised. We didn't come here for nothing. Xianxia, when you took over this test, you jumped 3 levels. This girl is pretty good for 2. Luin was stunned. How could something like this happen? Xiu's battle force cultivation wasn't that high, so how could she have jumped 2 levels? She was almost catching up to Xianxia. She couldn't even be compared to him. Luin looked at the middle-aged man. Was this related to the illusion? Or was it because of Scarface's battle force? He'd said that he'd brought the key to the human body's treasury, but how had Xiu jumped to 6-lined battle force? It was no wonder why Henshin had suggested that Team E teach the other Elysian Gates how to cultivate battle force. The other Elysian Gates couldn't refute his suggestion, and the most they could do was propose a bet. Thump. Xiu collapsed. The moment her 6-lined battle force appeared, her body was overdrawn and she fainted on the ground. Scarface had someone take her away. She's a good seedling. If we nurture her, she might be able to join Team E. The middle-aged man who specialized in spiritual force said, although I don't know what kind of desire the spiritual force aroused in her, I can tell that she was blinded by hatred. Otherwise, she might not have been able to reach 6-lined battle force. Scarface didn't care, no matter what the reason is, since she can jump 2 levels, she's worth nurturing. He then looked at Luin, but she's still lacking compared to you. You jumped 3 levels back then, and you're also quite talented in stabilizing your battle force. Stabilizing it to 6-lined battle force in a mere 5 years is faster than us. Even in our era, you were quite outstanding. Times are different. It's the fault of your era that you're weak, not yours. Even the worst era has geniuses. Luin really wanted to slap him in the face. Times were different? What a joke. Even Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and Ling Qing, the leader of the Skyblade sect, wouldn't dare say such a thing. They'd all seen the immortal geniuses of this era with their own eyes, and they'd almost recreated part of the glory of the Anzac sect. How could they be weak? We're not here for them, but for you. To be more precise, we're here for the 10 of you, another member of Team E said, looking at Xianxia. The Lu Tianmen and the Glory Sky Gate dared to make a bet with our 3 Ultimate Sky Gate. How laughable. They want to obtain battle force, but they don't want to pay the price. How is that possible? The 10 of you must win, and you must win beautifully. Luin boomed, they don't understand the true strength of battle force. We'll definitely win. Well said, Scarface praised, smiling in a rare moment. Lu Bujing and the others from our era understand the strength of battle force, but they haven't studied it before. Battle force belongs to our 3rd mainland, and if they want to popularize it, they'll have to listen to us. The Grim Reaper and Fate Gate's powers can't be popularized, and this region of the universe will belong to our 3 Ultimate Sky Gate. Our sect leader will definitely become a progenitor, and once he does, he'll definitely be the 9 mountains and 8 seas. You have the chance to become his disciple, so don't disappoint him. The apex end of chapter 2080. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.